Chapter 51, If Time Could Stop at the Moment When We First Met. Ding dang! Zhou Shu threw the last saber into the large wooden box beside the smelting furnace. The sound of rustling pages came as the legendary armament cannon appeared in front of Zhou Shu. A new page finally appeared. Upon seeing the contents of the page, Zhou Shu was slightly stunned. Am I that lucky? With a thought, a new forging formula appeared in his mind. A moment later, he completely absorbed the forging formula, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, I can earn another sum of money, and I can finally pay off the debt I owe for building the 0th workshop. Superintendent, someone is looking for you. He Tang's careful voice came from outside. Didn't I say not to disturb me? Zhou Shu said. I heard that the sound of metal striking stopped, He Tang explained. And the person who came to find you is Sir Me. Me what? Zhou Shu mumbled as he opened the door. Outside the door, a graceful middle-aged man was standing there with a smile. Upon seeing Zhou Shu, he even cupped his hands slightly in greeting. His every move was elegant and graceful. Zhou Shu sized up the handsome face. What's your name? He Tang. Me Zaiwen. My surname is Me, and my name is Zaiwen. Me Zaiwen laughed. Me Zaiwen. The information Zhou Shu had seen on the assassination list flashed across his mind. Mi Zaiwen was a genius in the art of war, and he was suspected to be the successor of Great General Meng Bai. His coachman was the son of the Minister of War of Great Wei and had been hiding in the Mi family for 10 years. Mi Zaiwen didn't notice that Zhou Shu was lost in thought and instead continued, I am here on the orders of the Great General to inspect the weapons. At the same time, I'm helping the General deliver something to you, Superintendent Zhou. How is your coachman? Zhou Shu was in a daze. For a moment, he didn't hear what Mi Zaiwen said and subconsciously said the words in his head. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. As expected, Mi Zaiwen was stunned, and his eyes flashed. You know about it? Yeah. Zhou Shu braced himself and nodded. His mind raced, wanting to find an excuse. Should I say I heard it from Sun Gongping? As expected, countless thoughts flashed through Mi Zaiwen's mind. Superintendent Zhou has a close relationship with teacher. He even knows about this matter. Without waiting for Zhou Shu to explain, he said with a bitter smile, I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Superintendent Zhou. The person I knew for more than 10 years was actually a spy from an enemy country. I must be blind. General Mi, you must be joking. He didn't ask, so Zhou Shu didn't rush to explain. He smiled awkwardly. It's hard to predict people's hearts. Even if we spend all our time together, we still can't guarantee that we can see through a person's heart. Yes. Mi Zaiwen sighed. But after all, we were together for so long. Now that things have really happened, I still feel a little sad. Mi Zaiwen treated Zhou Shu as his teacher's illegitimate son, not as an outsider. Otherwise, Mi Zaiwen usually wouldn't reveal his emotions too much in front of outsiders. If time could stop at the moment when we first met, what caused the sorrow of the painted fan in the autumn wind? Zhou Shu replied. Mi Zaiwen was stunned. He mumbled, if time could stop at the moment when we first met, what caused the sorrow of the painted fan in the autumn wind? Good poem. I didn't expect junior brother to have such literary talent. Because Mi Zaiwen was lost in his thoughts, he blurted out the words junior brother. What? Zhou Shu raised his eyebrows. Sorry, I misspoke. Mi Zaiwen said hurriedly. Since his teacher didn't admit it publicly, he couldn't reveal it. Superintendent Zhou, we hit it off right from the start. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Mi Zaiwen said. Zhou Shu and He Tang were both stunned. Hit it off right from the start? Become sworn brothers? Do the people of Great Xia all call this feeling hitting it off right from the start? Zhou Shu was confused. He couldn't tell at all where he and Mi Zaiwen hit it off. Is he implying that both of us are extremely handsome? We've only exchanged a few words, and you want to become sworn brothers with me? If we've known each other a little longer, wouldn't you want to marry me? Bah! He Tang was even more shocked than Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu's understanding of Mi Zaiwen was limited, but He Tang was different. She was someone close to Yin Wuo, and she knew the influential characters of Great Xia like the back of her hand. Mi Zaiwen came from the famous Mi family of Jiangbei. Since he was a child, he was talented and intelligent. He studied literature and once came in the top 3 in the imperial examination. He studied martial arts and was talented in the art of war. He was directly accepted as General Meng's personal disciple. For such a person, as long as he didn't die, it was inevitable that he would be conferred a rank of nobility and become a minister. Furthermore, after Great General Meng, he would be the best candidate for the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of Great Xia. What about Zhou Shu? He was just the superintendent of a small forging division workshop. Although the princess thought highly of him, the difference between him and Mi Ziwen was even greater than the difference between him and the princess. He Tang thought, what does Sir Mi see in Superintendent Zhou? She blinked her eyes and looked at Zhou Shu. Her face immediately turned slightly red. Superintendent Zhou is indeed quite good-looking. Well, Zhou Shu said hesitantly. General Mi, aren't you a little hasty? We just met. Hasty? No. Mi Ziwen shook his head. The moment I saw you, Superintendent Zhou, I felt that we hit it off well. It doesn't matter how long we've known each other. What matters is our hearts. Could it be that you feel that I am not worthy to be your brother? Mi Ziwen said in a deep voice with a stern face. Zhou Shu shook his head. Not worthy? Of course not. Even if he didn't know Mi Ziwen's true identity, the assassination list clearly stated that Mi Ziwen was suspected to be the successor of Great General Meng Bai. Those who had the qualifications to be on the assassination list were not ordinary people. Furthermore, this Mi Ziwen was the successor of Great General Meng. Who was Great General Meng? The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of Great Xia, the well-deserved #1 person in the military. In his previous life, he would be the chairman of the military commission. How could his successor be an ordinary person? Becoming sworn brothers with such a person was definitely a profitable business. Zhou Shu thought quickly and then saw Mi Ziwen's eager expression. Since you are so kind, General Mi, then I shall accept. You're still calling me General Mi? Mi Ziwen was overjoyed. I'm a few years older. You can call me Big Brother Mi from now on. Big Brother? Yes. Mi Ziwen smiled happily. Zhou Shu was somewhat speechless. Why is he so happy like he picked up 100 taels of silver? Why do I feel like I suffered a loss? A big brother for no reason? Big brother, if we become sworn brothers, don't we need to drink chicken blood and kowtow to the heavens? What's all that for? Mi Ziwen asked. But you and I are sworn brothers, so logically, we should hold a banquet and announce it to the world. He thought for a moment. Teacher might not want to get too involved with Zhou Shu on the surface. If I make things too big, teacher might be unhappy. But I have to prepare for an expedition recently, and I'm busy with military matters. Let's talk about this later. Official business is the most important. The banquet is not important. Zhou Shu hurriedly said. He didn't want to make such a big fuss. Mi Ziwen was someone on the assassination list. If the news of them becoming sworn brothers spread, who knew what those spies would do regarding him? Big brother, my background is lowly. If the news of us becoming sworn brothers spreads, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation. So I think it's better not to publicize this matter, Zhou Shu said after some consideration. Unexpectedly, Mi Ziwen nodded. We'll do as you say, second brother. We're brothers, and we don't have to care about the unnecessary and overly elaborate formalities outside. Zhou Shu frowned. Second brother, why does this form of address sound so awkward? What is this? If we're brothers, so be it. What is the meaning of adding the second? But then again, can't I be considered cozying up to a big shot now? It isn't too much to call him the successor of the chairman of the military commission, right? If anyone dares to talk nonsense with me in the future, I will slap them directly. If they dare to resist, I will tell them that my big brother is Mi Ziwen. At the thought of this, Zhou Shu laughed in his heart. Calling him big brother in exchange for the perks isn't a loss. Second brother, Mi Ziwen continued. I came in a hurry today and didn't bring anything with me. I'll give you a gift next time. I see that the conditions here are a bit crude. I have some banknotes here. Take them first and buy whatever you like. I'll help you purchase more things when I return from my expedition. How can the brother of Mi Ziwen stay in such a shabby place? Mi Ziwen took out a stack of banknotes and stuffed them into Zhou Shu's hands. How can teacher's bloodline stay in such a place? He added in his mind. Zhou Shu held the stack of banknotes, completely surprised. Big brother is so generous. My 0th workshop is built pretty well. Why do you call it shabby? But I like such a big brother. Big brother, you're too kind. A smile appeared on Zhou Shu's face as he put the banknotes into his clothes. Big brother, please come in. Hey Tang, serve tea, good tea. Hey Tang looked confused. Tea? What tea? You're welcome, second brother. Mi Ziwen shook his head with a smile. Business is more important. I wonder how the forging of the Heben sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and horse-slaying sabers is coming along? If there are any difficulties, you can tell me. I will explain it to the general. Look, this is a real big brother, Zhou Shu thought. He smiled. Everything is going smoothly. I guarantee that everything will be delivered on time. Don't worry, big brother. A batch of weapons has been forged. Big brother, you can check and take them with you first. It's also good to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with the weapons in advance. Good, as expected of you, second brother. Mi Ziwen was overjoyed. I almost forgot. The great general asked me to bring you some martial arts secret manuals. Previously, I didn't know that it was for you, so I didn't gather enough. Later, I will definitely find a few good martial arts secret manuals for you. Mi Ziwen was like a child of wealth. He took out a few martial arts secret manuals and stuffed them into Zhou Shu's hands. Zhou Shu smiled even more happily. Although he didn't need martial arts manuals, no one would complain about having too many good things. If he didn't need them, he could give them away. Come, big brother, let me show you my workshop. Zhou Shu pulled Mi Ziwen's arm and warmly welcomed him into the 0th workshop. Chapter 52, Give me more sworn big brothers like him. Big brother, these are the weapons we've finished forging. Zhou Shu led Mi Ziwen to the storeroom and pointed at a few large boxes. Our 0th workshop has just been established, and we don't have enough manpower. Also, our cooperation isn't very good yet, so the forging efficiency isn't high, Zhou Shu explained. But the situation is improving. Within a month, we will be able to complete the mission assigned by the Great General. There will be no problems. Mi Ziwen nodded while looking at the completed weapons and was actually quite surprised. Before coming to the forging division, Mi Ziwen had done his homework. To be honest, Meng Bai's mission of forging 3,000 Heben sabers, 1,100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and 500 horse-slaying sabers seemed rather tough to him. Although he didn't know much about forging, he was a general after all, and he had a deep understanding of weapons. Putting aside the Heben saber, sharp weapons like the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber were definitely not easy to forge. This kind of craftsmanship was not something an ordinary forging apprentice could master. If there wasn't enough manpower, how would the forging quantity increase? In such a short period of time, the 0th workshop actually produced so many 100 refinements ring pommel sabers and horse-slaying sabers? My brother is truly capable. But he's teacher's son after all. Isn't it normal for him to have such ability? Second brother, to be honest, before coming here, I didn't expect you to be able to forge so many weapons, Mi Ziwen said with a smile. Initially, I thought if I was able to get 300 horse-slaying sabers before going out to battle, I would be confident in surprising the barbarian army. Now, you are the one who gave me a surprise. Based on your current progress, you should be able to complete the Great General's mission within a month. I don't want to challenge military law. I have to do it even if it costs me my life. Zhou Shu took the opportunity to complain. Mi Ziwen smiled without saying anything and changed the topic. Second brother, the horse-slaying saber you forged is indeed extraordinarily powerful. This saber is enough to ensure the safety of Great Xia for 50 years. Is it that exaggerated? Zhou Shu smiled foolishly. This big brother I got so easily speaks so nicely. In Zhou Shu's previous world, the horse-slaying saber was indeed very powerful. Anyone who had one automatically became a powerhouse. But there were high-level martial arts in this world. No matter how strong a standard weapon was, it was still unable to withstand a single blow compared to ranked weapons. Of course, this didn't mean that standard weapons were useless. Although there were high-level martial arts in this world, the majority of people were still ordinary people. For example, in the 3 armies of Great Xia, the country protector army was composed of ordinary people. and the number of soldiers it had far exceeded that of the demon executing army and fiend eradication army, which was formed of ranked martial artists. Even in this world of high martial arts, there were not many strong ranked martial artists, and ordinary people could still hold high positions in this world. For example, the generals of the country protector army. Even though they were not ranked martial artists, they still held high positions. Zhou Shu would not belittle himself just because he had forged standard weapons, but he would also not be arrogant because of this. Even though this world's unranked martial artists also had great prospects, the powerful ranked martial artists still had more authority. In terms of weapon forging, it was the same. Ranked weapons were the real deal. Big brother, if you say that, I will become proud, Zhou Shu said. Second brother, you don't lead soldiers, so it's normal that you don't know the function of the saber. Mi Ziwen shook his head. I've personally used the saber you created. I know its power very well. Anyone who has been on the battlefield will definitely not neglect its function. Big brother, you've used the saber. Zhou Shu said in surprise. He didn't care about the battlefield at all. In any case, he had no intention of going to the battlefield. He was just a forging apprentice. Even if a large-scale war broke out and everyone became soldiers, he would only be a logistics soldier. Why would he go to the battlefield? He suddenly recalled that the horse-slaying saber had completed a kill previously, and the legendary armament cannon had rewarded him with the golden bell shield? Does it have something to do with this new big brother of mine? That's right. A complicated look flashed across Mi Ziwen's eyes, but he still nodded and said, Second brother, you're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. Not long ago, our Great Xia seized a secret list belonging to the enemy. This secret list recorded the information of the enemy's spies lurking in our Great Xia. After obtaining the secret list, in order to prevent the spies from obtaining the news, the imperial court used the great strength of the three armies to seal the information. Before the spies could react, they were all captured. Speaking of which, it's a bit embarrassing, but I also had a spy lying in ambush. Mi Ziwen smiled bitterly. In his heart, he treated Zhou Shu as his teacher's illegitimate son, but he didn't feel like airing his dirty laundry. That spy had lurked around me for more than 10 years. Perhaps to gain my trust, he saved me many times. Although he had ulterior motives, kindness is kindness, and hatred is hatred. For the sake of my country, I couldn't let him go. But I also couldn't bear to see him being tortured by the authorities. Thus, I took action to send him on his way. What I used was precisely the horse-slaying saber you forged. Mi Ziwen seemed to have finally gotten the chance to talk about this. He talked non-stop about what had happened. He didn't even hide the matter of the secret list. Of course, he didn't mention the contents of the secret list. After hearing Mi Ziwen's words, Zhou Shu suddenly understood. He was the one who had thrown the secret list to Cheng Wanli, so he knew its content. After piecing things together, he knew that there had definitely been a battle that outsiders didn't know about. Second brother, you don't think that I'm soft-hearted, do you? Mi Ziwen said with a bitter smile. That spy of mine has an extraordinary identity. If I could have captured him alive, we would definitely have been able to obtain a lot of intelligence about the enemy. But because I couldn't bear to. Zhou Shu shook his head. Humans aren't like grass or wood. How can we be emotionless? If I were you, I would have done the same. Killing him was to fulfill the duty of the country. It was also to fulfill the friendship you've had for the past 10 years. Second brother, do you really think so? Mi Ziwen was surprised. Of course. Zhou Shu nodded seriously. I was right about you. Mi Ziwen was very moved. He grabbed Zhou Shu's shoulder and said, no wonder I felt like we connected at first sight, second brother. It turns out that our hearts are connected. Big brother. Zhou Shu hurriedly interrupted him. If you don't know how to say it, then you shouldn't say anything. Two grown men talking about connecting at first sight. Have all the spies from the enemy nation been cleaned up? Zhou Shu changed the topic. Some were killed while resisting. Most were captured alive, Mi Ziwen said. This time, we had the help of an expert. After obtaining the secret list, we quickly sealed off the news. Most of the spies didn't receive the news and were captured before they could react. The expert you speak of is right in front of you, Zhou Shu thought. These spies have all been sent to prison and will be executed in a few days. Before I set off, I have another mission, which is to supervise the execution, Mi Ziwen continued. Supervise the execution? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Mi Ziwen looked at Zhou Shu as if he was looking at his real brother. He patiently explained, usually, executions wouldn't have anything to do with me. But the execution of spies is different from ordinary executions. These spies were all painstakingly trained by Great Xia. If we kill them, Great Xia will definitely retaliate strongly. And the officer in charge of the executions will definitely be the target of their revenge. Then, big brother, aren't you in danger? Zhou Shu said. Hearing Zhou Shu's concern for him, Mi Ziwen smiled happily and continued to explain, there are definitely some dangers, but the spy I killed has an extraordinary status in Great Xia. Even if I don't supervise the execution, I can't avoid Great Xia's revenge. Since that's the case, we might as well let Great Xia take revenge on me alone. Mi Ziwen raised his head proudly. At this moment, he looked more like the famous genius in the secret list. Second brother, it's not that I'm boasting, but I, Mi Ziwen, have some ability. It won't be easy for Great Xia to kill me. Zhou Shu believed his words. Mi Ziwen was one of the top talents on the secret list. How could such a genius be so easy to kill, especially when he knew that the Great Xia would take revenge? Big brother, if you're going to supervise the execution, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if Zhou Shu suddenly had a thought. There's no need to stand on ceremony between us brothers. If you have anything to say, just say it. Mi Ziwen smiled. In the capital of Great Xia, there aren't many things that I can't do. Even if I can't do it, there are still people who can. How could teacher sit back and do nothing about second brother's matter? Other than usurping the throne, what else can teacher not do? Mi Ziwen was very confident about this. He now firmly believed that Zhou Shu was Meng Bai's illegitimate son. If Zhou Shu and Meng Bai knew, who knew how they would feel? The two of them had only met a few times. Meng Bai was taking care of Zhou Shu purely out of love for talents. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Shu waved his hand. Big brother, aren't you going to supervise the execution? You will have executioners there, right? I'm thinking, can you let those executioners use horse-slaying sabers to carry out the executions? Mi Ziwen was startled and asked doubtfully, use horse-slaying sabers? That's right, Zhou Shu said. When I was developing the horse-slaying saber, I envisioned it as a weapon of slaughter. How can a weapon of slaughter not see blood? Sabers can only be considered true weapons after seeing blood. Big brother, you will be going to war soon. If you can let the sabers see blood in advance, I think it will be beneficial to your soldiers who use the sabers. Zhou Shu randomly came up with a reason. After all, he was the creator of the saber, so he could say whatever he wanted. Mi Ziwen didn't doubt Zhou Shu's intentions and nodded. Since it's a weapon, it does matter whether it has seen blood or not. It's fine. I don't care what weapon is used for the execution. The sharpness of the horse-slaying saber is no less than an executioner's blade. I will take care of it. Zhou Shu was delighted. The more kills the horse-slaying saber completed, the more benefits he would receive. There were over 100 spies on the assassination list. Even if only half of them were publicly executed, there were still dozens of them. How many levels could dozens of people raise his golden bell shield? This big brother of mine is really not bad. He gave me money the moment we met, and now he's giving me cultivation. Give me more sworn big brothers like him. Chapter 53, He has to call you uncle. Mi Ziwen asked his entourage to bring along the weapons Zhou Shu had forged. He was about to leave the 0th workshop when he suddenly stopped and turned around. Second brother, since you mentioned the execution, when the time comes, if you're free, you should come to the execution ground to take a look. I have to go too. Zhou Shu said in surprise. Why would I go? Didn't you just say it? Anyone who supervises the execution will be marked by Great Xia. Great Xia is a powerful country that's not inferior to Great Xia. How could it be good for them to hate me? My arms and legs aren't like yours, Mi Ziwen. You are the successor of Great Xia's god of war, Meng Bai. If I'm targeted by Great Xia, how can I protect myself with just the title of Mi Ziwen's sworn brother? This title will make Great Xia hate me even more. You don't have to go. Mi Ziwen smiled. This is just my suggestion. Second brother, although you forge, you shouldn't neglect the importance of the martial Dao. A person who does not know martial arts won't be able to forge good weapons. What does this have to do with me going to watch the execution? Zhou Shu asked. Forgers had to understand the martial Dao. He understood this point. After all, weapons were meant for martial artists. If forgers didn't understand the martial Dao, how could they forge good weapons? As you said before, a weapon must see blood before it can become a true weapon. A true martial artist is no different. Second brother, you don't have many chances to kill enemies in the capital. It might be useful to go to the execution ground to take a look. Mi Ziwen smiled. At least it can train his courage, right? In the military, he had seen plenty of new recruits who were scared stiff after seeing a dead person for the first time. So that's how it is? Zhou Shu heaved a sigh of relief. He really wasn't afraid of blood. In this life, he had already killed people. At the very beginning, he had felt miserable for many days after killing the Forging Apprentice with ill intentions. Now, he no longer felt much even after killing dozens of men in black. Even Zhou Shu didn't know whether he had become more cold-blooded or more mature than his previous life. However, he knew that he didn't like killing people. But he didn't like being killed even more. If someone threatened his life, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. All right, I'll go take a look when the time comes, Zhou Shu replied. But big brother, you will be there on official business, so I won't disturb you when I'm there. I'll just watch from outside the execution ground with others. As it should be. Mi Ziwen nodded. He didn't want to expose his relationship with Zhou Shu. If teacher knows about it, who knows what the consequences will be. Since teacher doesn't want to acknowledge second brother, perhaps he has other plans. I became sworn brothers with second brother on impulse. Who knows if it will disrupt teacher's plans? After calming down, Mi Ziwen regretted his carelessness. But now that they were sworn brothers, there was no point in regretting it. He couldn't just turn his back on him. That would really offend him. Mi Ziwen left the 0th workshop with a bitter smile. Zhou Shu's feelings weren't that complicated. Having a big brother didn't affect him much. If there was something, it would be that he became rich. Becoming rich could solve many problems. Therefore, Zhou Shu was very happy. How generous! Zhou Shu counted the banknotes that Mi Ziwen had just given him. When he received them, he had only felt a thick stack. At the time, he hadn't thought much about it. But now that he counted them, it really didn't disappoint. There were 20 banknotes in total, each worth 100 taels. Altogether, they were worth 2,000 taels of silver. According to the prices in his previous life, 2,000 taels of silver was almost equivalent to 4 million yuan. Zhou Shu felt as if he had won the lottery. This big brother had given him 4 million yuan on the first meeting, and he had even said that he didn't bring anything this time and would give him another gift next time. Is this the happiness of the rich? Haitang, is this big brother of mine very powerful? Zhou Shu turned to ask Haitang. Haitang was the princess's maid before, so she probably knew some things that ordinary people didn't. Haitang was actually still in a daze. She had been assigned by the princess to stay with Zhou Shu. To be honest, Zhou Shu, the mere superintendent of a forging division workshop, was not worthy of her attention. As the princess's trusted maid, even the ministers of the court had to be polite to her. But now, she really felt that she couldn't see through Zhou Shu. Sir Mi actually became sworn brothers with him? Is it possible that he really has some strengths that I don't know? Not only does Her Highness value him so much, but even Sir Mi became his sworn brother? Haitang was extremely puzzled. You mean Sir Mi? Haitang shook her little head. What am I thinking? What do these things have to do with me? I'm only a little maid, so I just have to complete Her Highness's mission properly. Of course. Sir Mi has a powerful background, Haitang said. He's the son of the first wife of the Mi family, one of the 8 great families of Great Xia. He has been talented since he was a child. He studied literature and came top 3 in the imperial examination. He learned martial arts, and Great General Meng valued him and took him in as his disciple, inheriting the Great General's art of war and martial arts. A master of both civil and military arts? Is he really that good? Zhou Shu was flabbergasted. The assassination list only recorded Mi Ziwen being suspected of being General Meng's successor. There was no more information. The suspected information was now confirmed by Haitang. That's for sure. He Tang nodded solemnly. Superintendent, Sir Mi may be young, but he's already. He Tang spoke a series of terms: rank, official rank and noble rank, but Zhou Shu didn't know much about them. In short, Mi Ziwen had a family background, status and a bright future. He was definitely not much inferior to Yan Huiyu. The Mi family has a lot of rare mineral mines. For a lot of forging materials, the Mi family is the exclusive supplier. A few thousand taels of silver is nothing to the next head of the Mi family, He Tang continued. 2,000 taels of silver was a massive amount to ordinary people. But to some people, it was really nothing. Mi Ziwen was one of them. Ha, my big brother is so rich. In that case, won't I be rich in the future? Zhou Shu laughed unconcernedly. Come, He Tang, we'll split half. These are for you. Zhou Shu divided half of the banknotes and stuffed them into He Tang's hands. Although Her Highness sent you here, and you're not a formal member of the 0th workshop, since you're here, you're one of us. Take the money and spend it however you want. Our 0th workshop has money. He Tang's eyes widened, and her little mouth opened, but she couldn't make a single sound. Is this Superintendent Zhou's specialness? He gave away 1,000 taels just like that? The reason Sir Mi doesn't care about the 2,000 taels is because he can afford it. Superintendent Zhou, you used to be just a forging apprentice, and now you're just a minor official. Are you trying to bribe me into betraying Her Highness? Impossible. How could I, He Tang, be bribed with money? He Tang's petite face became incomparably resolute. She was just about to return the money to Zhou Shu when he turned around and walked out. Superintendent Zhou, where are you going? Wait for me. When He Tang thought of her mission, she no longer cared about the money and hurriedly chased after him. I'm going to the Divine Constable Bureau to collect a debt. Why are you following me? Zhou Shu looked helplessly at He Tang, who was closely following him. You're on vacation today. He really didn't need anyone to serve him. Although it felt good to have a pretty little maid by his side, it was still troublesome. If not for He Tang following him, he could have used his cultivation to rush to the capital. But now, he could only walk there slowly. Not to mention whether it would tire him or not, it was a waste of time. No, Her Highness told me to follow you closely, He Tang said stubbornly. Did Her Highness ask you to serve me or monitor me? Zhou Shu said angrily. Serve. He Tang said without hesitation. I've never seen any maids who don't know how to do anything, Zhou Shu couldn't help complaining. He Tang's face turned red, and she almost told the truth. She was not a palace maid who did chores. She was the princess's personal maid and bodyguard. She was responsible for protecting the princess. There were palace maids to do chores like laundry, cooking and cleaning. But she couldn't tell him this. The princess had said that she was to hide her identity and stay beside Superintendent Zhou as an ordinary maid. On the one hand, she was responsible for protecting him. On the other hand, she wanted to see if there were any undiscovered spies around him. He Tang didn't understand why the princess didn't want her to tell the truth, but she had to follow the princess's orders. All right, follow me if you want. Although Yan Huiyu had said that He Tang would serve, he didn't really dare to order her around like an ordinary maid. Who knew why the princess had sent someone to his side? But he didn't think that the princess really cared about his life. But let me say this first. I'm going to the Divine Constable Bureau to collect a debt. If they beat me up, you'll be implicated, Zhou Shu intimidated He Tang. He Tang pursed her lips. You're going to the Divine Constable Bureau to look for Sun Gongping, right? He won't dare to hit you. You know that I'm going to look for Sun Gongping? Why won't he dare to hit me? Zhou Shu said strangely. Besides Sun Gongping, who else do you know in the Divine Constable Bureau? The 0th workshop has never provided weapons to the Divine Constable Bureau, He Tang thought. Previously, under the orders of the princess, she had been paying attention to the movements of the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu's background was clean, and besides Sun Gongping, he had no other dealings with the Divine Constable Bureau. If he sees you now, he will have to call you uncle. If he dares to hit you, he will be disrespectful. He Tang had a smile in her eyes. Who will have to call me uncle? Sun Gongping? What do you mean? Zhou Shu was really puzzled. Chapter 54, Who gave you the confidence? Sir Mi's cousin is Marquis Wei Yiwen's wife. Sun Gongping is her son, and you are Sir Mi's sworn brother, He Tang said while twiddling her fingers. Zhou Shu was speechless. She makes it sound so complicated. Isn't Mi Ziwen Sun Gongping's uncle? Sun Gongping's identity is truly extraordinary. But in comparison, mine seems even more extraordinary. When he thought about how Sun Gongping would have to call him uncle, Zhou Shu couldn't help laughing. He really wanted to see Sun Gongping's expression when he heard this news. He Tang, do me a favor. Zhou Shu chuckled. What favor? He Tang asked doubtfully. Don't tell Sun Gongping that Sir Mi is my big brother yet, Zhou Shu said. Why? He Tang subconsciously asked. But before Zhou Shu could reply, she continued, don't worry. I won't speak carelessly. She had received professional training. She would never say things she shouldn't. As the personal maid of the princess, she had heard countless secrets. If she hadn't kept her mouth shut, she would have died long ago. Half a day passed when they finally arrived at the Divine Constable Bureau. I'm going in to handle some matters, so you don't have to follow me. Go stroll around the city and come back in 2 hours, Zhou Shu said to He Tang. I can't. He Tang was just about to speak when Zhou Shu interrupted. The Grand Minister asked you to serve me, so you must listen to me. Go. Then he walked into the Divine Constable Bureau. He Tang was stunned for a moment. Zhou Shu should be very safe in the Divine Constable Bureau, so I might as well take this time to report to Her Highness. Sir Mi and Zhou Shu becoming sworn brothers is a huge matter. I have to inform Her Highness as soon as possible. At this thought, He Tang no longer hesitated. She turned her body and nimbly leaped over the wall. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared. She was much faster than during the journey to the Divine Constable Bureau. Walking all the way from the 0th workshop with Zhou Shu, He Tang had felt suffocated. Zhou Shu walked more than 10 meters into the Divine Constable Bureau when someone jumped out and shouted, "Who dares to trespass into the Divine Constable Bureau? I am Zhou Shu, the superintendent of a forging division workshop. I've come to look for Sun Gongping, Divine Constable Sunday." Zhou Shu cupped his hands. When the man heard this, he nodded and muttered something as he brushed past Zhou Shu. He had no intention of verifying Zhou Shu's identity. Zhou Shu felt somewhat speechless as he watched this person disappear before his eyes. Is the Divine Constable Bureau so casual? Aren't they afraid of people sneaking in? He had forgotten that in a place like the Divine Constable Bureau, people with ulterior motives would hide. Who would walk right into a trap? Zhou Shu continued to walk in. After walking for another 10 minutes, he met another person. This time, he took the opportunity to ask where Sun Gongping was. When he found Sun Gongping was wielding a thick rod as tall as a person. The rod turned into shadows, bringing with it surging air waves. Seeing Zhou Shu arrive, Sun Gongping swung the long rod in his hand in a circle, then slammed it heavily onto the ground. A crisp sound reverberated in the air. Sun Gongping casually tossed the long rod to a distant weapon rack. He wiped the sweat off his face and asked doubtfully, "Old Zhou, why are you here?" "To find you, of course," Zhou Shu said. "Looking for me? Could it be that you've already developed the weapon?" Sun Gongping said in surprise. "Let me see. What weapon is it? How can it be so fast?" Zhou Shu said in annoyance. "I haven't seen the customization fee yet." Hee. Sun Gongping chuckled. "You can't blame me for that. Old Ma hasn't approved the money yet. I can't possibly pay for it myself, right? Even I can't bear to eat a meal at the Drunken Immortal Inn every day." "I'm not here for this," Zhou Shu said. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Sun Gongping about this matter. Daily meals from the Drunken Immortal Inn had just been a passing remark. "Great Divine Constable Sun, I wish to meet your Divine Constable Bureau's boss. Can you help me pull some strings?" Zhou Shu said seriously. "You want to see Old Ma?" Sun Gongping asked bewilderedly. Zhou Shu had already learned from He Tang that the boss of the Divine Constable Bureau was called Ma Fengzhang, the old Ma that Sun Gongping had mentioned. Ma Fengzhang was the Divine Constable Bureau's commander and a third-rank Grand Master. At the same time, he was also a second-rank official of Great Xia. His position was extremely high. "Yes," Zhou Shu said. "It's not that easy to meet Old Ma." Sun Gongping frowned. Old Ma was a third-rank Grand Master and a second-rank official. Although he didn't put on airs, he was not someone that anyone could meet. Although Zhou Shu was the superintendent of a forging division workshop, he wasn't qualified to meet Ma Fengzhang under normal circumstances. The only exception was the superintendents of the first 36 workshops of the forging division. These people were all at least forging masters, and their statuses were worlds apart from that of Zhou Shu. Just tell me if it's possible. If not, I'll think of another way, Zhou Shu said. It's not impossible, but you have to tell me first. Why do you want to see old Ma? Sun Gongping said. If he, Sun Gongping, wanted to make something work, nothing was impossible. I wish to discuss a collaboration with Commander Ma, Zhou Shu said. Collaboration? Yes, I can only tell you the details when I see Commander Ma. Don't worry. This collaboration will only benefit the Divine Constable Bureau. Old Zhou, what gave you the wrong impression? Sun Gongping said. What makes you think that you can discuss a collaboration with old Ma? Just because I asked you to develop a customized weapon? I'll tell you the truth. Although standard weapons may be useful to the Divine Constable Bureau, they're not that important. The Divine Constable Bureau's main strength is ranked martial artists. What we need the most are also ranked weapons. If you can forge a ranked weapon, you are barely qualified to discuss a collaboration with old Ma. Now. Sun Gongping shook his head. He was not looking down on Zhou Shu but was stating a fact. Collaboration required both parties to be equal in strength or authority. To put it bluntly, both parties had to be useful to each other. What use did Zhou Shu have for Ma Fengzhang? Forging? There were simply too many workshops in the forging division that could forge standard weapons. Whether we can collaborate or not is up to Commander Ma, Zhou Shu said. You just need to help me pull some strings. As for how to convince Commander Ma, that's up to me. Are you serious? Sun Gongping asked with a deep voice. Your question is interesting. Did I walk dozens of kilometers to the Divine Constable Bureau just to joke with you? Zhou Shu said. Can you give me a definite answer? It's getting late. I still have to rush back to the forging division. If you want to see old Ma, no one else will be able to let you meet him, Sun Gongping said. But am I an ordinary person? Just wait and see. With that, he strode off in a certain direction. Zhou Shu stayed where he was and looked around casually. Finally, his gaze fell on the rod that Sun Gongping had just waved. In the past, he didn't know that Sun Gongping was actually a rod user. He had thought that Sun Gongping was good at using sabers or swords. But there were also swords and sabers on the weapon rack. Perhaps he knew a bit of everything. While Zhou Shu was lost in thought, Sun Gongping had already returned. Beside him was an elegant scholar who looked to be in his 30s. This person was Ma Fengzhang. As expected of the young marquis, he could invite whoever he wanted. Last time, it was Yin Huo, and this time, it was Ma Fengzhang. Anyone else definitely wouldn't be able to invite them. You want to see me? Ma Fengzhang didn't put on any airs. As soon as he saw Zhou Shu, he smiled. Zhou Shu, Superintendent Zhou, I've long heard of your great name. Commander Ma, you've heard of me? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Of course, Ma Fengzhang said with a smile. In the assassination list, the only genius he didn't know was Zhou Shu, who had suddenly appeared on the list. After obtaining the assassination list, Ma Fengzhang had specially investigated Zhou Shu. Naturally, he couldn't find anything. Zhou Shu's background was extremely clean. His 3 generations of ancestors were all forging apprentices of the forging division. He had a good background. I heard from Gongping that you want to discuss a collaboration with me. I wonder what kind of collaboration it is? Ma Fengzhang asked with interest. Zhou Shu glanced at Sun Gongping without saying anything. Ma Fengzhang understood. Gongping, go out for a while. Me? Go out? Sun Gongping couldn't believe it. I'm being told to leave? What the hell? I'm the middleman. Go out. Ma Fengzhang said gently but firmly. Sun Gongping's face fell, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. If old Ma lost his temper, nothing good would happen. He glared fiercely at Zhou Shu and walked out. Zhou Shu shrugged, unconcerned. Sometimes, knowing too much might not be a good thing. He was helping him. After Sun Gongping left, Ma Fengzhang sized up Zhou Shu and continued, you can say it now. Here, you don't have to worry about eavesdropping. This was the Divine Constable Bureau, and Ma Fengzhang was personally overseeing this place. If he said that there was no need to worry, then there was indeed no need to worry. Ma Fengzhang sized up Zhou Shu while Zhou Shu also sized up Ma Fengzhang. The great commander of the Divine Constable Bureau had an aura as deep as the ocean. He was the strongest person he had seen since his rebirth. But looking at him, Ma Fengzhang didn't seem to see through his cultivation. Zhou Shu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had never learned any aura-concealing techniques, his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique was a cultivation technique focused on the physical body. As for the Golden Bell Shield, he had only reached the first level. His true Qi cultivation was extremely shallow, so it wasn't strange that Ma Fengzhang couldn't see through his cultivation. Do you want to discuss collaboration with me as the superintendent of a forging division workshop? Or do you want to discuss a collaboration with me as yourself? Ma Fengzhang said with a faint smile. Zhou Shu nodded in his mind. As expected of the Divine Constable Bureau's boss, he can see the problem with a single glance. It was completely different to collaborate with him as the superintendent of a forging division workshop or with him as himself. He took a deep breath and went over his previous thoughts before speaking. Chapter 55, Development is the first priority. Old Zhou, what did you talk about with old Ma? 2 hours later, Sun Gongping escorted Zhou Shu out of the Divine Constable Bureau. He nudged Zhou Shu with his shoulder as the two of them walked side by side. It's a secret, Zhou Shu said. That's not nice of you, Sun Gongping exclaimed. I treat you as my brother. What are you hiding from me? It has nothing to do with whether or not you treat me as a brother, Zhou Shu said. He added in his mind, I'm your uncle, nephew. What he had told Ma Fengzhang was somewhat taboo. It wouldn't be good for anyone if too many people knew about it. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, if I tell you, it won't work, Zhou Shu casually explained. It would have been better if he hadn't tried to explain. The more he tried to explain, the more confused Sun Gongping became. He felt as though 100 claws were scratching in his heart. Why don't you tell me in secret, and I'll pretend I don't know? Can you keep the secret? Zhou Shu asked. Yes. Sun Gongping nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Me too. Zhou Shu said. On top of a tall building in the Divine Constable Bureau, Ma Fengzhang had his hands behind his back while watching Zhou Shu walk out of the Divine Constable Bureau's main gate, and the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. What an interesting young man. If not for his clean background, I would really suspect that he's a spy from some country. He's just a forging genius. Which country would be willing to use him as a spy? Strategic cooperation, interesting. After Zhou Shu returned from the Divine Constable Bureau, his days became as boring as when he was still a mere forging apprentice. Every day, he would start forging from when he woke up in the morning until he went to sleep at night. He didn't leave the workshop for a single day. The only change was that he now had another job, which was to test the work efficiency of Zhang Yaibei and the others. In the past, when he was just a forging apprentice, Zhou Shu only needed to immerse himself in forging. After becoming a superintendent, Zhou Shu gradually had a better understanding of how the forging division's workshops operated. Not looking at the first 36 workshops of the forging division since they were already at a completely different level of existence. In the remaining 72 workshops, there were tens of thousands of forging apprentices. Some were in charge of forging, some were in charge of refining ores, and some were in charge of repairing and mending. In short, each workshop had its own jobs. In the past, Zhou Shu thought that since a forging apprentice could forge a weapon or two a day, wouldn't the entire forging division be able to supply tens of thousands of weapons a day? How many soldiers did Great Xia have to have in order to use these weapons? Later, when he became a superintendent, he learned that among the tens of thousands of apprentices, only a portion of them were in charge of forging standard armaments. Furthermore, standard armaments were not only swords and sabers but also bows and arrows, spears, armor, and so on. The land area of Great Xia was several times larger than that of China in his previous life. Just the number of soldiers guarding the country numbered in the millions. Even if there was no war, the loss of weapons during training was not a small number. Not to mention, there was never a lack of wars at Great Xia's borders. Zhou Shu and Ma Fengzhang had reached a strategic cooperation. Compared to the superintendents of the forging division's workshops, he had one more source of obtaining information. The more he knew, the more he understood the difference between a forging master and a forging apprentice. If a forging apprentice was an assembly line worker of a weapon factory, then a forging master was a technological talent who studied missiles. There was no comparison between the two. Forging masters were never born from forging apprentices. They had their own inheritance system. This was also one of the reasons why the forging division didn't place much importance on apprentices. No wonder the higher UPS didn't seem to notice when Xiao Zhongshui and the other superintendents oppressed the apprentices. Thinking back to his previous experiences, Zhou Shu cursed in his heart. It was not that the Great Xia imperial court didn't value talents, but rather, it didn't value forging apprentices as talents. Even someone like Zhou Shu, who had already shown his talent in forging, was only worth nurturing for the Great Xia imperial court. He was still not that important. Before he became a forging master, no matter how talented he was only a forging apprentice. No one could guarantee that they could become a forging master. Even if one was talented as a child, they might not necessarily grow up to become a genius. There was no shortage of such examples everywhere. Of course, Zhou Shu was not an ordinary forging apprentice. The Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and horse-slaying saber he had developed had extraordinary significance to Great Xia's military. Otherwise, Yin Huiyu wouldn't have directly promoted him to be the superintendent of the 0th workshop, and Emperor Yuan Feng and Meng Bai wouldn't have paid much attention to him. This was equivalent to directly promoting an assembly line worker to a national cadre and even gaining the attention of the country's chief and military commission's chief. The path of a forger is fraught with difficulties. The path of a martial artist is not that easy either. Zhou Shu had also obtained some information regarding martial artists from Ma Fengzhang. Great Xia had an extremely strong martial arts culture, and almost everyone practiced martial arts. But it would already be considered good if even one out of hundreds of them managed to become a ranked martial artist. This was equivalent to a lot of people going to school. There were not many who could actually get into the first-class universities. Furthermore, although becoming a ranked martial artist would allow one's status to be above others, this status didn't come without conditions. In Great Xia, all ranked martial artists had to either join the Demon Executing Army, Fiend Eradication Army, or the Divine Constable Bureau. At the very least, they had to become consecrated by the Divine Constable Bureau. Want to be a free man? Sorry, but ranked martial artists, with the exception of wanted criminals, had to be taken in by the country. They were all either under management or cleaned up. There was no third option. It was impossible to use force to become a tyrannical tycoon in Great Xia. And although there were many benefits in accepting the country's recruitment, there were also many obligations. All the ranked martial artists in the Demon Executing and Fiend Eradication armies had missions they had to complete. The Divine Constable Bureau was the same. To put it simply, ranked martial artists had higher statuses and better treatment. But at the same time, they also had to face dangers that ordinary people didn't have to encounter. Unless one's martial prowess surpassed that of a country, there was no such thing as a martial artist who could look down on the imperial court. So what if one was a first-rank martial artist? The Emperor of Great Xia was a first-rank martial artist, and there were also many first-rank martial artists in the imperial court. If anyone dared to rebel, they would still die. It's a good thing that I was cautious enough not to reveal my martial Dao cultivation. Otherwise, I'd have to carry out dangerous missions frequently. Zhou Shu rejoiced. He had originally thought that if he displayed his talent, Great Xia might nurture him. From the looks of it now, although he might be nurtured, the risks were not small either. Once he showed his martial Dao cultivation, even if the imperial court took care of him for his talent in forging, he would still have to carry out certain tasks. It's safer to be a forger. There's no need to fight and kill. Zhou Shu was very satisfied with his current choice. One day, when my cultivation level surpasses the first rank, I will reveal my cultivation. My Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique has already reached the 8th level. The saber intent of the heavenly saber art has also achieved lesser mastery. Only this golden bell shield is at the first level. Zhou Shu calculated his current capital. At the first level of the golden bell shield, its only use was to reduce the pain when he was beaten. To Zhou Shu, this was completely useless. To him, only by cultivating to the 12th level of the golden bell shield and attaining an invincible body would he not die, even if others punched and kicked him, slashed him with swords, burned him, drowned him, didn't allow him to eat and sleep, and even poisoned him. Only then would he be truly safe. I wonder what benefit the horse-slaying saber will bring me from this execution. Counting the days, it was almost time for the execution Mi Ziwen mentioned. Mi Ziwen had promised Zhou Shu that he would let the executioners use horse-slaying sabers for the execution. This way, he would definitely be able to reap some benefits. He just didn't know what level his golden bell shield could reach with this execution. And about Great Xia's military parade that Ma Fengzhang mentioned. Zhou Shu thought of another thing that Ma Fengzhang had told him. The Emperor of Great Xia had already given him special permission to participate in Great Xia's military parade. The news would be announced very soon, and at that time, it would probably cause him a lot of trouble. In the history of Great Xia's military parade, there had never been a forging apprentice who participated in the parade. The bird that sticks out gets shot. Even in the peaceful world of his previous life, he still had to face cyber violence when he became famous, let alone here. I have to think carefully about how to show enough strength not to let others look down on me while keeping a low profile. Before this, he didn't show much of his abilities and was already on the assassination list of Great Wei. If Great Xia hadn't handled it well, there might have already been people coming to assassinate him. Zhou Shu now had a very clear understanding of himself. Although he had some strength, it was absolutely not to the point where he could act as he pleased. It was never wrong to keep a low profile. After I finish Great General Meng's mission, I have to go talk to the Grand Minister. The 0th workshop must make its own mark. I don't want it to become a sweatshop like the 97th workshop. After obtaining so much information from the Divine Constable Bureau, Zhou Shu began to consider even more things. He wanted stability and development now. In this world where experts were everywhere, blindly seeking stability was not a good choice. When it was time to do something, one had to do it. Only by truly becoming stronger could one truly be at ease. Otherwise, everything would be like a rootless tree without water. The 0th workshop was his foundation. He wanted to achieve some things here so that he could have a stable footing. If the Grand Minister agrees with me, that would be great. How can I make her agree? I wonder if I can reason with a woman? If I can't reason with her, at most, I'll use my beauty boy trap. Zhou Shu gritted his teeth. No matter what, I have to get Yan Wu to agree with my idea. Otherwise, I won't be able to carry out my subsequent plans. Chapter 56, On the Execution Ground. The capital, entrance to the market. Zhou Shu mingled into the noisy crowd as he watched the heavily armed soldiers escort the prisoners into the execution ground. Mi Ziwen was sitting on the execution platform in the middle of the execution ground, looking elegant and easygoing. Behind him stood a row of soldiers wielding sabers. These soldiers were tall and muscular, looking extraordinarily mighty. But in Great Xia, being a muscular man did not mean that he was strong. On the contrary, only those who didn't look very strong, such as Mi Ziwen, were likely to be real experts. Stand in front of me. Zhou Shu used his shoulder to block the people around him, giving Haitang space. He now felt that the reason why Yan Wu sent Haitang to his side wasn't for her to serve him but to find a master for me. She didn't know how to wash and cook, but she was still too young to warm the bed. Yet no matter where he went, she had to follow him. Most of the time, it was Zhou Shu who took care of her, just like now. I told you not to follow me. What's there to see at an execution? When you see the beheadings later, be careful not to have nightmares at night. Zhou Shu said angrily. Haitang blinked and secretly rolled her eyes. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. Why would I be afraid of beheading? Then, why are you still here? Haitang asked. After spending a few days together, she gradually felt that Zhou Shu wasn't a bad person. Many times, how should she put it? Yes, he was very gentlemanly. Am I the same as you? I'm a man, understand? Zhou Shu glared at her. Besides, my big brother is supervising the execution. Don't I have to come support him? Haitang's face darkened. Do you really need to come support Mi Ziwen in such a place? Haitang, do you think these people are all the spies that Great Wei planted in Great Xia? Zhou Shu looked around the execution grounds. There were less than 100 prisoners kneeling in rows, at most 60 to 70. This was fewer than Zhou Shu had imagined. He had originally estimated that there would be at least 100 people. Right now, there were only 60 to 70 people. He didn't know how much benefit they could bring him. Definitely not. Haitang glanced at Zhou Shu as if he was an idiot. How could the spies be cleaned up? There must be some who are hidden deeply and haven't been discovered by the Divine Constable Bureau. Zhou Shu thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Back then, there were only a few dozen spies recorded in the list. Even with the ones Great Xia had discovered without his help, it was impossible that they were all the spies of Great Wei. Haitang, let me ask you a question. Let's see if you know, Zhou Shu said. What? Haitang said without turning her head, examining the spies with interest. Where do the ordinary executioner's blades come from? Are they also from the forging division? Zhou Shu asked. He realized that executioners probably killed the most frequently here. If he could forge a blade for them, wouldn't it be faster for him to gain cultivation? They're definitely from the forging division, Haitang said. All the weapons in Great Xia come from the forging division, and commoners are forbidden from privately forging weapons. However, I don't know which workshop is providing them. Zhou Shu nodded. Just as he was about to ask something else, he suddenly heard Haitang speak excitedly. There's actually a ranked martial artist captured. She pointed at a prisoner from afar. Is that so? Zhou Shu followed her finger and looked over. A man in his 40s or 50s was kneeling there with his head lowered. His hair hung down and covered his face. In fact, most of the prisoners on the field looked like him. He couldn't even tell who was who. Zhou Shu had originally not paid too much attention. But after being reminded by Haitang, he carefully observed and indeed noticed a surge of energy within the prisoner's body. But the power seemed to be restricted. Can't a ranked martial artist be a spy? Zhou Shu said. That's not it. Haitang shook her head. It's just that it's not that easy to capture them alive. Even if they can't escape, it's easy for them to end their own lives. There's nothing remarkable about being a ranked martial artist, Zhou Shu thought. It's not like they're high-ranked martial artists. Those 8th and 9th rank martial artists are actually not that powerful. At least, if he encountered a 9th rank or 8th rank martial artist, he had the confidence to capture them alive. Look, it's starting. Zhou Shu's eyes lit up, and he said happily, Big Brother Mi is indeed a trustworthy person. Haitang glanced at Zhou Shu in surprise, not knowing why he was so excited. Aren't they just using the horse-slaying sabers he forged to carry out the execution? Is there a need to be so happy? Could it be that the sabers will become sharper after seeing blood like he said? Haitang didn't know much about forging, but even she knew that once a weapon was successfully forged and sharpened, it could only get damaged and wouldn't become stronger. Unless they were divine armaments that could be nurtured by martial artists. The horse-slaying saber is just a standard weapon. How could it become sharper just because of blood? Although she didn't believe it, Haitang still looked curiously at the horse-slaying sabers in the soldiers' hands. She wanted to see if these sabers would change after killing someone. She didn't know if Mi Ziwen took Zhou Shu's words to be true, but he was indeed prepared to use the horse-slaying sabers to carry out the execution. Furthermore, he didn't even use executioners this time. The executioners were members of the horse-slaying team he had just formed. These soldiers were strong men that Mi Ziwen had specially selected from the country protector army. He was preparing to form a horse-slaying team that would play a special role on the battlefield. And their equipment would be horse-slaying sabers. The reason he had arranged for these people to carry out the execution this time was firstly, he had promised Zhou Shu, and secondly, he wanted them to familiarize themselves with the horse-slaying sabers before they left for battle. After all, the horse-slaying saber was a new weapon. They had never used such a weapon before. Before going out to battle, they were told to use the horse-slaying sabers to kill people once and familiarize themselves with the weapon. They could also experience the bloodiness of the battlefield and not pee their pants in fear due to the cruelty of the battlefield. Lines of soldiers marched onto the execution ground and stood behind the prisoners. Their faces were expressionless as they gripped the long handles of the horse-slaying sabers with both hands. The blades gleamed coldly under the scorching sun. The surrounding commoners had never seen the horse-slaying saber before. Now, they looked at the mighty blades and started discussing. Superintendent Zhou, be careful. Haitang's voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. If anything happens later, remember not to stray too far from me. Zhou Shu looked at Haitang in surprise, then looked around. There's nothing unusual going on. Did Haitang discover something? Zhou Shu wasn't a slow-witted person. After so many days, he had long realized why Yin Wuyu had sent Haitang to his side. He, Zhou Shu, was also a famous person on Great Xia's elite assassination list. As the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, Yin Wuyu naturally couldn't sit idly by. She had most likely sent Haitang to his side to protect him. This could be seen from Haitang, a maid who didn't know how to do anything but had the cultivation of an 8th-rank martial artist. How could Zhou Shu not suspect something after the person who was protecting him said that? But even though he secretly sensed the surroundings, he still didn't discover anything unusual. Logically speaking, he was more powerful than Haitang. Why is Haitang able to discover the abnormality but not me? Zhou Shu was somewhat uncertain and puzzled. Haitang didn't answer. Her petite face looked around warily, and her hands were already tucked into her sleeves. Zhou Shu could faintly sense fierce cold qi coming from her sleeves. It turned out that her pair of daggers were hidden in her sleeves. This is the capital of Great Xia. Would anyone dare to raid the execution ground? Zhou Shu said with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, a ray of light appeared out of nowhere and landed on the execution ground. This light shot toward Mi Ziwen. Big brother! Zhou Shu exclaimed. Mi Ziwen seemed to hear Zhou Shu's voice. He turned and smiled at Zhou Shu, then raised his hand and struck out. Dazzling white light shot out from his palm like a sharp blade and collided with the other white light. Boom! Powerful qi flew in all directions and fell onto the surrounding crowd like sharp knives. The soldiers in charge of the execution, including the prisoners, all seemed to have been stabbed by countless sharp knives. Their clothes were torn, and blood flowed out from the wounds. The prisoners screamed loudly, but the soldiers holding the sabers stood straight and motionless as if they were uninjured. It's an assassination! Run! Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd around the execution ground. The scene instantly became chaotic. Zhou Shu felt the crowd surge toward him like a wave. He didn't dare to exert too much force. In his daze, he was already pushed over the barricades by the crowd and landed in the execution ground. Superintendent Zhou! Haitang let out a delicate cry and leaped into the air. Like an agile swallow, she rushed toward Zhou Shu. At this moment, a black shadow darted out from the crowd and stabbed at Haitang with a sharp blade. Be careful, Haitang! Zhou Shu yelled. 2 streaks of white light flew out from Haitang's sleeves, and 2 crisp clangs rang out. She blocked the opponent's attack. But at the same time, she also fell from the sky, unable to continue and unable to reach Zhou Shu's side. Amid the noisy crowd, a few shouts rang out once again. Countless hidden spies holding people as hostages rushed into the execution ground. Kill! Mi Ziwen's voice resounded throughout the area. Without any hesitation, the soldiers raised their horse-slaying sabers and shouted, Kill! The blades descended, followed by pillars of blood shooting into the sky. Blood splattered across the entire execution ground. Chapter 57, Fish Escaping the Net. The horse-slaying saber sliced through the air. Heads flew one after another, and blood splattered on the execution ground. Zhou Shu's eyes turned red. Then a barrage of messages appeared. The Golden Bell Shield technique has increased by 20% because the horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The Golden Bell Shield technique has increased by 20% because the horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The Golden Bell Shield technique has doubled because the horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Zhou Shu. Although the messages flashed by very fast, Zhou Shu still spotted a difference in one of them. The Golden Bell Shield technique's power has doubled. In an instant, Zhou Shu felt the true qi in his body surge. The meridians in his limbs and bones were struck by the powerful true qi until they swelled and hurt. Sounds of bull's tendons rupturing came from within his body. The Golden Bell Shield technique's 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. In just a few breaths, Zhou Shu's cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield technique broke through several levels. Especially after the Golden Bell Shield technique doubled, Zhou Shu broke through to the 6th level. At the 6th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique, the practitioner was already considered a top-notch expert. Any sharp blade would find it difficult to injure the practitioner unless it pierced through the practitioner's vital points, such as the eyes, ears, mouth, lower body, or important acupoints. This description was recorded in the Golden Bell Shield technique. However, the Golden Bell Shield technique came from a low martial arts world, so the top-notch experts mentioned here were probably not considered top-notch in Great Xia. He estimated that the top-notch experts mentioned in the description were low-ranked experts in Great Xia. At the 6th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique, unless a 9th-rank martial artist attacked one of his vital points, he wouldn't get hurt. Even if it was an 8th-rank martial artist, it wouldn't be that easy to hurt him. Bang! While Zhou Shu was feeling the sudden increase in the power of the Golden Bell Shield technique, he suddenly felt his body tremble. A pair of hands was pressing against his chest. He opened his eyes and saw a stunned generic face. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out as Zhou Shu's true chi surged, and the large force sent the generic face flying backward. At this moment, Zhou Shu realized that someone had actually taken advantage of the chaos to try to kill him. He didn't know if the other party was deliberately targeting him or if he was just conveniently attacked amid the raid of the execution ground. What he knew was that the other party wanted his life. To anyone who wanted his life, Zhou Shu only had one principle: kill them first. Regardless of who this person was. Zhou Shu suddenly stomped on the ground like a ferocious tiger released from its cage and instantly appeared in front of the assassin. Zhou Shu moved so quickly that the assassin had no chance to react. Crack! Zhou Shu's shoulder slammed into the assassin's chest, and the sound of bones breaking resounded. The assassin's ribs were broken, and he was sent flying far away like a kite with a broken string. He crashed onto the ground with a bang, rolled a few times, and then stopped moving. Blood foamed at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Although Zhou Shu was not proficient in martial arts, he had reached the 8th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, giving him immense strength. And now he had reached the 6th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique. His skin was like bronze and his bones were like steel. This assassin had basically been slammed into by a running elephant. With his cultivation, it would be strange if he didn't die. What a waste! Zhou Shu sighed. If he had used a blade to kill him, he would have been able to use it to his advantage and gain some benefits. It was a pity that he didn't bring a saber. Zhou Shu looked around. The execution ground was already in chaos. Although the people raiding the execution ground had saved some prisoners, most of the prisoners had been beheaded on the spot. They were already surrounded by a large number of soldiers who had appeared out of nowhere. Apart from a few ranked martial artists, the rest of the people who had raided the execution grounds had all died under the siege of the soldiers. Even the few remaining ranked martial artists were not in good shape. If they couldn't break out of the encirclement, they would probably not be able to hold on for long. Zhou Shu also saw Haitang. She was holding 2 daggers in her hands while chasing and attacking a spy. Although the spy's cultivation wasn't much weaker than hers, he was still completely suppressed by her and couldn't fight back. He didn't expect that this little girl was actually so strong when she fought. The way she swung her pair of daggers was really dazzling. Zhou Shu suddenly thought of Mi Ziwen and turned to look at the execution stage. He saw Mi Ziwen standing on the execution platform with his hands behind his back, calmly commanding the army to encircle and hunt. He didn't look like he had any intention of making a move himself. Seeing Mi Ziwen's appearance, Zhou Shu suddenly realized something. It seemed that Mi Ziwen had already expected people to raid the execution ground. He had set up a trap, so there was no way these people would be able to escape. Although Zhou Shu didn't know Mi Ziwen's cultivation level, he could tell from Haitang's description of Mi Ziwen that he was definitely not weak. Among the spies of Great Wei who came to raid the execution ground, the most powerful ones were only at the 7th or 8th rank. If Mi Ziwen made a move, he would probably be able to finish them off very quickly. The reason he didn't was that he wanted to use these people to train his troops. What a pity! If only they were using weapons I forged? Zhou Shu repeatedly sighed. I missed such a good opportunity just like that. Had I known Big Brother Mi wanted to set up a trap, I would have provided him with more weapons. Superintendent Zhou, why are you sighing? Haitang's voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Shu's ears. She had finished off her opponent and rushed to Zhou Shu's side while the other spies of Great Wei were surrounded by soldiers. After seeing that Zhou Shu was safe and sound, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she heard him sigh. These spies of Great Wei deserve to die. Haitang said seriously. Great Xia and Great Wei were mortal enemies. For many years, both sides had lost count of how many people had died in each other's hands. This hatred was almost impossible to resolve. Haitang thought that Zhou Shu sighed because he felt sorry for the spies of Great Wei, but she didn't know that Zhou Shu only felt sorry that their deaths didn't bring him any benefits. Hey Tang, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Zhou Shu shook his head and changed the topic. You, a ranked martial artist, actually condescended to follow me around all day? Hey Tang, you don't have any special intentions for me, do you? Hey Tang's face flushed. I don't have any. Her Highness asked me to protect you. Previously, Great Xia's spies wanted to assassinate some people of Great Xia. Her Highness was worried that you would encounter assassins, and the Divine Constable Bureau and Demon Executing Army and Fiend Eradication Army didn't have enough manpower, so she sent me over. After this, the Great Xia's spies shouldn't do anything else for the time being, so I won't have to protect you anymore. That's good. Zhou Shu said casually. What did you say? He Tang glowered. Nothing, Zhou Shu said. I thought you would stay at the 0th workshop forever. His tone was devoid of sincerity. He Tang pursed her lips. Who would be willing to stay in a place full of stinky men? Although the 0th workshop is well built, how can it compare to staying with Her Highness? Second brother. While they were speaking, the few remaining spies of Great Xia had already died under the siege. To Zhou Shu's surprise, a barrage of messages flashed in front of his eyes again. Before he could read them, he heard Mi Ziwen's voice. Sorry for scaring you. Mi Ziwen's body swayed as he arrived beside Zhou Shu. Whether it was intentional or not, there were no soldiers around them. Even the assassin who had died from the collision with Zhou Shu had been dragged away. In order not to leak the news, I didn't tell you in advance. I was a little worried just now. Fortunately, second brother, you're alright, Mi Ziwen explained. It's fine. Big brother, why are you treating me like an outsider? Zhou Shu said. They're just a few sneaky thieves. I wasn't afraid at all. I've already started cultivating the cultivation techniques you gave me. Zhou Shu hadn't been worried about exposing his cultivation when he killed the assassin. After all, this assassin wasn't a ranked martial artist. Moreover, he was someone who had comprehended saber intent in the saber cave. Even if he didn't have any true essence cultivation within his body, killing an unranked martial artist wasn't an inexplicable matter. Besides, he could completely attribute the effects of the collision just now to his young and strong body. He was a forger and had nothing but strength. Just as Zhou Shu thought, Mi Ziwen didn't care too much about Zhou Shu killing an assassin. Second brother, you are quite talented in the martial dao. Although you started cultivating a little late, if you work hard, you might be able to achieve something in the future. I will find you some heaven and earth treasures. You might just be able to make up for your years of being behind, Mi Ziwen said. Thank you, big brother, Zhou Shu said. He could sense that his big brother was truly concerned about him. I'm your big brother. You don't have to thank me. Mi Ziwen shook his head and continued, second brother, I'm going to war in a few days. Unfortunately, I didn't complete my mission today, and a rather powerful spy got away. I don't have time to continue pursuing this person. Although the Divine Constable Bureau will follow up, this person is very quick-witted and has hidden himself well. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find him. This person is ultimately a hidden trouble in the capital. Second brother, your cultivation is currently too weak. Before this person is captured, it's best you stay in the forging division and don't wander around the capital, Mi Ziwen said in a low voice. This has nothing to do with me, right? Zhou Shu wondered. Even if a spy of Great Xia escaped, it has nothing to do with me. If the spy wants to kill someone, doesn't the capital of Great Xia have plenty of talents? No matter what, he probably won't set his sights on a mere workshop superintendent. It's better to be safe than sorry, Mi Ziwen said seriously. I will send a few guards to your side later so that you won't have to worry about assassins. Now, listen to me. The workshops of the forging division are much safer than the streets of the capital. Chapter 58, Negotiating with the Princess. I don't come to the capital often anyway, Zhou Shu said. Big brother, is the cultivation of the person who got away very high? Mi Ziwen's expression was serious as he said in a deep voice, I exchanged moves with him just now. His cultivation level should be similar to mine, probably around the 4th rank. The 4th rank? Zhou Shu smacked his lips. The 4th rank seems quite powerful. I might not be able to defeat him. If he could master both the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the Golden Bell Shield Technique, he wouldn't have to be afraid. I understand, Zhou Shu said. Don't worry, big brother. Our workshop is usually very busy, and we don't have time to come to the capital to have fun. Mi Ziwen nodded and suddenly said, "Second brother, have you ever thought about changing environments?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Shu asked curiously. "If you're willing, I can transfer you to the military, and you can accompany me on this expedition. At that time, if you can gain some military merits, it won't be a problem to get a position. With him around, it would be easy to become a 5th or 6th rank deputy general." Since ancient times, the easiest place to get promoted was on the battlefield. In the forging division, if Zhou Shu wanted to get promoted to the 5th or 6th rank, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xiao Zongshui and Li Hongyuan had been superintendents for decades, and in the foreseeable future, their chances of promotion were extremely low. Unless Zhou Shu became a forging master, the present of Xiao Zongshui and the others was his future. "No need." Zhou Shu shook his head repeatedly. "Go to the battlefield? No way. I'm living well in the forging division. Why would I want to seek death on the battlefield? I'm doing pretty well in the forging division. Besides, I really like forging." "Alright. Then, I won't say anything more. If you ever change your mind, come find me," Mi Ziwen said. After speaking with Zhou Shu for a while, he left to deal with the aftermath. "Haitang, you have accomplished your mission. Will you retire now?" When Zhou Shu turned around and saw that Haitang was still here, he was a little surprised. "Her Highness wants to see you." Haitang didn't answer but said something else. She looked angry. Zhou Shu was puzzled. "How did I offend her?" "The Grand Minister wants to see me," Zhou Shu said. "Great, I have something to discuss with her too." "Where is she?" "Follow me." Haitang turned to leave. Zhou Shu didn't expect Yin Wuyu to be so near the execution ground. On the top floor of a tall building, she was sitting by the window. Outside the window, the execution ground was within sight. Zhou Shu's heart tightened. Luckily, he hadn't recklessly revealed his strength earlier. Even though he had killed the assassin, it was still within an acceptable range. Otherwise, perhaps no one on the stage would have noticed it, but Yin Wuyu definitely would have. "Grand Minister, how may I help you?" Zhou Shu arrived in front of Yin Wuyu and cupped his hands. Yin Wuyu turned her head, and a contemplative look flashed across her devastatingly beautiful face. "You started cultivating the martial Dao." "About that, Great General Meng got someone to give me a few martial arts secret manuals. I casually flipped through them when I had nothing to do, but I still haven't made any progress," Zhou Shu said. This was the answer he had long prepared. "You didn't make any progress, yet you managed to kill someone with a single blow. It seems that you are quite talented in the martial Dao," Yin Wuyu said lightly. "I don't know about that, but I'm a little surprised that I was able to knock that person to death just now. Maybe it's because I've been forging all year, and my strength is greater than most people." Zhou Shu shrugged. "Grand Minister, are you looking for me because of this?" Zhou Shu asked. No. Yin Wuyu shook her head and reached out to tuck her hair behind her ears. It was a simple action, but her action was extremely charming. "Let me ask you something. How is the progress of the forging mission Great General Meng gave the 0th workshop?" "It's almost done. We will definitely deliver the weapons in time," Zhou Shu said. "That's good." Yin Wuyu nodded. "I heard you invented a new weapon forging technique." "It's not a new weapon forging technique. It's a new management method," Zhou Shu explained. "If all the forging apprentices have mastered the corresponding forging techniques, there's actually no need to use this method. I'm just using it as a temporary measure." "It's a temporary measure, but it's extremely beneficial to the forging division," Yin Wuyu said. "I plan to promote this method in the forging division. What do you think?" "Sure," Zhou Shu said. "Although I don't think it's very meaningful for forging other weapons, you can give it a try. I will remember your contributions." "Alright, you can leave now." Yin Wuyu waved her hand. "Oh right, I still have use for Haitang. Let her return to my side first." Zhou Shu was speechless. "This is it? You called me over for such a trivial matter? Am I a man that you can summon as you please? I won't leave just because you ask me to leave." "Grand Minister, I have something to report," Zhou Shu said. "What is it?" Yin Wuyu turned to look at the busy soldiers on the execution ground outside the window. "Grand Minister, what is your motive for setting up the 0th workshop?" What are your plans for the 0th workshop? Zhou Shu asked. Yin Wei looked back at Zhou Shu strangely. This wasn't a question a mere forging apprentice would ask. No, he was no longer a forging apprentice but a workshop superintendent. But to Yin Wei, they were both the same. What do you think my purpose is? I don't know what your purpose is, Grand Minister. Zhou Shu said confidently, but I don't think you set up another workshop outside of the 108 workshops just to add another sweatshop, right? A sweatshop? Yin Wei didn't understand him, and she raised her brows in confusion. Zhou Shu knew he had misspoken, so he didn't say more. Instead, he gave a perfunctory reply. I mean a workshop similar to the other workshops. Every month, you work as hard as you can and then hand over a batch of weapons. I feel that if that's all, Grand Minister, there's no need for you to set up the 0th workshop. The existing workshops are more than enough to supply the standard weapons of Great Xia's armies. Yin Wei didn't comment but instead signaled Zhou Shu to continue. Zhou Shu continued, Grand Minister, that's why I believe that you established the 0th workshop not just to increase the production of some standard weapons. I don't know what you think, Grand Minister, but as the superintendent of the 0th workshop, I have an immature suggestion. I hope you can consider it. I personally feel that the forging division is lacking a specialized workshop to study standard weapons. Zhou Shu calmly said, now that the 0th workshop has just been built, everything will start from scratch. I thought that it would be better to turn it into a research facility for weapons. Research facility? How do you explain the word research? Yin Wei said. She tried her best to look shrewd, but the curiosity in her eyes betrayed her. Research is about studying the forging process and finding ways to increase the efficiency of the forging process, then develop new standard weapons or even ranked weapons, including analyzing and disassembling the enemy's weapons, Zhou Shu explained. Yin Wei nodded. In the past, the forging division had also done these things. But forging masters did them based on their own interest. The concept of this research facility Zhou Shu proposed intrigued Yin Wei. Are you saying that the 0th workshop will focus on developing weapons in the future and will no longer take on daily forging tasks? Yin Wei asked. Yes. Zhou Shu nodded. If we take on daily forging tasks, it will consume a lot of our energy. How will we have the time and energy to develop new weapons? But Great Xia doesn't need so many new weapons. Yin Wei's words almost caused Zhou Shu's plan to fail before he could carry it out. Doesn't need so many new weapons? In other words, developing standard weapons is meaningless to Great Xia? Alright, I have to admit that Yin Wei's words make sense. After all, this wasn't the Earth of his previous life. Although standard weapons were important, ranked weapons were much more important. What determined the true strength of a country was still the ranked weapons. Standard weapons were just the foundation. Right now, the standard weapons of Great Xia were already the most powerful in the entire continent. What was the use of them being stronger? You can't say that, Zhou Shu said. Grand Minister, Great Xia's standard weapons may be ahead of other countries now, but being ahead now doesn't mean that we will always be ahead. If we stagnate and the other countries continue to advance, they will surpass us sooner or later. With the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers and the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, we won't have to worry about Great Xia for at least a few decades, Yin Wei said confidently. These two standard weapons are already the pinnacle of standard weapons. Zhou Shu felt extremely helpless. Even I'm not that confident. Grand Minister, researching standard weapons is only temporary. The ultimate goal of the 0th workshop is to develop ranked weapons. Zhou Shu clenched his teeth. I can't reason with her. Could the princess really want my body? Pfft. Yin Wei couldn't help laughing. Her smile seemed to brighten the surroundings. But she immediately realized that she had lost her composure and stopped smiling. The 0th workshop doesn't even have a forging master, yet you dare to talk about researching ranked weapons. Grand Minister, life is full of ups and downs. Zhou Shu said in a low voice. Don't discriminate against a poor young man. Right now, the 0th workshop doesn't have a forging master, but that doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Yin Wei smirked. We'll talk about the future later. At least for now, you still haven't convinced me. What if I say that every once in a while, the 0th workshop will be able to develop a new weapon? Zhou Shu frowned. In addition, these new weapons will definitely not be inferior to the previous standard weapons. Can this prove the use of the 0th workshop? Can you guarantee it? Yin Weiyu said, even a forging master wouldn't dare to speak so confidently. How about this? If you can develop a new standard weapon that is stronger than the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber, I'll agree to it. Are you serious? I never lie. Alright, let's sign a contract first. Yin Weiyu. Chapter 59, It has to be worthy of its name. This was the first time Yin Weiyu had encountered someone who kept insisting on signing a contract with her. In the past, everyone spoke to her cautiously. Who would dare to show such disbelief on their faces? But Zhou Shu had a serious expression on his face. Doesn't he know that I am the superior of his immediate superior? Would I lie to him? Yin Weiyu signed the contract with Zhou Shu in anger. She made up her mind. If Zhou Shu couldn't produce results that satisfied her, she would definitely let him know the consequences. Zhou Shu pretended not to see Yin Weiyu's anger and happily accepted the contract. It was written in black and white. Yin Weiyu couldn't go back on her word now. As long as he could produce a new standard weapon, he would be able to let the 0th workshop develop in the direction he wanted. Superintendent Zhou, tell me when you can forge a new standard weapon. Yin Weiyu's tone was a little cold. I can't just wait blindly until you can produce it. If the 0th workshop doesn't prove itself, even if I don't mind, the other workshops will have opinions. Who would dare? If they're unconvinced, they can also produce weapons such as the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber, Zhou Shu thought. But he wasn't stupid enough to argue with the big boss. He smiled. Grand Minister, you worry too much. Don't worry. I won't make you wait. Grand Minister, do you have time now? If you have time, why don't you come to my workshop? Yin Weiyu didn't know what Zhou Shu was up to, but she unexpectedly agreed. She followed Zhou Shu all the way to the 0th workshop, where Zhang Yaibei and the others were directing a group of forging apprentices to transport the newly forged weapons into the 0th workshop's storeroom. Looking at the boxes of Heben sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and horse-slaying sabers, even Yin Weiyu, who had long known, was slightly shocked. She had asked a true expert and knew the difficulty of forging the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and horse-slaying saber. Back then, she had thought that if Zhou Shu couldn't complete the mission and Great General Meng wanted to punish him, she, the Grand Minister, would help him plead for mercy. She hadn't expected him to come up with such a plan. Since the forging apprentices couldn't quickly master the forging techniques on their own, he had to break down the entire process into countless small steps that were easy to master. Then he would get people to command them. This way, the forging apprentice wouldn't need to truly master the forging techniques of the weapon to begin forging. It completely reduced the reliance on the individual's forging ability to the minimum. Thinking about it now, Yin Weiyu still found it unbelievable. Of course, she didn't know that if not for the difference between the two worlds, Zhou Shu would have even thought of mechanizing forging. But this world was different from Earth, and the ways of forging were also different. The method of melting iron into molten iron and then using molds to forge was not suitable in this world. Some familiar mechanical tools from his previous life were naturally irreproducible. This world didn't need the bellows from his previous life. This world's smelting furnaces had been modified using some method that Zhou Shu didn't understand yet, and a single person could control one. You asked me to come here just to show me this. Yin Weiyu pointed at the weapons. Of course not. Zhou Shu shook his head. Grand Minister, you don't need to care about them. Just let them do their own thing. Grand Minister, please follow me. After inviting Yin Weiyu into the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu said, Grand Minister, we agreed that as long as I can create a new standard weapon that isn't weaker than the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber, the 0th workshop will operate according to my plans. In the future, the 0th workshop will be in charge of developing weapons, and the 0th workshop will also have the right to decide which army the developed weapons and equipment will go to. I promise, Yin Weiyu said. Don't tell me you can forge a new weapon now. Grand Minister, please wait and see. Zhou Shu smiled slightly and didn't directly answer. He walked to a smelting furnace and stoked the furnace flames. Forging weapons was, to a large extent, physical work. But it was this physical work that Zhou Shu had managed to forcefully create a strange sense of beauty. Yin Weiyu and Haitang, who were behind him, watched as Zhou Shu swung the hammer again and again. They both felt that his movements were unusually coordinated, forming a different kind of picture with the leaping flames. This was completely different from what they knew about forging. Haitang, has his forging always been like this? Yin Weiyu asked softly. Zhou Shu was still wearing the clothes he had bought not long ago. These clothes didn't look like the short, coarse clothes of forging apprentices at all. Instead, they looked fit for a banquet. I don't know, Haitang replied softly. Your Highness, when he was forging, he always chased me out the door. I've never seen him forge. Yin Weiyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Her gaze fell on the weapon under Zhou Shu's hammer. Under Zhou Shu's hammering, the fiery red iron constantly changed shape. The sparks that flew everywhere seemed to have been knocked into the iron. Gradually, the shape of a blade took shape under the hammer. Yin Weiyu wasn't an expert in using sabers. She couldn't tell whether Zhou Shu had really created a new standard weapon or not. Is his forging talent really that impressive? He just developed the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber. And he's really developing a new standard weapon just like that? Yin Weiyu thought. If Zhou Shu's forging talent is truly so outstanding, then I won't be at a disadvantage even if I agree to his request. Also, should I change my attitude toward him? With such forging talent, he might really be able to advance to forging master in the future. He might even become a grand craftsman. Even though Yin Weiyu was the princess of a country, she felt that it was already a blessing for Zhou Shu to become a grand craftsman. Divine craftsman? That was almost impossible. Countless thoughts flashed through Yin Weiyu's mind, but Zhou Shu wasn't thinking too much. For him, obtaining the secret forging formula of a weapon from the legendary armament canon naturally allowed him to grasp the forging process of the weapon. Thus, forging failures didn't exist. Therefore, although it was his first time forging it, he looked as though he had carried out the entire forging process countless times. Every step was incomparably accurate without the slightest error. Under his deliberate restraint, 4 hours later, a long saber finally took shape under his hands. After completing the final step, Zhou Shu reversed his saber and handed the hilt to Yin Weiyu. Grand Minister, please review. Zhou Shu had always addressed Yin Weiyu as Grand Minister, not Your Highness. Yin Weiyu was very satisfied with this title. Being a princess was only her background, and the Grand Minister of the Forging Division was her position. She didn't want others to only treat her as a princess. She was prepared to make a career in the Forging Division. Yin Weiyu narrowed her eyes and reached out to grab the handle of the saber. Is this your new standard weapon? In fact, she only asked subconsciously. Ever since she became the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, she already knew all the information about the Forging Division like the back of her hand. The Forging Division's standard weapon manual didn't have this saber she was holding. She was certain of this. In other words, Zhou Shu had really developed a new standard weapon. Without waiting for Zhou Shu to reply, her gaze fell on the blade. The blade was slightly shorter than the standard long blade, and it had a slight curve to it, its lines smooth and perfect. Based on its appearance alone, this saber was much more exquisite than the standard long saber and the Huben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and horse-slaying saber that Zhou Shu had forged before. The Huben saber, especially the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber, had extraordinary power, but their outer appearance was coarse. Upon closer inspection, they looked a little rough, and they didn't really interest a woman like Yin Weiyu. But the saber in front of her was slender and light, looking exquisite and delicate. Even if a woman used it, it wouldn't look out of place. Have you tried this saber before? How many layers of armor can it penetrate? Yin Weiyu asked while twirling her wrist and casually swinging the saber around. I've never tried it before, but the standard weapon that I, Zhou Shu, created will definitely be able to penetrate through 3 layers of armor, Zhou Shu said confidently. Ordinary standard weapons that could only break through 1 layer of armor were already considered top-grade weapons. Standard weapons that could break through 3 layers of armor were definitely divine weapons among standard weapons. The horse-slaying saber, which excelled in killing, could break through 5 layers of armor. This was probably the limit of standard weapons. Any stronger, and it would be a ranked weapon. Yin Weiyu looked at the saber in front of her. If this saber could really break through 3 layers of armor, then Zhou Shu would win. After all, the strength of a saber didn't just depend on its sharpness. If this saber could break through 3 layers of armor, then overall, it could indeed be said to be no weaker than the horse-slaying saber. Plus, its appearance was worth additional points. I'll test it then. Yin Huiyu brought the saber to the wooden stake beside her and indicated for Haitang to put on 3 layers of leather armor. While waiting, Yin Huiyu looked at Zhou Shu. Does this saber have a name? Yes. Zhou Shu said. However, Grand Minister, you should test the saber first. If its power is lacking, then there's no need for it to exist, and it's not worthy of its name. The weapons I create must be worthy of my reputation. Zhou Shu proudly raised his head. Yin Huiyu's heart shook slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she raised the saber in her hand and slashed the leather armor on the wooden stake. Chapter 60, Spring Embroidered Saber. Pft! With a soft sound, 3 layers of leather armor broke and fell off the wooden stake. Then the blade slashed into the wooden stake, splitting into 3 parts. Surprise flashed across Yin Huiyu's pretty face. She didn't use much strength, but this blade easily split open 3 layers of leather armor. The sharpness of this saber was definitely not inferior to the Heben saber. Being able to maintain such sharpness with this appearance, this saber was no weaker than the 3 sabers Zhou Shu had developed. Yin Huiyu looked at Zhou Shu. Although her expression was still calm, a storm was raging deep within her heart. In just a few short months, Zhou Shu had managed to develop 4 new weapons. She had never heard of anyone doing this before. What kind of forging talent was this? In the past, Yin Huiyu had some doubts about whether Zhou Shu could advance to forging master. Now, she no longer doubted him. In just a few short months, he was able to develop 4 new standard weapons, and each of them had extraordinary power. If he still couldn't become a forging master, then the threshold of forging master was too high. Breaking through 3 layers of armor, this is indeed a good saber, Yin Huiyu said. You've done it. I agree to your previous requests. Yin Huiyu was indeed the Grand Minister. She would definitely not break the agreement. Yin Huiyu admired her father a little in her heart now. Indeed, her own judgment was still a little lacking. Her father had long since seen through Zhou Shu's potential. This was why he had ignored her advice and listed him as one of the candidates for the military parade. One had to know that it was unprecedented for a forging apprentice to participate in the military parade. Even for forging masters, not all of them had the qualifications to participate in the military parade. They had to pass the selection before they could obtain the qualifications. When Yin Huiyu first heard that her father had given Zhou Shu a spot, she had thought that it was because her father was taking care of her. After all, she was the one who had promoted Zhou Shu from a forging apprentice to a superintendent. Looking at it now, father indeed has discerning eyes. Grand Minister, you are indeed a trustworthy person. Since Zhou Shu had already achieved his goal, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with his praise. After all, he also knew that the contract was merely to console himself. If Yin Huiyu wanted to go back on her word, there would be nothing he could do. Now, can you tell me what the name of this saber is? Pride flashed through Yin Huiyu's eyes. She had kept her word. The name of this saber is Spring Embroidered. Zhou Shu said slowly. Spring Embroidered? Spring Embroidered Saber. Yin Huiyu raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully, what does this name mean? Whether it was the Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, or the horse-slaying saber, the names were all self-explanatory. Yin Huiyu really didn't understand the meaning of the name Spring Embroidered. Even so, she felt that the name Spring Embroidered was very suitable for this saber. Standing tall in embroidered robes in springtime, returning home proudly in colorful official clothes, Zhou Shu said. This spring embroidered saber was inspired by a good friend of mine. That good friend of mine likes to wear embroidered clothes, so I named this saber the Spring Embroidered Saber. Standing tall in embroidered robes in springtime, returning home proudly in colorful official clothes, Yin Huiyu softly recited the 2 lines, and a glint flashed in her eyes. Did you write these 2 verses? Yin Huiyu asked. Although Great Xia was flourishing with martial arts, there were also scholars. Zhou Shu's sworn brother, Mi Ziwen, had been 3rd in the imperial examination. I'm not that capable. Zhou Shu shook his head. I heard it from somewhere. I thought these 2 verses sounded good, so I memorized them. Really? Where did you hear them? Yin Huiyu asked noncommittally. It's at a restaurant called Restaurant. There's often a storyteller there, and he sometimes recites poems, Zhou Shu said casually. Did you hear if time could stop at the moment when we first met from there too? Yin Weiyu said. Zhou Shu broke out in a sweat. How does she know? He turned his gaze to Haitang. When he said this poem, only Mi Ziwen and Haitang were present. Mi Ziwen probably wouldn't tell Yin Weiyu, but Haitang. Haitang held her head high and puffed out her chest with a self-righteous expression. I was the one who told Her Highness. What can you do? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. What can I do? Maybe. I can't really remember, Zhou Shu mumbled. So, you don't remember the rest of the poem, either. Grand Minister, I'm just a blacksmith. I'm not good at literature. It's already very good that I can remember a few lines of poetry. Don't ask me about the rest of the poem. Zhou Shu cried out. Yin Weiyu raised her eyebrows again, but it was hard to tell whether she believed him or not. She didn't continue to question him and instead asked, the friend you mentioned, is it Sun Gongping? Zhou Shu braced himself and said, yes. He was just spouting nonsense. Otherwise, how could he explain the name of the spring-embroidered saber? He couldn't tell Yin Weiyu that this was the name written in the legendary Armament Canon and that there was no reason behind the name. Sun Gongping is not worthy of this poem, Yin Weiyu said indifferently. Zhou Shu was speechless. The princess is really direct. This poem was something he had read by chance in his previous life. He himself didn't quite understand the meaning of it. It seemed to be saying that when spring came, the young pillars of the country wore embroidered uniforms to return home in honor. When Yin Weiyu said Sun Gongping was not worthy of this poem, did she mean he wasn't young or was he not a pillar of the country? Zhou Shu silently mourned for Sun Gongping for 3 seconds before saying, Grand Minister, you are right. If you don't like it, we can change the name of this spring-embroidered saber, Zhou Shu said. Changing the name of the weapon wouldn't affect the function of the legendary armament cannon. The Haben saber was also known as the sharp standard long saber in the legendary armament cannon. No need. The name spring-embroidered saber is very good. Yin Weiyu shook her head and said, Superintendent Zhou, which army do you plan to supply this spring-embroidered saber to? Yin Weiyu didn't forget her agreement with Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had the right to decide which army to supply the weapons developed by the 0th workshop. Actually, this was an unspoken rule within the forging division. But no one had ever been as explicit as Zhou Shu. When the Haben saber first appeared, didn't Xiao Zhongshui find Chang Wanli to promote it? At that time, the forging division didn't interfere much either. Grand Minister, please forgive me. I have promised Sun Gongping that this will be exclusively for the Divine Constable Bureau. Just like how the Haben saber is dedicated to the Haben troops. Yin Weiyu said. Yes. Zhou Shu nodded. Do as you see fit. I won't ask too much. But the benefits, Yin Weiyu said. I understand, Zhou Shu said without hesitation. According to the rules of the forging division, all the weapons developed by the workshop belong to the division. Previously, Yin Weiyu had returned the ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber to Zhou Shu, but this didn't mean she would completely break the rules of the forging division. Even in Zhou Shu's previous life on Earth, didn't the company own the results of a single person's work? Zhou Shu didn't really care about this. In any case, no one could steal the legendary armament cannon's benefits from him. He didn't mind giving up on some money. On the contrary, the sales channels of the forging division were very important to him. If not for the forging division, how could he send his forged weapons into the military? It's good that you understand, Yin Weiyu said. However, the division won't mistreat you. You can rest assured about this. I believe you won't let me suffer, Grand Minister. Zhou Shu waved his hand dismissively. His generosity made Yin Weiyu see him in a different light. Shouldn't a person who started as a forging apprentice care more about money? He was not one of those aristocratic children who didn't need to worry about their livelihood. Yin Weiyu inwardly shook her head. Zhou Shu is really getting harder and harder to understand. And does that restaurant really have a storyteller? Superintendent Zhou, I can promise you that the 0th workshop will be exempted from the forging tasks. However, the 0th workshop must at least develop or improve a new weapon every year. Otherwise, even if I don't care, the other members of the forging division will not agree. Although Yin Wuyu was a princess and also the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, she couldn't do everything as she pleased in the Forging Division. Great Xia had its own laws. If the 0th workshop couldn't accomplish anything, then even Yin Wuyu wouldn't be able to protect him. After all, the 0th workshop was spending the Great Xia Imperial Court's money. Don't worry. The 0th workshop won't be a freeloader, Zhou Shu said confidently. 1 year to develop or improve a new weapon. This is too easy. Oh right, Grand Minister, I have a presumptuous request. Zhou Shu suddenly thought of something. I heard that the first 36 workshops of the Forging Division all have their own names. Do you think that we, the 0th workshop, can also have a name? The first 36 workshops of the Forging Division were completely different from the workshops after them. They were actually not called workshops. After all, forging masters had already broken away from the working class. They were genuine aristocrats. It wouldn't be nice to call them workshops. The first 36 workshops all had their own names. For example, the first workshop was called the First Class Hall, the 8th workshop was the Hero Building, the 15th workshop was called the Ling Xiao Pavilion, and so on. Zhou Shu was extremely envious. Their names were much better than the 0th workshop, 97th workshop, and 108th workshop. He had already prepared several mighty and domineering names for the 0th workshop, but he couldn't announce them to the outside world yet. When you become a forging master, you'll naturally have the qualifications to let the 0th workshop have its own name, Yin Wuyu said. Not now. I can agree to any other requests, but don't even think about this. Otherwise, it will be unfair to the other forging masters. Yin Wuyu's tone didn't allow any room for negotiation. All right, Zhou Shu said. Let's wait. I believe I won't have to wait too long to become a forging master. Chapter 61, Thank you for your nurturing. Superintendent, everyone is here. Please give your orders. In the square in the front yard of the 0th workshop, Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others stood proudly in a line. Their energy and spirit were worlds apart compared to a month ago. Compared to the forging apprentices in other workshops, they were glowing. This wasn't surprising. The forging apprentices in other workshops were all working from morning to night, and they were as tired as dogs every day. How good could their complexion be? As for Zhang Yibei and the others, they only needed to work 8 hours a day. Furthermore, they only had to direct other apprentices. This sense of accomplishment was incomparable to other jobs. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others were extremely glad they knew Zhou Shu and were able to move to the 0th workshop. They felt that they lived like humans now. In the past, they were animals. So now, they truly respected Zhou Shu. As long as Zhou Shu said the word, they would do anything. Everyone, there's no need to be so serious. I didn't gather everyone for anything special. It's just that we've almost completed our mission, and I want to have a chat with everyone. Zhou Shu motioned for everyone to be quiet with his hands and smiled. Before we get down to business, let's get this straight. How do you feel about spending the last month in the 0th workshop? Is there anything you're not happy about? Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others exchanged glances, but no one took the initiative to speak. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shu smiled and nodded. Brother Yibei, tell me first. Zhang Yibei said fearfully, Superintendent, you can just call me by my name. My life will shorten if you call me that. Then he calmed himself down and said, after coming to the 0th workshop, I realized that humans could live like this. Superintendent, I'm not flattering you, but I really feel this way. The time I've spent in the 0th workshop is the happiest time of my life. Here, I can eat my fill and sleep well. I can return to my wife, children, and a warm bed every day after work. I, Zhang Yibei, didn't even dare to think about such days in the past. Superintendent, if you ask me if there's anything I'm not happy with, I can tell you with certainty that there isn't. If anyone is still dissatisfied with this, their conscience has been eaten by dogs. That's right, Superintendent, we are very satisfied. 6th brother Wu and the others shouted. In a sense, the working people were very simple. As long as they were given some meager benefits, they would be able to work like cows and horses without complaints. Zhou Shu thought that the current conditions of the 0th workshop were only average. Whether it was the accommodations or other treatment, they had no essential difference from the sweatshops in his previous life. The reason Zhang Yibei and the others felt that it was good was that they had been living poorly in the past. The 0th workshop has only just been built, so the conditions are limited. This is the best we can do for now. Even if anyone is dissatisfied, I can't do anything for now, Zhou Shu said with a smile. The size of the workshop was limited. In order to build this place, Zhou Shu had spent all the money he had on hand. If Mi Ziwen hadn't given him a gift, he would still be in debt to the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works. As of now, he had no intention to further improve the working conditions of Zhang Yibei and the others. But apart from improving the working conditions, Zhou Shu had other ideas. I've gathered everyone here today because I have good news to tell you, Zhou Shu continued. After discussing with the Grand Minister, I have a clear plan for the future development of the 0th workshop. Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the rest looked at each other. Plan? What does this have to do with us? We're just forging apprentices. Isn't the planning of the workshop something for the superintendent to worry about? What does he want us to do? He can just give us instructions. Why does he want to talk to us about his plan? Zhou Shu shook his head. I have to continue nurturing these apprentices. If they can't understand their boss, how can the business, workshop develop well? Zhou Shu didn't want to get himself into a situation where he had to be involved with everything, big and small. It was very necessary to nurture a few capable assistants. Does everyone think that the plans of the workshop have nothing to do with you? Do you think that all you have to do is do your job well? Zhou Shu said. Although Zhang Yibei and the rest didn't say anything, their expressions already made it clear what they were thinking. Zhou Shu shook his head. No. The development plans of the 0th workshop are closely related to each and every one of you. Let me put it this way. The development of the 0th workshop is the foundation of your future. If you don't even know the development of the workshop, how can you take control of your own life? Take control of our own life? Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the rest were confused. How does this phrase have anything to do with us? All they needed to know was what to do. Zhou Shu felt a little helpless. Indeed, talking to the assembly line workers about the factory's development plans was a bit of nonsense. All right, you don't have to care so much for the time being, Zhou Shu said. This matter has something to do with you. The work you have to do in the future is going to change. Actually, it's not quite right to say it's going to change. Let me put it this way. The work that you have to do in the future is somewhat similar to what you've been doing for the past month. Superintendent, do you mean that we have to go to other workshops to command their forging apprentices? Command is not appropriate. Change the word. Guide, Zhou Shu said. Yes, guide. According to the agreement between the Grand Minister and I, the 0th workshop will no longer take on any specific forging tasks. Our main task from now on is to develop and improve standard weapons. Hi. When it came to general forging knowledge, Zhang Yibei and the others understood. It was precisely because they understood that they were shocked. Superintendent, are you going to drive us back to our original workshop? Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the rest said uneasily. After their time at the 0th workshop, it was really hard for them to accept that they would have to return to their original workshop. Other things aside, many of them had already brought their families into the 0th workshop's accommodations. If they were sent back to their original work shed, how would their family live? Of course not. Zhou Shu shook his head. But we only know how to forge. We don't have the ability to develop and improve standard weapons, Zhang Yibei said. They now all had a clear understanding of themselves. They were good at forging standard weapons, but developing new weapons, or even simply modifying the original standard weapons, was simply beyond their ability. You can learn slowly if you don't know, Zhou Shu said, besides, even if you don't know how, I do. For now, your task is very simple. After I develop a new standard weapon, I will teach you the forging method. Then you will go to other workshops and guide the other forging apprentices. This method was the result of Zhou Shu's careful consideration. When a weapon was developed, it had to be mass-produced. But it was obvious that the 0th workshop didn't have the manpower. This way, he would have to find a factory. Of course, this was an internal matter of the forging division. To Zhou Shu, it was equivalent to giving a portion of his accomplishments to his sister workshops. He had discussed this with Yin Huiyu, and she didn't have any objections. To the higher UPS, what they did wasn't important. What was important was the result. Zhang Yibei and the others finally understood Zhou Shu's explanation. It was just like what they had been doing. Weren't the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers and the horse-slaying sabers forged in this way? In that case, we should be able to take on the responsibility, Zhang Yibei and the others said. No, we will definitely complete the task entrusted to us by you, Superintendent. It's not that exaggerated. Zhou Shu shook his head. It's just work. In order for everyone to work more effectively in the future, I've asked someone to find some martial arts techniques. Although we're only forgers and don't need to fight with others, I don't think I need to say much about the importance of the martial dao to forging. I don't expect everyone to be ranked martial artists, but practicing the martial arts and strengthening our bodies will also be beneficial to our forging. Zhang Yibei, you're responsible for passing these martial arts manuals to everyone. Everyone will choose one to cultivate. This matter is very important. It directly concerns your future salary. You must pay attention to it, understand? Zhang Yibei carefully took a few books from Zhou Shu and said solemnly, understood. His hands were trembling slightly. Martial arts in Great Xia were flourishing. On the surface, everyone had the opportunity to cultivate the martial dao. But in fact, the opportunities people received were very different. Just like Zhang Yibei and the others, they had all cultivated some elementary cultivation techniques before. But these cultivation techniques were the most crude and common ones. They were just barely able to strengthen their bodies. It would be difficult for them to achieve anything with them. Now that Zhou Shu had even prepared cultivation techniques for them, how could Zhang Yibei not be moved? He didn't even need to look through them to confirm that the cultivation techniques Zhou Shu had taken out were definitely better than the ones they had previously cultivated. Thank you, Superintendent, for your nurturing. Zhang Yibei fell to his knees and kowtowed. Thank you, Superintendent, for your nurturing. Sixth brother Wu and the others followed suit. Some people even had tears brimming in their eyes. Perhaps even if they had a cultivation technique, they wouldn't have much of a future in the martial dao. But from this, they could see how much Zhou Shu valued them. They could also see the hope of life. At this moment, they felt that they could die for Zhou Shu without any hesitation. Whoa, why are all of you kneeling? Such a solemn scene was suddenly destroyed by a voice. Everyone, withdraw. You can pick a cultivation technique that suits you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Zhou Shu waved his hand, gesturing for Zhang Yibei and the others to leave. Then his gaze fell to the door. Why are you here? Chapter 62, Go to Hell. Old Zhou, I'm here to bid you farewell. Sun Gongping stood at the entrance of the 0th workshop and leaned against the door with a smile. Zhou Shu didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that Sun Gongping's tone was much closer than before. Although he had called him this name before, at the time, it was only because of his personality. Now, how should he put it? Zhou Shu felt that he had been acknowledged. Damn it! Do I need his acknowledgement? I'm his uncle. While cursing inwardly, Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping. Farewell. Yet. Sun Gongping nodded. You're not an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you. Great General Meng wants to lead the army to the borders, and I will set out with the army. You're going to war. Zhou Shu was a little surprised. Aren't you a Divine Constable of the Divine Constable Bureau? Do Divine Constables also need to go to the front line to fight? Zhou Shu naturally knew that Meng Bai wanted to lead an army into battle. He was even in charge of forging the batch of Heben sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and horse-slaying sabers. Moreover, Mi Ziwen had previously invited him to go along with him to the battlefield to earn military merits, but he had declined. Zhou Shu didn't expect Sun Gongping to go. Logically speaking, the Divine Constable Bureau and Great Xia's 3 armies were 2 different systems. Has the situation in Great Xia reached such a critical state? Even the police have to go to the battlefield? Divine Constables obviously don't need to go to the front line. Sun Gongping shook his head. But I have a reason to go. I can't go into the details. Just take it that I'm being temporarily transferred to the military. But aren't the soldiers of the Country Protector Army all ordinary people? You're a ranked martial artist, Zhou Shu asked curiously. In a rare occurrence, Sun Gongping patiently explained, the country protector army is made up of ordinary people, but this doesn't mean there are no ranked martial artists. Cheng Wanli of the Heben troops is also a ranked martial artist. Isn't he still the commander of the Heben troops? It's true that the soldiers of the country protector army are ordinary people. But there are also many people who have advanced in the country protector army and broke through to become ranked martial artists, and they still haven't left. They usually become the generals of the country protector army. Besides, other than the country protector army, the demon executing army will be deployed as well to prevent the enemy from sending a large number of ranked martial artists into battle. I will mainly follow the demon executing army. I see. Zhou Shu nodded. Then, what should I say? Have a safe trip. He now knew Sun Gongping's identity. As a noble young marquis, he was definitely not going to the front lines to get killed, so he wasn't worried about Sun Gongping's safety. Of course. Sun Gongping said. With me, Sun Gongping, on the battlefield, no matter what kind of people they are, all of them will have to get lost. He chuckled and returned to his usual self. Old Zhou, I came to find you for another matter. I already know about the spring-embroidered saber. Old Zhou, you're really good. Sun Gongping gave a thumbs up and said proudly, standing tall in embroidered robes in springtime, returning home proudly in colorful official clothes. What a fitting description. I know that the spring embroidery saber has just been developed, and it's not realistic to mass produce it. Her Highness is holding on to the saber, and she won't let go of it. I can only come to you. Sun Gongping's eyes lit up as he stared at Zhou Shu. Old Zhou, help me forge another spring-embroidered saber. This time, I want to be equipped with a spring-embroidered saber when I go. You want a spring-embroidered saber? Zhou Shu frowned. Although the spring-embroidered saber was custom-made for the Divine Constable Bureau, it isn't for Divine Constables. It's only a standard weapon. The Divine Constable Bureau's Divine Constables were all ranked martial artists, and their weapons should be ranked ones. The spring-embroidered saber was only meant for the constables who had yet to become Divine Constables. What does it matter? Sun Gongping said. Old Zhou, you're not a ranked martial artist, so you don't know. Let me tell you. Even if I was only holding a tree branch now, I would still be able to completely suppress an unranked martial artist. Even if it's a standard weapon, I will still be able to kill with it. Zhou Shu believed him. A ranked weapon could increase the combat power of a ranked martial artist. Even if it didn't, it wouldn't affect their strength. If you want one, there's no problem, Zhou Shu said. However, you have to pay. The forging materials of the forging division belonged to the imperial court. Although it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to use them secretly to forge a saber, Sun Gongping was a young marquis. A standard weapon cost nothing to him. Old Zhou, you're being so calculative with me. I've treated you as a brother in vain. Sun Gongping scolded. Accounts should be clear even between blood brothers. Zhou Shu pursed his lips. If it was anyone else, even if they paid, I wouldn't forge for them. The workshops of the forging division were not private workshops. They didn't sell weapons. If others wanted a weapon, they would have to wait for it to be distributed. Fine, you have a point, Sun Gongping said. I'll pay. Old Zhou, did you really hear that poem from that restaurant's storyteller? Sun Gongping changed the topic. I've been to that restaurant a few times. The storyteller's standard is just average. I didn't expect him to be such a literary talent. Yin Weiyu didn't know what kind of place the restaurant was, but Sun Gongping knew. Back then, it was Sun Gongping who had told Zhou Shu about it. He probably heard it from somewhere else. He's a storyteller, after all. Nobody says he can't talk about things he hears from elsewhere, Zhou Shu said perfunctorily. That's true. Sun Gongping stroked his chin. I'll have to find him later to have a chat. I have to get him to complete the poem for me. I hope he remembers everything. Zhou Shu lowered his eyes. You're going out to battle tomorrow, so I'm sure you have a lot of things to do. Go do what you need to do. I'll deliver the spring-embroidered saber to you before tomorrow. Zhou Shu didn't want to continue this topic, so he stood up to send the guest off. Sun Gongping indeed had a lot of work to do. Before he left, he turned around and said to Zhou Shu, Old Zhou, I'll get you some forging materials unique to the barbarians. When the time comes, you'll definitely become a forging master. With that, Sun Gongping rode off. In an ordinary alley in the capital, Yin Huiyu and He Tang were dressed as men and walking on a limestone road. Your Highness, I've asked around. The restaurant that Superintendent Zhou mentioned is right in front. He Tang whispered, but... Yin Huiyu asked. But that place doesn't seem to be. He Tang hesitated. Are you trying to say that Zhou Shu lied to me? He didn't hear those poems in the restaurant. Yin Huiyu understood. Yes. He Tang hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Superintendent Zhou is sometimes a strange person. I think he was the one who wrote those 2 poems. He's just spouting nonsense about some storyteller. That's true. That fellow doesn't look like an honest person. Yin Huiyu nodded in agreement. But since we're here, let's take a look first. A moment later, Yin Huiyu stormed out of the restaurant. Damn Zhou Shu, how dare he lie to me? This storyteller doesn't even know how to recite a single poem. After walking a distance away, Yin Huiyu seemed to think of something and burst out laughing. The anger on her face instantly vanished. He Tang was confused. Your Highness, what's wrong? She didn't find anything funny. Forget it. I'll remember this. Yin Huiyu shook her head. That fellow is a forger, yet he can compose poems. Don't you think it's very interesting? He Tang's eyes were full of confusion. Zhou Shu had just picked up his hammer when he sneezed. With his current body, it was impossible for him to catch a cold. Who is scolding me? Zhou Shu rubbed his nose in thought and then began to forge the spring-embroidered saber. Zhou Shu had yet to teach Zhang Yaibei and the others the spring-embroidered saber's forging process. He wasn't in a hurry to mass-produce the spring-embroidered saber yet. But since Sun Gongping wanted one, Zhou Shu wouldn't refuse. If Sun Gongping went into battle with his saber, he would probably have many chances to kill enemies. When the time came, he would naturally receive the benefits of the spring-embroidered saber successfully completing kills. Most importantly, Sun Gongping was a member of the Divine Constable Bureau. Giving him a spring-embroidered saber wouldn't violate his agreement with Ma Fengzhang. The backyard of the 0th workshop was Zhou Shu's personal space. Without anyone present, Zhou Shu unleashed his full power. His movements left behind after-images. It was as if several Zhou Shus were forging at the same time. Amid the clanking sounds, a spring-embroidered saber quickly took shape. After carefully wiping the blade clean and looking at the sky, Zhou Shu returned to his room to take a bath and change his clothes. Only then did he pick up the spring-embroidered saber and head into the city. Sun Gongping was going to set off tomorrow, but Zhou Shu didn't know where and when he would set off, so he had to give him the saber today. After leaving the Forging Division's workshop, Zhou Shu walked far away. When he saw that no one was around, he began to exert his strength. He didn't know any lightness techniques, but his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique was at the 8th level, and the Golden Bell Shield Technique had broken through to the 6th level. His strength was universally shocking. As he ran with all his might, every step he took was over 10 feet. His speed was comparable to a galloping horse. It's said that high-ranked martial artists have the ability to fly. I wonder what it feels like to fly in the sky. This was the first time Zhou Shu was running at full speed. As he felt the strong winds blowing against him, he felt as though he was flying through the wind. Humph! Just as Zhou Shu was happily running, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his ears. Zhou Shu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly stopped moving. His feet dug a deep ditch into the ground. He suddenly looked around. Who is it? His right hand subconsciously grabbed onto the handle of the spring-embroidered blade, and the violent energy in his body was ready to be unleashed. I originally thought that you were the easiest to kill, but I didn't expect you to have hidden yourself so deeply. A cold voice rang out. Then ripples appeared in the space in front of Zhou Shu. The light seemed to distort, and a person in a black robe suddenly appeared. He only revealed a pair of cold eyes as he said coldly, "A talented forger who has such high cultivation at such a young age. Those spies actually placed you last. They must be blind. But fortunately, I've noticed it. It's your honor to die at my hands. Go to hell." Chapter 63, It seems like I'm stronger than you. Zhou Shu stared fixedly at the man in the black robe as his back turned cold. The way this black-robed man appeared exceeded Zhou Shu's understanding. Almost immediately, he thought of the person who got away at the execution ground. Zhou Shu was almost certain that this black-robed man was the man who got away. According to Mi Ziwen, the cultivation of this man should be around the 4th rank. Zhou Shu wasn't sure what rank he himself was at, but it definitely wasn't the 4th rank. A person at the 4th rank was about to become a high-ranked martial artist. They had all sorts of unfathomable mystical abilities, and their strength was immeasurable. Who are you? Are you from Great Xia? Zhou Shu pulled out the spring-embroidered saber and held it in his hand. The other party had already seen his cultivation, so there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Even though he could feel the pressure emanating from his opponent, he didn't panic too much. So what if he's at the 4th rank? I, Zhou Shu, am not an easy target to be trampled upon. If they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would die and who would live. Haha, if you want to know who I am, go ask the King of Hell when you're there. The black-robed man laughed coldly. His body swayed, and a cold light shot out from beneath his black robe, stabbing toward Zhou Shu's heart. Zhou Shu's pupils constricted slightly. He snorted coldly, took a step forward, and raised the spring-embroidered saber diagonally. Facing the attack, he didn't dodge but took the initiative to face it. The black-robed man snorted coldly. He's overestimating his abilities. How dare he go head-on against me? Just as their weapons were about to collide, Zhou Shu suddenly shook his wrist. The spring-embroidered saber transformed into a profound ray of light, bypassed the opponent's weapon, and directly slashed at the opponent's chest. If the black-robed man continued to attack Zhou Shu, he might be able to kill him, but he wouldn't be able to avoid Zhou Shu's attack. Dying together was not the black-robed man's goal. He didn't want to suffer even a little injury to kill a measly workshop superintendent. The black-robed man took a step forward, and his body flew high into the air. The seemingly extraordinary longsword in his hand descended from above, coming toward Zhou Shu's head. Zhou Shu exerted strength under his feet. The immense force brought by the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique's 8th level reached the ground and caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the hard ground. As for Zhou Shu, he had already soared into the sky. The spring-embroidered saber in his hand transformed into a sky full of saber shadows. The saber shadows were like dragons flying through the skies, creating countless images. A hint of surprise flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Seeing Zhou Shu's talent, he became even more determined to kill him. Bang bang bang! A few muffled sounds resounded. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged countless moves. The sounds of their chi energy colliding boomed continuously. The ground was already a mess. The black-robed man had chosen the time and location of his attack very carefully. This place was far from the Forging Division's workshops, and it was quite some way from the capital. Not many people would pass by normally. Now that it was getting late, there was no one on the road. No matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Zhou Shu focused and pushed the thought of escaping out of his mind. He was still a distance away from the capital, and he definitely couldn't outrun the other party. If he ran away rashly, he would only expose his back to the enemy. At that time, he would die even faster. It was better to take a risk. Zhou Shu didn't expect that the other party would come to assassinate him at this time. Meng Bai and Mi Ziwen's army had not set off yet. Mi Ziwen had previously warned Zhou Shu. But at the time, Zhou Shu felt that with so many people on the assassination list, the other party might not target him. Even if he did target him, he wouldn't leave the Forging Division's workshops. Unless the other party was courting death, he would definitely not go to the Forging Division's workshops to assassinate someone. One had to know that the Forging Division's workshops were weapon factories, and defenses around the workshops were extraordinary. Who would have thought that the assassin would actually target him and launch an assassination so quickly? I can only blame myself for being unlucky and not checking the almanac before going out, Zhou Shu thought. He didn't relax his grip in the slightest as he executed the heavenly saber art to the fullest. Even though his opponent's cultivation was high, the heavenly saber art was a saber technique that had been honed from countless combat experiences. Its might was extraordinary. In addition to Zhou Shu's divine strength, the black-robed man was unable to gain the upper hand for a while. The black-robed man's eyes flickered with a cold light. He was getting impatient. Although very few people passed by here, it was not too far from the capital after all. If he alarmed the experts in the capital, it would be troublesome if he wanted to escape. Brat, to be able to last so long under my hands, you are indeed impressive, the black-robed man said coldly. But now, you can die. The black-robed man gave a low shout. His body suddenly lit up, and the long sword in his hand suddenly sped up. Before Zhou Shu could react, the sword had already stabbed into his body. Ding! With the sound of metal colliding, the tip of the sword penetrated an inch into his flesh. But it was as though it had hit an iron plate and was unable to penetrate farther into his body. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly as dazzling white light filled his eyes. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and his figure retreated explosively. He only stopped after retreating several meters away. He stared at Zhou Shu in disbelief. Cough cough. Zhou Shu coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly straightened his body from his chopping stance. "You're strong. You're the strongest opponent I've ever met in my life," Zhou Shu said. "But it seems like I'm stronger than you." "You," anger flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, a thin red line appeared between his eyebrows all the way to his lower abdomen. The black-robed man's eyes were wide open, and his aura gradually disappeared. Even in death, he couldn't understand how he lost. Pooh! Seeing the black-robed man die, Zhou Shu spat out another mouthful of blood. Although the sword had only penetrated an inch into his flesh, the sharp sword chi had already penetrated his body, destroying his internal organs. If not for the fact that his golden bell shield technique had already broken through to the 6th level, just the sword chi would be enough to send him on his way. The black-robed man had lost because he hadn't expected Zhou Shu to have cultivated the golden bell shield techniques, making his defense abnormal. Otherwise, he would have strengthened his attack some more. If this had happened, Zhou Shu's golden bell shield technique might not have been able to withstand it. The cultivation of this escapee is below the 4th rank. I feel that he's inferior to Big Brother me. Looking at the black-robed man's corpse, Zhou Shu felt lucky. If the black-robed man's cultivation had been a bit higher, he feared that he would have died here. This world was too scary. He was already cautious enough, but he had almost failed. He had to keep a low profile in the future. His cultivation should only be at the 5th or 6th rank. Big Brother me hasn't truly fought with him, so he made a mistake in his judgment. If he was really at the 4th rank, there would be no way I could have resisted his attacks. From the looks of it, it will be difficult for me to deal with even a 5th or 6th rank martial artist. The person Zhou Shu had interacted with the most before was the 9th rank Sun Gongping. Yin Wuyu and Haitang might be slightly stronger than Sun Gongping, but Haitang was at about the 7th or 8th rank. He hadn't seen Yin Wuyu fight before, so it was hard to judge. In comparison, Zhou Shu felt that his overall strength should be around the 6th rank. If he encountered a 6th rank expert, he should be able to win. Even against a 5th rank expert, he might still be able to put up a fight. Zhou Shu's cultivation was not on the same path as the martial artists of this world, so it was not easy to judge his cultivation level. Currently, my strength should be equivalent to the 6th rank. This cultivation level is still a bit too low. I wonder if this expedition will allow me to break through to the 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the 12th level of the Golden Bell Shield Technique. The 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the 12th level of the Golden Bell Shield Technique were the highest levels of the two techniques. Zhou Shu reckoned that in this case, even if he couldn't advance to the 1st rank, he should be able to advance to 3rd rank Grand Master. There was also the Heavenly Saber Art. The Heavenly Saber Art had no upper limit, and his saber intent could continue to improve. If the 100 Refinements Ring Pommel Saber killed enough enemies, Zhou Shu felt that he could become the #1 saber wielder in the world in the future. While he was thinking, a message flashed in front of his eyes. The spring-embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with the cultivation technique, visualization of the 5 mountains true form. Visualization of the 5 mountains true form. Visualizing the true form of the 5 mountains will strengthen one's spirit. One will be unaffected even when mountains collapse in front of them. After a long time, the spirit will toughen, making it difficult for anything to harm it. It will also allow one to hide one's aura and be as immovable as a mountain. Countless pieces of information flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. 5 towering mountains appeared in his consciousness before crashing down. In an instant, he felt as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down, and his spirit was shaken endlessly. After a moment, a refreshing feeling spread throughout his entire body. His mind was clear. It was as if the entire world had become clearer. Zhou Shu even had the illusion that his spirit had become corporeal. With a thought, Zhou Shu completely restrained his aura. It was as if he had turned into a boulder, not revealing any martial artist's aura. This visualization of the five mountains' true form was a type of mysterious refinement technique. Not only could it strengthen one's spirit, allowing a martial artist to derive divine sense, but it could also restrain one's aura and allow one to be as immovable as a mountain. It had endless uses. Zhou Shu's eyes lit up. This visualization of the five mountains' true form is very powerful. It's even stronger than the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique combined. If he could master the visualization of the five mountains' true form, as long as he looked at an enemy, he would be able to make them feel as though mountains were crushing them, killing them with a single glance. Furthermore, the function of restraining his aura was also very important to him. Although there weren't many people who could see through his cultivation before, this would be even safer, right? Who knew if the legendary Armament Canon would reward him with other cultivation techniques that could easily leak his aura? Is it because the person I killed this time is stronger, so the cultivation technique rewarded by the legendary Armament Canon is also very strong? Zhou Shu wondered. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique were considered martial arts. As for the visualization of the five mountains' true form, it involved immortal cultivation and was on a completely different level. Although his visualization of the five mountains' true form had just reached basic mastery and was not that powerful, its upper limit was much higher than the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique. Zhou Shu looked at the black-robed man's corpse on the ground and praised him for being a good person for giving him benefits. On the execution ground that day, Zhou Shu suddenly thought of something he had almost forgotten. Chapter 64, Don't be unappreciative. That day, Mi Ziwen had been in charge of supervising the execution of the spies from Great Xia. Great Xia had sent people to raid the execution ground and fell into Mi Ziwen's ambush. In the battle, many of the weapons used by Mi Ziwen's soldiers were personally forged by Zhou Shu. It was also then that Zhou Shu's Golden Bell Shield technique directly broke through from the first level to the sixth level. The reason for this effect was not because his weapons had completed enough kills but because the situation was different from usual. Under normal circumstances, the horse-slaying saber would give Zhou Shu 2 years of cultivation. But at the time, there had been a succession of 20% increases, mixed with the benefit of his cultivation of the technique being doubled. Back then, Zhou Shu had felt that it was somewhat strange. The series of events that followed almost made him forget about it. If not for this black-robed assassin, he probably wouldn't be able to recall this incident. This black-robed assassin is a ranked martial artist. When the spring-embroidered saber killed him, the benefit I received was better than before. Back then, when the Golden Bell Shield technique doubled, was it because someone used a horse-slaying saber to kill a ranked martial artist? After deducing for a while, he was almost certain that this was what had happened. It seems that the benefits given by the legendary Armament Canon are different for killing ordinary people and for killing ranked martial artists. Is it that the higher someone's cultivation is, the better the benefits the legendary Armament Canon gives? Zhou Shu guessed. He felt that this was the truth, but there was no way to verify it now. Who cares? No matter how much benefits I get, I don't mind. Zhou Shu decided not to worry about this problem. In any case, he had already handed over the weapons he forged to Mi Ziwen and the army. Zhou Shu could no longer control how many kills they would complete. Why do you have to take things so hard? That's why I said that it's very dangerous outside. Don't run around randomly. Zhou Shu looked at the black-robed assassin's corpse on the ground and thought for a moment. He raised the spring-embroidered saber and sabotaged the black-robed assassin's wounds. Then he ignored the corpse and continued heading toward the capital. Getting rid of traces wasn't something he was good at. Now, this place wasn't suitable for him to get rid of the traces. No one had seen him kill him, so what if the corpse was left here? If it got discovered, someone would deal with it. Not long after Zhou Shu left, a cold wind blew past the place where he and the black-robed assassin had just fought. A black-robed figure dressed similar to the black-robed assassin appeared. When the new black-robed man saw the corpse on the ground, his pupils constricted, and he snorted coldly. As expected, they still haven't let down their guard, the black-robed man thought. A small workshop superintendent has an expert protecting him. As for the others, it looks like they'll need to remain silent for some time. The black-robed man flicked his sleeves, and a stream of black gas landed on the corpse on the ground. With a hissing sound, the corpse seemed to be corroded by poison and disappeared at a visible speed. It was not until the corpse had completely disappeared did the black-robed man lightly stomp his feet and then suddenly vanish as if he had never appeared. If Zhou Shu could see this scene, he would have realized that it wasn't that Mi Ziwen had misjudged the cultivation of the escapee but that the assassin he had encountered was not the man who got away. Fortunately, he didn't witness that scene. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a match for the man who had gotten away. Now that the man suspected Zhou Shu had an expert protecting him, he wouldn't attack Zhou Shu again for the time being. Zhou Shu rushed to the capital and handed the spring-embroidered saber to Sun Gongping. Sun Gongping was busy with the expedition, so he didn't have time to spend with Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu didn't mind. He put down the spring-embroidered saber and left. It was already late. Although the gates of the capital city weren't closed, when he thought of the assassin who had come for him, Zhou Shu still felt a little uneasy for some reason, even though he had killed the assassin. To be on the safe side, he didn't return to the forging division's workshops. It was safer to return after daybreak. Zhou Shu didn't know many people in the capital. There was only a handful of them: Sun Gongping, Yin Huo, Ma Fengzhang, and perhaps Cheng Wanli. Among them, perhaps only Sun Gongping was considered a friend. Sun Gongping was busy right now, so he naturally couldn't disturb him. If he wanted to stay overnight, maybe he should look for Yin Huo. Wasn't that nonsense? Regardless of whether it was the imperial palace or the princess's residence, they weren't places he could casually stay overnight. Ma Fengzhang and Cheng Wanli? Zhou Shu wasn't that close to them yet. Do I have to stay at an inn? Zhou Shu stood on the streets. The imperial capital lived up to its name. It was already night, but the streets were still bustling with activity. There was no sign of curfew at all. Other than an inn, there seems to be another choice. Zhou Shu felt his heart pounding. Thinking about it, he was really a little excited. The next moment, he touched his pocket and immediately felt discouraged. All of his assets had been used to build the 0th workshop. Even the meeting gift Mi Ziwen had given him was used to repay his debt. Right now, his pockets were even cleaner than his face. He couldn't even afford to stay in an inn, let alone visit a brothel. When he left for the capital, he hadn't expected to have to stay overnight here. He didn't even bring a single copper coin with him. How could he have expected to meet an assassin on the way? Although I don't know where the sense of danger comes from, returning to the workshop overnight is clearly not a good choice. After obtaining the visualization of the Five Mountains' true form, Zhou Shu felt that his spirit was always in an extremely lively state. This ominous feeling might not be for no reason. He had already been injured during the fight with the black-robed assassin. If he encountered another assassin, it would be extremely dangerous. Thus, he would rather sleep on the streets than take that risk. His life was the most important. No matter what, I am someone of status. If I go to an inn and put it on a tab, this should be doable, right? Zhou Shu thought. Why was he still stuck in the mindset of his previous life? Why couldn't he stay at an inn without money? This was not Earth, this was Great Xia. No matter what, he was still an official. A lowly official was still an official. Surely I can stay one night at an inn on credit? After thinking this through, Zhou Shu immediately stopped panicking. His mindset changed, and he became excited. After coming to this world for so long, he had never seen Great Xia's night view. On the brightly lit street, Zhou Shu strolled leisurely. The night market in Great Xia was naturally incomparable to the night markets on Earth. However, it had a different style. Although it wasn't as fancy, Zhou Shu was still very excited as he strolled around. Zhou Shu was standing in front of a noodle stall, thinking highly of it, when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Superintendent Zhou, my master invites you." He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a brocade robe looking at him. When the middle-aged man saw Zhou Shu turn around, he extended his hand and gestured for him to leave. The middle-aged man's face was full of arrogance. "Who is your master?" Zhou Shu frowned. In this bustling city, the other party shouldn't be an assassin. If the assassin dared to attack here, Zhou Shu only needed to hold on for a moment, and Great Xia's experts would rush over. To Zhou Shu, unless a third-rank grandmaster made a move, he would be able to hold on for a while no matter what. Thus, he wasn't afraid of anyone attacking him. It was not so easy for a third-rank grandmaster to infiltrate the capital. Did they really think that the Great Xia's demon executing and fiend eradication armies and divine constable bureau were useless? You'll know when you get there, the middle-aged man said, his gesture of invitation remaining unchanged. What are you up to? I won't go. Zhou Shu said straightforwardly. Then he continued walking forward. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he said coldly, Superintendent Zhou, do you know whose invitation you've rejected? I don't know, and I don't care, Zhou Shu said without turning around. I have no interest in people who hide themselves. The middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and said coldly in a low voice, do you know that if you offend my master, you will never have a place in the forging division? My master wants to see you because he has a great opportunity for you. Don't be ungrateful. The middle-aged man sounded threatening. Zhou Shu was so angry that he laughed. After being in Great Xia for so long, even when he was still just a forging apprentice, he had never met such an arrogant person. Threatening me? Do you think that I, Zhou Shu, will fear you? That's a pity, Zhou Shu said. I am ungrateful, so what? I will never have a place in the forging division? That's good. I really want to see how you're going to make me lose my place. With Zhou Shu's talent in forging, as long as Yin Wu wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't be kicked out of the forging division. Other than the Grand Minister of the forging division, who could make him lose his place in the forging division? The middle-aged man's face flushed red, and the finger he was pointing at Zhou Shu was trembling with anger. Superintendent Zhou, do you really want to offend my master? The middle-aged man said coldly. Stop, or don't blame me for using some methods. A fierce aura surged from the middle-aged man's body as he locked onto Zhou Shu. This arrogant and rude fellow is actually an expert? A dignified ranked expert actually became someone's servant? Zhou Shu stopped, turned around, looked at the middle-aged man, and said coldly, I am a government official appointed by Great Xia. I don't care who you are. If you attack a government official on the streets, even if you are a ranked martial artist, you won't be able to escape death. I wonder if the master behind you can protect you. The middle-aged man looked into Zhou Shu's eyes. In this instant, he seemed to see a mountain peak reaching into the clouds. This mountain peak was oppressing him. The immense pressure made him involuntarily take 2 steps back. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his body went limp, almost falling to the ground. The middle-aged man raised his head. When he looked at Zhou Shu again, he didn't find anything strange. Was that just an illusion? The middle-aged man was puzzled. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He frowned and said, Superintendent Zhou, you can't scare me. I just want to invite you to meet my master. I won't hurt you. What kind of attack was that? I'm not afraid no matter how far it goes. Are you coming with me or not? The middle-aged man said in a stern voice. His fingers were curled into claws, ready to strike. Chapter 65, If you say that, then I'll understand. You should be glad that this is the imperial capital of Great Xia. Zhou Shu looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man frowned, not understanding what Zhou Shu meant. He didn't know that if they weren't in the busy streets in the capital, Zhou Shu would have sent him flying with a slap. How dare a mere 9th rank martial artist be so arrogant in front of me? I've even killed a 5th or 6th rank martial artist before, okay? Superintendent Zhou, you're a smart person. We can do it the easy way or the hard way. It's your choice. The middle-aged man didn't understand what Zhou Shu meant, nor did he want to understand what Zhou Shu meant. As he spoke, his fingers crackled, indicating their threat. Zhou Shu's lips curled up slightly as he sneered in his heart. Is that so? I want to see who's so arrogant. Although Zhou Shu wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, he didn't want to make a move in public. If he did, he could easily kill this middle-aged man, but he would expose his cultivation. Zhou Shu placed his hands behind his back and said coldly, lead the way. Humph, at least you know your place. The middle-aged man snorted and turned to leave. He didn't take Zhou Shu too far away. In a luxurious restaurant on the same street, the middle-aged man led Zhou Shu to a private room on the top floor. Master, he's here, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Come in. A voice came from the private room. Zhou Shu vaguely felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. As he pondered, the middle-aged man opened the door to the private room and gestured for Zhou Shu to enter. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He didn't believe that anyone in Great Xia's capital could directly attack him. Zhou Shu patted his clothes and walked into the private room. "It's you." The moment he entered, he saw a familiar face. "Superintendent Zhou, long time no see," Xiao Zongshui said with a spurious smile. "Long time no see, my ass. We just met 2 days ago. Since when did Xiao Zongshui have a 9th-rank martial artist as his follower?" Zhou Shu's gaze shifted, landing on the figure beside Xiao Zongshui. The doubt in his heart was instantly resolved. It wasn't that Xiao Zongshui had a 9th-rank martial artist as a follower, but that he wasn't the master at all. The master was the person beside him, Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng. Upon seeing Zhu Chuanfeng, Zhou Shu immediately understood why his voice sounded familiar. He had met Zhu Chuanfeng once before. Previously, when the 0th workshop was just built, Zhou Shu had wanted to use Zhang Yaibei and the others. But Xiao Zongshui, Li Hongyuan and the other superintendents had worked together to obstruct him. Back then, Zhou Shu had been forced to compete with their forging apprentices, and the judge Xiao Zongshui and the others had invited was Zhu Chuanfeng. Zhou Shu vaguely remembered that Zhu Chuanfeng seemed to hold some enmity toward him at the time. But because Meng Bai was present, he didn't do anything to target Zhou Shu. Later, Zhou Shu simply forgot about this person. So what if he was a grand craftsman? There was no need for Zhou Shu to fawn over him. "I was wondering who was so ostentatious." "So it's Grand Craftsman Zhu." Zhou Shu greeted him indifferently. Zhu Chuanfeng frowned slightly. "This kid is too rude. Impudent. How dare you speak to master like that?" The middle-aged man who had led Zhou Shu here shouted angrily. Zhu Chuanfeng waved his hand, indicating that the person didn't need to be bothered. He sized up Zhou Shu and said, "It's normal for someone with skill to have a bit of a temper. When I was young, my temper was even worse than yours." Zhou Shu was somewhat puzzled. What does Zhu Chuanfeng mean? I remember him picking on me last time. Why is he so nice this time? He even praised me? There must be something wrong. Zhou Shu raised his guard. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and said, "Grand Craftsman Zhu, may I ask why you have invited me here? Sit down and talk. The food here is not bad. Try it." Zhu Chuanfeng didn't answer but pointed at the table. Zhou Shu's eyebrows twitched. This Zhu Chuanfeng isn't easy to deal with. He's so domineering that even the pace of our conversation has to follow his lead. From the looks of it, he has ill intentions. Zhou Shu sat down across from Zhu Chuanfeng, but he didn't move his chopsticks. Instead, he continued, "Grand Craftsman Zhu, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to beat around the bush." The corners of Zhu Chuanfeng's mouth raised as he laughed. A straightforward person speaks his mind. "Your temper is exactly the same as mine when I was young." Zhou Shu was speechless. Is this old fellow trying to take advantage of me? But I don't have proof. He wasn't sure what Zhu Chuanfeng was up to. If Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to cause trouble, then even if he was a grand craftsman, Zhou Shu wouldn't be afraid. So what if he's a grand craftsman? Although I'm not a grand craftsman, I have a big brother. His big brother was the successor of Great General Meng and the heir of the Mi family. A grand craftsman paled in comparison. Zhou Shu, right? In just a few short months, you've developed 4 new standard weapons. You're not bad. Zhu Chuanfeng acted as an elder as he nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. I think you're capable of greater things. It's a waste that you are only the superintendent of a small workshop. Zhou Shu, are you willing to learn the art of forging from me? Zhu Chuanfeng stroked his beard. Zhou Shu was a little stunned. What does this mean? He didn't call me here to cause trouble but to accept me as his disciple? Congratulations, Superintendent Zhou. Xiao Zongshui chuckled. Now that you've become Grand Craftsman Zhu's personal disciple, becoming a forging master is only a matter of time. Your future is limitless. Zhu Chuanfeng smiled reservedly, seeming to agree with Xiao Zongshui's words. He was a grand craftsman. Taking a forging apprentice as his disciple was definitely a great gift to them. Zhou Shu looked at Zhu Chuanfeng and then at Xiao Zongshui. The two of them were singing the same tune, and their coordination was quite good. Superintendent Zhou, there was a small misunderstanding between us in the past. Since you're already Grand Craftsman Zhu's disciple, we're on the same side. Xiao Zongshui chuckled as he raised his glass. Let me toast you first. I apologize for what happened in the past. Xiao Zhongshui raised his glass and drank the wine in one gulp. Wait. I don't think I've agreed yet, Zhou Shu said. Zhu Chuanfeng frowned, displeasure flashing across his face. Xiao Zhongshui was slightly stunned. Superintendent Zhou, you're a forging apprentice. Don't tell me you don't know what Grand Craftsman means? Grand Craftsman Zhu is one of the top craftsmen in Great Xia. Those who want him to accept them as his disciples can line up from here to the border. The Grand Master saw that you have some talent and didn't want your talent to go undiscovered, so he was willing to take you in as his disciple. Don't misunderstand. Xiao Zongshui's expression turned cold as he stared at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu was somewhat speechless. He finally knew where the middle-aged man had learned his rudeness and arrogance. So if Grand Craftsman Zhu wants to take me as his disciple, I have to kneel down in gratitude and worship him? Shouldn't this be a two-sided affair? No matter how great a craftsman you are, no matter how brilliant your forging skills are, it doesn't mean that I have to cry and call you my master. Zhou Shu ignored Xiao Zongshui. Instead, he cupped his hands toward Zhu Chuanfeng and said politely, Grand Craftsman Zhu, thank you for your kindness. However, I'm sorry, but I don't have any intentions of becoming your disciple. He would definitely not acknowledge anyone as his teacher. But since the other party wanted to accept him as a disciple, it couldn't be considered malicious intent. Even if his attitude was a little arrogant, there was no need to fall out with him directly. You rejected me. Zhu Chuanfeng frowned. Do you know what it means to you to acknowledge me as your master? Do you think that by becoming a workshop superintendent from a forging apprentice, you will rise to the top? Zhu Chuanfeng's tone was not particularly harsh, but it was full of an imposing aura. Without waiting for Zhou Shu to reply, Xiao Zongshui continued, a workshop superintendent is just a lowly official. Compared to the disciple of a grand craftsman, the difference is like heaven and earth. Zhou Shu, don't be fooled by your talent. Whether or not you can become a forging master is another story. If you become Grandmaster Zhu's disciple, under his guidance, it will be as easy as flipping your hand for you to become a forging master. How can the future of a small workshop superintendent compare to that? Xiao Zongshui no longer addressed him as Superintendent Zhou and directly called Zhou Shu by his name. You should be thankful that Grandmaster Zhu is willing to take you in as his disciple. If I were you, I would definitely give up everything I have to repay Grandmaster Zhu's kindness. Xiao Zongshui practically pointed at Zhou Shu's nose as he spoke. Zhou Shu rubbed his nose and said to Xiao Zongshui, that's good. Superintendent Xiao, why don't you take Grand Craftsman Zhu as your master? You, Xiao Zong was exasperated. Grand Craftsman Zhu, I appreciate your kindness, Zhou Shu said as he looked at Zhu Chuanfeng. He stood up and cupped his hands. However, I do not have any intentions of becoming your disciple. Farewell. Wait. Zhu Chuanfeng said in a low voice, taking someone as your master is not child's play. Perhaps you haven't thought it through yet. Since you're a promising talent, I can give you another chance. Go back and think about it for a night. Give me an answer tomorrow morning. Zongshui, Zhen Cai, send Superintendent Zhou back. Zhu Chuanfeng waved his hand. You must ensure that Superintendent Zhou carefully considers the pros and cons of this matter and not let any external factors affect his thoughts. Understood. Xiao Zongshui and the middle-aged man bowed at the same time. Yes, we will definitely let Superintendent Zhou think it through. Zhou Shu. What is the meaning of this? A blatant threat? Sending two people to help me think through the pros and cons? Do you think I don't understand what you mean? Zhou Shu, who had just gotten up, turned around and sat back down. He stared at Zhu Chuanfeng and said, Grand Craftsman Zhu, I understand now that you've said that. Chapter 66, I am magnanimous. Have you thought it through? Zhu Chuanfeng looked as if victory was within his grasp, and he nodded slightly. You will understand. It will be very beneficial for you to acknowledge me as your master. Don't be fooled by your talent. You won't become a forging master no matter how talented you are. Without a guide, you might have to waste decades as a forging apprentice. Grand Craftsman Zhu, what you say does make sense. Zhou Shu nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, without someone passing on an inheritance, it was indeed impossible for forging apprentices to advance to forging master. There were definitely cases of self-taught geniuses, but they were extremely rare. This was the same in any world. In his previous life, during the information explosion era on Earth, there was no one who became a scientist without going to university. But Zhou Shu wasn't an ordinary person. He did not need to be self-taught. He did not need to learn. As long as there was something in the legendary armament canon, he would naturally be able to grasp it. When ranked weapons appeared in the legendary armament canon, he would naturally become a forging master. Under these circumstances, why would Zhou Shu find himself a master? Not to mention, Zhu Chuanfeng didn't look as though he was accepting a disciple from the perspective of cherishing a talent. If it was really just taking in a disciple, shouldn't it be a two-sided affair? He actually sent 2 people to help Zhou Shu think it through after he was unwilling to acknowledge him as his master. However, I've always been a person with no ambitions. Whether I can become a forging master is up to fate. Zhou Shu shrugged. I think it's quite good to be a workshop superintendent. Superintendent Xiao is already so old, but isn't he still a workshop superintendent? I think he's living quite freely. Zhou Shu glanced at Xiao Zongshui, his eyes flashing with coldness. He had yet to settle the score with Xiao Zongshui. Now, he actually dared to jump out and fan the flames. Just because a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think it's a sick cat? Initially, he wanted to be a magnanimous person and not bicker with him about what had happened before. However, he was courting death. Xiao Zongshui was originally Zhou Shu's superior and had squeezed him dry before. Even when the Heben saber first appeared, Xiao Zongshui had claimed credit for it. Zhou Shu had already disliked him to begin with. But when they were working to complete Great General Meng's mission, Xiao Zongshui had been quite cooperative, so Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to find trouble with him. Who would have thought that Xiao Zongshui would dare to find trouble with him instead? If he didn't take action, he would be bullied in the future. Xiao Zongshui couldn't help shivering when Zhou Shu looked at him. He subconsciously shrank his neck, but then he thought about it. We are both superintendents. You have Her Highness behind you, and I have Grand Craftsman Zhu behind me. Why should I be afraid of you? Her Highness won't always pay attention to a small workshop superintendent like you. Zhu Chuanfeng originally thought that Zhou Shu had already figured it out. But when he heard Zhou Shu's words, he realized that this brat was playing him. Zhu Chuanfeng's expression darkened. In the 10 years that he had been a grand craftsman, no one had dared to toy with him like this. Zhou Shu, don't try my patience, Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. Zhen Cai, take him to the room next door and let him think about it calmly. Yes, master. The middle-aged man with the 9th rank cultivation took a step forward to grab Zhou Shu's shoulder with his claw-like hand. Zhou Shu twisted his body and dodged Zhen Cai. Zhen, Cai 1? Your name really suits you. Zhou Shu sneered. If you dare to reach out to me again, I will break your arm. How dare you? Zhen Cai was furious. Although he was Zhu Chuanfen's servant, Zhou Shu was too disrespectful. How dare a mere workshop superintendent insult me? Does he really think that he can trample on me just because master wants to take him in as his disciple? Putting aside the fact that he has yet to acknowledge master as his teacher, even if he has, he would only be a pawn of master. In his rage, Zhen Cai reached out with both hands once more. His fingers bent, and his nails glowed with a cold light. Like a hawk pouncing on its prey, he grabbed at Zhou Shu's shoulder. Zhen Cai's strength was all in his fingers. His fingers could even pierce through leather armor. How could Zhou Shu, a forging apprentice barely proficient in the martial Dao, withstand them? Zhen Cai had a sinister smile. He could already see 10 bloody holes appear on Zhou Shu's shoulder, and then he would cry and beg his master to accept him. Crack! Wood chips flew everywhere. Zhou Shu had appeared behind Xiao Zongshui at some point. Zhen Cai's sure-kill attack had forcefully grabbed the stool Zhou Shu had just sat on. The hard wooden stool broke into pieces. Stop! Zhen Cai was enraged and just about to continue attacking when Zhou Shu loudly yelled while standing beside Xiao Zongshui. If you dare to take action again, I'll call the Divine Constable Bureau and the Country Protector Army over to judge. Zhou Shu was standing next to Xiao Zongshui, next to the window. This was the capital of Great Xia. He only needed to open the window and shout, and very soon, people from the Country Protector Army and Divine Constable Bureau would rush over. Although Zhu Chuanfeng wasn't afraid, he didn't want to cause more trouble. He waved his hand, signaling Zhen Cai to step back. Zhou Shu, do you really want to take things so far? Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. Grand Craftsman Zhu, what do you mean? Zhou Shu blinked his eyes innocently. I am extremely flattered by your desire to cherish talent. It's just that I know that I am shallow and not worthy of your teachings, so I don't want to become your disciple. Is there a problem with this? I've never heard of anyone forcibly accepting another as their disciple. Zhu Chuanfen's expression darkened. There really was no reason to force him to become his disciple. But Zhu Chuanfeng had never been rejected since he became a grand craftsman, much less by a mere forging apprentice. Besides, there was a reason why he had to take Zhou Shu as his disciple. Very good. Zhu Chuanfeng coldly said. Zhou Shu, you are a talent, so I will be more lenient with you. My stance remains, and I won't change my mind for now. After tomorrow, I can't guarantee what will happen. You're on your own. Zhu Chuanfeng waved his hand. Send the guest out. Zhen Cai's expression was cold as he glared at Zhou Shu and gestured him out. Please. With a smile on his face, Zhou Shu cupped his hands toward Zhu Chuanfeng and Xiao Zongshui. Goodbye. Zhen Cai walked Zhou Shu all the way to the door. Before he returned, he whispered darkly into Zhou Shu's ear, Superintendent Zhou, the road is slippery at night. You have to be careful. Thanks for your concern, Zhou Shu said with a smile. He could tell that Zhen Cai was threatening him, but he didn't care. Zhen Cai was just a rookie. Although he was injured, if he really made a move, he could beat Zhen Cai to the ground with one hand. Upstairs, Xiao Zongshui bent down and moved closer to Zhu Chuanfeng. Grandmaster Zhu, you're letting him go just like that. Xiao Zongshui said unwillingly. What else can we do? If we start a ruckus here, the Divine Constable Bureau will come. Would it be you who steps in or me? Zhu Chuanfeng coldly snorted. I didn't expect Zhou Shu to be so stubborn. Xiao Zongshui said embarrassedly. But he doesn't understand your strength, Grandmaster Zhu. If he knows your true strength, then he won't wait until tomorrow. Tonight, he'll crawl back here. Cut the crap. Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. If he hadn't already shown his face in front of Her Highness, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Humph, why didn't you say earlier that you had such a person under you? Grandmaster Zhu, I didn't know Zhou Shu was so capable, Xiao Zongshui quickly protested. If I had known, how could I have let him show his face in front of Her Highness? If he had known that Zhou Shu had such abilities, he would have locked him up to develop new weapons specially for the 97th workshop. It's not too late now. Zhu Chuanfeng grunted coldly. Listen carefully. His Majesty has already seen Zhou Shu's name. There is no need for any other methods. He must acknowledge me as his master. There can't be any mistakes in this matter, understand? Understood. Xiao Zongshui hurriedly said. Grandmaster, what should we do now? Do you need me to teach you how to do it? Zhu Chuanfeng said unhappily. Weren't you full of ideas in the past? I don't care what you do. I only want results. A cold light flickered in Zhu Chuanfen's eyes, and Xiao Zongshui felt a chill run down his spine. I know what to do. Don't worry, Grandmaster. I'll definitely settle the matter. Xiao Zongshui gritted his teeth. Let Zhen Cai follow you. I don't want any accidents to happen. Zhu Chuanfen's eyes flickered with a cold light. Zhou Shu walked along the streets for a long time. He could still feel someone staring at him from behind. He didn't mind. Although Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman, his martial Dao cultivation wasn't high. Even if he personally took action, Zhou Shu wouldn't fear him. Unless he shamelessly invited experts, but this was impossible. After all, on the surface, he wanted to take him in as his disciple. Although he didn't understand why he wanted to do so, he was certain that he didn't want to make things too ugly. So what if he was following him? He could slap a 9th-rank martial artist to death. Zhou Shu felt a bit regretful. He should have eaten at Zhu Chuanfen's place before turning hostile. What a waste! I'm hungry. Where can I find something to eat? Zhou Shu rubbed his stomach. Am I really going to put the bill on my tab? He, Superintendent Zhou, couldn't afford to do something so embarrassing. He was a superintendent and a famous person on the assassination list. How did he end up having to put a bill on his tab? Even though he was just a superintendent, he didn't want to embarrass himself like that. Zhou Shu was thinking about where he could get a meal when he suddenly heard a voice. Superintendent Zhou? Why are you here? Zhou Shu was slightly stunned. Am I already so famous? I can be easily recognized on the streets? Chapter 67, Am I that famous? Zhou Shu was a little puzzled. He rarely came to the capital, and there weren't many people he knew here. What's going on today? I haven't even finished strolling around the night market before two people who know me called out to me. Am I already so famous? I've become famous, but I'm the last to know? Zhou Shu turned his head around and saw a fully armed figure standing not far away, looking at him with surprise. Lieutenant Cheng. Zhou Shu was a little disappointed. He thought he had a passerby fan, but it turned out to be someone he knew. Lieutenant Cheng, what are you doing? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Cheng Yang was in full armor with a halberd saber hanging from his waist. He looked out of place on the lively night streets. And behind him were a few soldiers dressed exactly like him. Zhou Shu thought about his identity. Could there be trouble in the capital again? Cheng Yang looked at his outfit and smiled. Oh, we're off duty and haven't had time to change. Why are you still here at this hour, Superintendent Zhou? Cheng Yang asked curiously. The forging division's workshops were outside the city. At this time, the city gates were almost closed, but Zhou Shu was still leisurely strolling around. He had never heard that Zhou Shu had a house in the capital. Cheng Yang had known Zhou Shu for a long time. When Xiao Zongshui went to the Heban troops' camp to sell the Heban sabers, Cheng Yang had already met Zhou Shu. Later on, Cheng Yang was ordered to investigate traitors and even had a misunderstanding with Zhou Shu. Afterward, Cheng Yang specially offered a humble apology and became friends with Zhou Shu. According to his understanding, Zhou Shu was originally only a forging apprentice. Now, he had only been a workshop superintendent for a short period of time. In theory, he shouldn't have the ability to do business in the capital yet. But it wasn't polite to ask Zhou Shu directly. It's getting late. I don't think it's safe to travel at night, so I plan to return to the workshop tomorrow morning, Zhou Shu explained with a smile. There was nothing that he couldn't say. Even if he didn't meet the assassin, it was normal to say that the night road wasn't safe. You don't have it easy. Cheng Yang laughed. We are off duty. Superintendent Zhou, if you're worried, we can escort you back. In terms of official rank, Cheng Yang was actually a higher-ranking officer than a workshop superintendent. But a workshop superintendent was in charge of forging weapons. Sometimes, Cheng Yang had to ask the workshops for help. Furthermore, with Zhou Shu's current performance, it was very likely that he would become a forging master in the future. His status would be far above that of a lieutenant. Thus, his attitude toward Zhou Shu was extremely polite. Will you escort me back? Zhou Shu glanced at Cheng Yang and the others. The few of them were all young and strong men. They were wearing golden armor and had Heban sabers hanging from their waists, looking exceptionally powerful. But in Zhou Shu's eyes, they only looked good. The Heban troops sounded very domineering, but they were only a part of the country protector army. Even among the country protector army, they were not the best elites. Their daily duty was to patrol around the palace. If a powerful assassin really attacked while they were escorting him back, they probably wouldn't even be able to stall for time. At that time, it was not certain who would protect who. Some things couldn't be said directly, or it would be too hurtful. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to get back to the workshop. Zhou Shu shook his head. It's rare for me to come to the capital. I still want to stroll around the night market. Besides, you've all had a tiring day. It's better to go back and rest early. I see. Cheng Yang pondered for a moment. Superintendent Zhou, we're about to have some wine. If you don't mind, how about we treat you to some wine? Cheng Yang said expectantly. Although Zhou Shu's status as a forging genius had yet to spread, it was no secret to some people. Cheng Yang happened to be someone who knew about this. The importance of weapons to martial artists was self-evident. Although Cheng Yang had yet to become a ranked martial artist, he was someone unwilling to be ordinary. He also hoped that he could become a ranked martial artist one day. When he became a ranked martial artist, he would need a ranked weapon. If he wanted a ranked weapon, he would have to ask a forging master. Forging masters were all high and mighty figures, and Cheng Yong didn't have the qualifications to get to know them yet. In front of him was someone who might become a forging master in the future. If Cheng Yong didn't befriend him, he would be a fool. If he didn't become friends with Zhou Shu now, when he really became a forging master, he wouldn't even have the chance to. Of course. I don't mind. Zhou Shu laughed. He was starving. How could he miss this opportunity? Making an appointment is not as good as meeting by chance. I will be thick-skinned and bother you all. Superintendent Zhou, what are you saying? You are a rare and esteemed guest. Cheng Yong was overjoyed and gave a signal to a soldier behind him. The soldier understood and quickly left. This brother, Zhou Shu said strangely. It's fine. He has some matters to attend to at home. He'll be back soon. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zhou Shu that the person had gone back to get the money. Since he wanted to treat Zhou Shu to wine, he definitely couldn't go to a place that was too lousy. They had just gotten off duty and didn't bring much money with them. Of course, they had to send someone back to get money. Superintendent Zhou, you might not be familiar with the capital. Come, let me introduce you. Cheng Yong warmly invited Zhou Shu. In the distance, Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai had gloomy expressions. Zhen Cai suppressed his anger and whispered, Superintendent Xiao, what do we do now? No rush, Xiao Zongshui said coldly. He has the Heben troops with him now, so it's not convenient for us to make a move. If the Heben troops get alerted, it will be troublesome. The Heben troops can't follow him forever. We'll follow them first, and when the Heben troops leave, we'll take action. When the time comes, we'll capture him and take revenge. It's fine as long as we don't kill him. Zhen Cai showed a cruel smile and laughed coldly. Lieutenant Cheng, do you usually come here to drink after work? Zhou Shu was somewhat dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. Although the Heben troops were imperial guards, they were only the outermost patrols. Were they so well paid? How can that be? Cheng Yong chuckled. To be honest with you, Superintendent Zhou, although our salary isn't low, we can only come to such places 2 or 3 times a year. However, we're all very happy to meet you today. Let's have a good time together. Superintendent Zhou, you don't have to worry about money. I still have some savings. The other Heben soldiers agreed. Yes, Superintendent Zhou, you just have to enjoy yourself. We have money. Zhou Shu was somewhat speechless. I just have to enjoy myself? Are you all serious? He didn't expect that he was still thinking about whether he should come here to take a look not long. In the end, he was brought here, and he didn't even need to spend his own money. Well, Zhou Shu laughed dryly. Why don't we go somewhere else? If we're just drinking, there's no need to come here. He felt a little guilty about visiting a brothel. He was a good young man in my previous life. It's the same drinking here. Cheng Yong didn't give Zhou Shu a chance to refuse. The few of them put their hands around Zhou Shu's shoulders and entered the brothel. Although Cheng Yong and the others were wearing armor, no one stopped them. The brothel didn't care what the customers wore. After entering, they would take off all their clothes eventually anyway. Outside, Zhen Cai asked Xiao Zongshui, Superintendent Xiao, should we go in? Although his cultivation was higher than Xiao Zongshui's, his master had said that he had to follow Xiao Zongshui's orders. Xiao Zongshui's face darkened as he cursed under his breath. If they went in, wouldn't they meet Zhou Shu? No, wait here. Xiao Zongshui said coldly. In the bleak evening breeze, the 2 men hid in the shadows at the foot of a wall. From time to time, they would look at the entrance of the brothel. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed obscene. Compared to Xiao Zongshui and Su Chen, Zhou Shu could feel the lively atmosphere as soon as he entered the brightly lit building. In the middle of a spacious hall was a circular platform. On the platform, a woman was dancing. The woman had an alluring figure and a gorgeous face. As she moved, her private parts were faintly discernible. Zhou Shu felt his face heat up. He subconsciously rubbed his nose. If he had a nosebleed, it would be too embarrassing. Although he had seen countless films in his previous life, this was the first time he had seen such a scene in real life. This scene was much more exciting than watching movies. Zhou Shu subconsciously took a few more glances. The woman on stage was not extremely beautiful. At least, she was far inferior to Yan Wuo. Wait, why did I think of comparing her to Yin Huiyu? If Yin Huiyu knew I compared her with a brothel girl, would she chop me using her saber? At the thought of this, Zhou Shu unconsciously shook his head. Cheng Yang noticed Zhou Shu's actions and thought that Zhou Shu didn't think much of the woman on the stage. He smiled and said, "This woman is only average here. There are a lot of beautiful women here. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." What else could Zhou Shu say? "Show me." Zhou Shu was a virgin, but Cheng Yang and the others were all wily old foxes. But their statuses weren't high, so they didn't have a private room. They found a table around the high platform, sat down, and ordered some dishes and wine. Eating and drinking were secondary here. "Superintendent Zhou, if you like the woman on stage, you can just raise your card and bring her back to the room," Cheng Yang explained softly. "I'll just take a look first," Zhou Shu said. He only had the intention to do so but not the courage to do so. Moreover, he felt that it would be a waste to have this first time here. "Understood." Cheng Yang and the rest of the Heben troops let out meaningful laughter. None of these women had caught Superintendent Zhou's eyes yet, but it didn't matter. There were still quite a few beautiful women here, but they might cost a bit more. Chapter 68, Zhen Cai? Rookie. Cheng Yang and the others wanted to befriend Zhou Shu, so they didn't care how much money they would spend. Even if Zhou Shu played freely, how much could he alone spend? Now, they had the chance to invite Zhou Shu. When he truly became a forging master, even if they wanted to invite him, they wouldn't be able to do so. On the stage, the performance continued. Zhou Shu had an eye-opener today. One after another, beautiful women went on stage to perform their talents such as dancing, singing, playing the zither, lute. There were even women performing splits. The only thing these women had in common was their beauty. If they weren't beautiful, there wouldn't be much room for survival in such a place. How corrupt, Zhou Shu thought. These women, who were not inferior to ordinary celebrities even in his previous life, were performing practically naked in front of him. Any man would be full of vanity. There were a few times he almost raised his card out of impulse. Fortunately, his rationality won in the end. Zhou Shu silently thought of the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. He was calm and composed as he ate food and drank wine. Cheng Yang and the others were impressed. If not for the sake of accompanying Zhou Shu, they would have long rushed into a room impatiently. Even now, a few young men full of vigor were already flushed red. Look at Superintendent Zhou. He was clearly younger than them. Shouldn't he be more anxious? A genius was a genius indeed. To be able to remain so calm in front of so many beautiful women, this was the difference. Cheng Yang and the others were full of admiration. "Lieutenant Cheng, you don't have to bother about me. If anyone catches your eye, do as you please," Zhou Shu said calmly and put a mouthful of food in his mouth. It's fine," Cheng Yang quickly said. "We come here often. It's more important to drink with you." Zhou Shu didn't believe a single word they said. These guys look like they want to rip off the clothes of the woman on stage. If they were regular customers, they wouldn't have such a look on their faces. "Lieutenant Cheng, are the Heben troops usually busy?" Zhou Shu naturally wouldn't expose Cheng Yang and the others, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. On the stage, another woman began to perform a sword dance. This woman was dressed more normally. Although the sword dance was very exciting, the cheers were much less than before. Cheng Yang and the others' spirits were also greatly dampened. They practiced swordplay all day, so they didn't care about this sword dance. "It's all right," Cheng Yang said. Compared to the border army, the Heben troops' training wasn't that tough. If we didn't have to prepare for next year's military parade, our Heben troops would have it much easier. Military parade? Zhou Shu's interest was piqued. Yes, our Great Xia's military parade once every 5 years is a grand occasion, Cheng Yang said with pride on his face. Not all troops can participate in the military parade. Our Heben troops is considered one of the top few in the country protector army, so we are qualified to participate. Cheng Yang became excited when he talked about his job. Actually, Zhou Shu had heard of the military parade before. There were 2 types of military parades. The first type was the military parade that all the countries on the land participated in. The other type was the national military parade. The military parade that all the countries participated in was held once every 10 years, but each country's own was different. In Great Xia, the latter happened once every 5 years. The military parade was actually the Great Xia Emperor inspecting Great Xia's military strength. In essence, it was similar to the military parades in Zhou Shu's previous life. Speaking of which, Superintendent Zhou, this military parade has a lot to do with your forging division, Cheng Yang said. The forging division will choose forging masters to forge in front of His Majesty. In other words, it will be an inspection. If you can gain His Majesty's favor, you will be able to achieve meteoric success. Cheng Yang licked his lips in envy. Compared to soldiers like them, the chances of forging masters being noticed were much higher. This has nothing to do with me. Zhou Shu shrugged. Only forging masters have the chance to participate. I'm just a forging apprentice. Even if this wasn't the case, he wasn't interested in participating in the military parade. He relied on his own ability and hard work to make a living. He didn't need anyone's favor. What a pity. But Superintendent Zhou, you will definitely participate in the next military parade, Cheng Yang said. Next? 5 years later? Then, I might not be qualified to participate. Only forging masters could participate in the military parade. Even grand craftsmen were not qualified to participate. With the legendary armament cannon, if Zhou Shu couldn't become a grand craftsman in 5 years, he would kill himself with a piece of tofu. Help yourselves. I'll go to the latrine. Zhou Shu stood up. Following the maid's directions, Zhou Shu found the latrine in the backyard. After happily taking care of his business, he was just about to return to the front hall when his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a faint voice. After cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique to the 8th level, Zhou Shu's physique had undergone a tremendous change. Not only was his divine strength astonishing, but his 5 senses were also extremely sharp. Not long ago, he had obtained the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. After cultivating it, it strengthened his spirit and allowed him to derive divine sense. Although Zhou Shu had yet to have any divine sense, his spiritual strength had already surpassed that of martial artists of the same level. The external improvements were his 5 senses, which had once again been greatly enhanced. He could see farther and hear farther. The voice was extremely soft. If not for Zhou Shu's exceptional hearing, he definitely wouldn't have heard it. Even so, he noticed this voice because it was somewhat familiar. Otherwise, Zhou Shu wouldn't have paid too much attention to such a faint sound mixed with the noise of the bamboo rustling nearby. Superintendent Xiao, that Zhou boy won't stay the night, right? If that's the case, are we going to wait here all night? Zhou Shu stopped and listened carefully. The somewhat familiar voice seemed to filter through layer after layer and once again entered his ears. Zhen Cai? Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed. This voice belonged to Zhen Cai, Zhu Chuanfan's subordinate. Needless to say, the Zhou boy he mentioned was definitely referring to him. He's really persistent. Zhou Shu looked in the direction of the voice. This direction is a high wall. Zhen Cai is waiting for me outside the high wall? The person he's talking to is Xiao Zongshui? Zhou Shu slowed down and took a few steps toward the high wall. Zhen Cai's voice became clearer. In my opinion, we should just go in and kidnap him. There's no need for such trouble. Zhen Cai grumbled softly. Go in? Do you know which girl's room he's sleeping in? Xiao Zongshui snorted. Or do you plan on kidnapping him in public? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the capital with Grandmaster Zhu's protection? If things get out of hand, are you going to bear the consequences, or should I? Xiao Zongshui sounded impatient. After being in the cold wind for half the night, the two of them were not in a good mood. They were thinking that once they caught Zhou Shu, they would definitely vent their anger on him. Anyway, Grandmaster Zhu only needed them to keep him alive. What they didn't know was that the person they wanted to capture was standing right beside them and listening to their conversation. Listening to Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai's conversation, Zhou Shu was extremely confused. What exactly does Zhu Chuanfeng want? Is there a need for him to do this to take in a disciple? If he really took a fancy to my talent, it wouldn't be appropriate to use such methods. But if that isn't the case, why would he resort to such means to take me as his disciple? There's definitely something I don't know. Zhou Shu had never heard of such a thing. Who would accept a disciple in such a manner? Wasn't he afraid that his disciple would hate him? Who cares what he thinks? If he wants to be my master, he's not good enough. Zhou Shu snorted coldly in his heart. And Xiao Zhongshui, you had a chance to go to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead. Zhou Shu looked around. This was the backyard of the brothel, and not far away was the latrine. There was no one in the latrine, and no one was walking around nearby. He took off his outer garment, turned it inside out, and put it back on. Then he suddenly exerted strength in his legs and jumped up into the air. He jumped up more than 10 feet, reached out his hand on the wall, and directly flipped over. Xiao Zhongshui and Zhen Cai were hiding in a dark alley not far from the brothel's entrance. From time to time, they would peek their heads out to take a look at the brothel's entrance. Suddenly, they heard the sound of rushing wind above their heads. Almost at the same time, they thought that something was amiss. As a 9th-rank martial artist, Zhen Cai had a faster reaction than Xiao Zhongshui. He didn't even raise his head as he grabbed upward without any hesitation. His 5 fingers formed the shape of an eagle's claw, and his sharp claws shone faintly in the darkness. He believed that even martial artists of the same rank wouldn't dare to take this grab head-on. Zhen Cai's arm was halfway out when it suddenly stopped in the air. His pupils dilated, and his face was full of fear. In his consciousness, a towering mountain descended from the sky and directly pressed down on his head. Zhen Cai's breathing almost stopped due to the oppressive aura. He only lasted for 2 breaths before his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. On the other side, Xiao Zhongshui lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Zhen Cai couldn't withstand it. Xiao Zhongshui, who was not even a ranked martial artist, naturally couldn't withstand it either. At this moment, Zhou Shu's feet had just touched the ground. Zhen Cai? Rookie? Zhou Shu looked at the unconscious Zhen Cai with some disdain. He was also somewhat surprised by the power of the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. His visualization of the 5 mountains' true form had only just entered basic mastery, and the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form had only just formed an outline. He had only attempted to use the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form to intimidate Zhen Cai and Xiao Zhongshui so as to avoid making too much noise when he made a move. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them were so weak that he didn't even need to do anything. They were actually knocked unconscious by the 5 mountains' true form. Zhou Shu even suspected that Zhen Cai, this 9th-rank martial artist, was a fake. You 2 think you can kidnap me? Zhou had wasted his efforts in disguising himself, afraid that they would recognize him. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Chapter 69, You have to understand the situation. This was the first time Zhou Shu had used the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form against enemies, and the result was astonishingly good. One was a 9th-rank martial artist, and the other was a martial artist with cultivation close to the 9th rank. The 2 of them combined didn't even have the strength to resist before they fainted. If it was before Zhou Shu obtained the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form, even though it wouldn't take much effort to defeat the 2 of them, he would still need to make a move, right? How could it be as easy as it was now? Superintendent Zhou, are you done? While Zhou Shu was thinking, he suddenly heard Cheng Yang's shout from the other side of the wall. Cheng Yang saw that Zhou Shu hadn't returned for a long time and was worried, so he came out to look for him. Zhou Shu glanced at the unconscious Xiao Zhongshui and Zhen Cai, then at the alley. This was a small alley behind the brothel. It was pitch black and didn't look like a place where people often passed by. Without thinking too much about it, Zhou Shu picked up the 2 of them and threw them into the corner of the wall. Then he went back over the wall. Cheng Yang was calling out to the latrine when he saw Zhou Shu walk out from a nearby bush holding his pants. Superintendent Zhou, you Cheng Yang was stunned. I can't hold my liquor. I'm getting a little dizzy. Zhou Shu laughed. Let's go. Let's continue. Back at the front hall, the performances on the stage were still ongoing. Zhou Shu was thinking about Xiao Zhongshui and Zhen Cai, wondering when they would wake up. Since he had already made his move, he didn't plan on letting the 2 of them off. He had to think of a way. He looked around, and his gaze landed on the stage. Lieutenant Cheng, I will have to trouble you this time? Zhou Shu thought. Whoosh! Zhou Shu raised the sign beside him. This sign had been given to them when they entered. If they liked the woman on the platform, they could raise the sign. If only one person raised the sign, the woman on the platform would belong to the person raising the card tonight. If many people raised their signs, they would have to bid. Seeing Zhou Shu raise the sign, Cheng Yang and the others didn't know how they felt. Were they happy, or were their hearts aching? They were the ones treating tonight. Since Superintendent Zhou had chosen a lady, it meant that he owed them a favor. But the girls here weren't cheap. One night would probably cost them a month's salary. It's worth it to spend this bit of money to befriend a future forging master, Cheng Yang comforted himself. Seeing that no one else was bidding, the red-clothed woman who had been playing the zither and singing slowly walked up to Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu grabbed the woman in red's shoulder and said to Cheng Yang and the others, "Lieutenant Cheng, please excuse me." The red-clothed woman blushed, but she didn't stop Zhou Shu. "Young master, please follow me." "Superintendent Zhou, do as you please. You must enjoy to your heart's content," Cheng Yang and the others said from behind Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes in his head. As he followed the woman in red through several corridors, the sound of the stringed instruments in the front hall gradually became barely noticeable. The woman in red opened a door and invited Zhou Shu in. As he stepped through the door, a fragrance wafted over. This room belonged to the lady in red. The room was elegantly decorated. If one didn't know, they would think that this was the boudoir of the young lady of a wealthy family. But in a certain sense, these brothel girls, be it their talents or looks, were not much inferior to those rich ladies. For the woman in red in front of Zhou Shu, if she was on earth, she would definitely be a celebrity. "Let me serve you, young master," the woman in red whispered as she walked to Zhou Shu's side, her beautiful face red. "This young master is really handsome." "Excuse me," Zhou Shu whispered. The woman in red was stunned, not understanding what Zhou Shu meant. Could it be that this young master has other hobbies? Being in a brothel, she had seen all kinds of situations. Just as she thought this, she suddenly felt her mind shake, and then she fell unconscious. Zhou Shu took a step forward and supported her. Her skin was smooth and soft to the touch, and there was a sweet fragrance to it. Zhou Shu couldn't help pinching her slightly. Very elastic. He slapped himself in his head and carried the lady to the bed. After thinking for a while, he took off her clothes. With great willpower, he pulled the blanket over her fair body. If he took another look, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and do something. He went to the window and listened for a while. After making sure that there was no one outside, he opened the window, climbed out, and closed the window from the outside. The visualization of the five mountains' true form not only strengthened his spirit, but it was also an offensive technique. Previously, when Zhou Shu had used the five mountains' true form to attack Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai, the two of them had been unable to withstand it, let alone an ordinary brothel girl. Even though Zhou Shu had already restrained most of his power, this impact was enough to make the brothel girl faint for an entire night. He could use this time to do something. In the darkness, a figure leaped over the high wall of the brothel's backyard like a ghost. Although Zhou Shu didn't know any lightness techniques, his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique were not weak. His physical body was strong, and his true qi was vigorous. With his full strength, his speed was so fast that even 6th or 7th rank martial artists couldn't compare to him. Back in the small alley, Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai were still lying in the corner. It seemed that no one had passed by during this period of time. A cold light flashed in Zhou Shu's eyes. Since these two wanted to plot against me, then they can't blame me for returning the favor. He held the two of them in his hands as if he was carrying two sacks. He jumped and directly entered the backyard of the brothel. His figure flickered. A moment later, Zhou Shu brought Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai to the firewood shed. This was the spot that Zhou Shu had found earlier. This woodshed was located in a remote area, very far from the front hall of the brothel, and no one lived nearby. It was late at night. As long as they didn't make too much noise, no one would come here. After throwing the two of them to the ground, Zhou Shu closed the door of the woodshed. Looking at Xiao Zongshui, Zhou Shu visualized the five mountains' true form in his consciousness and slammed it toward him. Xiao Zongshui's body trembled, and his expression became incomparably terrified. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. His clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just crawled out of water. "You!" When Xiao Zongshui saw Zhou Shu, he was just about to say something when a hand suddenly grabbed his neck, and he swallowed back the words he was about to say. "Superintendent Xiao, long time no see." Zhou Shu grinned. Xiao Zongshui cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Didn't we just meet 2 hours ago? He was extremely terrified. What just happened? Why am I here? Also, what's going on with Zhou Shu? Why does he have such power? Xiao Zongshui wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was a very smart person. Being a workshop superintendent wasn't a simple job. Those who did well as a superintendent were all quick-witted. Although he didn't understand what had happened, it didn't stop him from immediately understanding his situation. He patted Zhou Shu's arm with all his might, indicating that he wouldn't yell and telling Zhou Shu to let go. Zhou Shu looked into his eyes and slowly relaxed his grip. Xiao Zongshui didn't shout, as he promised. He took a few deep breaths before saying, "Superintendent Zhou, is there a misunderstanding between us? What do you mean by this?" "Xiao Zongshui, you're a smart person. There's no need for us to beat around the bush." Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Zongshui and smiled coldly. "I'm very curious now. Why does Grand Craftsman Zhu insist on taking me as his disciple?" "Grandmaster Zhu just took a fancy to your talent and didn't want you to be buried," Xiao Zongshui said. "Superintendent Xiao, that's not interesting at all," Zhou Shu coldly interrupted him. "Do you think I'm an idiot? If you don't even believe it yourself, then don't say it out loud and embarrass yourself." "Superintendent Zhou, I'm telling the truth," Xiao Zongshui said bitterly. "How could I possibly know what Grandmaster Zhu is thinking? This really has nothing to do with me." "Is that so? Didn't you come here on Grand Craftsman Zhu's orders to convince me? Didn't you plan to kidnap me and then talk some sense into me?" Zhou Shu sneered. "Superintendent Xiao, do you want to hear me reason with you?" A light flashed in Zhou Shu's eyes. Xiao Zongshui immediately felt a wave of pressure wash over him. He was greatly shocked. Is Zhou Shu a martial arts expert? Thinking of this, Xiao Zongshui had a bad feeling. Before he could think further, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. It was Zhou Shu's palm that had landed on his shoulder. The powerful force made him feel as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. "Superintendent Xiao, I don't have much patience, nor do I know any interrogation techniques," Zhou Shu said coldly. "If you don't want to suffer more, then you'd better speak the truth." "I'm telling the truth," Xiao Zongshui said painfully through clenched teeth. "That's all I know. Superintendent Zhou, becoming Grandmaster Zhu's disciple is absolutely beneficial to you without any harm. If you become the disciple of a grand craftsman, even nobles will treat you as an honored guest. You will have a much higher status than just being a workshop superintendent. On the contrary, if you offend a grand craftsman, it will be difficult for you to make any progress in the future even if the Grand Minister is on your side. You're already in this state, yet you still want to help Grand Craftsman Zhu persuade me," Zhou Shu said. "I really do admire you. In order to curry favor with him, you really don't even care about your own life." "Superintendent Zhou, this matter is really a misunderstanding," Xiao Zongshui hurriedly said. "We really don't have any ill intention toward you. Go out and ask around. How many forging masters want to become Grandmaster Zhu's disciple but can't? You should be thankful that Grandmaster Zhu took a liking to you. You don't seem to understand the situation." Zhou Shu shook his head. "I have to do whatever the Grand Craftsman wants me to do? I'll ask you one last time. Why is Zhu Chuanfeng willing to do so much to take me as his disciple? I've already said what I needed to say. Superintendent Zhou, this is your chance," Xiao Zongshui shouted. Zhou Shu sneered as 5 towering mountain peaks appeared in his eyes. Xiao Zongshui's expression froze as his pupils suddenly dilated. Chapter 70, Off to Battle, Send Off. As Zhou Shu watched Xiao Zongshui's corpse fall to the ground, his heart didn't waver much. Xiao Zongshui was not the first person he killed, nor would he be the last. Actually, killing Xiao Zongshui now was not a good choice. But Zhou Shu hadn't hesitated at all. His principles never changed. If someone wanted to harm him, he would strike first and gain the upper hand without any hesitation or mercy. From the moment Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai decided to kidnap him, their fates were already decided. Moreover, after Xiao Zongshui saw his strength, it was naturally even more impossible for him to survive. Although Zhou Shu didn't manage to obtain the information he wanted from him, this was not the main point. From the beginning, Zhou Shu didn't really care about Zhu Chuanfeng's goal. He just needed to know that Zhu Chuanfeng was up to no good. Furthermore, even though Xiao Zongshui had died, there was still Zhen Cai. Compared to a wily old fox like Xiao Zongshui, although Zhen Cai's cultivation was higher, he was not as shrewd. Zhou Shu clearly remembered that he had been able to anger Zhen Cai with just a few words. If it was Xiao Zongshui, how could this be possible? Xiao Zongshui was the kind of person who would only stab you in the back if you scolded him face to face. After throwing Xiao Zongshui's corpse to the side, Zhou Shu used the same trick again, using the visualization of the five mountains' true form to awaken Zhen Cai. You ambushed me! Zhen Cai shouted as soon as he opened his eyes. He didn't even see who the person in front of him was before he jumped up and grabbed forward with his hands at lightning speed. The reaction of a 9th-rank martial artist was indeed faster than that of an unranked martial artist. This grab was as fast as lightning. Even a martial artist of the same level could only temporarily avoid this move. But Zhou Shu was not a 9th-rank martial artist. Zhen Cai was fast, but Zhou Shu was even faster. Slap! While Zhen Cai was extending his arms forward, a huge force twisted his head to the side, and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. 5 clear finger marks appeared on Zhen Cai's right face. He was stunned. Ever since he became a ranked martial artist, although he had been defeated in battle before, they were still glorious defeats. When had he ever been slapped? A man could be killed but not humiliated. Zhen Cai was furious. Bang! Just as he was about to leap up, a foot descended from above and stomped on his chest. Zhen Cai felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his body, and the strength from his body was forcefully dispersed. He struggled with all his might, but the foot didn't move at all. Zhen Cai, I have a question. Why is Zhu Chuanfeng going to this extent to make me his disciple? Zhou Shu asked coldly. It's you. At this moment, Zhen Cai saw that the person stepping on his chest was actually Zhou Shu. You're a ranked martial artist. Zhen Cai's eyes were wide open in an expression of disbelief. I'm asking you. It's not your turn to ask questions. Zhou Shu said coldly. What's so strange about it? Master wants the reward from the military parade, and taking you in as his disciple is the easiest way, Zhen Cai said without any hesitation. Why are you a ranked martial artist? Master didn't say anything. To Zhen Cai, the first sentence was not a secret at all. On the contrary, the second sentence was more important to him. He wants the reward from the military parade? Taking me in as his disciple is the easiest way? Zhou Shu frowned. What does this mean? Zhen Cai was really not that smart. Tell me what the reward for the military parade means first. Then I'll tell you why I'm a ranked martial artist, Zhou Shu said. What do you mean? Zhen Cai said. His Majesty allowed you to participate in the military parade. Master said that you might receive a reward. The reward is useful to him. If you become his disciple, you will have to give that reward to him. Zhen Cai spoke for a while, and Zhou Shu asked a few more questions. But Zhen Cai didn't care much about this matter, so he wasn't clear about the details. In the end, Zhen Cai became impatient. Are you done yet? If my master wants to take you in as a disciple, you should thank your ancestors for your good fortune. Don't be ungrateful. Also, aren't you a forging apprentice? Why did you suddenly become a ranked martial artist? Zhen Cai was persistent. He really cared more about this. Do you know why? Zhou Shu said. Because I'm a genius. Zhou Shu didn't waste any more words. He used the visualization of the 5 mountains true form technique again, and an enormous amount of spiritual power suddenly surged into Zhen Cai's sea of consciousness. Zhen Cai's eyes suddenly widened and then started to lose focus. Zhou Shu frowned deeply. The only useful information he had obtained from these two was that Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to make him his disciple because of the military parade. The emperor allowed me to participate in the military parade? Zhou Shu was somewhat puzzled. Is this for real? He had never heard of a forging apprentice participating in the military parade. But Zhen Cai didn't look like someone who would lie. Even if the emperor allowed him to participate in the military parade, what was the reward? There was too little information, and Zhou Shu could not analyze anything. In the end, he decided not to think too much about it. He picked up Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai's corpses and left the woodshed. He quickly disappeared into the night while avoiding the gazes of the people in the brothel. When the first ray of sunlight rose, a maid was walking along the corridor with a basin of water. Suddenly, a door creaked open in front of her, and a man carefully walked out. The maid blushed when she saw the man's face. In this brothel, although she saw many men every day, there were not many who were so handsome. The handsome man put his index finger to his lips and shushed her. Before the maid could react, the handsome man had already walked out. The servant girl looked at the room where the handsome man walked out. There was no movement in the room. Miss Hungzhou must have been so happy last night. Zhou Shu walked out of the brothel. Cheng Yang and the others were nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if they had stayed here last night or if they had gone home. After dumping the corpses last night, Zhou Shu had returned to the brothel to avoid suspicion. The main reason was that if he didn't come here, he wouldn't have anywhere else to go. But after returning to the brothel, he naturally engaged in another battle. Not every man could remain calm. Moreover, last night was no longer a matter of being calm and composed. Who could resist the temptation of a peerless beauty lying there? In any case, Zhou Shu almost couldn't take it anymore. He had spent the entire night practicing the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. Otherwise, he would really transform into a wolf. Although it didn't matter what he did since this place was facing the unconscious woman, he really couldn't bear to do it. After leaving the brothel, Zhou Shu walked out of the city gates. Just as he was about to return to the 0th workshop, he suddenly thought of something. After pondering for a moment, he changed directions and strode in a certain direction. Everyone, listen up. We are going to set off. Meng Bai rode on his horse, and his expression was calm as he shouted in a voice that wasn't that loud and clear. Understood. A sound resembling a thunderclap resounded as all the generals urged their horses back to their respective camps. The great army was about to set out. The endless army of soldiers slowly moved forward. Sun Gongping blended in with the group. He had the spring-embroidered saber on his waist and wore golden armor, looking very eye-catching in the group. Not far away, Emperor Yuanfeng and his court ministers were standing side by side. They were here to send off the army. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out on a hill beside the path. Swish! Almost as soon as the zither sounded, within the great army, countless longbows were drawn at the same time and aimed at the hill. Several figures flew into the sky and charged toward the hill. Stop! Mi Ziwen's voice rang out in time to stop everyone. On the hill, Zhou Shu was already drenched in cold sweat. How careless! If I was killed as an assassin, it would be an unjust death. He visualized the 5 mountains' true form and tried his best to calm himself down. He placed his hands on the zither and played. Clang! 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 In his previous life, Zhou Shu had only learned how to play the zither in a university club. He was just a dabbler. But in this current situation, there was an endless army slowly advancing at the foot of the hill. In the distance, the emperor and important ministers were even looking over. Zhou Shu sat at the top of the hill, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He played the zither with both hands. To put it in simpler terms, he was extremely dashing. Mi Ziwen smiled and stole a glance at his teacher. Meng Bai sat on his horse, slightly surprised. But Mi Ziwen still noticed a flash of special charm in his eyes. If Mi Ziwen had to interpret it, it would be, this child is very thoughtful. Mi Ziwen nodded slightly and mumbled, thank you, second brother. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. A heroic spirit rose in his chest. Second brother, don't worry. We will definitely return triumphantly. In the distance, when Emperor Yuanfeng heard the sound of the zither, he was also a bit surprised. Did you arrange this? The court ministers shook their heads, denying that they had arranged it. So, is this a spontaneous action of the civilians? Emperor Yuanfeng nodded. The military and civilian relationship of Great Xia is still very harmonious. Father, I seem to know that person. He's not a civilian but an official of the imperial court of Great Xia, Yin Huiyu whispered in Emperor Yuanfeng's ear. Emperor Yuanfeng was startled. An official? How come I've never seen him before? His official position is too low, so he doesn't have the qualifications to meet you, father, Yin Huiyu said. A workshop superintendent is a 9th rank official, so he can also be considered an official. An official the size of a sesame seed is also an official. That's right. He is the superintendent of a workshop in my forging division. His name is Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu? That Zhou Shu? Emperor Yuanfeng was a little surprised, but then he nodded. He's quite considerate. Great General Meng spared no effort in recommending him, and he specially came to send the army out to battle. He seems to be someone who knows how to repay kindness. Before Emperor Yuanfeng could finish his sentence, a song suddenly rang out from the hill in the distance. The song was a bit strange, but when combined with the impassioned zither music, it unexpectedly made people's blood boil. Vigorous when facing the beatings of 10,000 heavy waves. Ardent just like the rays of the red sun. Having courage like forged iron and bones as hard as refined steel. Having lofty aspirations and excellent foresight. For a moment, even Emperor Yuanfeng forgot to continue speaking. He listened to the song seriously and clenched his fists. Chapter 71, General's Order. Does anyone know what song this is? Emperor Yuanfeng asked as he watched Zhou Shu play the zither on the hill. The ministers exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although this song is not very elegant, it has a unique flavor to it. It might be a folk song, a minister said. Yin Weiyu narrowed her bright eyes. She recalled the 2 lines of poetry she had heard from Zhou Shu. Later, she had gone to the restaurant Zhou Shu had mentioned. The storyteller there had never even heard those 2 lines. Yes, this song is also a little suspicious? Yin Weiyu thought. Isn't it easy for your majesty to find out? Another minister spoke. He stepped forward and shouted, Sir, does this song have a name? His voice spread far and wide. Even Zhou Shu's singing couldn't cover up this voice. It was obvious that this minister was a martial artist with high cultivation. This wasn't strange. In the Great Xia imperial court, the majority of the ministers were already ranked martial artists. Zhou Shu didn't activate his true qi as he replied in a low voice, General's order, also known as a man should strengthen himself. This song is for the warriors of Great Xia. I wish you all a triumphant return. After Zhou Shu finished playing the last note, he bowed toward the foot of the hill. Then with the zither on his back, he left. What a great general's order! What a great a man should strengthen himself! The minister who asked clapped his hands. This child has an ancient style, and he's definitely not an ordinary person. General's order. Emperor Yuanfeng nodded to himself. Great General Meng's eyes are as sharp as ever. Although this Zhou Shu is only a mere forging apprentice now, from the looks of it, he is indeed a promising talent. You've exposed yourself, haven't you? Yin Weiyu snorted coldly in her heart. How dare you deceive me about those few lines of poetry? I want to see how you explain this general's order. In the army, Sun Gongping waved at the hill excitedly. Did you see that? My brother came to see me off. Sun Gongping shouted excitedly at the soldiers beside him. General's order was for me. Without caring about the reactions of Emperor Yuanfeng and Meng Bai's army, Zhou Shu descended the hill from the other side. As soon as he descended, his back was already soaked in cold sweat. He wiped his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. I was too careless today. Originally, he had wanted to send off his big brother and Sun Gongping and create an alibi at the same time. After all, Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai were dead, and Zhu Chuanfeng would definitely not let it go. But he had forgotten that the expedition of an army was no joke. He had run over without any warning and was almost killed by the army as a spy. Also, what's with those guys who can fly? Great Xia is really full of hidden experts. I can't be so arrogant next time, Zhou Shu thought. He had easily killed Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai, but this made Zhou Shu feel a little proud. Now that he thought about it, his cultivation was nowhere close to allowing him to ignore everything. Return the zither first? Zhou Shu carried the zither and walked toward the capital. He had stolen this zither from the room of the woman named Hengxiu last night. Now that he was done with it, he should return it to her. In the brothel, Hengxiu had already woken up. She felt a little dizzy and couldn't recall what had happened last night. Looking at her naked body, Hengxiu was puzzled. Did something really happen last night? Why don't I have any impression of it? Is it because I was overly exhausted? Her brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, she noticed that the zither on the table beside her bed was missing. Singer! Singer! Hengxiu shouted. A maid came in. Where's my zither? Hengxiu asked. The maid Singer. Miss, someone just found a zither at the entrance. Is it yours? Singer said weakly. Oh. Hung Zia frowned. When did the young master who stayed in my room last night leave? He left at dawn. Before he left, he told me not to disturb you. He said that you were exhausted last night and wanted you to rest well. Singer blushed. Hung Zia had a puzzled look on her face. Was I really that exhausted from last night? Why can't I remember anything? Last night, I slept in the brothel, and in the morning, I went out to send off the army. Even if Zhu Chuanfeng suspects me, he won't be able to find any evidence, Zhou Shu thought while walking out of the city. If not for Zhu Chuanfeng's special status, Zhou Shu really wanted to kill him as well. Now that he kept him alive, he would definitely continue to plot against him. But Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman. If such a person died, it would be an earth-shattering matter, and the imperial court would definitely investigate it thoroughly. At that time, Zhou Shu was not confident that he would be able to escape unscathed. As for people like Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai, it was fine if they died. Although the imperial court would investigate, they wouldn't spend too much time on it. Zhen Cai said that the emperor allowed me to participate in the military parade. If it's true, I don't know if I can reject it. Zhou Shu didn't want to participate in the military parade. Even if there were rewards, he couldn't be bothered to participate. If he had the time, he would rather forge a few more weapons. The legendary armament cannon was much more reliable than the old emperor. As long as he persisted in forging, the rewards would come in droves. Even if I really did participate and obtained the reward, I would have obtained it with my own abilities. Why should I hand it over to you, Zhu Chuanfeng? Zhou Shu thought. In Great Xia, the relationship between masters and disciples was an extremely serious matter. A master for a day was a father for life. If Zhou Shu really did take Zhu Chuanfeng as his master, then his life or death could be decided by a single sentence from Zhu Chuanfeng. Under these circumstances, Zhou Shu obviously couldn't take Zhu Chuanfeng as his master, even if he had no other plans. Moreover, it had already been proven that Zhu Chuanfeng was not a good person. Now that Zhou Shu had killed Zhu Chuanfeng's two lackeys, although Zhu Chuanfeng might not be able to find any evidence, he would definitely suspect Zhou Shu as long as he wasn't stupid. Zhou Shu had made some arrangements, so he wasn't worried about the official matters. But Zhu Chuanfeng was clearly a schemer. It was hard to say that he wouldn't use other underhanded methods. He had to guard against this. Fortunately, he was still able to resist. If that old fellow really wants to play dirty, I will make him suffer. While thinking, Zhou Shu didn't let down his guard. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. On the way from the capital to the Forging Division workshops, he would occasionally encounter troops from the Forging Division escorting weapons. Zhou Shu didn't encounter any assassins again. After returning to the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu immediately saw two figures standing at the workshop's entrance. Grand Minister, you're here so early. Zhou Shu walked forward and cupped his hands. Early? Yin Weiyu turned her head and glanced at Zhou Shu. You call this early? It's all right. Zhou Shu smiled awkwardly. Although the Forging Division workshops didn't have any morning roll call, the forging apprentices had already started working at 7 in the morning. It was indeed a little late for him, the superintendent, to come at this time. Yin Weiyu obviously didn't intend to delve deeper into this issue. She asked, Where did you go this morning? Grand Minister, didn't you see me? Zhou Shu said. His eyesight was very good. He had seen Yin Weiyu's figure when the army was departing. If he could see Yin Weiyu, she could definitely see him too. At the time, he was the dashing person. Answer me. Yin Weiyu lightly chided. All right. I went to send General Meng's army off this morning, Zhou Shu said. A superior, especially a female superior, is the most difficult to deal with. Didn't the 0th workshop supply a batch of weapons for Great General Meng's expedition? I was thinking that everyone's cooperation was rather pleasant. In the interest of reason and justice, I should send the Great General off, right? I didn't say you shouldn't go. Yin Weiyu said. Let me ask you again. Who taught you how to play the General's order today? The rest. The restaurant's storyteller. Yin Weiyu sneered. Do you want me to send someone to invite him over so you can confront him face to face? There's no need. Zhou Shu was startled. Why is Yin Weiyu so angry? General's order was. Zhou Shu, you'd better think it through before you speak. Yin Wu's pretty face turned cold. What I hate the most is people lying to me. I'm not lying to you. Zhou Shu was confused. General's order was taught to me by a white-bearded old man when I was dreaming. He also taught me how to play the zither. Looking at Yin Wu's posture, it seemed that he could no longer use the restaurant's storyteller, so he used another excuse commonly used by transmigrators. Anyway, there was no way to verify the authenticity of his words. As expected, Yin Wu didn't expect Zhou Shu's response. What about the verse if time could stop at the moment when we first met? Yin Wu frowned. This was also said by the white-bearded old man. I was afraid that no one would believe me if I said it, so I said I heard it from the restaurant's storyteller. It was indeed my fault, Zhou Shu said with a sincere expression. When talking to certain women, one must not be reasonable. Yin Wu stared straight at Zhou Shu without blinking, as if to see if he was lying. Zhou Shu spread out his hands with an honest expression. My language teacher was indeed a white-bearded old man. I'm not lying. After a long while, Yin Wu finally spoke. All right, I'll believe you for now. Since you can remember such a long general's order, there's no reason why you can't remember that short poem. Write down the rest of the poem for if time could stop at the moment when we first met. Zhou Shu. Yin Wu looked up at the sky and continued, it's 9 in the morning now. If you can't write it by 3 in the afternoon, you can go back to being an apprentice. With that, she led Hai Tang away with her head held high. Grand Minister, I'm just a blacksmith. You're making things difficult for me, Zhou Shu cried out. I'm the Grand Minister. In the Forging Division, I have the final say. Yin Wu's voice came from afar. Chapter 72, Unreasonable. Even if the Forging Division is yours, you can't be unreasonable, right? Zhou Shu really wanted to reason with Yin Wu. But if he reasoned with his superior, he would be doomed if he won. And if he lost, he would still be doomed. Especially when his boss was a woman, a beautiful woman. I'm a blacksmith. Don't you think it looks strange when I recite poetry? Zhou Shu relied on his own abilities to make a living. Copying poems was definitely not his style. Forget it. As long as I'm not embarrassed, someone else will be. Isn't it just being a plagiarist? At most, I'll take it as a part-time job, Zhou Shu thought, not taking himself too seriously. He returned to his room in the 0th workshop and took a cold shower to wash away the fragrance of cosmetic powder on his body. Then he called Zhang Yibei and the others over to guide them. Zhang Yibei and sixth brother Wu had been living quite well recently. After completing the forging mission assigned by Great General Meng, they hadn't received any new tasks for the past few days. Zhou Shu only wanted them to hone their forging skills every day in preparation for their next mission. In fact, even though there was a saying about forging apprentices depending on their forging skills, what was more important was secret forging formulas. Only when one reached the level of a forging master could one be considered truly skilled. The most important aspect of ranked weapons was not the secret formulas. Rather, it was its forging technique. In many cases, even if one possessed the secret forging formula, they wouldn't be able to make a ranked weapon of quality if their forging skills were lacking. Actually, in most cases, ranked weapons were all unique. Even for forging masters, depending on the way they forged, the quality of the ranked weapon might not necessarily be the same all the time. Sometimes, Zhang Yibei and the others couldn't understand why Zhou Shu kept asking them to hone their forging skills. They were not forging masters. They were just forging apprentices. Their forging skills were already sufficient for apprentices. Of course, they didn't know that Zhou Shu had lofty aspirations. He wanted the 0th workshop to have its own name. For a workshop to have a name, the basic requirement was the number of forging masters in the workshop. Aside from whether Zhou Shu would be able to recruit other forging masters, even if he could, the price he would have to pay would be very high. Instead of that, it would be better to nurture Zhang Yibei and the others to become forging masters. Although this wouldn't be easy, if he succeeded, he would be able to obtain a group of loyal forging masters. Even if he didn't succeed, he wouldn't lose anything. So, why not do it? Everyone has improved greatly, but we still have to continue working hard, Zhou Shu said to Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the others. Remember what I said before. Forging is not just about brute force. The techniques involved are equally important. Practice well. If you do well, I will make a request to the higher UPS to increase your salary." The apprentices cheered. They were very satisfied with their current life, but who would object to an increase in wages? The forging apprentices threw themselves into training. Zhou Shu returned to his backyard and started his forging. The agreement with Ma Fengjiang should be pushed forward. The mass production of the spring-embroidered saber should be put on the agenda. Zhou Shu started his daily forging work. To Zhou Shu, he just had to forge 100 of the same weapons for the legendary armament cannon. Any more would be useless. After completing kills, he would receive benefits for only the 100 weapons recorded. Now, the Haben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and horse-slaying saber were all full. Unless they were damaged in the future, Zhou Shu would only forge a few to replenish them. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually forge these weapons in the future. Zhang Yibei, sixth brother Wu, and the rest were enough for the mass production. As the superintendent of the 0th workshop, what he needed to do in the future was technical work. When I've completed forging 100 spring-embroidered sabers, I'll let Zhang Yibei and the rest start learning how to forge it. Zhou Shu made a plan. He had previously promised Ma Fengjiang to supply the Divine Constable Bureau with the spring-embroidered sabers, so the mass production of the spring-embroidered sabers had to be carried out. But it was still the same thing as before. Zhou Shu had to first fill up the quota in the legendary armament cannon, then send these 100 spring-embroidered sabers to the Divine Constable Bureau to increase his own achievements. After that, mass production would take place. The only reason Zhou Shu chose to stay in the forging division was that he wanted to use the forging division to make himself stronger. Naturally, he had to make full use of it. Before he distributed the weapons he forged, how could he mass produce them? While Zhou Shu worked diligently to forge the spring-embroidered sabers, Zhu Chuanfan's expression was extremely ugly as he sat within a residence in the capital. In front of him stood several constables in official uniforms. On the ground, there were 2 stretchers. As a grand craftsman, Zhu Chuanfan's status was transcendent. He naturally wouldn't live in a workshop in the suburbs. Grandmaster Zhu, these 2 were found by the moat. When we found them, they were already dead. Someone recognized one of them to be from your residence, so we sent them over for you to identify, a constable said politely. Zhu Chuanfeng narrowed his eyes as his gaze fell on the 2 corpses on the ground. His face was expressionless, but the anger in his heart was enough to destroy everything. Zhen Cai had followed him for decades. He didn't need to look closely to recognize that the bloated corpse was Zhen Cai. As for Xiao Zongshui, he was like a dog to him. He didn't care if he lived or died. Zhu Chuanfeng suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Who's the murderer?" The constable was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and said, "The matter is still under investigation. There are no injuries on the 2 of them. Furthermore, after our initial investigation, we found that they didn't drown to death. As for what happened, we have to investigate further. Is this how the Divine Constable Bureau does things?" Zhu Chuanfan's eyes were burning with anger. People died in the capital in broad daylight, yet now you can't even catch the murderer. Is this how Ma Fengjiang leads the Divine Constable Bureau? Zhu Chuanfeng slammed his palm on the table beside him. With a crack, the mahogany table broke into pieces. Although Zhu Chuanfan's martial Dao cultivation wasn't high, he was still at the 7th rank. In his rage, he gave the few constables a fright. "Grandmaster Zhu, ever since we found the bodies, we haven't wasted a single moment. We are currently confirming their identities. If they were indeed murdered, Divine Constable Bureau will definitely arrest the murderer," the constable said. He was only a constable. Even if he was a Divine Constable, he couldn't afford to offend Zhu Chuanfeng. "I don't want to hear your excuses," Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. "If you can't catch the murderer, then let the Divine Constable Bureau's Divine Constables do the work. If not, I will personally go find Ma Fengjiang and question him on the abilities of the Divine Constable Bureau." "Grandmaster, please calm down," the constable hurriedly said. "We will definitely intensify our investigations. No matter who the murderer is, we will definitely arrest him." Zhu Chuanfeng snorted coldly. "That's for the best. This involves the death of my subordinate, who was a ranked martial artist. You are not qualified. Go back and tell Ma Fengjiang what I said. Have the Divine Constable Bureau send a Divine Constable to lead the investigation." "Yes." Although the constable said this, he was cursing in his heart. What the heck is this? He's even commanding the Divine Constable Bureau to do things? Does he think he's so great just because he's a grand craftsman? Who knows how these two people died? When they found the corpses, the two corpses were tangled together in a mess, and there wasn't a single wound on their bodies. They looked like they had died from the wind. Zhu Chuanfeng pondered for a moment before saying, also, as far as I know, they have some disagreements with the superintendent of the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu. You investigate him first. He didn't think that the deaths of Xiao Zhongshui and Zhen Cai were Zhou Shu's doing. It was fine if it was Xiao Zhongshui, but Zhen Cai was a 9th-rank martial artist. How could Zhou Shu, a mere forging apprentice, kill him? Perhaps the two of them had really encountered some sort of accident. Zhu Chuanfeng had said this because he wanted to use this opportunity. After the Divine Constable Bureau arrested Zhou Shu, he would find a suitable opportunity to rescue him. At that time, Zhou Shu would have no choice but to acknowledge him as his master. The 0th workshop? Does the Forging Division have a 0th workshop? The constable was at a loss. He didn't know much about the Forging Division, but he knew that there were a total of 108 workshops in the Forging Division. The first 36 workshops were all made up of forging masters. This 0th workshop was ranked before the first workshop? If that was the case, how could a mere constable like him investigate the superintendent of the 0th workshop? Let alone him, even ordinary divine constables of the Divine Constable Bureau were not qualified. Zhu Chuanfeng glanced at the constable and knew what he was thinking. He snorted and said, "It's not what you think. The 0th workshop is an ordinary workshop that has just been established by the Forging Division. There are no forging masters in it." "I see." The constable heaved a sigh of relief. If it was an ordinary workshop, then it wouldn't matter. The superintendent of an ordinary workshop was only a 9th-rank official. His rank wasn't even as high as a constable of the Divine Constable Bureau. It wouldn't be a problem to bring him back for investigation. "Grandmaster Zhu, don't worry. I'll send people to bring that Zhou Shu back. If the culprit really is him, then the Divine Constable Bureau will definitely punish him and avenge your subordinate. Go investigate first." Zhu Chuanfeng waved his hand. "Send someone to inform me after the interrogation. I want to personally ask him why he killed Zhen Cai." "Yes," the constable said while thinking to himself, "we haven't even confirmed anything yet, but you're already certain that he's the murderer?" However, he was just a minor character. In front of a grand craftsman, he didn't have much status or reputation to speak of. He would just listen to whatever he said. As for what to do, he would naturally follow the rules of the Divine Constable Bureau. "Grandmaster, please continue with your work. I still have to take these two corpses away." The constable bowed. "According to the rules, we still have to examine the corpses." Frowning, Zhu Chuanfeng knocked on the armrest of his chair and waved his hand. The constable got people to lift the stretchers and quickly left. He didn't want to stay in this lousy place for long. Chapter 73, I am someone with status. The Divine Constable Bureau is handling matters. All unrelated individuals, withdraw. Zhou Shu had just placed the spring-embroidered saber he forged into a box when he suddenly heard a clamor outside. He casually put on a coat and walked out. When he arrived at the front courtyard, Zhang Yibei and the others were in a confrontation with a few constables dressed in the uniform of the Divine Constable Bureau. Zhang Yibei and the rest were all holding hammers in their hands as they shouted, "I told you! If you want to see our superintendent, wait here. We will go in and inform him. What right do you have to barge in? Report? I think you want to tell the person inside to escape." The head constable sneered. "Get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll treat it as you obstructing official business and kill you without mercy." The few constables had their sabers in their hands and were very arrogant. It was no wonder. The Divine Constable Bureau's constables were not local constables, and they all had official positions. In terms of rank, they were even higher than Zhou Shu, the workshop superintendent. Why would they care about a group of forging apprentices? "Stop!" Zhou Shu hurriedly shouted when he saw that a conflict was about to break out between the two sides. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others would definitely be on the losing end. "Superintendent! Superintendent!" Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others all called out. They took the initiative to make way for Zhou Shu to walk in front of the constables. At the same time, they didn't step back. They continued to hold their hammers and stand guard behind Zhou Shu. What are you doing? Put the hammers down and go do whatever you need to do. Zhou Shu berated. Zhang Yibei still wanted to say something, but Zhou Shu was already glaring fiercely at him. Zhang Yibei wilted and called for his colleagues to return to the factory. Zhou Shu turned around and said to the constables, I am the superintendent of this workshop. I am honored by your presence. May I ask what you need? Divine Constable Bureau's Constable Yang Hong. The head constable cupped his hands and said coldly, You are the 0th workshop's superintendent, Zhou Shu. It is my honor to meet you. Zhou Shu cupped his hands. So, it's you. Yang Hong nodded. Zhou Shu, you're currently suspected of being involved in a murder case. We need to bring you back to assist in the investigation. Come with us. Yang Hong waved his hand, and two constables walked out from behind him. The two constables walked behind Zhou Shu and grabbed his arms. What are you doing? Zhang Yibei and the others had yet to enter the factory when they suddenly saw this scene. The forging apprentices were instantly enraged. They raised their hammers again and rushed over. Zhang Yibei! Zhou Shu shouted. Are you trying to rebel? You don't even listen to me? Go back! Zhang Yibei stopped in his tracks and appeared to be in a dilemma. I'll go with Constable Yang to help with the investigation. Stay here and watch over the workshop. If anyone dares to mess around, get out of the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu reprimanded sternly. Zhang Yibei and the others opened their mouths, but no sound came out. Zhou Shu turned around and said to Yang Hong, Constable Yang, let's go. I don't need to be shackled, right? Yang Hong narrowed his eyes at Zhou Shu for a moment before waving his hand, indicating for his subordinates to put away the shackles. Superintendent Zhou, it's best that you're willing to cooperate. Let's go. Yang Hong waved his hand and brought a few constables to escort Zhou Shu away. Brother Zhang, the superintendent has been taken away by them. What should we do? Inside the 0th workshop, the forging apprentices were already in a mess. Zhang Yibei's brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was solemn. The superintendent said that we should look after the workshop. You guys look after the workshop. I'll go and beg the Grand Minister to save him. The Grand Minister. Sixth Brother Wu frowned. Brother Zhang, how are you going to meet the Grand Minister? The Grand Minister was the boss of the forging division. She wasn't someone that apprentices like them could easily meet. This place was only the forging division's workshops. The core forging division was within the capital. With Zhang Yibei's status, if he went to the core forging division, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter. I'll kneel at the entrance of the forging division. I'll definitely be able to meet the Grand Minister somehow. Zhang Yibei gritted his teeth. But the superintendent just said that whoever messes around will be chased out of the 0th workshop, Sixth Brother Wu said weakly. Even if I'm chased out, I want to save the superintendent. Zhang Yibei said firmly. I'll go with you. A few of the forging apprentices raised their hands. I'll go alone. There's no point in so many people going together. Follow the superintendent's orders to guard the workshop well and wait for our return. After Zhang Yibei finished speaking, he strode out of the 0th workshop. His actions were like the howling wind and cold running water. He looked like a hero who would never return. Zhou Shu followed Yang Hong and the other constables back to the Divine Constable Bureau. Along the way, Zhou Shu asked calmly, Constable Yang, may I ask why you arrested me? Yang Hong curiously sized up Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu has been completely calm from beginning to end, without the slightest hint of nervousness. Yang Hong had captured countless people in his life. In his opinion, such a person was either extremely evil or had never done anything wrong. You don't know? Yang Hong asked. At this time, he was already using an interrogation technique. What do I know? Zhou Shu had a puzzled expression as he replied with a question. I'm just a forger from the forging division. I really can't think of any way I can help you. Let me ask you. Do you know Xiao Zongshui? Yang Hong didn't reply and instead asked this question as he stared unblinkingly at Zhou Shu. Superintendent Xiao? Of course. Zhou Shu said. I used to work at Superintendent Xiao's 97th workshop. He was my boss then. What's wrong with him? Yang Hong looked straight into Zhou Shu's eyes, only to see that his eyes were clear, without any signs of falseness. Your previous boss? Why do I hear that there was some conflict between the two of you? Yang Hong said. It's true. Is that weird? Zhou Shu asked. In the past, I was a forging apprentice, and he was the workshop superintendent. What good feelings could a subordinate have for his boss? Isn't it normal to hate him? Zhou Shu spoke matter-of-factly. It was a public secret that the forging apprentices often cursed the workshop superintendents behind their backs. It wasn't just the forging division. The other government offices were similar. Zhou Shu's straightforwardness stunned Yang Hong. That's right. In a place like the forging division workshops, how pleasant could the relationship between apprentices and superintendents be? No, I was almost led astray. Let me ask you again. Where were you last night? Yang Hong asked with wide eyes. Last night? Zhou Shu said hesitantly, can I not say it? Humph. What do you think? Yang Hong snorted coldly. At our Divine Constable Bureau, it's not up to you to decide whether to say something or not. This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with the Divine Constable Bureau, right? Zhou Shu said. Private matter? Yang Hong sneered. Zhou Shu, let me remind you that you're a suspect now. It's best to answer me honestly when I ask you something. Suspect? What did I do? Why am I a suspect? Zhou Shu asked. Constable Yang, don't malign me. I took someone else's thing, but I've already returned it. Yang Hong frowned and asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Zhou Shu realized that he had let his tongue slip. He hurriedly said, Constable Yang, what are you suspecting about me? You should at least let me know. Don't interrupt me. You said that you took someone else's thing. What happened? Yang Hong berated. I just took someone else's zither and played it, but I returned it afterward. This isn't considered stealing, right? Zhou Shu whispered. What nonsense! Yang Hong said. Thieves were not under the jurisdiction of their Divine Constable Bureau. If it wasn't for the fact that this murder involved a ranked martial artist, the Divine Constable Bureau wouldn't be investigating it. Ordinary murders were handled by the local authorities. Even if Zhou Shu really did steal something, he couldn't be bothered. Let me ask you. Did you see Xiao Zongshui yesterday? Yang Hong said coldly. Zhou Shu looked around. Constable Yang, is this related to Superintendent Xiao? Is this an official interrogation? Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Yang Hong glared. If you don't cooperate obediently, I'll let you have a taste of the Divine Constable Bureau's punishment. Aren't I being very cooperative? Zhou Shu shrugged. Constable Yang, you said that I should return to the Divine Constable Bureau with you to cooperate with your investigation, and I followed you without saying anything. If this isn't cooperating, do you think you would be able to take me out of the forging division workshops? My questions are perfectly reasonable. I don't know where you're taking me. I don't even know if you guys are constables of the Divine Constable Bureau. I don't even know what you suspect me of. Is this how the Divine Constable Bureau handles cases? Zhou Shu changed from his previous attitude, becoming somewhat unyielding. Constable Yang, I, Zhou Shu, am also a person of status. If you want to interrogate me, sure. Get someone of sufficient status to come. Zhou Shu's expression turned cold as he said, if you don't know who to send, go ask Commander Ma Fengjiang. Haha. Yang Hong was so angry that he laughed. Who does he think our Divine Constable Bureau's great commander is? It's one thing for Zhu Chuanfeng to insist on looking for Commander Ma. He's a grand craftsman after all. You are just a lowly forging apprentice. Do you think you deserve to mention Commander Ma's name? Does Commander Ma have the time to meddle in the affairs of a mere forging apprentice? Zhou Shu, seems like you want to do this the hard way. Yang Hong sneered. A mere superintendent of a small workshop really thinks he's someone great? 9th rank officials can be found everywhere in the capital. I've been too kind to you. It seems like you won't be honest unless you receive punishment from the Divine Constable Bureau. Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. Yang Hong shouted loudly. There were already constables preparing the torture tools. Zhou Shu's eyes narrowed slightly. Constable Yang, you are abusing your authority. If Commander Ma finds out, he won't let you off. Don't blame me for not warning you. Is that so? Yang Hong smiled coldly. Scaring me? You're still too inexperienced. I'll ask you one last time. Where were you last night? What did you do? Do you have any witnesses? Speak. Chapter 74, Aren't you cheating me? Yang Hong's voice was stern. Coupled with the torture tools the others brought over, most people would have been scared to the point of confessing everything. Zhou Shu wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't take Yang Hong's words seriously at all. Instead, he examined the torture tools excitedly. Constable Yang, will you believe me if I tell you? Zhou Shu said. It's up to me whether I believe you or not. Yang Hong said impatiently. That won't do. What if you don't believe me after I tell you? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? This matter concerns my reputation, so I must be certain. Zhou Shu shook his head. Yang Hong exploded. He grabbed a torture device from the floor and said angrily, Zhou Shu. This is the Divine Constable Bureau. You're a suspect now. What right do you have to be picky? You are just a mere workshop superintendent. Even the Grand Minister of the Forging Division would have to behave obediently in our Divine Constable Bureau. The Divine Constable Bureau was Great Xia's violent law enforcement organization. The Forging Division's Grand Minister really wasn't much in the Divine Constable Bureau in terms of rank. Of course, the current Grand Minister of the Forging Division had another identity, the Princess. This identity was much more prestigious than the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. You better confess honestly while I still have the patience. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever being born. Yang Hong bellowed. Constable Yang, you are being unreasonable, Zhou Shu said innocently. I've already said it several times. You can interrogate me, but at least let me know why you want to interrogate me. Just because I know Xiao Zongshui? What does it have to do with me what that Xiao fellow did? Even if he committed murder and arson, it has nothing to do with me. I am only cooperating with your investigation because I am a good citizen of Great Xia. Don't treat me like a criminal. Zhou Shu's attitude was firm. I now doubt your fairness. If you want to interrogate me, get someone else from the Divine Constable Bureau to do it. Zhou Shu stared straight into Yang Hong's eyes without the slightest bit of fear. What a joke! Zhou Shu even dared to talk business with the Divine Constable Bureau's commander Ma Fengzhang. Would he be frightened by a constable? You don't know what's good for you. Yang Hong was enraged. He sneered and said, Constables, punish him. Two constables came up and stuffed Zhou Shu's fingers into the torture device. Zhou Shu didn't resist. This is the Divine Constable Bureau. If I make a move, I will be the one at fault. Besides, does this count as punishment? The 6th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique isn't just for show, okay? Constable Yang, you are abusing your authority. I'm going to complain to Commander Ma. Zhou Shu cried out. Go ahead. Yang Hong sneered. If you can see Commander Ma, I'll let you write my surname upside down. Yang Hong's eyes flashed coldly. Use torture. The two constables started to pull the torture device to the sides. With a creaking sound, Zhou Shu felt the force on his fingers. At the 6th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique, Zhou Shu already had a tough body. Even if an ordinary person tried to hurt him with a sharp blade, they wouldn't be able to harm him. Although these constables had all cultivated the martial Dao, none of them had entered the ranks. Even if they stabbed Zhou Shu with their sabers, as long as they didn't hit Zhou Shu's vital points, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all, much less using this torture device. Zhou Shu's fingers were sturdier than the device. Arg! Zhou Shu pretended to cry out. Constable Yang, let me tell you. I won't let you off easily. Humph! I, Yang Hong, am just carrying out official business. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yang Hong said with a cold snort. If I'm afraid of you, I won't have to work in the Divine Constable Bureau anymore. Speak. Where were you last night? What did you do? Do you have any witnesses? Yang Hong shouted. Yang Hong and Zhu Chuanfeng had nothing to do with each other. So what if he tortured and questioned Zhou Shu in this manner? Zhou Shu was in no position to have any objections. He was merely handling the case his way. In this world, there was no technique to speak of when interrogating, and torture was the universal method. The Forging Division's Grand Minister has arrived. Before Zhou Shu could speak, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Yang Hong was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he felt a gust of wind, and a figure appeared in the hall. Yin Weiu was wearing martial attire, and her curvaceous figure was undoubtedly revealed. Behind her was the little maid Haitang, and both of their charming faces were covered in frost. The Divine Constable Bureau is really impressive. Yin Weiu's gaze fell on Zhou Shu's hands in the torture device, and she snorted coldly. Shouldn't you inform me before you take anyone from the forging division? Yang Hong was a little dumbfounded. He bowed mechanically and said, Constable Yang Hong of the Divine Constable Bureau greets Your Highness the Princess. The Divine Constable Bureau was well informed. How could Yang Hong not know who the Grand Minister of the Forging Division was? He didn't expect that a mere workshop superintendent would be able to alarm the Forging Division's Grand Minister. Our Divine Constable Bureau invited Zhou Shu back to assist in an investigation, not to arrest, Yang Hong said weakly. Is there a need to torture him if he is just assisting in the investigation? Yin Weiu sneered. Because he would not cooperate, Yang Hong said. Constable Yang, don't slander me. How am I not cooperating? You came to the Forging Division's workshops, and I followed you back without a word. I still don't know what crime I committed. I would like to hear what a workshop superintendent of my Forging Division has done. Yin Weiu's eyes flickered with a cold light. Yang Hong's back was drenched in cold sweat. He was just investigating an ordinary case. How could it trouble the princess to come here? Your Highness! Call me Grand Minister! Yin Weiu shouted. Grand Minister, Yang Hong said honestly. It's like this. This morning, we found 2 corpses by the moat outside the capital. One was Xiao Zongshui, a workshop superintendent of the Forging Division, and the other was Zhen Cai, a follower of Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng. Because Zhen Cai was a 9th-rank martial artist, the case fell to our Divine Constable Bureau. I am under orders to investigate this case. Because Grandmaster Zhu said that the 2 victims had some disagreements with Zhou Shu yesterday, I brought him back for questioning. He hasn't been able to explain what happened last night. That's why I wanted to punish him. Yang Hong stammered out the whole story. Zhu Chuanfeng told you that Zhou Shu is the murderer? Yin Weiu asked with furrowed brows. Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman, and in name, he was also a member of the Forging Division. But at the Grand Craftsman realm, they were no longer restricted by the Forging Division. Even the Grand Minister of the Forging Division had to be polite to them. Of course, Yin Weiu wasn't just the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. She wasn't afraid of Zhu Chuanfeng. Grandmaster Zhu didn't say that. He only said that Zhou Shu is very suspicious. Yang Hong didn't dare to say any nonsense in front of Yin Weiu. Is Xiao Zongshui really dead? Yin Weiu asked with a frown. She was not asking Yang Hong, but Haitang behind her. Haitang shook her head. I haven't received any news. Yin Weiu nodded and didn't say anything else. No matter what Grandmaster Zhu says, you don't have any evidence to prove that Zhou Shu is the murderer. Grand Minister, if there was any evidence, we would have arrested him immediately. Yang Hong had already stabilized. So what if she was the princess? He wasn't abusing the law for personal gain. Everything he did was in accordance with the rules of the Divine Constable Bureau. We are investigating the case now. I've investigated. Yesterday, Zhou Shu, Xiao Zongshui, and Zhen Cai had a conflict. He has a huge motive for committing the crime. Why would I kill them? Zhou Shu said. Just because I had a conflict with them yesterday, I became the person who killed them? I also have a conflict with you, Constable Yang. Should I kill you too? Grand Minister, I had a few words with Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai yesterday. But it was because Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to take me in as his disciple. I felt that my ability was insufficient, so I rejected Grand Craftsman Zhu. Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai wanted to persuade me. Do you think it's worthwhile for me to kill them like this? Zhou Shu said to Yin Weiu. Grand Craftsman Zhu wishes to take you as his disciple. Yin Weiu asked in surprise. Yang Hong's eyes also widened. He was thinking more than Yin Weiu. Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to accept him as a disciple, but he was rejected in the end. He couldn't hold on to his face, so he wanted to use him to teach Zhou Shu a lesson? That old thief is despicable. Yang Hong cursed in his heart. Damn it! Didn't he say Zhou Shu is just an ordinary workshop superintendent? That Zhu fellow is too much. How can someone he wants to take as a disciple be an ordinary person? Yes, but I refused. Zhou Shu nodded. I think maybe Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai were too aggressive when they tried to persuade me, so Grandmaster Zhu misunderstood, Zhou Shu added. Misunderstood? Yin Weiyu narrowed her eyes. Constable Yang, did you hear that? Yin Weiyu turned to Yang Hong. Yes. Yang Hong braced himself and said, but I still have to ask. Zhou Shu, where were you last night? Zhou Shu, what do you say? Yin Weiyu said to Zhou Shu indifferently. I'm innocent. Zhou Shu shrugged and said innocently, last night, I went to Lishun courtyard with Lieutenant Cheng Yang of the Heben troops and stayed there overnight. Zhou Shu looked embarrassed. Lieutenant Cheng and the rest were too enthusiastic. I couldn't reject them, so. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Yin Weiyu said coldly with a frosty expression. Yang Hong cursed inwardly. If you slept in a brothel last night, just say it. If you said this earlier, would I still torture you? Aren't you asking for trouble? Even I am unhappy now. Constable Yang, is this enough to prove Zhou Shu's innocence? Or do we need to find witnesses to prove it? Yin Weiyu said expressionlessly. Yang Hong was sweating profusely. Why doesn't the atmosphere feel quite right? Although he was a little puzzled, he said, according to the rules, we should call the woman over for questioning. Then let's follow the rules. Yin Weiyu said coldly. People from my forging division can't be wronged by others, nor can their innocence be ambiguous. If you want to investigate, then investigate thoroughly. Chapter 75, That Old Thief Misled Me. Things weren't going according to plan. Zhou Shu predicted that Yin Weiyu would come, but he didn't expect her to say that. What does she mean? Call Miss Hengzi over for a confrontation? Is this necessary? Grand Minister, is this necessary? Zhou Shu whispered. Last night, I was at Lishun courtyard. Lieutenant Cheng and his group can testify. When I left this morning, someone saw me. I even borrowed a zither from there. Zhou Shu couldn't tell what Yin Weiyu was thinking from her expression. Humph. Yin Weiyu harumphed without even looking at Zhou Shu and said to Yang Hong, aren't you investigating a case? What are you waiting for? Yang Hong. All right, I'll get someone to go to Lishun courtyard to ask. Yang Hong said. Originally, he thought that since the princess had come and Zhou Shu had given his explanation, everything was over. He didn't expect the princess to be so serious. What else could he do but investigate? But then again, he had heard that the princess was a generous and wise woman. She did look beautiful, but why did he feel that she was a little petty? Yang Hong cursed silently and was about to arrange for people to go to Lishun courtyard to inquire when he suddenly heard Yin Weiyu speak. Bring her back to ask. I want to hear how you ask her. Zhou Shu. Yang Hong. Yes. What else could Yang Hong say? The Grand Minister of the Forging Division couldn't interfere with the Divine Constable Bureau's matters, but the princess could. Yang Hong waved his hand. A constable quickly ran out and went to bring Miss Hengzi back. The steward of the Mi family, Ms. Hifo, requests an audience. Just as the constables ran out, a gentle voice sounded outside the door. Steward Mi? Yang Hong was stunned again. What's going on? Why are all of you coming to my place today? Yang Hong didn't dare to be negligent and hurried out to welcome him. Yin Weiyu was also puzzled as to why the steward of the Mi family came, but with her status, she naturally couldn't go out to welcome him. The moment Yang Hong ran out, not a single constable was left in the Divine Constable Bureau's office. Only Zhou Shu, Yin Weiyu, and He Tang were remaining. Zhou Shu impolitely moved a chair to Yin Weiyu's side and said solicitously, Grand Minister, have a seat. Yin Weiyu glowered at him and harumphed coldly without saying anything. Zhou Shu was confused. He looked at He Tang, who gave him a look that said, you'd better pray for yourself. While talking, Yang Hong walked in with a middle-aged man in his 40s. When the middle-aged man saw Zhou Shu, he quickly stepped forward and arrived in front of Zhou Shu. He bowed deeply and said solemnly, Second Master, I came late. You have suffered. The middle-aged man's behavior stunned everyone. Second Master? What Second Master? Steward Mi, who is your Second Master? Yang Hong asked. Ms. Hifo smiled but didn't answer directly. His gaze landed on Yin Weiyu, and he cupped his hands in greeting. Ms. Hifo greets your highness. I apologize for my rudeness. Then he looked at Yang Hong with a formal smile on his face. My second master is Superintendent Zhou Shu. Before master left for battle, he specially instructed me to take good care of second master. I didn't expect a mishap to occur on the first day. Second master, it's my mistake. Second master, please punish me, Ms. Hifu said to Zhou Shu respectfully. Are you my big brother's steward? Zhou Shu looked at Ms. Hifu. He hadn't expected Ms. Iwan to make such an arrangement before leaving for battle. Even he was surprised that Ms. Hifu had come. Yin Weiyu knew about Zhou Shu and Ms. Iwan becoming sworn brothers. He Tang had been present at the time, and she had informed Yin Weiyu immediately afterward. But Yin Weiyu didn't expect Ms. Iwan to attach so much importance to Zhou Shu. He had even arranged for his steward to take care of Zhou Shu before setting off. Yang Hong was the most shocked person present. What do you mean? Zhou Shu is the second master of the Mi family? Isn't his surname Zhou? What is the meaning of this? That old thief is despicable. Yang Hong cursed Zhu Chuanfeng in his heart again. That old man, what nonsense was he spouting? Would the second master of the Mi family personally kill a mere workshop superintendent and a 9th rank follower? Also, why would the second master of the Mi family be the superintendent of a small workshop? No, the 0th workshop, the 0th workshop. I'm such a fool. How could an ordinary person get the forging division to specially establish another workshop? The Mi family obviously played a part in it. Yang Hong wished he could slap himself. How careless! How had he been so foolish as to listen to Zhu Chuanfen's nonsense and go to the forging division's workshops to arrest him? That's right. I have always been by master's side to serve him. Before he left for battle, he repeatedly reminded me to take care of second master. I originally planned to go see second master tomorrow, but I didn't expect this delay to cause you to suffer. It's nothing. Thank you for coming. Zhou Shu waved his hand dismissively. Constable Yang, may I know what my second master has done? Ms. Hifu turned to look at Yang Hong. Although his tone was gentle, his unquestionable aura was stronger than Yin Weiyu's. No, no. Yang Hong shook his head firmly. Superintendent Zhou didn't commit any crime. We invited him back to help us investigate a case. Superintendent Zhou's suspicion has been cleared, and he can leave now. He couldn't even handle a princess, and now the Mi family was here. Yang Hong was just a lowly constable. Even a divine constable wouldn't be able to withstand this. His suspicion has been cleared. Yin Weiyu suddenly said coldly. The witness hasn't arrived yet, so how did his suspicion get cleared? Yang Hong, is this how you handle cases? If the real murderer escapes, can you bear the responsibility? Yang Hong. You're the one who asked me to release him, and you're also the one who asked me to investigate thoroughly. What am I supposed to do? Yang Hong was speechless. Ms. Hifu also looked at Yin Weiyu in surprise, but he was experienced and didn't oppose her. Instead, he smiled and said, it's good to investigate thoroughly. My second master cannot be framed. Ms. Hifu looked at Zhou Shu. Second master, what do you think? I've never done anything wrong in my life. My conscience is clear. Zhou Shu shrugged. I didn't do it, and I'm not afraid of being investigated. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was entwined in his head. Last night, Hung Xiu was unconscious. This was more or less a loophole. He couldn't guarantee if the martial artists in this world had any special methods to make Hung Xiu reveal the truth. Ms. Hifu pulled Yang Hong to the side and whispered for a moment before he finally understood what was going on. Then he walked over to Zhou Shu's side and said in a low voice, Second Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. No one will be able to wrong you in this world, not even if Zhu Chuanfeng comes personally. Ms. Hifu was full of pride. He was confident because he wasn't alone. The Mi family had 1,000 years of history and a deep foundation. Even though Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman, the Mi family wasn't afraid at all. Zhou Shu nodded. He had never been worried. He didn't regret killing Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai at all. Even if the matter was exposed, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he would just leave Great Xia. If he really wanted to leave, unless Great Xia sent out a third-rank Grandmaster, who could stop him? A third-rank Grandmaster? Such martial artists were not easily found everywhere. For a mere workshop superintendent, the Great Xia Imperial Court would have to be crazy to mobilize a third-rank Grand Master. Is Superintendent Zhou here? While everyone was waiting for the constable to bring Hongxiu over, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. For some reason, Yang Hong's heart skipped a beat. Who is it now? He subconsciously glanced at Zhou Shu. Just who is Zhou Shu? He was considered well informed. Why had he never heard of his name? Was his level too low? Yang Hong fell into deep self-doubt. Zhou Shu shrugged when he saw Yang Hong looking at him. Why is he looking at me? I don't know who's outside. Your Highness, steward me, I'm going out to take a look, Yang Hong said. Yin Weiyu and Ms Hifa both nodded. A moment later, Yang Hong returned with a look of hopelessness. Beside him was a person dressed as a eunuch. Eunuch Zhao. Yin Weiyu was surprised. Why are you here? Greetings, Your Highness. Eunuch Zhao chuckled and bowed to Yin Weiyu. His Majesty ordered me to deliver a decree today. The people from the 0th workshop said that Superintendent Zhou came here, so I came to find him. A decree? Yin Weiyu said. Yes, Eunuch Zhao said with a smile. I am afraid of delaying His Majesty's matters, so I have to deliver this decree to Superintendent Zhou today. While the two conversed, Yang Hong looked up at the sky with tears streaming down his face. What a sin! That old thief tricked me. Even His Majesty has issued a decree. Yet you told me he's the murderer who killed Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai? What did Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai do to have such a great person kill them? Even if you, Zhu Chuanfeng, failed to accept a disciple and flew into a rage out of humiliation, you shouldn't cheat me. You must be Superintendent Zhou Shu. Eunuch Zhao looked at Zhou Shu and smiled. His Majesty has a decree for you. This is urgent. Please accept the decree. Accepting a decree was originally a very grand matter. There was even a need to burn incense and set up a table. But now that they were in the Divine Constable Bureau, these procedures were definitely unrealistic. Fortunately, Eunuch Zhao didn't force him to do so. He immediately started reading the Imperial Decree. We have recognized that Zhou Shu of the Forging Division has outstanding talent and merits. We specially permit him to participate in Grand Xia's military parade. The Imperial Decree was very simple, and Eunuch Zhao read it in one breath. Superintendent Zhou, His Majesty has high expectations of you. I hope that you will not let down the grace of His Majesty and continue to work hard. Eunuch Zhao looked at Zhou Shu and smiled. He rolled up the Imperial Decree and handed it to Zhou Shu. Before he could finish doing so, a loud thud resounded. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Hong sitting on the floor. Everyone! Tears were streaming down Yang Hong's face as he roared furiously in his head, that old thief misled me. Chapter 76, I have no intention of humiliating you. Constable Yang, are you alright? Zhou Shu asked with concern. Although Yang Hong had ordered his men to torture him before, Zhou Shu didn't actually hate him that much. In essence, Yang Hong didn't have any selfish motive. It was just for the sake of handling the case. To a certain extent, Zhou Shu still had to thank him. For such a fair and impartial constable, people shouldn't doubt the outcome of his investigation. As long as Yang Hong concluded that he wasn't the murderer, who else could say anything? I'm fine. Yang Hong shouted and jumped up from the floor. Before he could continue speaking, Eunuch Zhao said, "Oh right. Why is Superintendent Zhou in the Divine Constable Bureau? Did something happen?" Plop. Hearing this, Yang Hong, who had just jumped up, sat down on the floor again. This time, before anyone could ask, he hurriedly got up. Misunderstanding, Eunuch Zhao. It's all a misunderstanding. Yang Hong explained, a workshop superintendent was killed last night. Because Superintendent Zhou worked with the murdered superintendent before, I asked him to come back to help with the investigation. Xiao Zongshui was no longer worthy of a name. As for Zhen Cai, a dignified 9th-rank martial artist, he was actually not even worthy of mentioning here. Superintendent Zhou is suspected of murder. Eunuch Zhao said seriously, in that case, I will have to report this to His Majesty. Yang Hong jumped in fright, his entire body drenched in sweat. Is there a need to alarm His Majesty over such a small case? If this really alarmed the Emperor, regardless of anything else, he would definitely be deemed incompetent in handling this case. No, he is not a suspect. Yang Hong hurriedly said. We invited Superintendent Zhou back only because he knows the murdered superintendent. We want to know more about the deceased. Furthermore, Superintendent Zhou has an alibi for last night. He can't be the murderer. Yang Hong said firmly. He was now certain that Zhu Chuanfeng had used him as a tool. Zhou Shu couldn't possibly be the murderer. The second master of the Mi family was someone whom the emperor valued. How could someone with such status possibly kill a mere workshop superintendent and a follower? Besides, he had an alibi. Yang Hong didn't even want to interrogate the woman from Lishun courtyard anymore. Zhou Shu couldn't possibly lie about something like this. That's good. Eunuch Zhao nodded. His Majesty can rest assured since the Divine Constable Bureau is handling the case. I believe that you will definitely be able to find out the truth and not malign the innocent. Eunuch Zhao wasn't interested in understanding the case. The death of a mere workshop superintendent wasn't enough to arouse his interest. If not for the coincidence today, he wouldn't even ask. Your Highness, there are other matters in the palace. I will take my leave first. Eunuch Zhao bowed respectfully to Yin Weiyu. Yin Weiyu nodded. As Eunuch Zhao walked out, he passed by Zhou Shu and chuckled. Superintendent Zhou, I think very highly of you too. Work hard and do not let His Majesty down. With that, he left the Divine Constable Bureau with his followers. It wasn't until Eunuch Zhao left that Yang Hong let out a long sigh of relief. He was the person by the emperor's side. If something went wrong, it would directly reach the imperial court. This pressure. He forgot that Yin Weiyu was also someone who could reach the imperial court. But in comparison, Yang Hong was more afraid of Eunuch Zhao. Yang Hong, what are you doing? Why have you not brought back the witness? Yin Weiyu's displeased voice sounded. Soon. Soon, Yang Hong hurriedly replied. He signaled with his eyes for someone to rush over to hurry them. Although he didn't want to investigate any more, since the princess didn't want to give up, he decided to go through the motions. Zhou Shu looked at Yin Weiyu strangely. Why is she being so serious? Yin Weiyu didn't even look at Zhou Shu. Her expression was as cold as ice as he said, Zhou Shu, have you done what I asked you to do? Done what? Zhou Shu was confused. Humph. Yin Weiyu harumphed coldly. You have time to visit brothels, but you don't have time to do proper business? Now that I'm here, if you still can't hand over the poem, then you don't have to hand it over anymore. Zhou Shu finally realized that the Grand Minister, the princess, was angry. Is it that she doesn't like her subordinates visiting brothels? It makes sense. Which woman would like a man visiting a brothel? Perhaps only women from brothels like it. But then again, is it really appropriate to mention the poem here? Could it be that the Grand Minister is a cultured young woman? Zhou Shu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. This was truly a woman's thoughts. Okay, let me think. Let me think. Zhou Shu didn't want to anger Yin Weiyu. After all, she was still the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. He knew that he could no longer avoid it. He pretended to think for a moment before slowly saying, if time could stop at the moment when we first met, what caused the sorrow of the painted fan in the autumn wind? Your heart changed in the blink of an eye, but you say it was bound to happen. Grand Minister, that's all. Zhou Shu said. There's really nothing more. If time could stop at the moment when we first met, what caused the sorrow of the painted fan in the autumn wind? Your heart changed in the blink of an eye, but you say it was bound to happen. Yin Weiyu didn't pay any attention to Zhou Shu. She murmured to herself with an indescribable expression on her face, her eyes filled with splendor. Then they heard a sigh outside the door. Your heart changed in the blink of an eye, but you say it was bound to happen. A female voice sighed deeply. This poem speaks the heart. Yin Weiyu looked at the door. Who's there? Greetings, everyone. I am Hungzhou from Lishun courtyard. A woman in red walked in from outside and bowed. May I know why you have summoned me? Hungzhou's gaze fell on Zhou Shu, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Then her cheeks flushed slightly, causing her already beautiful face to become even more radiant. In this room, there was already a beautiful character. In terms of appearance, although Hungzhou was absolutely beautiful, she was far inferior to Yin Weiyu. But her various charms weren't something a young girl like Yin Weiyu could compare to. Her arrival attracted Yang Hong's and Ms. Hifu's attention. Yin Weiyu harumphed coldly and then asked, let me ask you. Did Zhou Shu stay at Lishun courtyard last night? Hung Xiu looked at Yin Wu in surprise, and astonishment flashed in her eyes. This woman is too beautiful. Who is she? Why is she the one speaking in the Divine Constable Bureau? But seeing that no one reacted, Hung Xiu naturally knew what to do. Young master, your name is Zhou Shu. Hung Xiu looked at Zhou Shu in surprise and said very frankly, young master Zhou did stay in my room last night. Shameless? Yin Wu thought. How can a woman say such words so calmly? I understand, Yin Wu said. Yang Hong, the matter is already clear. You can release him now. She stood up and walked out. While walking, she said without even turning her head, Zhou Shu, within 3 months, I want to see the 0th workshop produce results. If you only know how to frequent brothels and can't do proper work, then you forget about being a superintendent. Yin Wu left without even looking back, not bothering to listen to Zhou Shu's reply at all. Zhou Shu shrugged. Am I not doing my work properly? The 0th workshop just produced the spring embroidered saber. But it's fine. You just want to see the 0th workshop develop new weapons, right? I don't need 3 months to show you the results. Grand Minister, you're underestimating me. Zhou Shu looked at Hung Xiu approvingly before looking at Yang Hong. Constable Yang, can this prove that the murders have nothing to do with me now? He had actually been a little worried that she would say that she didn't know. After all, she had actually been unconscious all last night. He didn't expect her to be so cooperative. This was an unexpected surprise. What else could Yang Hong say? You have nothing to do with this indeed, Yang Hong said. Please. Right now, Yang Hong only wanted to send Zhou Shu out. If such a big shot stayed here, who knew who else he would attract? He really couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Shu shook his head and said, there's no hurry. Constable Yang, is Commander Ma here today? I've almost settled the matter we spoke about last time. I want to update him. Plop. Yang Hong fell to the floor once more. If you really know our commander, you should have said so earlier. You didn't say it, so I thought you were bragging when you wanted to see him. You're merely a superintendent of a forging division workshop. What right do you have to speak to our commander? Just because you're good-looking? Yang Hong felt that life was meaningless. In the end, Zhou Shu didn't see Ma Fengzhang. It wasn't because he didn't have the qualifications but because Ma Fengzhang wasn't in the Divine Constable Bureau. He had gone out to handle some matters. As for where he went, it wasn't something a mere constable like Yang Hong could know. After leaving the Divine Constable Bureau, Zhou Shu was accompanied by 2 people, Ms. Hifu and Hung Xiu, who hadn't left yet for some reason. Zhou Shu glanced at Hung Xiu. Miss Hung Xiu, are you still not going back? Young Master Zhou, are you chasing me away? Women were all born actresses. Hung Xiu looked pitiful when she said this. Zhou Shu felt a headache coming on. Although he had stripped Hung Xiu naked last night, he hadn't taken advantage of her. With her expression now, those who didn't know would think that he was a heartless man. Zhou Shu braced himself and said, no, thank you for what you did today, Miss Hung Xiu. Then his gaze shifted. He pulled Ms. Hifu aside and whispered, Steward me, please lend me some money. Without hesitation, Ms. Hifu took out a banknote from his pocket. Is this enough? Yes. Zhou Shu didn't even look at it. He held the banknote in his hand and walked to Hung Xiu. Thank you very much for today, Miss Hung Xiu. This is a small gesture of my thanks. Please accept it. He handed over the banknote. Hung Xiu's expression changed. Young Master Zhou, do you think I'm not leaving because of money? In your eyes, is Hung Xiu just a shameless woman greedy for money? A bitter expression appeared on her face. It makes sense. I'm just a prostitute after all. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Hung Xiu turned around and left. As she turned around, Zhou Shu saw 2 streams of tears flowing down her face. That's not what I meant. Zhou Shu was anxious and grabbed Hung Xiu's arm. I don't mean to look down on you. I just... Forget it. I don't know what to say. Anyway, I don't have any other intentions. This banknote is just a simple thank you. I definitely have no intention of insulting you. Chapter 77, Good Move, Second Master. Miss Hung Xiu, although you come from a brothel, you have a noble character. In my opinion, you are no worse than those heiresses, Zhou Shu said. Hung Xiu turned her head, tears still on her face. Young master, are you telling the truth? Hung Xiu's voice was a little shaky. Hung Xiu looks like a willow withering at the approach of autumn. How can I compare to those heiresses? Hung Xiu still has this bit of self-awareness. If you look like a willow withering at the approach of autumn, then almost all women in this world will not have to live anymore. Zhou Shu shook his head. He was speaking the truth. In his previous life, Hung Xiu's looks would have made her a big star. As for being born in a brothel, so what? Weren't those female celebrities on earth the same? Although she knew that Zhou Shu was coaxing her, she was still overjoyed. I misunderstood, young master, Hung Xiu said weakly. The tears on her face had yet to dry, and her bashful expression made Zhou Shu look deeply at her. A beautiful lady has her beaded curtain raised, behind which in deep thoughts she sits with her elegantly thin eyebrows distorted. I can see moist trails of tears from the corners of her eyes. I wonder who it is that she harbors resentment toward. Zhou Shu couldn't help reciting this poem. Mies Hifo, standing at the side, was dumbfounded. If his master had such moves, wouldn't his kids be half his height by now? Unlike now, he was almost 30 years old and still single. Hung Xiu's eyes widened, and her breathing became hurried. She suddenly covered her face and left. Miss Hung Xiu, banknote. Zhou Shu gave himself a tight slap. Who asked you to be so unrestrained? Why did you recite a poem for no reason? Do you really think that you're Li Bai? A poem by young Master Zhou is worth more than 10,000 taels of gold. Hung Xiu's voice came from afar. Zhou Shu. More than 10,000 taels of gold? Poetry is indeed a good tool for freeloading. Zhou Shu looked at the banknote in his hand. He was wondering if he should return it to Mies Hifo when Mies Hifo walked up to him and gave him a thumbs up. Good move, second master, Mies Hifo praised sincerely. You flatter me, Zhou Shu said humbly. Second master, please enlighten master in the future. Master's literary talent is also very good, but he doesn't know how to use it in the right place. The Mi family is still waiting for master to carry on the family line, Mies Hifo continued. What do you mean? Zhou Shu was interested in the gossip. His big brother, Mies Iwan, still didn't have a son? Mies Hifo whispered something. A look of realization appeared on Zhou Shu's face as he laughed. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Then, I shall thank second master on behalf of old master, Mies Hifo said sincerely. He kept going on about his master and old master, yet Zhou Shu could actually understand. Steward me, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the workshop first. Zhou Shu hesitated for a while before returning the banknote to Mies Hifo. He had to return what he borrowed. Second master, please wait. Steward me didn't reach out to take the banknote. This banknote was given to second master by master. There's also another matter that I have to trouble second master to help me settle. Me? What is it? Zhou Shu glanced at the banknote in his hands and once again felt how wealthy Mies Iwan was. The denomination of this banknote was actually 1,000 taels of silver. Fortunately, Hung Xiu didn't accept it just now. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous loss for him. This was 1,000 taels of silver. He had thought it was just 100 or 200 taels of silver. Second master, please follow me. Mies Hifo smiled mysteriously and walked ahead. Zhou Shu was puzzled and followed. He wasn't worried that Mies Hifo would harm him. Not to mention Mies Hifo's strength, his identity was verified by Yan Wu and Yang Hong. He was a genuine steward of the Mi family. Mies Iwan was his sworn brother. How could his steward harm him? Although Zhou Shu hadn't interacted much with this brother that he had easily gotten, he still trusted him. The main point was that he didn't seem to have any reason to scheme against him. He came from an aristocratic family, and his wealth was comparable to that of a country. He also had a teacher who was the commander of the 3 armies. He had both money and power. So why would such a person scheme against Zhou Shu? At least for now, the things that Zhou Shu had shown weren't worth being schemed against. Zhou Shu followed him without hesitation. Mies Hifo nodded to himself. Today, in the Divine Constable Bureau, he had been paying attention to Zhou Shu. How could he not be curious about his master's sworn brother? Before coming to the Divine Constable Bureau, Mies Hifo had been ordered to investigate Zhou Shu. With Mies Iwan's identity, how could the Mi family let down their guard when someone appeared beside him? According to the investigation, Zhou Shu was only a slightly talented forging apprentice. The Mi family couldn't understand why Mi Ziwen had become sworn brothers with him. Mi's Hifa was also puzzled before. But after seeing Zhou Shu, he understood. After a short interaction, he felt that Zhou Shu was definitely someone who could go far. His master had indeed inherited his teacher's wisdom. Mi's Hifa brought Zhou Shu 2 streets away and stopped outside a courtyard. Second master, please. Mi's Hifa pushed open the 2 doors full of bronze nails and made a gesture of invitation. Is this my big brother's home? Zhou Shu was puzzled. This residence was located in the middle of the capital. From the entrance, it looked quite grand, but it didn't seem to match Mi Ziwen's status. Logically speaking, given how wealthy the Mi family was, shouldn't the residence be 10 times bigger? Hasn't my big brother already left for war? Steward, why did you bring me to his residence? Zhou Shu asked. This isn't master's residence. Mi's Hifa shook his head. This is yours, second master. My residence. Zhou Shu was stunned. A thought he found hard to believe emerged in his mind. It wasn't easy to live in the capital. In the imperial capital of Great Xia, the price of such a residence was astronomical. And it wasn't something that could be bought with money. Steward, are you serious? Zhou Shu looked at Mi's Hifa. Although his sworn brother gave him money every now and then, and they weren't small sums, Zhou Shu had never thought that he would be so generous. How could his big brother give away a residence that Zhou Shu could never ever afford in his lifetime? Of course, Mi's Hifa said. I have already prepared the transfer contract, and I have also filed a record with the government. As long as you sign the contract, this residence will be your home in the capital. Master's instructions were a little last minute, and time was limited, so the conditions are a bit lacking. I hope you can forgive me, second master. In addition, second master, you have to choose your own servants. I don't know what your preferences are, so I didn't dare to make arrangements. Master has instructed that the Mi residence will take care of all the servants' salaries. You don't have to worry about it, second master. You can go to the Mi residence to pick out some useful people or buy some people from the market. Mi's Hifa explained everything slowly. Zhou Shu was stunned when he heard everything. Not only is he giving a residence to me, but it even comes with servants? Moreover, the servants' wages will all be taken care of? Big brother, are you providing for me? If more such big brothers come, there will be no need for me to forge weapons. Wouldn't it be nice to live a life of luxury? Steward, this isn't too good, right? Zhou Shu felt as if he was dreaming. If big brother is so wasteful, won't he anger his family? Of course not. Mi's Hifa smiled. Master is in charge of the Mi family now. Old master usually doesn't ask about these things. Besides, this isn't much. I feel that it's too shabby. Zhou Shu was flabbergasted. This is shabby? A luxurious mansion within the third ring of the capital with an unlimited number of servants that had their salaries covered for life, how can this be called shabby? Is poverty limiting my imagination? Or is it that I'm unable to imagine the happiness of the rich? Second master, if you need anything else, feel free to instruct me. Mi's Hifa smiled. Before master went to war, he said that if I didn't take good care of you, he would skin me alive. No, Zhou Shu said firmly. It's all good. Steward Mi, don't worry. If big brother is unhappy with you, I will definitely stand on your side. You couldn't have done any better. I'm very satisfied. That's good. Mi's Hifa suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at me. I almost forgot something so important. He carefully took out a booklet from his clothes. Second master, you are a forging apprentice. This book is a forging technique manual that master specially found. The forging techniques recorded inside are genuine unique skills of forging masters. According to my knowledge, there are at least 3 forging apprentices who advanced to forging master after studying this forging technique manual. Master asked me to hand it over to you, second master. I hope that you will be able to advance to forging master as soon as possible. Mi's Hifa handed the booklet to Zhou Shu with a serious face. The most important thing for forging apprentices was the secret forging formulas. As for forging masters, the most important thing was their own skills. This forging secret technique manual was about weapon forging techniques. It was also the most important thing for forging apprentices to advance to forging master. It could be said that if forging apprentices were unable to grasp a certain level of forging techniques, they would never be able to become forging masters. True forging techniques were usually kept secret and wouldn't be taught to others. Mi Ziwen had actually found such a thing for him. Zhou Shu once again felt this big brother's sincerity. He really treats me as a brother. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do all these things. What about me? What have I done for him? Zhou Shu began to think seriously. He had never liked owing others, even if Mi Ziwen was his sworn brother. He thought about what he should give Mi Ziwen as a gift. Zhou Shu looked at Mi Zifu. Steward, let me ask you. How is my brother's cultivation now? Master's cultivation is at the 4th rank, only a step away from the 3rd rank, Mi Zifu said without hesitation. Cultivation at the 4th rank, this is a bit troublesome, Zhou Shu muttered to himself. What did you say, second master? Mi Zifu was puzzled. Nothing. Zhou Shu shook his head. This matter wasn't urgent. In any case, Mi Ziwen's triumphant return would still take some time. He had to prepare a gift of sufficient quality. Chapter 78, The Revolution has yet to succeed. Zhou Shu didn't reject Mi Ziwen's generous gift. They were already sworn brothers, so there was no need to pretend to be polite. In addition, Zhou Shu didn't think that Mi Ziwen would be at a disadvantage. Once he became a grand craftsman, any weapon he casually forged for Mi Ziwen would be worth more than a single residence. As for becoming a grand craftsman, Zhou Shu felt that there was no problem at all. Steward Mi, just arrange for a few people to clean up the place, Zhou Shu said without standing on ceremony. I won't stay here often. I'll have to trouble you to take care of it. It was quite convenient to have a residence in the capital. At least, he wouldn't have to be in a situation where he had nowhere to go like last night. Zhou Shu reckoned that he would come to the capital frequently in the future. He had originally planned to buy a residence in the capital, but he had no money temporarily. Now, Mi Ziwen had solved his big problem. Don't worry, second master. I will handle it well. Mi Zifu was a professional steward, and it wasn't a problem. Zhou Shu looked at the secret forging technique manual in his hand and fell into deep thought. This manual didn't have much meaning to Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu's forging techniques all came from the legendary Armament Canon. As long as a weapon appeared in the legendary Armament Canon, he would automatically be able to master the relevant forging techniques. As long as a ranked weapon appeared on the legendary Armament Canon, Zhou Shu's forging skills would definitely automatically increase to the level of forging masters. Therefore, there was no need for him to learn the secret forging techniques in this manual. But this manual was very useful for him to nurture Zhang Yibei and the others. To put it bluntly, there was no problem with Zhou Shu's forging techniques. But there was a problem with how to teach Zhang Yibei and the others. Now that he had the secret forging technique manual, this problem was solved. Compared to the residents and servants, I owe Big Brother much more for the secret forging technique manual, Zhou Shu thought. To him, money was a trivial matter. But the value of the secret forging technique manual was immeasurable. It was something that could produce several forging masters. How to repay Mi Ziwen was a headache. Mi Ziwen was a 4th-rank martial artist. With his family background, he shouldn't lack any weapons. Even if Zhou Shu became a forging master, ordinary ranked weapons probably wouldn't be able to catch Mi Ziwen's eye. I can only wait and see. In any case, it will take at least a few months for the army to return. Zhou Shu temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. He suddenly thought of something else. Steward Mi, I have something to ask you. Mi Zifu was the steward of the Mi family, so he should be very knowledgeable. He might know about this. Second master, please speak, Mi Zifu said. You heard it just now. His Majesty has decreed for me to participate in the so-called military parade. Mi Zifu was speechless. Why do I feel that second master is very unwilling? To participate in Great Xia's military parade as a forging apprentice was something that many people didn't even dare to imagine. This second master was really hard to figure out. Second master, you are excellent beyond compare. His Majesty is wise and discerning, Mi Zifu said. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. Do I want to hear your flattery? Is there a need for you to say such words? Steward Mi, what do you know about Great Xia's military parade? I heard that there are rewards for participating in this parade, right? Zhou Shu continued asking. Mi Zifu nodded. The so-called military parade is for His Majesty to watch forging masters forge on the spot, and His Majesty will reward the winner. What is the reward this time? Zhou Shu asked. Previously, Zhou Shu had learned from Zhen Cai that Zhu Chuanfeng was willing to use any means possible to take him in as a disciple in order to claim the reward from the military parade for himself. Although he didn't know why Zhu Chuanfeng was so sure that he would get the reward was definitely very important to Zhu Chuanfeng. Now that Zhou Shu and Zhu Chuanfeng had fallen out, he naturally couldn't let his enemy get what he wanted. Zhou Shu had already decided that no matter what the reward was, he wouldn't let Zhu Chuanfeng have it. The reward for this military parade? Mies Hifa shook his head. The rewards for every military parade are different. I'm afraid only His Majesty knows the specifics. No, Zhu Chuanfeng knows, Zhou Shu thought. But after he thought about it, Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman after all. It wasn't strange for him to know some inside information. Even if Mies Hifa had the support of the Mi family, he couldn't compare to a grand craftsman. It was normal that he didn't know. All right. Zhou Shu shook his head. There's nothing else. Steward Mi, you go ahead. I have to return to the workshop. Our Grand Minister has lost her temper, so I have to work harder. Zhou Shu signed his name on the deed Mies Hifa had brought over. Then he instructed Mies Hifa to clean up the residence before he went to the 0th workshop. Although Zhou Shu wasn't afraid of Yan Hui's threats, from his own point of view, he had to speed up his pace of forging. He had not maxed out the number of spring-embroidered sabers yet. The revolution has yet to succeed. I still have to work hard. Bang! A porcelain teacup fell heavily to the floor and shattered. A few maids kept quiet out of fear and stood trembling at the foot of the wall. Zhu Chuanfeng's face was ashen as he panted heavily. Very good. A mere forging apprentice actually dares to go against me. Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. Then, I'll let you see the consequences of opposing me. He already knew about what had happened in the Divine Constable Bureau. Yang Hong had come to inform him of the situation personally. At the time, Yang Hong's accusing attitude made Zhu Chuanfeng furious. If not for his status, he would have easily killed this mere constable of the Divine Constable Bureau. Now, he had transferred all of his hatred onto Zhou Shu. Even if that boy surnamed Zhou wanted, he wouldn't be able to kill Zhen Cai. After venting his anger, Zhu Chuanfeng calmed down. There's something strange about this matter. I don't know if Zhen Cai was unlucky enough to encounter an enemy spy or if someone is targeting me. Cold light flickered in Zhu Chuanfeng's eyes. As a grand craftsman, his status was extraordinary. But at the same time, he also had enemies. If someone is testing me, Zhu Chuanfeng fell into deep thought. I can't delay any longer. I have to make sure nothing goes wrong. A moment later, he raised his hand and called a few people in. After giving a few instructions, these people left the zoo residence and went to various places. When Zhou Shu returned to the 0th workshop, the first thing he saw was Zhang Yibei kneeling at the door, shirtless. What kind of show is this? Zhou Shu asked curiously. Zhang Yibei lowered his head and shouted, Superintendent, I didn't listen to your instructions and went out to look for the Grand Minister. Please punish me. Superintendent, we all made this decision together. If you want to punish someone, punish all of us. Zhou Shu's expression turned cold. What? What tricks are you up to? Do you think I won't punish all of you? No, no. You've misunderstood, Superintendent, Zhang Yibei hurriedly said. I'm the one who disobeyed orders. Whether you want to beat me or kill me, it's all up to you. I haven't even done anything yet you all dare to disobey me. Zhou Shu snorted. If you really become forging masters, won't you all climb above my head? We wouldn't dare. The apprentices were terrified. No one is allowed to eat today. Zhou Shu said coldly. The Heben sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and horse-slaying sabers, each person is to choose one to forge. If you can't forge it, you are not allowed to sleep. Zhou Shu flicked his sleeves and walked straight into the backyard. Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others looked at one another. Is the superintendent punishing us? I guess, someone said with uncertainty. No food for a day and to forge a weapon? Was this considered punishment? I guess so, a forging apprentice said uncertainly. It must be. I haven't completely mastered the forging methods of these 3 weapons. I can't forge one in a day by myself, a forging apprentice cried out miserably. The difficulty of forging the Huben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and horse-slaying saber was very high. When Zhang Yibei and the others forged them before, they had instructed others to forge them according to the broken-down steps of the forging process. If they forged independently, the success rate would be ridiculously low. Being able to succeed once every 10 times was already considered very good. Stop talking! Zhang Yibei said loudly. This is the superintendent's benevolence. What else are you not satisfied with? To be able to meet such a superintendent, it's our 3 lifetimes of fortune. This time, we have indeed disobeyed the superintendent's orders. Although he is benevolent, this should serve as a warning to us. Everyone, there's no need to discuss any more. Let's do as the superintendent says. Zhang Yibei took the lead and rushed into the factory. He grabbed his hammer and started forging. Afterward, the group of forging apprentices also grabbed their hammers and threw themselves into forging. The sound of hammering echoed in the 0th workshop. When Zhou Shu, in the backyard, heard the commotion in the front yard, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In truth, he wasn't angry. Zhang Yibei was worried about his safety, which was why he had taken the risk to go to the forging division to find Yin Wuo. For Zhang Yibei, this was a huge improvement. At the very least, he was no longer that cowardly forging apprentice who only obeyed orders. They already had their own thoughts. This was also why Zhou Shu had always wanted to change them. To him, the forging apprentices were all living people, not tools for forging. He didn't want all the forging apprentices under him to become obedient bugs. He hoped that Zhang Yibei and the others would have their own thoughts and opinions. I've given you all a chance. As for how far you can go, it will depend on yourselves, Zhou Shu thought. Then his gaze fell on his smelting furnace. Let's get to work and max out the number of spring-embroidered sabers as soon as possible. Zhou Shu was full of energy. Chapter 79, Naive. Superintendent, none of the materials that arrived today are for us. Zhang Yibei bowed and reported. There was some doubt and anger on his face. How many days has it been? Zhou Shu raised his eyebrows. Ever since the Divine Constable Bureau incident, Zhou Shu had stayed in the forging division's workshops to forge weapons. After a few days, he had already forged dozens of spring-embroidered sabers. The number of spring-embroidered sabers on the legendary armament cannon was almost full. He didn't expect Zhang Yibei to inform him that the materials in the 0th workshop had been used up, and the new materials were not delivered on time. The forging division's workshops were divided into several departments. For example, Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and other forging apprentices worked as frontline workers. Other than that, there were also those who inspected weapons, those who escorted weapons, those who cooked, those who delivered materials, and so on. The most important material of the forging division was naturally iron. In addition, there was also the fuel used for smelting furnaces. Under normal circumstances, the materials needed by the workshops would be sent to the various workshops on time. In the past, when Zhou Shu was working at the 97th workshop, he had never been worried about materials. Even after he became the superintendent of the 0th workshop, he had never worried about such trivial matters. It had always been Zhang Yibei dealing with the people who transported materials. It's the 3rd day, Zhang Yibei replied. What did the materials department say? Zhou Shu asked. They didn't say anything. They just said that there weren't enough materials and that we would have to wait, Zhang Yibei said angrily. If there aren't enough materials, then why don't the other workshops face the same problem? Only our 0th workshop doesn't have materials. Only the 0th workshop doesn't have materials. Zhou Shu frowned. Yes, Zhang Yibei said. I went to the other workshops to take a look. They have sufficient materials. All right, I understand. You may leave. Zhou Shu waved his hand, gesturing for Zhang Yibei to leave. Yes, Superintendent, Zhang Yibei said. Before he left, he still asked, Superintendent, what should everyone do without materials? The day-to-day work of forging apprentices was forging weapons. Without materials, what would they do? Didn't I give you all the martial arts techniques? Practice them all. Zhou Shu waved his hand. Zhang Yibei acknowledged and returned to the front yard to instruct the other forging apprentices. Other workshops have sufficient materials. Only the 0th workshop doesn't. After Zhang Yibei left, Zhou Shu tapped the armrest of his chair. Someone is targeting the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu wasn't a fool. When he heard Zhang Yibei's words, he knew that there was a problem. The 0th workshop didn't need to take on any forging tasks. The materials they consumed every day were nothing compared to the entire forging division. Therefore, it was impossible for them to miss out on the 0th workshop because they had insufficient materials. Although Yin Wuyu was a bit angry last time, she wouldn't do something like this, Zhou Shu thought. Not giving materials to the 0th workshop won't do her any good. I've never dealt with the material department before, and they wouldn't target me for no reason. Then, there's only one possibility. Zhu Chuanfeng? Zhou Shu gritted his teeth. He might not have been kind to others in the forging division, but he had never offended anyone. The only person who had a grudge against him was Zhu Chuanfeng. Zhu Chuanfeng was a grand craftsman, and his status in the forging division was extraordinary. It wouldn't be difficult for him to cut off the materials of the 0th workshop. Does that old thief think he can make me submit just by doing this? Doesn't he know that the 0th workshop doesn't need to take on any forging tasks? Even if there are no materials, what can he do to me? Zhou Shu snorted coldly. Actually, cutting off the materials of the 0th workshop had a huge impact on Zhou Shu. Although he didn't need to undertake forging tasks, he still needed to try to develop weapons. Trying required materials. Without materials, how could he develop new weapons? Of course, this was the normal process of developing weapons. To Zhou Shu, this wasn't a problem. He didn't even need to try to develop weapons. But he had to forge enough spring-embroidered sabers to fill up the slots. Without materials, how could he forge them? He still had to forge more than a dozen spring-embroidered sabers to hit 100. Damn old thief! Zhou Shu cursed. Zhu Chuanfen's actions were truly disgusting. Should I go look for Yin Wuyu? Zhou Shu rejected his idea himself. If he went to trouble Yin Wuyu over such a small matter, her patience would be exhausted sooner or later. Besides, if he went to look for the Grand Minister over such a trivial matter, what would others think of him? Wouldn't they think that he was unworthy of being the superintendent of the 0th workshop? Apart from the Grand Minister, Zhou Shu really didn't know any of the other big shots of the forging division. Below the forging division's Grand Minister, there were 4 ministers. Under the ministers, there were also directors and vice-directors. Other workshop superintendents would definitely be familiar with these people. But Zhou Shu had been directly promoted by Yin Wuyu from a forging apprentice to a workshop superintendent. He had never interacted with these people before. Now that he was in trouble, would they help him if he went to look for them? Moreover, wasn't Zhu Chuanfeng more influential than him? This was just a bit of the influence of a grand craftsman, but it was enough to put a workshop superintendent in a life-or-death dilemma. Without materials, he wouldn't be able to complete the forging tasks, which would be a devastating blow to a workshop superintendent. Even if he reported it to his superiors, the materials department just had to say that they didn't have enough materials. If it dragged on for a few days, which workshop would be able to withstand it? Trying to make me submit with this method? Zhu Chuanfeng, you're underestimating me? Zhou Shu sneered coldly. Do you think I won't be able to develop new weapons without materials? How naive! Zhang Yibei! Zhou Shu shouted. Yes. Zhang Yibei answered loudly in the front yard. Then the sound of footsteps came as Zhang Yibei ran to Zhou Shu's backyard. I'm leaving for a few days. You guys stay in the workshop. If you can't forge weapons, don't stay idle. You can't slack off when it comes to the martial Dao, Zhou Shu instructed. Tell everyone that as long as they perform well, I will teach everyone the true art of forging. When the time comes, it won't be impossible to advance to forging master. Superintendent, Zhang Yibei's eyes lit up as his voice trembled. Previously, they had learned some forging techniques from Zhou Shu. At that time, they had learned that in order to become a forging master, they had to have a skill inheritance. Originally, Zhang Yibei had already lost all hope. He didn't expect that Zhou Shu would actually give him hope again. The martial Dao is not to be underestimated. If you can't meet my requirements, then don't even think about it, Zhou Shu said calmly. Rest assured, Superintendent. We will do our best. Zhang Yibei promised loudly. Zhou Shu nodded without commenting. He put on his jacket and left the 0th workshop. Zhang Yibei passed on Zhou Shu's words to the other forging apprentices, and they began to cultivate with all their might. Meanwhile, the 97th workshop welcomed a new workshop superintendent, a young man in his 20s. The young man stood in the work shed that used to belong to Zhou Shu with a cold smile on his face. Do you think you can escape the fate of being a peasant just because you've become a workshop superintendent? The young man sneered. Naive. I'll let you see clearly how big the gap is between you and a true forging master. A flame seemed to burn in the young man's eyes. He raised his hand, and the hammer that had fallen in the corner automatically flew into his hand. Then he gently waved it. With a loud crash, the entire work shed was reduced to ruins. The capital, the forging division headquarters. Yin Weiyu sat upright in the large hall. Opposite her, almost all the higher UPS of the forging division were present. Grand Minister, are you going to set a benchmark for the monthly workshop examination? A middle-aged man said. He was Minister Meng Jingguang of the forging division, and he could be considered the second in command of the forging division. Just do it the way you did in the past, Yin Weiyu said. The monthly examination of the forging division's workshops was actually a test of each workshop's performance. Those that failed to complete their tasks would be punished. This was a tradition of the forging division. There were certain rules that Yin Weiyu didn't intend to interfere with too much. Although she wanted to change the practices of the forging division, she didn't want to overthrow everything. At least, the monthly examination of the forging division's workshops wasn't a problem for now. In the past, it wouldn't have been a problem to follow the usual practice. Meng Jingguang nodded slightly and stroked his beard while speaking slowly. But the situation this time is slightly different. What's different? Yin Weiyu said. Grand Minister, how should we evaluate this 0th workshop you personally established? Before this, of the 108 workshops of the forging division, other than the first 36 which consist of forging masters, the other 72 were all treated equally. The evaluation was very simple, and we could carry it out according to the number and quality of the forged weapons. However, Grand Minister, you have specially allowed the 0th workshop not to take on any forging tasks. I'm not sure how to evaluate them, Meng Jingguang said. Forgive me for being blunt. But perhaps I'm not at your level, Grand Minister, so I can't see the point of setting up the 0th workshop. Yin Weiyu frowned. Minister Meng, are you questioning me? I wouldn't dare. Meng Jingguang shook his head. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he said seriously, I just feel that there is no need to set up a workshop to develop standard weapons. Are you saying to get rid of the 0th workshop? Yin Weiyu sneered. Meng Jingguang didn't speak, but his intention was clear. Grand Minister, I have a suggestion. Another voice broke the deadlock. Grand Minister, you set up the 0th workshop with good intentions, but it's possible that you haven't been in the forging division for long and don't know enough about forging, the man said. He almost pointed at Yin Weiyu's nose and said that she was an amateur. Yin Weiyu's pretty face turned cold as she harumphed. The man continued nonchalantly, my suggestion is to use this monthly examination to let the 0th workshop prove its value. If the other workshops can do what the 0th workshop does, then there's no need for it to exist. On the other hand, if the people of the 0th workshop can prove that they have more value than the other workshops, then the workshop can continue to exist. Chapter 80, Workshop Monthly Examination. The fury in Yin Weiyu's heart was almost uncontrollable. She lowered her eyelids, trying to maintain her poise. Ever since she became the Grand Minister, these people had been making things difficult for her. But everything they did was in accordance with the rules. So even though Yin Weiyu wanted to launch an attack, she had no way of doing so. For example, during this monthly examination, they clearly wanted to target Yin Weiyu's 0th workshop. But their excuses were so reasonable that even Yin Weiyu couldn't say anything. If these people really did it out of public interest, then so be it. But over the past few years, the forging division had become increasingly desolate in their hands, getting worse year after year. If not for this, why would she come to the forging division to be the Grand Minister? She clearly knew these people were doing nothing in their positions, but she couldn't find a reason to deal with them. This made Yin Weiyu feel extremely aggrieved. But even as a princess, she couldn't punish ministers of the imperial court for no reason. Ministerly, your words make sense. Meng Jingguang nodded. Although there aren't many people in the 0th workshop, we still need to spend dozens of taels of silver every month. This is not considering the materials provided to them. These silver are earned by everyone's hard work, and they can't be wasted. The few of them spoke one after another, pushing Yin Huiyu back. Under these circumstances, Yin Huiyu naturally didn't have to listen to them. The Grand Minister had the authority. But if she really did that, the princess's reputation for being self-opinionated and willful would spread throughout the capital tomorrow. Yin Huiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. After a long while, she said coldly, "Since everyone has already reached an agreement, then I will naturally not object. In this monthly examination, the 0th workshop will also take part." Yin Huiyu stood up and walked out as she said coldly, "If he can't prove his worth, then let him go back to being a forging apprentice." Meng Jingguang and the rest looked at each other and saw the smile on each other's lips. They won another round. Achoo, Zhou Shu sneezed and rubbed his sore nose. "Who's scolding me?" He was now in his mansion in the capital. Ms. Hifa was indeed a very considerate steward. In just a few days, he had already arranged for people to clean the residence. Moreover, all the daily necessities had been purchased. Even 8 servants had been arranged to take care of the residence. What delighted Zhou Shu the most was that Ms. Hifa had actually prepared a forging room for him in the backyard. Smelting furnaces and all kinds of materials were available. This made Zhou Shu, who had prepared a full set of materials himself, overjoyed. As expected of a steward of a big family, he's so professional. Zhou Shu had a high opinion of Ms. Hifa. Just based on his position, he knew that he had to prepare a forging room. This was true professionalism. The 0th workshop's materials had been cut off. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Shu should have gone to the materials department to negotiate with them and then been given an excuse. In the end, he would have angrily gone to find his boss. Finally, he might have to go to Zhu Chuanfeng and apologize. But Zhou Shu did not act according to plan. "If you want to cut off my materials, then so be it." In any case, the 0th workshop didn't have any forging tasks. Zhang Yibei and the others also needed to wait until their martial arts had truly reached basic mastery before they could begin learning the skills of forging. As for developing new weapons, Zhou Shu didn't need to use any materials. If he couldn't forge weapons in the 0th workshop, wouldn't it be the same if he did it in his own home? In any case, there were only a dozen or so spring-embroidered sabers left to forge in order to fill up all the slots. At that time, another new weapon would appear in the legendary armament cannon. Zhu Chuanfeng thought that by cutting off the materials of the 0th workshop, he would be able to hold on to Zhou Shu's life. But what he didn't know was that Zhou Shu and he weren't even on the same level. The residences in the capital were much better than those in the 0th workshop. Although Zhou Shu had designed the 0th workshop himself, the conditions at the time were limited. Moreover, he had built the workshop according to the model of a factory, so it was naturally incomparable to the luxurious residences in the capital. The residence Ms. Iwan had given him was basically a garden. Furthermore, there were people here to serve him, and everything was provided. Besides forging, Zhou Shu didn't have to worry about anything else. These days were simply too happy. Since he was in a good mood, he was naturally more efficient. In just 2 days, he had finished forging most of the dozen or so spring-embroidered sabers. At this rate, he would only need 2 more days to unlock the new weapon. I wonder if it will be a ranked one this time? Zhou Shu was looking forward to it. Zhu Chuanfeng had schemed against him because he was only a forging apprentice. If Zhou Shu was also a grand craftsman, would Zhu Chuanfeng still dare to scheme against him? At the end of the day, this world was still one where strength spoke. "Is this the place?" Yin Huiyu asked solemnly as she looked at the door in front of her. "This is the place." Haitang nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. "I went to ask. Superintendent Zhou hasn't returned to the 0th workshop for several days. It took me a lot of effort to find out that he's here. He's only been the superintendent of the workshop for a few days, and he can already afford a residence here," Yin Huiyu said. "No, this is a gift from Ms. Iwan," Haitang said. "What spell did he cast on Ms. Iwan?" Yin Huiyu grumbled. She couldn't understand why Ms. Iwan treated Zhou Shu so well. It was one thing to become sworn brothers with him, but to give him a residence was a little too much. "Has he been to Lishun courtyard recently?" Yin Huiyu suddenly asked. He Tang was stunned. She didn't know why the princess would ask such a question. She shook her head and replied, "No. After Superintendent Zhou came here, he never went out." Yin Weiu nodded. "Knock on the door." He Tang walked forward and started banging on the door. "Second master, there's someone asking to see you." Just as Zhou Shu was preparing to begin forging the next spring-embroidered saber, an old servant suddenly whispered outside the door. Zhou Shu stopped and asked doubtfully, "Who is it?" He didn't have many acquaintances in the capital, and there was not a single person who knew that he lived here. Who would be looking for him at this time? "I don't know." They didn't reveal their identities, the old servant said respectfully. "They are two women, and they are very beautiful. They should be from an influential family." "Oh." Zhou Shu nodded. He already knew who came. It made sense. Besides her, who else could find him so easily? "Go serve her first. I'll come over after changing," Zhou Shu said. The old servant bowed in acknowledgement. A bit later, Zhou Shu, who had tidied himself up a little, came to the front hall. As expected, Yin Weiu was sitting here with the pretty maid He Tang standing behind her. "Grand Minister, I apologize for not welcoming you," Zhou Shu cupped his hands in an exaggerated gesture. Yin Weiu rolled her eyes. "Don't use this useless method. You sure know how to find a place to hide. Aren't you worried about the workshop? Did you not hear what I said last time?" Yin Weiu's face flushed as she angrily glared at Zhou Shu. "I'm innocent," Zhou Shu said. "Grand Minister, you know the responsibility of the 0th workshop. We don't have any forging tasks. To be honest, I haven't been to the workshop recently because I'm in seclusion developing a new weapon." "Really? Have you developed it?" Yin Weiu sneered. "Not yet," Zhou Shu said somewhat embarrassedly. He still needed a few more spring-embroidered sabers to fill up the slots, so the next weapon had yet to appear in the legendary armament cannon. "But it will be soon." "Soon? You said it will be soon." Yin Weiu was furious. "Do you think it's so easy to develop a new weapon? Do you know how many people are eyeing the 0th workshop? If you don't have the ability, then go back to being a forging apprentice." Zhou Shu was scolded. He was puzzled. What's wrong with Yin Weiu? Is it that time of the month? Did I offend her? Zhou Shu waited for Yin Weiu to finish venting her anger before explaining, "Grand Minister, I'm telling the truth. I'm indeed in seclusion developing a new weapon, and I'm about to succeed. Grand Minister, think about it. Have I ever lied to you before?" "I have never failed in the path of forging," Zhou Shu said confidently. Yin Weiu also realized that she had lost her composure. Previously, she had been holding back her anger at the forging division headquarters. Now, she had seized the opportunity to vent it out. On the other hand, Zhou Shu was somewhat innocent. Yin Weiu was a bit embarrassed, but she was too embarrassed to apologize. She could only pretend that nothing happened and nod proudly. "Zhou Shu, I believe in your abilities. However, I am not the only one in charge of the forging division. You still have to show your results. Otherwise, even I will not be able to stop the rumors. The monthly examination for the forging division workshops is coming soon. If the 0th workshop can't produce results by then..." "Wait," Zhou Shu interrupted Yin Weiu. "Grand Minister, I remember we agreed before that I would develop a new weapon within 3 months. That was my mistake." Yin Weiu blushed with shame. "I owe you one. However, you can't avoid this monthly examination. You have to participate." "Is someone causing trouble?" Zhou Shu responded in a deep voice. "You are thinking too much," Yin Weiu said. "I came here this time to inform you about this matter. In this monthly examination, the 0th workshop must produce results. Otherwise, there's no need for the 0th workshop to exist. But don't worry too much. This is a mistake of mine. Even if the 0th workshop is gone, I will take responsibility for it. I'm not worried." Zhou Shu grinned, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. "I am a man who was specially permitted by His Majesty to participate in the military parade. Even if I'm not a superintendent, I will still be able to live very well. However, if they want to take the 0th workshop away from me, that will depend on whether they are capable of doing so." Chapter 81, I'm not a weakling. Zhou Shu smiled brightly. But in Yin Weiu's eyes, for some reason, she felt that this smile might not be a good thing for some people. I've said what I needed to say. You can handle the rest yourself. Yin Huiyu walked out proudly while speaking. You're under me. I won't allow anyone to bully you. You can rest assured about this. Under you? Zhou Shu pouted. In your dreams. After sending Yin Huiyu off, Zhou Shu returned to the hall, sat on a chair, and rubbed his chin. That old thief's tricks are really non-stop. Zhou Shu didn't need to think to know that Yin Huiyu had come today because someone was stirring up trouble. Yin Huiyu had previously promised him that as long as the 0th workshop developed a new weapon within 3 months, she would consider that Zhou Shu had completed his mission. It hadn't even been a month, but Yin Huiyu had already come to tell him that the 0th workshop had to take part in the monthly examination. Wasn't this obvious? That old thief really has some ability. Even the Grand Minister couldn't do anything about it. From Yin Huiyu's attitude, it was obvious that she was unwilling. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to do it. It could only mean that she had been forced to do so. Zhou Shu wasn't surprised by this. Even though she was a princess, she couldn't do whatever she wanted, which was normal. Thinking about how the 0th workshop's materials had been cut off, Zhou Shu would never believe that Zhu Chuanfeng wasn't behind this matter. This grand craftsman was indeed not an ordinary person. His influence was greater than Zhou Shu had expected. But if the grand craftsman thought that he would admit defeat just like that, he was wrong. So what if you're a grand craftsman? I'm not afraid of you? Zhou Shu snorted coldly. Old bastard, other than being older than me, what other strengths do you have? Just because a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think it's a sick cat? Zhou Shu was truly a little angry. He had never provoked Zhu Chuanfeng, but this old thief was like a ghost that refused to leave. It truly made him feel disgusted. If not because he wasn't sure if there were any experts around the old thief, Zhou Shu really wanted to rush over and beat him up. Of course, he could only think about it. If he really killed a grand craftsman, Great Xia would definitely not let him off easily and would certainly investigate to the end. With Zhou Shu's current strength, he couldn't ignore the existence of the Great Xia Imperial Court. If he had the strength of a first-rank martial artist, he wouldn't hesitate to kill the old thing directly. Of course, if he really had the strength of a first-rank martial artist, Zhu Chuanfeng wouldn't dare to scheme against him no matter how much courage he had. You want to shut down my workshop? Dream on! Zhou Shu snorted coldly. He stood up and walked toward the backyard. He wanted to forge the last few spring-embroidered sabers. A new weapon was about to appear in the legendary Armament Canon. At that time, he wanted to see who would still dare to say that the workshop had no results. You receive a reward of 5 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 3 years of cultivation because the Haben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. Zhou Shu had just stepped into the backyard when a few messages suddenly appeared in front of him. Within his danshan, a powerful force descended from the sky, and a berserk energy instantly surged into his limbs and bones. Crack! The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique broke through the barrier of the 8th level and directly went up to the 9th level. An endless stream of energy surged into his body. He felt as if his entire body was full of power. Right now, he would be able to throw an elephant out like a shot put. This is, Zhou Shu's eyes lit up. It's only been a few days since the army set off, and they've already encountered enemies? After he thought about it carefully, the Haben sabers that Meng Bai wanted were for the scouts, so it was normal for them to encounter enemies ahead of time. And judging from the feedback, the people they encountered were not ordinary people. Previously, Zhou Shu already knew that when the Haben sabers completed a kill, the benefits he obtained would not necessarily be 2 years of cultivation. Depending on the strength of the one killed, the amount of cultivation he obtained would also change. If it was a ranked martial artist, his cultivation might even double. Back then, his Golden Bell Shield technique had broken through to the 6th level after a horse-slaying saber killed a ranked martial artist. The 9th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. I will soon be comparable to the King of the Golden Wheel at his peak. Zhou Shu was happy. The growth of cultivation was always something to be happy about. But if I want to reach the 10th level, I need 512 years of cultivation. It's a long way to go. The Haben sabers that could give him cultivation were only the 100 sabers he had personally forged. It would take a while before he could receive 512 years of cultivation. But when an army marched out, what they didn't lack the most were opportunities to fight. Zhou Shu didn't need to worry about not having a chance to become stronger. The scouts have already met the enemy. It seems that the army will go into battle soon. If the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers and horse-slaying sabers can complete enough kills, my heavenly saber art and golden bell shield technique should be able to break through. Putting aside the heavenly saber art, if the golden bell shield technique could break through to the 12th level, it would be equivalent to having an invincible body. At that time, Zhou Shu reckoned that even a first-rank martial artist might not be able to kill him. Won't I be able to do whatever I want then? However, it was even more difficult to level up the Golden Bell Shield technique than the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. If he wanted to reach greater mastery, it would probably take quite some time. It's a pity that the spring-embroidered sabers weren't equipped for the army. I wonder how long it will take to upgrade the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. Zhou Shu had agreed to supply the spring-embroidered sabers to the Divine Constable Bureau. Although the Divine Constable Bureau had many opportunities to fight, it was still much less than the army. He could only hope that the Divine Constable Bureau's opponent's cultivation level would be higher and that the feedback of the spring-embroidered sabers completing kills would be greater. If the legendary Armament Canon could reward me with a set of flying sword techniques, it would be awesome. When the time comes, I will take Zhu Chuanfen's head with a swoosh. Who would know that I did it? I can't kill the old thief now, but I can't just let this matter rest. I have to think of a way. It's not my style to take a beating without retaliating. This old thief is a grand craftsman. He has money and status. For him to use such unscrupulous means to make me his disciple, something must be up. Regardless of whether it was in Great Xia or any other country on the land, a grand craftsman was in existence with an extraordinary status. Their status was similar to that of the academicians in Zhou Shu's previous life. Ordinary benefits wouldn't attract their attention. Zhou Shu couldn't imagine just how valuable the rewards of Great Xia's military parade would be to be able to make Zhu Chuanfen's heart be tempted to such a point. This was definitely not just because the military parade rewards were valuable. Furthermore, in Grand Xia's military parade, the final reward was just for a forging master. The imperial court wouldn't reward something too precious. This reward had more meaning than value. More importantly, it was an honor to be rewarded. Zhu Chuanfeng can't be a fool since he could become a grand craftsman. There's definitely a reason why he has to do this. If it's just for the reward given by the imperial court during the military parade, there's no need for him to take such a roundabout route. As long as he asks, Great Xia's emperor will definitely give it to him. His actions can only mean that he doesn't want others to know that he needs the reward. An idea flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. He seemed to have grasped something. If, for some reason, Zhu Chuanfeng has to get the reward from the military parade, and this reason can't be known to others, then what could the reason be? From instructing Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai to kidnap him, cutting off the supply of materials for the 0th workshop, and then making things difficult for the 0th workshop, all these things had already far surpassed the limits of Zhu Chuanfen's love for talent. He had a faint feeling that if he could find out the reason, then he would be able to turn the tables and flip Zhu Chuanfeng over. All of this is just my guess. I still need to verify it. If I want to overturn Zhu Chuanfeng, I have to go all out. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to beat the tiger, but I'll end up getting injured. I have to take some risks to investigate this matter. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhu Chuanfen's schemes, and there was nothing he would be able to do to his workshop, people's energy was limited. Being on guard against Zhu Chuanfen's schemes all day long, how would he be able to work in the future? Since Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to fight, Zhou Shu would fight him. I have the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. It can conceal my aura and remain as immovable as a mountain. Even people with cultivation much higher than mine might not be able to detect my traces. Zhou Shu calculated in his heart. Moreover, my Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique has already broken through to the 9th level. Even if I meet a 4th-rank martial artist, I should still be able to put up a fight. Even if my luck is extremely bad, I should be able to survive against a 3rd-rank grandmaster. Zhu Chuanfeng is only a grand craftsman, not a divine craftsman. It's impossible for him to have more than a 3rd-rank expert guarding his residence. It's impossible for a 1st or 2nd-rank expert to be a guard for a grand craftsman. In that case, the risk isn't too high. So I'll go to Zhu Chuanfen's residence tonight and investigate what secrets he has. Zhou Shu made up his mind. Although he was cautious, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Since trouble had already come knocking on his door, he had to resolve it no matter what. Before I go, I'll fill up the number of spring-embroidered sabers in the legendary armament cannon first. Perhaps the next weapon will be useful. Zhou Shu didn't dwell on anything else. There were still a few hours until sunset. His cultivation had improved, and the speed at which he forged should be even higher. Before nightfall, he might be able to forge the last few spring-embroidered sabers. At that time, the next weapon in the legendary armament cannon should appear. Chapter 82, Visiting the Grand Craftsman's Residence at Night. Chang'an, the capital of Great Xia, had always been known as the city that never sleeps. There was no curfew here, so the main streets were still bustling with people and pedestrians even late at night. Teams of city guards were constantly patrolling the streets. Near the palace, the patrolling guards became the Huben troops. Someone had once calculated that there were as many as 30,000 soldiers patrolling Chang'an every day. With so many people patrolling the city, there was almost no blind spot in Chang'an. Of course, no matter how tight the security was, it was not flawless. As long as one was human, there would always be flaws. Zhou Shu stood at the corner of the street and observed for the greater part of the night. He grabbed hold of the gap between two squads of patrolling soldiers. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the Zhu estate's high wall like a bolt of lightning. Like a nimble cat, Zhou Shu landed quietly on the ground. He visualized the five mountains' true form in his mind, and his aura instantly became invisible, as if he had become a mountain. At this time, even if someone passed by Zhou Shu, as long as they didn't see him with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense him. The visualization of the five mountains' true form had endless uses. Although Zhou Shu was only at basic mastery, it was enough for him to travel the world and deal with some second-rate experts. Zhu Chuanfen's mansion was gigantic, and there were countless servants inside. Moreover, there were actually squads of guards patrolling his residence. This old thief is really extravagant. But upon thinking about it, Zhou Shu could understand why. How could there be no guards at a grand craftsman's residence? In a grand craftsman's residence, there would definitely be many ranked weapons. Ranked weapons were priceless. Without guards, a grand craftsman's residence would be completely emptied out. Indeed, even though he's a grand craftsman, it's impossible for there to be too many ranked martial artists as guards. Ranked martial artists could already obtain official positions. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't easily pledge allegiance to anyone. Of course, there would also be some ranked martial artists who became the guests of grand craftsmen in order to increase their strength. This situation wasn't rare. This was probably the case in Zhu Chuanfen's residence. Zhou Shu activated the visualization of the five mountains' true form, and his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. He could sense that there were a few places in the Zhu estate that felt dangerous. Those few auras resembled ferocious tigers hiding there. Once anything happened to the Zhu estate, they would definitely erupt with unimaginable power. Apart from this, Zhou Shu didn't find many ranked martial artists among the patrolling guards. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. If I really did try to assassinate Zhu Chuanfeng, I might not be able to succeed. Even if I did succeed, those dangerous auras might be able to stop me from leaving. If they manage to hold me back until the experts of the imperial court arrive, I might not be able to escape. However, he hadn't come here to assassinate Zhu Chuanfeng. As long as he was careful not to alert those auras, it wouldn't be too dangerous. Zhou Shu had never been to the Zhu estate before. He didn't know where Zhu Chuanfeng lived, so he could only follow the layout of the residence and search for a few places that Zhu Chuanfeng most likely lived. He silently observed the patrolling guards. After 2 hours, he began to move like a ghost. After he broke through to the 9th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, his physical strength had already reached an inconceivable realm. What followed was the improvement of his physical fitness. Even if he didn't know any lightness techniques, the speed at which he moved was enough to make people flabbergasted. 1, 2. Zhou Shu followed his understanding of the layout of the estate and found a few places that might be Zhu Chuanfen's courtyard. He searched a few places but found no trace of Zhu Chuanfeng. Is the old crook not in his residence tonight? Zhou Shu looked at the sky. It was already late at night. In 4 hours, it would be dawn. If he still couldn't find Zhu Chuanfeng, he would have no choice but to return. I'll search one last place. If I still can't find him, I'll come back tomorrow. Before coming here, Zhou Shu had already made preparations for a long battle. It definitely wouldn't be that easy to find evidence against Zhu Chuanfeng. He had never thought that he would be able to catch Zhu Chuanfeng's weakness with just one night visit. Seizing the right moment, Zhou Shu pressed himself against the wall and quickly moved forward. He passed through 2 or 3 corridors before arriving at the next location. The room was dark. Zhou Shu leaned beside the window and listened for a moment. There was no sound of breathing in the room. Zhou Shu could sense that the room was empty. Sure enough, things aren't that easy. Zhou Shu wasn't discouraged. He left the Zhu estate carefully, leaving no trace behind. In the following 2 days, every night, Zhou Shu would quietly leave his residence and sneak into the Zhu estate. On the 3rd day, he finally saw Zhu Chuanfeng. Zhou Shu started the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form with all his might. It was as if he had become one with nature as he disappeared into the darkness. If no one walked up to him and touched him, it would absolutely be impossible to discover his existence. Not far away, Zhou Shu saw Zhu Chuanfeng through a window. Sitting opposite Zhu Chuanfeng was a middle-aged man with an aura as deep as the ocean. Very strong? The moment Zhou Shu saw the middle-aged man, he made his judgment. This middle-aged man was definitely not weaker than the assassin he had killed with the spring-embroidered saber. In other words, he was very likely a 5th rank or even 4th rank powerhouse. He had almost discovered Zhou Shu when he approached earlier. Fortunately, Zhou Shu had activated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form in time. Even so, the middle-aged man still carefully inspected his surroundings before returning to the house. Zhou Shu was currently hiding in a dark corner. He drove the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form to its limit, not daring to move. If the middle-aged man discovered him, it would be a huge battle. Zhou Shu wasn't afraid of fighting. After all, if they fought, he had a higher chance of winning. But the monthly workshop examination was taking place tomorrow. If he still couldn't find Zhu Chuanfeng's secret, then he could only passively accept the challenge. Even so, Zhou Shu wasn't afraid. But he didn't like the feeling of being led by the nose. He preferred to keep things under his control. Now that he had finally found where Zhu Chuanfeng was, he couldn't give up so easily. Zhu Chuanfeng looked at the middle-aged man opposite him and said in a deep voice, "Did you find out? Was Zhen Cai's death an accident, or is someone targeting me?" Perhaps it was because Zhu Chuanfeng was in his residence, he didn't lower his voice. "There are no external injuries on Zhen Cai's body," the middle-aged man said solemnly. "The way he died looks as though his soul was destroyed." His soul was destroyed. Zhu Chuanfeng frowned. The person who destroyed Zhen Cai's soul without harming his body is at least a grandmaster, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. If a grandmaster wanted to target you, he wouldn't have attacked Zhen Cai. He would have just attacked you directly. No matter how one looked at it, a 3rd-rank grandmaster's status was no less than a grand craftsman's. If a grandmaster wanted to target Zhu Chuanfeng, there was absolutely no need to kill Zhen Cai. Not only would it not affect Zhu Chuanfeng the slightest, but it would instead seem petty. In my opinion, Zhen Cai's death was a coincidence. He might have encountered something he shouldn't have, the middle-aged man said. In a sense, this world was very dangerous. If one accidentally bumped into a scene where some experts were unwilling to be seen by others, then it would completely make sense even if they were killed. What bad luck! Zhu Chuanfeng said with a gloomy expression. Zhen Cai was one of his more capable subordinates. Now that he had died, he felt like there was a person missing from his side able to accomplish things. You've been lucky for 20 years. There's nothing to be dissatisfied with, the middle-aged man said coldly. What do you mean? You expect me to be unlucky? Zhu Chuanfeng said angrily. You're my younger brother. If I'm unlucky, you won't end up well either. It's all because of my money that you are able to have your current cultivation. The middle-aged man lowered his eyes and said indifferently, I didn't mean that. What do you plan to do now? Humph. Zhu Chuanfeng was still fuming as he said, tomorrow is the monthly examination of the Forging Division workshops. I've already made arrangements. When the time comes, the 0th workshop will definitely be shut down. If that boy surnamed Zhou doesn't want to become a forging apprentice with nothing, he can only bow his head to me. Will it work? The middle-aged man asked, confused. The boy surnamed Zhou is only a forging apprentice. Can you really pass this hurdle by taking him in as your disciple? You don't understand forging. Zhu Chuanfeng looked confident. It's precisely because this kid is a forging apprentice that he's useful. If he were already a forging master, it would be difficult to handle. The middle-aged man frowned and seemed even more confused. Outside, Zhou Shu was also confused, not understanding what Zhu Chuanfeng meant. What does he want from me? To be honest, he still didn't know what Zhu Chuanfeng was plotting. The Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, horse-slaying saber, and spring-embroidered saber? Although these 4 standard sabers could bring some benefits, it was impossible for a grand craftsman to take a fancy to them. Apart from this, Zhou Shu couldn't think of anything else that was worth Zhu Chuanfeng's efforts. The legendary armament cannon? It was impossible for Zhu Chuanfeng to know of the existence of the legendary armament cannon. Zhou Shu continued to listen. How's the matter I asked you to do? Zhu Chuanfeng continued. I've brought the weapon and stored it in the storeroom, the middle-aged man said. Did you encounter any trouble? Zhu Chuanfeng's expression was icy. It's all settled. There won't be any problems, the middle-aged man said. Big brother, it's been 20 years. Let's stop. Stop? Tell me how to stop. Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. Do you believe that if I stop now, our corpses will be hung on Chang'an's city walls tomorrow? Surely it's not to that extent, the middle-aged man said weakly. Not to that extent? Humph, naive. You don't have to worry about these things. Just do what I tell you to do. Zhu Chuanfeng said coldly. Also, get a few people to keep an eye on that Zhou boy. Don't let anything go wrong. Chapter 83, The Grand Craftsman's Secret. Zhu Chuanfeng and the middle-aged man, who seemed to be his younger brother, whispered for another 15 minutes before the middle-aged man got up and left. Zhu Chuanfeng wrote something for a while before going to bed. After a long while, some noises came from a corner of the courtyard. Zhou Shu was getting restless. Zhu Chuanfeng was just a few dozen feet away from him. At this distance, he was completely confident that he could kill Zhu Chuanfeng before reinforcements arrived. The problem was, how was he going to get away after killing him? Grand craftsmen were the treasures of Great Xia. If someone dared to kill one, Great Xia would definitely not let this matter rest. Pursuit to death was definitely not just empty words. Furthermore, the Zhu estate truly had several experts. If Zhou Shu really killed Zhu Chuanfeng, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Zhou Shu would never sacrifice his life for this old thief. What did Zhu Chuanfeng and his brother mean earlier? Zhou Shu frowned slightly. He didn't know Zhu Chuanfeng's younger brother's name. He hadn't even heard that Zhu Chuanfeng had a younger brother. Of course, he had never paid much attention to such matters. He had eavesdropped for half the night. He seemed to have heard a lot of things but also seemed to have heard nothing. Zhu Chuanfeng's conversation with his brother was completely random, and it was difficult for him to make sense of it. The only thing that Zhou Shu could confirm was that Zhu Chuanfeng was really hiding something. And once this secret was exposed, he and his brother would be in danger. It sounded like his brother wanted to stop, but Zhu Chuanfeng objected. Stop? Are they doing something bad? If I can find out what evil deeds they'd done, could I use the imperial court to get rid of them? Zhou Shu's eyes gradually lit up. Although he had said that he was going to overturn Zhu Chuanfeng, it was mostly words of anger. He had no idea what to do. Even though he was already a workshop superintendent, the difference between a workshop superintendent and a grand craftsman was like the difference between an ordinary university lecturer and an academician of the Academy of Sciences in his previous life. Now, he seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. He was afraid that Zhu Chuanfeng wouldn't have any flaws. In that case, as a workshop superintendent, he really wouldn't be able to do anything to a grand craftsman. But since he was hiding something, then he was asking for it. Just now, the old thief's younger brother mentioned something about bringing back a weapon. Zhu Chuanfeng is a grand craftsman, so why would he need to bring a weapon back from outside? The old thief even specially asked about it. Is there something wrong with this weapon? Zhou Shu quickly thought. The weapon has been stored in the storeroom. Where is the storeroom? Zhou Shu placed himself in Zhu Chuanfan's shoes. If it were him, according to the habits of a forger, where would he have designed the storeroom? Zhou Shu had studied architecture in his previous life, so he had some experience in designing buildings. In addition, he had spent his entire life forging. To a certain extent, he could understand Zhu Chuanfan's thoughts. A three-dimensional image gradually appeared in his mind. Zhou Shu felt that he really did have some talent as a great thief. Soon, he thought of a few places that might be storerooms. The Grand Craftsman's storeroom should be the most important place in the Zhou estate apart from the old thief's bedroom. That place must be heavily guarded. The person the old thief trusts the most should be his younger brother. In addition, his brother isn't weak. It's very possible that his brother personally guards this storeroom. Zhou Shu gradually had an idea. In that case, the place where I can sense the aura of that middle-aged man could be Zhu Chuanfan's storeroom. Thinking of this, Zhou Shu didn't delay any further. He silently began to move. After eavesdropping for half the night, it was almost dawn. He had to make haste. After a few days of scouting the Zhou estate, Zhou Shu was now extremely familiar with its layout. Most importantly, his cultivation was high enough, and there were no experts above the Grandmaster level in the Zhou estate. He moved cautiously and entered the Zhou estate without any obstacles. A moment later, Zhou Shu once again sensed the middle-aged man's aura. Zhou Shu suspected Zhu Chuanfan's younger brother to be between the 4th and 5th ranks. His senses were extremely sharp, and he had almost discovered Zhou Shu's existence in Zhu Chuanfan's bedroom previously. After Zhou Shu sensed his aura, he didn't approach rashly. Instead, he visualized the 5 mountains' true form until his entire body seemed to have turned into a rock. Only then did he carefully approach. Zhu Chuanfan's younger brother lived alone in a small courtyard, without a single servant around. When Zhou Shu snuck into the courtyard, Zhu Chuanfan's brother was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. Zhou Shu had just hidden himself when he opened his eyes doubtfully. After looking around, he closed his eyes again. But the doubtful look on his face only disappeared after a long while. Zhou Shu silently let out a sigh of relief. As expected, he couldn't underestimate anyone in the world. Zhu Chuanfan's brother's spiritual sense was quite sharp. He had already been so careful, but his brother was still able to sense him. Thankfully my skills are better. Even if he has some doubts, he still can't find any traces of me. He swept his gaze around and confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. Next to the room where the middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged were rows of wooden shelves. On the wooden shelves were various wooden boxes of different lengths. Fortunately, it's not a secret chamber. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome, Zhou Shu thought. He waited for a moment, and when he saw that Zhu Chuanfan's brother's expression had relaxed, he slowly moved to the room next door. The room was huge, and there were more than 10 rows of wooden shelves. There were also countless wooden boxes placed on it. Which one is the one they mentioned earlier? Zhou Shu felt a headache coming on. There were probably more than 100 of these wooden boxes. If he opened them one by one to check, how long would it take? This old thief sure has a lot of assets. Zhou Shu cursed. Zhu Chuanfeng had only been a grand craftsman for around 20 years, but he had actually managed to accumulate over 100 ranked weapons. If news of this spread, it might terrify some people. Forging ranked weapons wasn't as simple as standard weapons. Generally speaking, it would take at least a few months, or even several years, to forge a ranked weapon. For many forging masters, they would only be able to forge dozens of ranked weapons in their lifetime. This was considered a high yield. Even a grand craftsman might not be able to forge many quality weapons in their lifetime. Becoming a grand craftsman was not based on the quantity of forged weapons but the quality. A grand craftsman was a forger who could forge earth-grade or even heaven-grade weapons. These hundreds of ranked weapons, even if they are all of the lowest yellow grade, are still invaluable, Zhou Shu thought. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to take all these weapons away. Otherwise, he would be able to lead an easy life for the rest of his life. How did the old thief collect so many weapons? Zhou Shu was puzzled. Generally speaking, weapons forged by forgers would be sold. Otherwise, the weapons were usually custom-made for others. The cost of forging a ranked weapon was very high. Who would forge so many ranked weapons for fun? Confused, Zhou Shu carefully walked to a row of wooden shelves and casually opened one of the wooden boxes. Cold air permeated through his body as a murderous aura assaulted his face. Inside the wooden box was a long saber. Zhu Chuanfeng was famous for forging sabers, which was somewhat similar to Zhou Shu. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Shu was also skilled in forging standard sabers. Is this a ranked weapon? Zhou Shu examined the long saber in the wooden box. He could even hear the blade let out a happy cry. Sure enough, ranked weapons were very different from standard weapons. Each of these weapons seemed to have a spirit of its own. They were all unique existences. No wonder it was said that it would take at least a few months for a forging master to forge a ranked weapon. There's nothing unusual about this? Zhou Shu observed the saber for a while. It was exquisitely forged, but there was nothing unusual about it. He closed the wooden box and randomly chose another wooden box to open. He repeated this many times. Zhou Shu saw several ranked long sabers of various qualities. After he saw many ranked sabers, his doubts grew even stronger. There was nothing remarkable about these sabers. They were just ordinary ranked long sabers. If he had to describe them, then their quality should be decent. It was as expected of a grand craftsman. Putting aside Zhu Chuanfen's character, as a grand craftsman, his skills were quite impressive. This was very normal. After all, one's forging techniques was unrelated to one's character. Couldn't bad people be grand craftsmen? It doesn't make any sense, Zhou Shu thought. If there's nothing wrong with the weapons, Zhu Chuanfeng wouldn't have deliberately emphasized it to his brother. Did I miss something? Zhou Shu frowned while pondering. It was going to be daybreak soon. After daybreak, the monthly examination for the forging division's workshops would begin. If he couldn't catch Zhu Chuanfen's weakness, he would have endless trouble even if he passed this monthly examination. Thinking of this, Zhou Shu couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. No, this storeroom is too obvious. Truly important items wouldn't be placed here. If I were Zhu Chuanfeng, I'd definitely hide something that involves my life in the safest place. I would either carry it with me or give it to someone I trust to safeguard it. The old thief is a grand craftsman and often shows himself in public. The person he trusts the most should be his brother, who is next door. Other than the storeroom on the surface, there might be a hidden storeroom. The old thief's brother said that the weapon was stored in the storeroom, so he must be able to enter and exit freely. Could this secret storeroom be in his room? Chapter 84, Strength that doesn't match reputation. As the saying goes, one must make bold assumptions and carefully verify them. Zhou Shu was giving full play to his imagination. The novels and TV series he had read and watched in his previous life flashed through his mind. All sorts of secret room designs flashed through his mind. He suspected that there was a secret chamber in the Zhu estate, and the entrance was most likely inside Zhu Chuanfeng's brother's room. This was a very reasonable deduction. Although Zhu Chuanfeng was the master of the Zhu estate, his martial Dao cultivation wasn't high. If the secret chamber's entrance was in his room, he might not be able to detect anything if something happened. As for his younger brother, he was the person he trusted the most. Moreover, his martial Dao cultivation was extremely high. If he placed the secret chamber in his room, not only would it not attract attention, but it would also be safer. So, here was the problem. How could he find the entrance to the secret chamber and enter? If he really went all out, Zhou Shu reckoned that he could beat Zhu Chuanfen's brother. But if that happened, it would create a huge commotion. Not only would it only alarm the entire Zhu estate, but it might even alarm the experts in the capital. As for quietly defeating Zhu Chuanfen's brother, Zhou Shu really didn't have the ability right now. I have to think of a way to lure him away. In his previous life, when he watched martial arts movies, the protagonists could easily throw a stone to lure the guards away. But here, if Zhou Shu did that, he would be an idiot. The other party wasn't a fool. How could a pebble lure a tiger away from a mountain? If there's really a secret chamber, it's a very important place. Even if something happens, his first reaction would be to protect the secret chamber, Zhou Shu thought. He knew nothing about Zhu Chuanfen's brother, so he naturally had no way of knowing his weakness. He suspected that even if he pretended to assassinate Zhu Chuanfeng, this person might not leave the room. What should I do? Zhou Shu felt a headache coming on. This was also why it was inconvenient for him to be alone. If he had a helper, he could easily solve this problem. This person is the old thief's brother. Other than the old thief's safety, there's likely nothing else that can attract his attention. The key point is that I don't know how much they value this secret chamber. I have to give it a try. A moment later, Zhou Shu made his decision. He wasn't completely confident that he could lure Zhu Chuanfen's brother away. But it was impossible for him to give up just like that. If he returned empty-handed after working so hard for the entire night, he would be furious. After making up his mind, Zhou Shu restrained his aura and left the courtyard. He ran all the way to a spot between the small courtyard and Zhu Chuanfen's bedroom. Zhou Shu avoided the patrolling guards and set a fire. That's right. The method he finally used was this simple and crude. If he set a fire and caused chaos in the Zhu estate, Zhu Chuanfen's brother might leave his room. Zhou Shu didn't set a fire randomly either. The place he set fire to was very close to Zhu Chuanfen's bedroom, and there was wind tonight. Most of the buildings in this world were made of wood. If the weather was dry, once something caught fire, the fire would quickly grow. The moment the fire started, it attracted the attention of the patrolling guards. Fire! Everyone, put out the fire! Shouts resounded from all directions. Zhou Shu took advantage of the chaos and once again headed toward the storeroom. There was a fire, and the entire Zhu estate was in chaos. Even Zhu Chuanfeng ran out of his bedroom in a panic. The guards and servants were already busy putting out the fire. But the fire was burning strong, and it wasn't so easy to extinguish. What happened? Zhu Chuanfeng ran out of the room and grabbed a guard busy putting out the fire. Someone sneaked in. Master, I didn't see anyone, the guard hurriedly said. Maybe it's because the weather is dry and candle fire accidentally caused it. Zhu Chuanfeng waved his hand, and the guard ran off to put out the fire. Zhu Chuanfeng looked at the fire that was gradually being controlled and sighed in relief. Then he raised his head and looked in the direction of his younger brother's place. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Shu stealthily returned to the small courtyard where the storeroom was. Zhu Chuanfen's brother was still sitting cross-legged on his bed, his eyes slightly closed and his body glowing faintly. He's still cultivating. Setting a fire was completely useless. Zhou Shu was somewhat disappointed. The sky had already begun to brighten. In another 2 hours, the sky would completely light up. It's too late? Zhou Shu sighed. It seemed that he could only deal with the monthly workshop examination first and then find an opportunity to deal with Zhu Chuanfeng in the future. Just as Zhou Shu turned around to leave the Zhu estate, he suddenly heard a pop from behind him. Zhou Shu turned around and saw Zhu Chuanfen's brother spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his entire body collapsed onto the bed. Zhou Shu. Did he suffer from qi deviation? He took 2 tentative steps toward the man. The person on the bed didn't move. He relaxed and took a few more steps forward. The person on the bed remained still. Even God is helping me. Zhou Shu had been ready to give up. He never expected such a thing to happen. Zhou Shu walked up to the bed and placed his hand under the man's nose. Her breathing was very weak, as if he could die at any moment. Zhou Shu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to kill him. A family shouldn't be implicated. Although this person was Zhu Chuanfen's brother, there was no enmity between them. If he killed him now, he wouldn't be able to get past his conscience. To Zhou Shu, killing was easy. But he didn't want to become someone who only knew how to kill. Human lives were precious. Once he lost his respect for life, Zhou Shu felt like he might walk down the path of evil and become someone he didn't want to become. He paid no attention to Zhu Chuanfen's brother. Although he wouldn't kick a man when he was down, he wouldn't save him either. Whether he lived or died depended on his own luck. Without any reservations, Zhou Shu quickly searched the room. A moment later, Zhou Shu really found an entrance mechanism behind the bookshelf. A pitch-black entrance appeared in the middle of the room. Zhou Shu sent a stream of qi into the entrance. After waiting for a while, there was no movement in the secret chamber. Only then did he carefully enter the secret chamber. The secret underground chamber wasn't big, only about a few square meters. A row of shelves stood against the limestone wall, and on the shelves were several sandalwood boxes. At first glance, it looked exactly the same as the storeroom above, but the sandalwood boxes revealed everything. Just the boxes alone were incomparably precious, let alone the things inside. Indeed, the real good stuff was hidden in this secret chamber. If Zhou Shu was only here to steal, then he had already found the place. Any one of these weapons was incomparably priceless. But Zhou Shu wasn't here to steal. No matter how good the weapons were, he didn't care. So what if they were heaven-grade weapons? He would be able to forge them himself sooner or later. He had come this time to find evidence against Zhu Chuanfeng. Without much hesitation, Zhou Shu walked to a wooden box. After confirming that there were no mechanisms, he opened it. Sure enough, the wooden box contained a heaven-grade weapon. Every heaven-grade weapon was a divine weapon. If it got outside, it would definitely be an existence that many martial artists would fight to the death for. In this secret chamber, Zhu Chuanfeng had 7. A grand craftsman could be proud of his life if he were able to forge 7 heaven-grade weapons in his lifetime. Zhu Chuanfeng's ranking among the grand craftsmen isn't high. How could he have forged so many heaven-grade weapons? This doesn't match his ranking. Zhou Shu keenly discovered a problem. As long as a forger successfully forged an earth-grade weapon, they could be called a grand craftsman. In other words, not every grand craftsman had the ability to forge a heaven-grade weapon. A grand craftsman capable of forging a heaven-grade weapon was worthy of being a world-famous existence. Zhu Chuanfeng was indeed a grand craftsman capable of forging heaven-grade weapons. This was why his status in Great Xia was so high. But although Zhu Chuanfeng was famous among the grand craftsmen, his ranking wasn't too high. In this world, there were many grand craftsmen even more famous than him. Even those grand craftsmen might not be able to forge so many heaven-grade weapons. How could a heaven-grade weapon be forged so easily? Many grand craftsmen had only forged 1 heaven-grade weapon in their entire lives. 1 heaven-grade weapon was enough to feed them for their entire lives. Zhu Chuanfeng's strength didn't match his reputation. Whether it was the heavenly grade weapons in the secret chamber or the weapons in the storeroom, if Zhu Chuanfeng had forged all of them, then his reputation wouldn't be as it was now. If people found out about these weapons he had forged, Zhu Chuanfeng would be ranked in the top 10 among the world's grand craftsmen. Is the old thief hiding his strength? Zhou Shu frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Hiding his forging ability is completely meaningless to him. On the contrary, if he showed it, his reputation would increase, and he would gain more benefits. He was already a grand craftsman, and Great Xia treated him as a treasure. He didn't need to worry about the risks of becoming famous. Zhou Shu was currently hiding his strength because he was too weak. If he really did become a grand craftsman, then there would be no need for him to do so. At that time, the stronger he acted, the safer he would be. No, there must be something wrong. Zhou Shu paced back and forth, frowning in thought. If the old thief can forge so many heaven-grade weapons, even if he doesn't care about fame, these heaven-grade weapons can be used to make friends with second-rank or even first-rank martial arts experts. Even if he doesn't use them to make friends with experts, if he exchanged them for money, it would definitely be an unimaginable wealth. He wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to let heaven-grade weapons collect dust in the storeroom. Unless... A thought suddenly appeared in Zhou Shu's mind. Unless these heaven-grade weapons weren't forged by him. Chapter 85, I rely on my skills to make a living. This thought popped up very suddenly. But the more Zhou Shu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Was there a need for a grand craftsman to hide the weapons he forged? If it was 1 or 2, it might be possible. But there were 7 heaven-grade weapons here. Zhou Shu couldn't understand why he was hiding these heaven-grade weapons. Even if there was nothing wrong with these weapons, there was definitely something wrong with Zhu Chuanfeng himself. In any case, if Zhu Chuanfeng had personally forged these weapons but wasn't doing anything with them, then was he already plotting something? If this matter was revealed, would the imperial court suspect him? Zhu Chuanfeng probably doesn't have the courage to rebel. The fact that he's hiding these heaven-grade weapons doesn't necessarily mean that he's up to no good. Rather, it's more likely that there's something wrong with the weapons themselves. Zhou Shu had already inspected these weapons. Although he was only a forging apprentice, he still had a good eye. At least on the surface, he couldn't see any problems with these heaven-grade weapons. Unfortunately, there's no way to prove this. Zhou Shu frowned. Even though he had a conjecture, there was no way he could verify it. How could he prove that these weapons were not made by Zhu Chuanfeng? Unless the people who had forged these weapons came forward to testify against Zhu Chuanfeng. A thought flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. Zhu Chuanfeng had asked his younger brother if there was any trouble. His brother had said that the trouble had been dealt with. Could he have gotten rid of the people who forged these weapons? Zhou Shu was shocked by his own thoughts. To be able to forge a heaven-grade weapon, one had to be a grand craftsman. Would Zhu Chuanfeng dare to send people to plot against grand craftsmen? Not only did he plot against grand craftsmen, but he had even brought back the heaven-grade weapon forged by them. Does he want to pass off these heaven-grade weapons as his creations? Zhou Shu shuddered. He felt as if he was gradually approaching the truth. If my guess is correct, let's start from the beginning. Zhou Shu's heart was in turmoil. Zhu Chuanfeng sent his brother to plot against certain grand craftsmen and brought back the heaven-grade weapons they forged. Perhaps these heaven-grade weapons were just forged by the grand craftsmen and had yet to be revealed to the world. In that case, no one will suspect Zhu Chuanfeng if he says he forged the weapons himself. After all, the original creators have already died, and there's no evidence. But even a grand craftsman isn't able to create so many heaven-grade weapons in a short period of time. So Zhu Chuanfeng hid them and took out one every once in a while. If that's the case, then there are 7 heaven-grade weapons in this secret chamber. Does that mean that at least 7 grand craftsmen were murdered? Zhou Shu couldn't help but shiver. They were grand craftsmen. In all of Great Xia, there were only 300 to 400 grand craftsmen still alive. This might sound like a large number. But one should know that in this world, cultivating the martial Dao was common. The lifespan of people was generally longer, and living for a couple of 100 years was common. Under such circumstances, even among the billions of people in Great Xia, there were only 300 to 400 grand craftsmen. From this, one could tell how difficult it was to become a grand craftsman. Even if the scope was expanded to the entire continent, the number of grand craftsmen wouldn't exceed 10,000. But Zhu Chuanfeng had killed at least 7 of them. If it was true, how insane was this? Zhu Chuanfeng himself is a grand craftsman. Is there a need for him to do this? Zhou Shu frowned. Actually, he could probably think of a reason now. In his previous life, academicians and experts plagiarized academic papers or even fabricated academic papers. Even grand craftsmen would do such things. It might be difficult for Zhu Chuanfeng to forge his own heaven-grade weapon, so he used this method to maintain his reputation. Taking out a heaven-grade weapon every year is something that only the most skillful grand craftsmen can do. It's actually not difficult to verify whether my conjecture is true. I just need to check how many grand craftsmen have been killed in recent years. Grand craftsmen were humans as well. It was possible that they would meet with an accident and die. This wasn't strange at all. Countless other countries wanted Zhu Chuanfeng dead. It would be strange if he didn't encounter a few assassinations every year. Although the various countries spared no effort in protecting their grand craftsmen, accidents would definitely happen. However, if Zhu Chuanfeng had really done this, once Zhou Shu found out how many grand craftsmen had been killed, he might be able to find some clues. The Divine Constable Bureau should have the relevant files, but Ma Fengjiang isn't in the capital. It's too late to go to the Divine Constable Bureau at the last minute to search for files. Zhou Shu sighed. But he was no longer in a hurry. If his conjecture could be confirmed, then Zhu Chuanfeng would be consigned to eternal damnation. Impatience will spoil great plans. Zhou Shu restored everything in the secret chamber to its original state. Then he cleared traces of his arrival before returning to the surface. Zhou Shu glanced at Zhu Chuanfeng's unconscious younger brother and clenched his fists. If what he thought was indeed the truth, the person who did it had to be this man. He really wanted to slap him to death. But if he really killed him, he would alert the enemy. I'll let you live a little longer. The fire in the Zhu estate was quickly put out. For some reason, Zhu Chuanfeng felt his eyelids twitching. Did something happen to my brother? Zhu Chuanfeng thought. He could no longer sit still. He hurriedly ran toward his younger brother. The moment he entered the room, he saw his brother lying unconscious on the bed. His expression immediately changed. He hurried to the bed and shook his brother hard. Pa! Pa! Zhu Chuanfeng slapped Zhu Chuanzi's face and yelled, "Brother! Zhu Chuanzi! Wake up!" Zhu Chuanzi woke up groggily. He opened his eyes and saw his elder brother's face. "Brother? Why are you here? Why am I here? What happened to you? Who ambushed you?" Zhu Chuanfeng said anxiously. "No one ambushed me," Zhu Chuanzi's eyes gradually focused as he came back to his senses. He shook his head and said, I was a little anxious when I was cultivating just now and triggered my previous injuries. I'll be fine after resting for a while. I'm not asking if you're alright. Is the secret chamber alright? Zhu Chuanfeng was frantic. He ignored Zhu Chuanzi, hurriedly opened the door to the secret chamber, and then went inside. Zhu Chuanzi knew how important this matter was, so he quickly entered too. Inside the secret chamber, the Zhu brothers carefully inspected everything before heaving a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. Zhu Chuanzi patted his chest. Zhu Chuanfeng frowned. Just now, there was a fire in the manor, and you were injured. Are the things happening recently just a coincidence? Are these matters related? Zhu Chuanzi asked. It was an old injury. The weather was dry, and it was not impossible for a fire to happen. As for Zhen Cai's death, it was purely an accident. There was no connection between these matters. I have a bad feeling about this. Zhu Chuanfeng shook his head. He didn't know how these matters were related. Brother, we can start preparing for the escape route you mentioned earlier. Big brother, have you changed your mind? Zhu Chuanzi said in surprise. Just in case. Zhu Chuanfeng shook his head. As long as I can make Zhou Shu submit, I will be able to take over the benefits of the 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, horse-slaying sabers, and spring-embroidered sabers. That boy doesn't know how to make use of them and has wasted a great deal of benefits. Once we get this money, we will have almost enough money. By then, even if we leave Chang'an, we can live a carefree life. Big brother, it's good that you've thought it through, Zhu Chuanzi said with gratification. That Zhou boy is just a forging apprentice. He won't be able to escape from you, big brother. I will get in touch with those people right now and lay out the route first. When we're ready, we'll be able to get away at any time. Zhu Chuanfeng nodded, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. After returning from the Zhu estate, Zhou Shu threw his clothes into the smelting furnace. Although he was sure that no one had seen his actions at night, there was no guarantee. Anyway, Ms. Hifu had prepared many clothes for him. He didn't need to worry about spending money. Zhou Shu hadn't expected that Zhu Chuanfeng was actually after the benefits of his weapons. He would never have imagined that Zhu Chuanfeng, who possessed so many ranked weapons, would be interested in the small benefits of standard weapons. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He would never give in. Zhou Shu knew that Heben sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, and horse-slaying sabers could make a lot of money. How could arms dealing not make money? Even if he had to give the forging division a cut, the amount of money that would end up in his hands would definitely be astronomical. If it was just one weapon, Zhou Shu might not have the right to speak. But after developing 4 weapons in succession, he already had the qualifications to negotiate with the forging division. But he didn't do it. Other than Yan Wuyo giving him the ownership of the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, Zhou Shu didn't care about the other sabers at all. Zhu Chuanfeng saw money, but Zhou Shu saw a platform. With the forging division as a platform, he could make the weapons he forged the most effective, allowing the benefits from the legendary armament cannon to be the greatest. As for money, Zhou Shu didn't care. Look at his living conditions. Was he someone who lacked money? Zhou Shu was never worried that he would run out of money, and his goal had never been to make money. Forging weapons and becoming stronger was his goal. Zhu Chuanfeng was short-sighted. Regarding that old thief Zhu, I'll go to the Divine Constable Bureau to investigate. I still have to deal with the Forging Division's monthly examination, Zhou Shu thought. What's with those people? Why do they have to doubt my forging ability? Do they really think that I, a workshop superintendent, am a pretty boy who only became a workshop superintendent because of the Grand Minister? I rely on my skills to make a living, okay? I really have to slap your faces. Chapter 86, They are trying to kill him. The 37th workshop, 12,000 arrows and 300 strong bows were forged this month. Pass. The 45th workshop, 6,000 standard long spears were forged this month. Excellent. The 58th workshop, 9,000 standard short swords were forged this month. Excellent. A clerk read aloud. On the stage, Grand Minister Yan Wuyo, Minister Meng Jingguang, and the other big shots of the forging division sat in a row. Below the stage were all the superintendents of the 37th workshop to the 100th workshop. They all had different expressions. Some of them were full of confidence, their eyes filled with joy. Some of them had worried expressions on their faces, thinking that they might not be able to get the bonus this time. Some of them were already trembling all over. They hadn't completed their assigned tasks and were about to be punished. The so-called monthly workshop examination was actually to read out the output of each workshop and then announce the assessment results. For those who were outstanding, there would be a reward in their monthly salary. For those who were average, there will be no punishment or reward. For those who didn't, they had to face punishment. Among all of this, there was some shady business. The Grand Minister of the Forging Division, or even the 4 ministers, wouldn't personally investigate the weapons supplied by each workshop. All they saw were the numbers submitted by the people under them. Of course, under normal circumstances, this number wouldn't differ too much from the actual number. After all, the supply of weapons couldn't be faked. If the difference in quantity was too great, it would be a disaster if the commanders of the 3 armies came after the Forging Division. Most of the time, these numbers were similar to the actual numbers. Even if there was a slight deviation, it wasn't a big deal to the higher UPS of the Forging Division. They just turned a blind eye. Grand Minister, the superintendent of the 0th workshop hasn't arrived yet, right? Meng Jingguang, on the stage, said in a low voice. Yin Weiu was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. He'll come, Yin Weiu calmly said. He's merely the superintendent of a small workshop. We've all arrived, but he still hasn't. How disrespectful, another minister said coldly. Could it be that he knows that he won't be able to pass today's monthly examination, so he's decided not to come? Meng Jingguang smiled insincerely. Is he taking this examination too lightly? How can he, the superintendent of the 0th workshop, not be present when the workshop is about to be banned? If he fails the monthly examination, he will be punished. He can't hide even if he wants to. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Does he think he can hide just because he doesn't come? Naive. The other ministers spoke in succession. Yin Weiu harumphed coldly. These 4 fellows are in cahoots and control most of the business of the Forging Division. I've finally established the 0th workshop to try to change the situation, yet they want to ruin it. Do they really think that I have no temper? If you piss me off, I'll slash you all to death. Will the people behind you dare to say anything? Yin Weiu was only thinking about it. Even though she was a princess, she couldn't kill the ministers as she pleased. Even though these 4 ministers' positions weren't too high, the Forging Division had a wide range of connections, and these ministers had many important people backing them. Even Yin Weiu had to be cautious. Otherwise, she would have reformed the Forging Division a long time ago. Why would she have to condescend herself to deal with them? However, there was nothing she could do. The 4 of them had been in the Forging Division for many years, and they were inextricably linked to the Grand Craftsmen and Forging Masters. If she did anything to them, it would bring disastrous consequences to the Forging Division. This wasn't the outcome Emperor Yuan Feng wanted to see, nor was it something Yin Weiu could bear. Right now, she only hoped that Zhou Shu would be able to put in some effort and hold on to the 0th workshop. Then, using the 0th workshop as a wedge, she would be able to open up a crack in the Forging Division's system. Yin Weiu didn't say a word, and Meng Jingguang and the others couldn't continue either. They stopped the conversation somewhat disinterestedly. It would take quite some time to recite the results of dozens of workshops. The higher UPS of the Forging Division were starting to doze off when the clerk finally finished reading. At this time, Zhou Shu was still nowhere to be seen. Yin Weiu's brows furrowed slightly. If not for the fact that it was inconvenient for her to express her opinion, she would have already sent people to capture Zhou Shu. What is wrong with him? I already told him, and he guaranteed that there would be no problem. Is this not a problem? Not even coming? As soon as the clerk finished speaking, Meng Jingguang, who was in charge of the monthly examinations, didn't speak and instead gave a discreet look. My lords! A voice suddenly came from below the stage, attracting Yin Weiu's attention. A young man in his late 20s walked out from the crowd. He stood tall and straight, cupped his hands toward the stage, and proudly said, I have something to report to all of you. Who are you? Yin Weiu asked. Yin Weiu didn't know many of the Forging Division's workshop superintendents. The person in front of her was among the people she didn't know. I am Xiao Bufan, the superintendent of the 97th workshop. The corners of the young man's lips curled up into a standard smile. The superintendent of the 97th workshop. Yin Huiyu glanced at Meng Jingguang and the others. The 97th workshop was where Zhou Shu came from. Its previous superintendent was Xiao Zongshui. Yin Huiyu knew all this. Yin Huiyu also knew about Xiao Zongshui's death and Zhou Shu being brought to the Divine Constable Bureau to assist in the investigation. Later on, when Meng Jingguang and the others arranged for a new superintendent, Yin Huiyu had originally wanted to seize the opportunity to take over the 97th workshop. But Meng Jingguang and the others had found a forging master to be the superintendent of the 97th workshop. Yin Huiyu had wanted to refuse, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. In the end, she could only let them do what they wanted. Now that she saw Xiao Bufan, Yin Huiyu was instinctively displeased. "What do you have to report?" Yin Huiyu said coldly. Xiao Bufan brought his fists together and said, "I heard that your highness promoted a forging apprentice to the superintendent of a workshop and specially set up a workshop for him." Yin Huiyu's face turned cold. "This Xiao Bufan addressed me as your highness instead of Grand Minister. Does he think that I don't have the qualifications to be the Grand Minister of the Forging Division? Also, what does this mean? Are you trying to say that I practiced cronyism? Bah! What kind of relationship can I have with Zhou Shu? It is said that the superintendent of the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu, is a forging genius, and he is good at developing new weapons. I'm not talented, but I have some experience in the art of forging. Therefore, I would like to compete with Superintendent Zhou. You are a forging master, while Zhou Shu is only a forging apprentice. Don't you think there's something wrong with this kind of competition?" Yin Huiyu said coldly. "Although I am a forging master, forging ranked weapons is different from forging standard weapons." Xiao Bufan looked at her as if she didn't know about forging. "My competition with Superintendent Zhou has nothing to do with whether I'm a forging master or not. Besides, isn't Superintendent Zhou a forging genius? We will both be forging standard weapons. He won't be afraid of losing to me, right?" Xiao Bufan raised his voice. "Is Superintendent Zhou here? Do you want to compete? Come out and say something." Yin Huiyu was about to explode from anger. If not for the fact that she wanted to maintain her composure, she really wanted to go down and give Xiao Bufan a good beating. "So what if you're both forging standard weapons? That doesn't mean that a forging master won't have the upper hand. Does he really think that I don't know anything? The forging skills of forging masters far surpassed those of forging apprentices. Forging masters were able to use the same materials to the limit. How could forging apprentices compare?" In order to suppress Zhou Shu, Meng Jingguang and the others really spared no effort. Not only did they want to fail him in the monthly examination, but they even wanted to damage his reputation. Without his identity as the superintendent of the 0th workshop and his halo of a genius forging apprentice, he was just an ordinary forging apprentice. One could imagine his future outcome. They are trying to kill him. Do these people really think that I'm a pushover? If I can't even protect him, I won't be able to show my face outside." Yin Huiyu had a cold expression on her face and was about to flare up when she suddenly heard a voice. "Someone's calling for me." Zhou Shu's figure appeared at the back of the crowd. With a smile on his face, he said, "Sorry, I overslept and came late." "Sorry, sorry." Although he said he was sorry, there was no hint of apology on his face. After passing through the crowd, Zhou Shu arrived below the stage. He first cupped his hands toward Yin Huiyu before winking and saying, "Grand Minister, I'm here." As for Meng Jingguang and the others, Zhou Shu didn't even glance at them. Since he knew that they were colluding with Zhu Chuanfeng to deal with him, would Zhou Shu show them any respect? So what if they were his superiors? The Grand Minister was his only superior. "You're finally here!" Yin Huiyu snapped. Seeing Zhou Shu's relaxed expression, she also relaxed for some reason. Well, weren't they just trying to make things difficult for her? It was just a small matter. No matter how unhappy they were, she was the Grand Minister. Who could push her away? As long as she was still the Grand Minister, she would be in control of the forging division sooner or later. Zhou Shu smiled and gave Yin Huiyu a reassuring look. Then he looked around. "Who called me just now? Why does it sound like you want to compete with me in forging?" Zhou Shu said. "I am Xiao Bufan, the superintendent of the 97th workshop. Xiao Bufan snorted coldly. You are Zhou Shu? The forging apprentice who took over the resources of the 0th workshop and has a reputation but no achievements. The 97th workshop? You're Xiao Zongshui's successor. Zhou Shu glanced at Xiao Bufan. I have no achievements? Are you deaf? Have you never heard of the Heben saber, the horse-slaying saber, the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, and the spring-embroidered saber? If this is called having a reputation but no achievements, then may I ask if you have any representative weapons? I am a forging master, and what I forge are ranked weapons. I don't want to scare you by saying it out loud. Xiao Bufan was displeased when he saw Zhou Shu. He was even more handsome than him. Oh, a forging master? Does that mean you don't have any achievements in terms of standard weapons? Zhou Shu said calmly. Who says I don't? Xiao Bufan was furious. How dare a mere apprentice look down on me? I don't care about forging standard weapons. But in order to show you what a genius is, I spent 3 days to develop a new weapon. Aren't you a genius? What new weapon has the 0th workshop developed this month? Everyone was in an uproar. He developed a new weapon in 3 days? As expected of a forging master. Everyone's gazes fell on Zhou Shu, wanting to see how he would respond. Zhou Shu patted his clothes and said casually, what a coincidence. I was inspired and happened to develop a new weapon. Don't you want to compete, Superintendent Xiao? Let's compete to see whose weapon is better. Chapter 87, This is too much. It was hard to determine which standard weapon was stronger. Between the 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber, which was more powerful? The horse-slaying saber was not necessarily more powerful than the 100 refinements ring pommel saber. Of the two, one was suitable for cavalry and the other for infantry. It was the same for other standard weapons. The degree of sharpness, the durability, and even the appearance represented the quality of standard weapons. This was completely different from ranked weapons. It was very easy to determine the strength of a ranked weapon. A heaven-grade weapon was definitely stronger than an earth-grade weapon, and an earth-grade weapon was definitely stronger than a black-grade weapon. Forgers who could forge heaven-grade weapons were definitely stronger than forging masters who could only forge earth-grade weapons. Did this mean an apprentice who could forge a horse-slaying saber was stronger than an apprentice who could forge the 100 refinements ring pommel saber? This might not be the case. This was why Zhou Shu had only said that it was better to compare whose weapon was better, not whose weapon was stronger. There was a subtle difference between better and stronger. As a forging master, Xiao Bufan naturally understood this logic. Although they were both surnamed Xiao, Xiao Zongshui became an official after passing the imperial examination, while Xiao Bufan was a genuine forging master. Zhou Shu didn't underestimate his opponent, but he was confident in the legendary armament cannon. Zhou Shu glanced at Xiao Bufan, then at Meng Jingguang and the other ministers. Before that, I have a request. What request? Xiao Bufan replied without hesitation. If I lose, then the 0th workshop will have no value in existence. You can just shut it down, Zhou Shu said. You can even drive me out of the forging division. If you lose, the 0th workshop will naturally be shut down. Xiao Bufan let out a hollow laugh. The 0th workshop is where I live and work. I'm already betting it. Shouldn't you bet something too? Zhou Shu said. Logically speaking, even if I lose the competition, I would have been able to develop a new weapon and pass the monthly examination. Would you still shut down my 0th workshop? Meng Jingguang and the others exchanged glances with one another. It was not convenient for them to say anything now, so they gave Xiao Bufan a signal. Xiao Bufan understood his intention and sneered. What do you want us to bet? He didn't believe that Zhou Shu would win. As a forging master, he had lowered himself to forge a standard weapon. How could he lose? It's very simple. Zhou Shu's lips curled up. If I win, all of the workshops will have to cooperate with me if I need to mass-produce the weapons developed by the 0th workshop. That's it. Xiao Bufan replied coldly. No problem. Zhou Shu didn't even look at him. Instead, he stared at Meng Jingguang and the others. Your words don't carry any weight. We need the ministers to agree. Meng Jingguang and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces. The situation had already changed from the monthly examination to a competition. Zhou Shu's words made sense. Since there was a bet, both sides naturally had to wager something. But they were thinking even more than Xiao Bufan. Zhou Shu's words sounded simple, but if he really won, all of the workshops in the forging division had to cooperate with the 0th workshop. There was too much at stake. I agree. Let's do it. Let's begin the competition, Yin Wuyu suddenly said. Meng Jingguang and the others were stunned. They had almost forgotten that the person in charge at the scene was the Grand Minister, not them. Since the Grand Minister had spoken, they could only listen. Of course, it remained to be seen what they would do afterward. Zhou Shu didn't think too much about it. He didn't care at all about politics. He only made this request because he didn't want the development of the 0th workshop to be impeded. After all, if the 0th workshop developed well, he would be able to make use of more areas. Understood. Zhou Shu cupped his hands at Yin Wuyu before turning to Xiao Bufan. You first, or should I go first? I'll go first, in case others say that I'm taking advantage of you. Xiao Bufan said coldly. He walked straight to the smelting furnace at the side and reached out to grab a hammer. Xiao Bufan was actually a ranked martial artist. The forging skills of a forging master and a forging apprentice were on completely different levels. Although forging apprentices also paid attention to some techniques, most of them were manual labor. Forging masters had real technique. Xiao Bufan didn't need to use his full strength to forge a standard weapon. But even so, everyone was impressed. Zhou Shu sighed in his mind. Xiao Bufan didn't seem like much, but his forging skills weren't just for show. He was really skillful. This was the first time he had seen a forging master forge a weapon with his own eyes. Although Xiao Bufan didn't use any high-level techniques, as an expert, Zhou Shu could still see some of the secrets of forging masters. A forging master forging a standard weapon was akin to shooting a mosquito with a cannon. It was overkill. In just an hour, Xiao Bufan finished forging. It's your turn. Xiao Bufan placed the standard saber he forged on the table without hiding anything. It was a long saber around 4 feet long. The curvature of the blade was extremely exaggerated, and there were even grooves on it. Just by looking at it, one could feel its baleful aura. Zhou Shu nodded slightly. This was indeed a standard saber not recorded in the Forging Division's weapon catalogue. But thinking about it, it wasn't too difficult for a forging master to forge an improved standard saber with a little bit of additional effort. It was just that they usually couldn't bother to spend the effort. No matter how strong a standard weapon forged from different metals was, it wouldn't make much of a difference. It wasn't worth the effort. Zhou Shu walked to the furnace step by step. Compared to Xiao Bufan's, his forging process was not enjoyable at all. Every movement was mundane, making people sleepy. Actually, Zhou Shu was also able to forge like how Xiao Bufan did, but there was no need to do so. What was the point when he was just creating a standard weapon? Forging paid attention to efficiency, not beauty. It wasn't a circus act. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhou Shu was unwilling to reveal his cultivation level, so he slowed down his forging speed. After 2 hours, more than twice as long as Xiao Bufan, a weapon finally appeared under Zhou Shu's hammer. This was also a saber. The saber was less than a meter long, and the blade was flat and straight. The tip of the blade curved in an arc, and there were multiple blade tips extending from the back of the blade to the handle. The shape looked like an elegant feather. Xiao Bufan knew what was good. When he saw Zhou Shu's weapon, his pupils constricted slightly, and his expression became somewhat solemn. My lords, this is the newest saber I've developed. Please take a look. Zhou Shu placed the saber beside Xiao Bufan's saber and cupped his hands. Great! Yin Wuyu clapped her hands, unable to conceal the joy on her face. Just based on appearances alone, the two sabers were not on par with each other. In fact, Zhou Shu's saber looked even better. If its sharpness and toughness weren't too bad, Zhou Shu had a high chance of winning this competition. Yin Wuyu wasn't worried that Meng Jingguang and the others would evaluate against their conscience. If they really dared to do that, Yin Wuyu would bring these two sabers to the imperial court for the civil and military officials to evaluate. Of course, Meng Jingguang and the others knew about Yin Wuyu's identity and inwardly mocked her. As long as they didn't show it, it didn't matter. But if they lied through their teeth, it meant giving Yin Wuyu something on them. The expressions of Meng Jingguang and the others didn't look too good. They also felt that something was amiss. Zhou Shu's reputation was not just for show. He had really developed a new weapon. Meng Jingguang walked to the table and picked up Xiao Bufen's saber. He examined it while asking, "Superintendent Xiao, does your saber have a name?" "This saber is called Blood Massacre. There are 4 blood grooves on the saber's blade, which allows it to maximize its destructive power." Xiao Bufen said, "This saber will be a killing weapon in the hands of someone good at using sabers." Meng Jingguang nodded to show his appreciation. "This saber is full of killing intent. In my opinion, among the standard weapons, the lethality of this saber is top-notch." The rest of the ministers nodded in agreement. Xiao Bufen glanced at Zhou Shu with a prideful expression, his eyes full of disdain. "This saber is indeed not bad," Yin Weiyu said impartially, but she immediately picked up Zhou Shu's blade. If Xiao Bufen's saber was full of murderous intent, then Zhou Shu's saber was quite ordinary. Apart from its appearance, it was nothing compared to Xiao Bufen's saber. Was it just about appearance? If it was all about the appearance, then developing new weapons would be too easy. In the end, weapons existed for the sake of killing, not for decoration. A saber is a weapon of slaughter. The biggest taboo when forging a weapon is putting the cart before the horse. If one blindly pursues the appearance of weapons, then they will fall into the evil path, Meng Jingguang said calmly. Although he didn't mention names, everyone present knew who he was referring to. Zhou Shu curled his lips, too lazy to refute him. "Whether it was a mule or a horse, you will know once you bring it out for a walk." Seeing that Meng Jingguang had no intention of asking, Yin Weiyu took the initiative to ask, "Superintendent Zhou, what's special about your saber?" Zhou Shu's lips curled up slightly as he said in a clear voice, "General, when you march south so bravely, the autumnality plume saber hangs on your waist." As the wind blew, the lizard-skin drums stirred the mountains and rivers, lightning flashed over your banners held as high as the sun and moon. In the heavens indeed there is a Kirin, but in the world of men, how could even an ant escape? On the day when the imperial edict comes, I'll take off my battle garb with you. This saber is called the autumnality plume saber. It is a waist saber developed after I witnessed Great General Meng going to war. This saber is tough and sturdy. Compared to the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, it can unleash the power of saber techniques in many ways. It is capable of chopping, slashing, and stabbing. Zhou Shu's voice reverberated through the area, and the entire area suddenly fell silent. Even Xiao Bufen fell silent. "General, when you march south so bravely, the autumnality plume saber hangs on your waist. In the heavens indeed there is a Kirin, but in the world of men, how could even an ant escape? This is a bit too much. You agreed to compete in forging weapons. If you do this, won't your impression points increase?" Chapter 88, Autumnality Plume Saber. It was not a simple matter to evaluate the quality of standard weapons. After all, the upper power limit of standard weapons was as such. Both standard weapons could break through 2 layers of leather armor, so which was better? At this moment, it was as if they were evaluating the person they liked. In essence, Xiao Bufen's bloodbath saber was on par with Zhou Shu's autumnality plume saber. This was actually very normal. Standard weapons were only made of ordinary iron. Even if the use of ordinary iron was maximized, there was a limit to their power. No matter what, Xiao Bufen was still a forging master. He wouldn't be so weak that he couldn't even unleash the power of ordinary iron. When the power of the 2 weapons was about the same, the winner would depend on the likes of Yin Weiyu, Meng Jingguang, and the others. Even Zhou Shu himself couldn't say anything about this subjective evaluation. But now, even Xiao Bufen was speechless. Look at the name of the sabers. Bloody Massacre. It sounds so rustic. Autumnality plume saber. So cool. Xiao Bufen felt bitter in his heart. We are both forgers, so why do you have to be so good at poetry? General, when you march south so bravely, the autumnality plume saber hangs on your waist. As the wind blew, the lizard-skin drums stirred the mountains and rivers, lightning flashed over your banners held as high as the sun and moon, Meng Jingguang muttered to himself with a bitter smile. What else could he say? Just this poem alone could elevate the attractiveness of the autumnality plume saber. From now on, scholars would be proud to wear the autumnality plume saber. If Meng Jingguang dared to say that the bloody massacre saber was better than the autumnality plume saber, he would probably be cursed to death. The rest of the ministers had different expressions on their faces, but the look in their eyes was exactly the same as Meng Jingguang's. There was no comparison at all. The corners of Yin Wu's lips turned up, and her eyes were smiling. Her heart was already blooming with joy. Zhou Shu had really done her proud. Did these old geezers think they could make a mockery of me, the Grand Minister, with just a mere forging master? Look, the person that I have taken a liking to, how could he be a good-for-nothing? So what if you got a forging master? Isn't he still inferior to Zhou Shu? How could such a talent not be worthy of becoming the superintendent of a small workshop? Minister Meng, everyone, tell me. Which of these two sabers is better? Yin Wu asked with her head slightly raised. Grand Minister, you are wise. I admire you. Meng Jingguang smiled bitterly. The automaticity plume saber is better. Did Superintendent Zhou pass the monthly examination? Yin Wu asked. Outstandingly, Meng Jingguang said helplessly. Xiao Bufan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Xiao Bufan was also a prideful person. It was embarrassing that he lost in front of so many people, but it would be even more embarrassing if he chose not to admit defeat. Zhou Shu. Xiao Bufan said in a low voice, you win this time, but we can't fully show our skills by forging standard weapons. We'll compete again after you become a forging master. Xiao Bufan cupped his fists and left without looking back. Zhou Shu looked at Xiao Bufan's back in surprise. He had thought that Xiao Bufan wouldn't admit defeat. In that case, the face-slapping scene he had prepared could be played out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bufan was someone who paid particular attention to things, and he admitted defeat rather straightforwardly. Although he looked a little proud, he was not a bad person. Zhou Shu's impression of Xiao Bufan changed greatly. Meng Jingguang gave his evaluation, and Xiao Bufan himself admitted defeat. The farce ended quickly. Meng Jingguang and the others didn't have the face to stay any longer. They hastily made some arrangements and left. I want this saber. Before Yin Wu left, she took the automaticity plume saber with her. Just as Zhou Shu wanted to stop her, the Grand Minister had already disappeared, her movements as fast as the wind. You haven't paid. Zhou Shu yelled. All the superintendents still there rolled their eyes. What kind of person is this? He wants to ask for money from the Grand Minister? Zhou Shu didn't care at all about the superintendents rolling their eyes at him. He only left them showing his confident back. Chang'an, inside the palace. Emperor Yuan Feng took the automaticity plume saber from Yin Wu and examined it briefly before losing interest. It was just a standard weapon. A new product developed by the Forging Division. Emperor Yuan Feng looked at his daughter and smiled. This is a new standard weapon developed by my 0th workshop. Yin Wu said excitedly. I've tried it. It's light, agile, and quite powerful. It can easily split open a layer of leather armor. Yin Wu talked non-stop, and Emperor Yuan Feng only listened with a smile. He was a very patient person. Even though what she said was mostly meaningless nonsense to him, he didn't show the slightest impatience. Father! Are you listening to me? Yin Wu protested coquettishly when she didn't receive the enthusiastic response she expected. I'm listening. Emperor Yuan Feng chuckled. This saber is quite good. It's almost the same as the one you brought over last time. It's different, okay. Yin Wu didn't show the cold arrogance she usually did in front of outsiders. I know. Emperor Yuan Feng smiled. The spring-embroidered saber was given to the Divine Constable Bureau. As for this saber, seeing that Emperor Yuan Feng didn't seem to care, Yin Wu was a little unhappy. General, when you march south so bravely, the automaticity plume saber hangs on your waist. As the wind blew, the lizard-skin drums stirred the mountains and rivers, lightning flashed over your banners held as high as the sun and moon, Yin Wu recited loudly. Emperor Yuan Feng was startled, and his expression changed slightly. When Yin Wu saw Emperor Yuan Feng's shock, she felt a little pleased and continued to recite, in the heavens indeed there is a Kiran, but in the world of men, how could even an ant escape? On the day when the imperial edict comes, I'll take off my battle garb with you. On the day when the imperial edict comes, I'll take off my battle garb with you. Emperor Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, surprise flashing in his eyes. Great spirit, great poem. Emperor Yuan Feng praised. This saber is called the automaticity plume saber? You wrote this poem? Emperor Yuan asked two consecutive questions. This is the automaticity plume saber. Yin Wu said. I didn't compose the poem. Zhou Shu did. There was pride in Yin Wu's eyes. Zhou Shu. Emperor Yuanfeng recalled for a moment, then suddenly said, the superintendent of the workshop that Great General Meng strongly recommended. Great General Meng was not the first one to discover him. I was the one who discovered him first. I even promoted him to a workshop superintendent. Yin Weiyu said indignantly. All right, my daughter has good foresight. Emperor Yuanfeng wouldn't argue with the little girl about this. He smiled and said, I remember that Zhou Shu is a forging apprentice, right? He even went to school. Although the words of this poem were not exquisite, they were very bold. It was not something a forging apprentice who became a workshop superintendent could make. He went to a private school for a year when he was young, but because of his family's circumstances, he didn't continue. Yin Weiyu knew about Zhou Shu's plight and felt a little regretful. What a pity! Emperor Yuanfeng also had the same thought. He had only been to a private school for a year, yet he was able to produce such a poem. If he persisted, Great Xia might have had another great scholar. However, it didn't seem too bad now. He was rather talented in forging as well. If he had insisted on going to a private school back then, he probably wouldn't have forged these weapons recently. Father, Zhou Shu has developed a new weapon. How do you think we should reward him? Yin Weiyu asked. You are the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. Are you here to ask me how to reward Zhou Shu? Emperor Yuanfeng smiled. Isn't the responsibility of the 0th workshop to develop new weapons? This is their job. Why do they need rewards? It was true that Emperor Yuanfeng was a good person, but this didn't mean that he didn't know when rewards or punishments should be given. Yin Weiyu had told him before that the 0th workshop didn't take on daily forging tasks and specialized in researching and improving weapons. Under such circumstances, developing a new weapon could only be considered an ordinary task for the 0th workshop. Why was there a need for a reward? Father, haven't you always taught me to distinguish between reward and punishment? Yin Weiyu said. My task for the 0th workshop is to develop a new weapon in 3 months. It's only been a month, and a new weapon has already been developed. Moreover, you have also seen that this Audimenadity plume saber is not the slightest bit inferior to the previous one. In fact, it might even surpass it. If Zhou Shu isn't rewarded, wouldn't it make him bitterly disappointed? In that case, how do you want to reward him? Emperor Yuanfeng asked with a smile. I'm asking you because I don't know, Yin Weiyu said. He just became a workshop superintendent not long ago. Would it be okay to promote him again now? For a workshop superintendent, above it was a vice director of the forging division. But that wouldn't be beneficial for Zhou Shu's talent. He's a forging talent, so he might not be suitable to be an official. Emperor Yuanfeng shook his head. Moreover, his qualifications aren't enough for him to hold a higher position. Since you don't have any ideas, then you can just reward him with gold, silver, or jewels. Isn't this the usual practice of the forging division? Emperor Yuanfeng didn't really care about such a small matter. If he, the emperor, had to worry about a workshop superintendent, then he would be dead tired. It's up to you how you want to reward the 0th workshop. I have an idea on how to use the Audimenadity plume saber, Emperor Yuanfeng said with a smile. On the day when the imperial edict comes, I'll take off my battle garb with you. Since this saber is made for soldiers who went out to battle, I will use this Audimenadity plume saber as a reward for the victorious return of the soldiers. As meritorious warriors, wouldn't it be a beautiful story to bestow them the Audimenadity plume saber? Emperor Yuanfeng stroked his beard and was very satisfied with his thoughts. This poem was very well written, but if he could change a few words, it would be even better. For example, I, the emperor, will take off my battle garb with you. I am the ruler of a country. Is it not good to use a poem of my subject like this? No, I am the ruler of a country. The poems of my subjects are my poems. What harm is there in using them? Daughter, I plan to use this Audimenadity plume saber to reward the soldiers of the 3 armies. Let's not publicize it for the time being. Also, tell everyone present to be more tight-lipped about the poem. I want to give the 3 armies a surprise. Emperor Yuanfeng chuckled. Chapter 89, Harvest Time. At the southern border of Great Xia, there were endless mountains. There was a military camp stationed at the edge of a forest at the foot of a mountain. This was the southernmost region of Great Xia, and farther south was the territory of the southern barbarians. Mi Ziwen was dressed in a military uniform with a long saber hanging on his waist. This long saber was not a halberd saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, or a horse-slaying saber. As a high-ranking general and a fourth-rank martial artist born into a wealthy family, Mi Ziwen naturally wouldn't lack a ranked weapon. On the battlefield, although the ordinary soldiers were the main force, there was no lack of battles between martial arts experts. At this time, Mi Ziwen naturally couldn't use a standard weapon. Not just him, even Sun Gongping, who was on the battlefield for the first time, had brought along a ranked weapon. The spring embroidery saber he had was just for show. If he really fought with a ranked martial artist, he would be at a huge disadvantage if he didn't have a ranked weapon. Mi Ziwen looked at the distant forest and shouted, "Where is the scout camp?" "Here." An officer appeared out of nowhere. He was not wearing armor but rather fancy clothes that looked like camouflage clothing. He was carrying a long saber on his back, and the handle extended above his right shoulder. It was a halberd saber. Before the army set off, Zhou Shu had led Zhang Yibei and the others to forge 3,000 halberd sabers. Most of these halberd sabers were equipped to the scouts. Halberd sabers were light and sharp, suitable for scouts. All scouts move out and find the traces of the southern barbarians, Mi Ziwen said solemnly. Before the great general and his army arrive, I must grasp the deployment of the southern barbarians' military. The southern barbarians dare to slaughter the citizens at the borders of Great Xia. This time, we will make them pay 100-fold. Mi Ziwen was furious, and he was no longer as gentle as he was in the capital. The southern barbarians were the barbarians to the south of Great Xia. They were a race that looked human, but they were barbaric, violent and bloodthirsty. Great Xia bordered the barbarians and would often be invaded by them. The barbarians resided in the desolate mountains, and if Great Xia wanted to invade them, it would be extremely difficult. Thus, over the years, they had been deeply disturbed. This time, the barbarians had once again attacked a city at the border of Great Xia. Furthermore, they had wantonly slaughtered the citizens of Great Xia, completely infuriating Great Xia. This was why Meng Bai personally led the troops to try and completely eliminate the barbarians. As the vanguard officer, Mi Ziwen had a heavy responsibility. "I accept the order," the captain of the scouts said. Then he dashed out of the camp nimbly like an ape. "Mo Dao camp! Kill the captured barbarians and offer them as sacrifices!" Mi Ziwen shouted. The imperial capital of Great Xia, Chang'an. A barrage of messages suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Shu. "The horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The Golden Bell Shield technique has improved by 10%. The horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The Golden Bell Shield technique has improved by 20%. The horse-slaying saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The Golden Bell Shield technique has improved by 15%. In the blink of an eye, streams of true qi surged out of Zhou Shu's body. The true qi flowed through his meridians like a flood. Zhou Shu seemed to hear the sound of a surging river. As he circulated his true qi, his limbs and bones felt hot, and all the cells in his body were cracking. A moment later, an eggshell-like sound rang out. Zhou Shu's aura suddenly surged, and then he restrained it. The skin on the surface of his body seemed to be shedding as it fell off piece by piece, looking rather terrifying. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. Zhou Shu reached out, tore off a piece of skin, and threw it on the ground. He himself was shocked, and then he felt a little disgusted. Did I become a snake while mastering the Golden Bell Shield technique? Why am I molting? Zhou Shu thought as he endured the nausea, swept up the skin he had shed, and then threw it into the smelting furnace. The aroma of roasted meat wafted over. Zhou Shu felt even more disgusted. He didn't want to eat roasted meat for a year. After walking out of the forging room and taking a breath of fresh air, Zhou Shu felt much better. He raised his hands. His hands had been forging weapons all year round, and they were originally covered in calluses. But now that he had shed a layer of skin, the skin on his palms looked fair and delicate, and his slender fingers made all beauties envious. I didn't expect the Golden Bell Shield technique to have such an effect. It wasn't just his hands. Zhou Shu's skin had become much more delicate than before. Even his pores had become almost imperceptible. Initially, he thought that after practicing the Golden Bell Shield technique, he would become like the Golden Arhats in his previous life's television series. He would be covered in muscles and emit golden light. In the end, this Golden Bell Shield technique actually had a beauty effect. At this rate, would he become as fair as jade when he reached the 12th level? This is a pleasant surprise. Zhou Shu didn't care much about this effect. It was just a side effect. More importantly, his skin had become much tougher than before. At the 7th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique, true qi flowed through his entire body. Other than his eyes, ears, and head, even his private parts were resistant to attacks. He could even turn the soft willow branch solid to fight against swords. In my previous life, I would have become popular if I was an internet celebrity who performed crotch techniques, Zhou Shu thought. Then he couldn't help laughing. Staying in the forging division was indeed the right choice. If not for this place, how could the weapons I forged be equipped to the army? Only the army has opportunities to kill on such a large scale. Zhou Shu glanced at the page on the legendary armament cannon. There were almost 80 completed kills. Furthermore, from the feedback of the legendary armament cannon, the targets they killed weren't weak. Because of this, Zhou Shu's cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield technique was able to break through to the 7th level. Otherwise, just relying on his own cultivation, with his poor aptitude, it would have probably taken him at least 10 to 20 years to reach the 7th level. Ever since he had cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, Zhou Shu knew very well what he was capable of. His current body's aptitude for martial arts was extremely poor. A genius who had cultivated for a year could probably match his cultivation of 10 years or more. If not for the legendary armament cannon, it would have already been an achievement to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique to the 3rd or 4th level in his lifetime. That way, he might not even be comparable to a 9th rank martial artist. Fortunately, I have the legendary armament cannon. With the legendary armament cannon and the forging division backing me, I just need to wait for the benefits. As Zhou Shu was happily thinking, he suddenly heard a voice from outside. Is Superintendent Zhou here? Come out and receive your reward. Zhou Shu's heart skipped a beat as he walked to the front yard. Zhang Yibei and the others had already been alerted by the noise. They had long arrived at the front yard and were nervously looking at the person at the door. Standing at the entrance of the 0th workshop was an official from the forging division. His surname was Zhang, and his name was Wufu. Even though his name was Wufu, he was actually an out-and-out great figure to Zhang Yibei and the others. In the forging division, there were 4 ministers under the Grand Minister. Below them were the directors, while below the directors were the vice-directors. Although vice-director was only 1 rank higher than workshop superintendent, this was within the forging division. In reality, vice-directors were 6th rank officials, while workshop superintendents were merely 9th rank officials. There was a difference of 3 ranks between the two. Strictly speaking, workshop superintendents were out-and-out low-ranking officials, while the vice-directors had a certain status. One had to know that ordinary county magistrates were only 7th rank officials. Zhang Wufu stood at the entrance of the 0th workshop. Although his expression was gentle, Zhang Yibei and the others were still frightened into silence. Zhou Shu came to the front yard and could only roll his eyes when he saw how hopeless they looked. There's still a long way to go before I can change them. I wonder if they'll be better after they start cultivating. He didn't want the people in the 0th workshop to be a bunch of yes men. Zhou Shu cupped his hands at Zhang Wufu. Zhou Shu pays his respects to milord. Might I know what sort of instructions you have for me? Zhang Wufu had already met Zhou Shu during the monthly workshop examination, but the two of them hadn't spoken at the time. Zhang Wufu looked at Zhou Shu with a bit of envy in his eyes. I have come under the orders of His Majesty to give you a reward from the Imperial Court. Reward? Zhou Shu asked curiously. That's right. Zhang Wufu nodded. Superintendent Zhou, you obtained excellent results in the monthly workshop examination and also developed the Automanatity Plume Saber. His Majesty is very happy, so besides the rewards from the division, His Majesty has also heavily rewarded you. There's such a good thing? Zhou Shu was amused. Although he didn't really care about earning money, it was better than nothing. Surely something rewarded by the Emperor wouldn't suck. He'd be rich. Before Zhou Shu could ask, Zhang Wufu had already waved his hand. The 10 odd job workers outside had already entered. Each of them carried a burden and placed it aside. When Zhou Shu saw so many things, his mood became even better. Thank you for the trouble, milord. Zhou Shu chuckled as he walked forward and silently stuffed a banknote into Zhang Wufu's sleeve. Zhang Wufu laughed out loud. This Superintendent Zhou is really a wonderful person. I have already delivered the items, so I won't disturb your rest. Zhang Yufu smiled. Superintendent Zhou, when you come to the division headquarters to handle some matters in the future, you can come to my office to sit down for a drink and a chat. Zhang Yufu left in satisfaction. Zhou Shu's gaze fell on the 10 boxes in the courtyard. Superintendent, Zhang Yibei and the others stared at the boxes. They still didn't know what was going on, only that this was a reward from the Emperor. Don't just keep looking. Zhou Shu laughed. Today, the Golden Bell Shield technique had broken through the 7th level, and the Emperor had rewarded him with so many good things. He was in a good mood, so he had to share his good mood. Today, I am in a good mood. Open the boxes. Everyone has a share. Even though Zhang Yibei, Wu Laoliu and the others were still confused, it didn't stop them from rejoicing. The superintendent actually wanted to give them rewards bestowed by the Emperor? Who would have thought that they would have the chance to come into contact with imperial rewards in their lives? All hail the superintendent, the forging apprentices shouted. Open the boxes and split the loot. Zhou Shu laughed loudly. Chapter 90, Money is not important. In the front yard of the 0th workshop, the 10 boxes lined up had all been opened. The scene was eerily quiet. Someone gulped, and then similar sounds came one after another. What a scam! Zhou Shu let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky, speechless. Well, Superintendent, we'd better not accept it, Zhang Yibei said awkwardly. The 10 boxes were full. But these things were useless to them. They didn't even recognize a single character, so why would they need these things? They couldn't sell things bestowed by the Emperor either, so should they use them as displays? Don't be ridiculous. People who work hard for a living couldn't afford time for this. Looking at the opened boxes, Zhou Shu was also bewildered. Is there something wrong with the old Emperor's brain? How can he reward people with these things? The boxes were full of ink, paper, and books. Even though these things looked like tributes and were extremely valuable, what did Zhou Shu want these things for? He wasn't going to study for the imperial examination. At first, he thought that these books were secret manuals on martial arts or forging techniques. But when he looked through them, it was all poetry. I am a forger. Why would you reward me with some poetry books? What is the meaning of this? Zhou Shu stared blankly for a while before letting out a long sigh. There was really no way to reason this matter out. Moreover, these were all rewards bestowed by the Emperor, so it was impossible for him to sell them for money. Forget it. I'll just put these books in the workshop and make a reading corner. In the future, all of you can read when you have nothing to do. It's also good for you to cultivate your moods. Zhou Shu waved his hand. His dream of becoming rich had been shattered. He should just focus on forging. Inside the imperial city, Emperor Yuanfeng was writing in the imperial study. What he was writing was Zhou Shu's poem about the Autumnality plume saber. Zhou Shu is already past the best age to study. Isn't it too late for me to reward him with books now? Emperor Yuanfeng suddenly said. Standing beside him was Eunuch Zhao, whom Zhou Shu had met before. Eunuch Zhao said respectfully, if he really is talented, he will definitely live up to your majesty's expectations. I don't have much expectations. Emperor Yuanfeng shook his head. I just think that since he was able to create such a good poem after studying in a private school for only a year, if he read more books, wouldn't he be able to create even better poems? Emperor Yuanfeng's eyes lit up. What many people didn't know was that the good old Emperor Yuanfeng was actually an artistic middle-aged man who loved poetry. However, as the ruler of a country, he couldn't indulge in his own hobbies. Of course, it was purely his hobby. As for her talent, that was all. In any case, after so many years, the poems he wrote couldn't compare to Zhou Shu's Autumnality plume saber. General, when you march south so bravely, the Autumnality plume saber hangs on your waist. As the wind blew, the lizard-skin drums stirred the mountains and rivers, lightning flashed over your banners held as high as the sun and moon, Emperor Yuan recited in a loud voice. The words were good, and the poem was even better. What a pity! If Zhou Shu had written this poem before the army set out, how great would it have been? Emperor Yuanfeng even imagined that before the great army left for war, he would personally give Great General Meng Bai the Autumnality plume saber. Then he would say, on the day when the imperial edict comes, I, the emperor, will take off my battle garb with you. The scene would have been perfect. Eunuch Zhao had served Emperor Yuan Feng for dozens of years, so he more or less knew some of his preferences. He said, "On the day of the great general's triumphant return, your majesty can bestow upon him the Autumnality Plume Saber. This is not a bad gift." "You don't understand." Emperor Yuan Feng shook his head regretfully. "This is a poem about going to war. It is somewhat inappropriate to read it when the army returns victorious." "Then, get Superintendent Zhou to make another poem," Eunuch Zhao said. Emperor Yuan Feng's eyes brightened, but he immediately shook his head. "It is not easy to come up with such a good poem. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hand over today's memorials." Some were happy, while others were sad. Although the emperor's reward didn't make Zhou Shu rich, which was a little depressing, he quickly forgot about it. It didn't affect his mood much. However, someone else was in a bad mood. In the zoo residence. "That Zhou boy has developed a new weapon," Zhu Chuanfeng said, surprised. "That kid is really a weapon forging genius." "It's true," Zhu Chuanzi said in a deep voice, "although the forging division has sealed off all information, I've already confirmed with Xiao Bufan that he lost to Zhou Shu in terms of forging standard weapons. Now, no one in the forging division will suspect that he's a weapon forging genius. Furthermore, I feel that in the next issue of the Heavenly Mountain Villa's Standard Armament Manual, his weapons will definitely be on the list. At that time, he will probably be the #1 forging apprentice in the world, right?" "Humph, even if he's the #1 forging apprentice in the world, he's just a forging apprentice." Zhu Chuanfeng snorted disdainfully. This title was created by Zhu Chuanzi himself. Actually, there was no such thing as the #1 forging apprentice, forging master, or grand craftsman. That Zhou boy is truly a weapon forging genius. We definitely can't let him go. He is a money tree, Zhu Chuanfeng said. "Big brother, aren't you planning to retire from the forging world?" Zhu Chuanzi asked, puzzled. "Is it that important whether or not we have him?" "You don't understand." Zhu Chuanfeng shook his head. "Although we seem to have made some money over the years, we've spent more. Once I stop, our savings won't last long. That Zhou boy has developed 5 standard weapons. If we can obtain the ownership of these 5 standard weapons, lots of money will come to us. By then, we will be able to rest easy." "But doesn't the ownership of standard weapons belong to the workshops?" Zhu Chuanzi was puzzled. "That's because he is a forging apprentice. If he's the disciple of a grand craftsman, then it's naturally different. The forging division has to give up its benefits," Zhu Chuanfeng said confidently. Zhu Chuanzi didn't understand these things, and he didn't care either. Anyway, there was his elder brother. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Originally, if Zhou Shu had been stripped of his position as the superintendent of the 0th workshop, Zhu Chuanfeng would have been able to recruit him. But now, not only did Zhou Shu not lose his position as the superintendent of the 0th workshop, but he stayed in his position even more firmly. If Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to receive him as his disciple now, Zhou Shu would probably give him the cold shoulder. "We can't delay any longer. Once the standard armament manual of the Heavenly Mountain Villa is announced, more people will pay attention to him," Zhu Chuanfeng said. "Since that boy wants to do it the hard way, then don't blame me." "Chuanzi, you," Zhu Chuanfeng lowered his voice and whispered something into Zhu Chuanzi's ear. "I love forging. Forging makes me happy." Zhou Shu hummed a completely random tune as he swung the large hammer in his hand. With the addition of the Autumnality Plume Saber, there were already 5 weapons in the legendary Armament Canon. He had filled up the Huben Saber, 100 Refinements Ring Pommel Saber, Horse Slaying Saber, and Spring Embroidered Saber. The Autumnality Plume Saber was new. Currently, Zhou Shu had only forged 2 of them, and he was still far from filling it up. However, Zhou Shu wasn't in a hurry. In any case, with the first 4 sabers, he was constantly growing stronger. As for the Autumnality Plume Saber, he could take it slow. He was now considering how to distribute the Autumnality Plume Saber. To Zhou Shu, forging the weapons was very important. But what was even more important was how to make the most out of the weapons he forged. If he couldn't deliver his weapons to the right people, how could they complete kills? Without any kills, he wouldn't get any benefits from the legendary Armament Canon. In that case, these weapons would be equivalent to trash. Some of the weapons forged by the forging division were directly distributed to the soldiers. Some were sold by the forging division themselves. Zhou Shu didn't know that Emperor Yuan Feng had already specified a use for the Autumnality plume saber. He was still thinking about which army would have more chances to fight and how to get them to purchase Autumnality plume sabers. It's a pity that Sun Gongping went out with the army. Otherwise, I could have asked him to introduce his father. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin in thought. Sun Gongping's father was Great Xia's Marquis Wei Yiwen, a commander of the Country Protector Army, a combat force. Selling Autumnality plume sabers to him wouldn't be bad. After all, Zhou Shu's foundation was too shallow. Even though he had already befriended some people, he had too little military relations. Even if he wanted to promote his weapons, there were not many ways. The exposure rate is still not high enough. Zhou Shu thought to himself that it was better to be a forging master. People would then come to him, begging him to forge ranked weapons for them. It was nothing like forging standard weapons. After forging standard weapons, he had to find a way to promote them. If no army was willing to use them, the workshop would cut off production and stop forging them. This was also one of the reasons why there were very few forging masters willing to develop modified weapons. Because it was meaningless. There was a limit to the strength of standard weapons, and even forging masters wouldn't be able to increase their power by much. After spending so much effort to modify a new weapon for no one to use, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? If one had the time, they might as well forge a ranked weapon. They could earn money and fame. Why not? Unless the standard weapon was good enough to be wanted by others. But how would he let others know that the standard weapons developed by the 0th workshop were good? At the very least, he had to have a chance to display them. Only then would others be able to see his weapons. He would have to take the initiative to promote them. Compared to the other workshop superintendents, Zhou Shu's desire to promote his weapons was even stronger. It wasn't just because of the pressure from the forging division's task but also because of the benefits from the legendary armament cannon. If he couldn't sell the forged weapons, how could he earn the rewards of the legendary armament cannon? Without the legendary armament cannon's rewards, how could he become stronger? Money was not important. What was important was that he didn't want his efforts to be wasted. How could his painstakingly forged weapons be left to dust in the warehouse? Wouldn't it be a waste? Chapter 91, Standard Armament Manual. Superintendent Zhou, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'm flustered by your behavior. Yang Hong sat cautiously in his chair. Logically speaking, he was a constable of the Divine Constable Bureau and had a chance of becoming a Divine Constable in the future. When facing a workshop superintendent, even if he wasn't high and mighty, at least he wouldn't be so fearful. Strictly speaking, a constable of the Divine Constable Bureau had a higher rank than a workshop superintendent of the Forging Division. But once he saw this person in front of him, Yang Hong involuntarily recalled the scene of that day. The second master of the Mi family, an apprentice whom the emperor had specially allowed to attend the military parade, suspected to have an unclear relationship with the princess. Any one of these points was enough for Yang Hong to attach importance to Zhou Shu. No matter how much attention he gave Zhou Shu, it was not excessive. Constable Yang, we can be considered acquaintances after what happened. There's no need to be so nervous when old friends meet and chat, right? Zhou Shu smiled. Let me introduce you. This is Lieutenant Cheng Yang of the Heben troops. He's also my friend. Cheng Yang was a little flattered as he stood up and cupped his hands. Nice to meet you. Yang Hong. Yang Hong cupped his hands in return. He still felt a bit strange. Zhou Shu had invited him to drink for no reason, so he had no choice but to come. What was the meaning of this? Gentlemen, I'm a little short on cash, so I can only treat the two of you to a drink here. Please excuse me if I have been inconsiderate in any way, Zhou Shu said with a smile. No, no. This place is very good, Yang Hong and Cheng Yang said at the same time. Yang Hong's imagination ran wild. Is Superintendent Zhou planning to borrow money from me? There is no reason for him to do so. Why would the second master of the Mi family lack money? Everyone knows that the Mi family is the richest family in Great Xia. I still have some savings. If Superintendent Zhou needs it urgently, Yang Hong said. Zhou Shu was speechless. What is Yang Hong thinking? Does he think I want to borrow money from him because I said I'm short on cash? It was true that he didn't have any money on hand now, but he wasn't so poor that he needed to borrow money from others. If he really wanted to borrow money, wouldn't it be better to borrow from Ms. Hifu than to find them? Superintendent Zhou, my expenditure is usually a lot. I don't have much savings, but I can still give you 1 or 200 taels. I just don't know if it will help, Cheng Yang chimed in. Zhou Shu was rendered speechless. Why are you joining in the fun? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Zhou Shu said. I'm not looking to borrow money from you. I'm really just looking for you guys to drink and chat. Really? Yang Hong looked doubtful. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. He knew that he didn't have much of a relationship with Zhou Shu, and his last interaction with him was not very positive. He didn't believe that Zhou Shu would drink with him for no reason. Really, Zhou Shu said sincerely. However, I do have something that I need your help with. That was right. Instead, Yang Hong heaved a sigh of relief and said, if there's anything, please say it. I will definitely help if I can. Yang Hong didn't reject, but he also didn't overpromise. How's the investigation of Xiao Zongshui's case going? Zhou Shu asked. Although he had used the spring-embroidered saber to exchange for some information from Ma Fengjiang, it was impossible for Ma Fengjiang to always be his source of information. The so-called strategic partner was just Zhou Shu fooling Sun Gongping. Zhou Shu really had no way of knowing about such cases. Have you caught the murderer? Zhou Shu continued asking. No, Yang Hong shook his head. This was no secret either. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai died because their souls were destroyed by someone. The person who attacked has a cultivation level no lower than the 3rd rank in the martial Dao. According to our deductions, the two of them must have seen something they shouldn't have seen and were killed by an expert. There is no way of investigating a 3rd rank expert. Even the boss of the Divine Constable Bureau, Ma Fengjiang, was only a 3rd rank martial artist. A 3rd rank martial artist had already transcended mortality. Ordinary laws could no longer restrain them. Moreover, if a 3rd rank martial artist wanted to hide their whereabouts, there was no way the Divine Constable Bureau would be able to find them. The case is closed just like that? Zhou Shu asked, relieved. Although he was sure that he had not left any traces, who could guarantee that the Divine Constable Bureau didn't have any special methods? For now, Yang Hong said. There are countless cases like this one in the Divine Constable Bureau. What can we do if we can't conclude it? What happened last time was a misunderstanding. I apologize for offending you, Superintendent Zhou. Yang Hong raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. He thought that Zhou Shu had brought up this matter because he wanted to settle scores with him. After all, he had almost tortured Zhou Shu back then. Anyone else would have been furious. Yang Hong was also an open-minded person. Although he had a clear conscience, when it was time to lower his head, he would do it unequivocally. A case was a case. But when it didn't involve a case, there was no need to offend someone like Zhou Shu, who obviously had a powerful background. Constable Yang, you are being too polite. You just have public interest at heart. Zhou Shu shook his head. He raised his cup and drank a cup of wine. I admire you greatly. He changed the topic and continued, I'm just asking casually. After all, the victim is one of my colleagues. But this isn't the favor I'd like to ask for your help. Please say it, Superintendent Zhou. I am a boor, but I will not hesitate to help you. Cheng Yang patted his chest. He had originally wanted to befriend Zhou Shu. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, why would he hesitate? Actually, it's not a big deal. Zhou Shu smiled and gestured for the two of them to eat. As you know, I am the superintendent of a forging division workshop. Our workshop has our own tasks. I recently developed a new standard weapon. We have to sell this weapon ourselves. However, I don't know many people in the forces. Can you introduce someone to me? Yang Hong and Cheng Yang looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Although the two of them could be considered officials, they were about the same as Zhou Shu. They were completely incapable of reaching out to the higher-ranking officials. They had absolutely no connections to the people purchasing weapons in the army. Superintendent Zhou, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I'm not a soldier. Yang Hong smiled bitterly. The two of you have misunderstood. I don't want you to help me promote it. Zhou Shu could tell that the two of them were in a difficult position. He smiled and said, I want the two of you to help me advertise the power of my saber. Among your friends, help me publicize this saber and let everyone know about it. Is this the saber? Cheng Yang saw the saber in Zhou Shu's hand. The Automanatity Plume Saber. Yin Wu had already instructed the workshop superintendents not to reveal anything about the Automanatity Plume Saber. But she had forgotten about Zhou Shu. Who would have thought that Zhou Shu would be so anxious to promote the Automanatity Plume Saber? Thankfully, Zhou Shu didn't recite any poetry this time. Yes, this saber is called the Automanatity Plume Saber. Its power is similar to the Divine Constable Bureau's spring-embroidered saber, Zhou Shu said. Our Grand Minister appreciates this saber very much. Even His Majesty says that this saber is very good. The last sentence was just Zhou Shu blabbering. In any case, there was no way to verify it. How could they confront the Emperor? However, the Emperor really did say it. It's similar to our spring-embroidered sabers. Yang Hong's interest was piqued. Not long ago, the Divine Constable Bureau had distributed the first batch of spring-embroidered sabers to the constables who had yet to enter the ranks. Yang Hong had also received one. This spring-embroidered saber was much better than the sabers they used before. Not only was it more powerful, but it was also beautiful and suited his temperament. He sized up the Automanatity Plume Saber with a look of approval. This saber's appearance was indeed as beautiful as the spring-embroidered saber. This is a good saber. Yang Hong nodded. After all, he was a bit more quick-witted than Cheng Yang, so he quickly understood Zhou Shu's intentions. Superintendent Zhou, are you trying to make the Automanatity Plume Saber known to the generals of the Country Protector Army so that they will come buy it? Exactly. Zhou Shu nodded and gave him a thumbs up. There were too many types of standard weapons. Deeply buried gold couldn't shine. If not for the fact that there was no advertising industry in this world, Zhou Shu would have gone to advertise it. Superintendent Zhou, you've found the wrong people. Yang Hong laughed. You don't even need us. What do you mean? Zhou Shu asked in confusion. Superintendent Zhou, have you forgotten about the Heavenly Mountain Villa's Standard Armament Manual? Yang Hong answered with a question. Heavenly Mountain Villa? Standard Armament Manual. Zhou Shu felt like he had heard it before, but he didn't have a deep impression of it. He cupped his hands and asked, I would like to hear the details. Yang Hong was somewhat puzzled. A workshop superintendent of the Forging Division didn't know about the Standard Armament Manual? Cheng Yang didn't have this doubt. He knew that Zhou Shu had started out as a forging apprentice and didn't know much about these things, so he explained, the Heavenly Mountain Villa is a mysterious organization. No one knows where they are. However, they release the Armament Manual ranking every year. Does everyone trust the Armament Manual rankings they release? Zhou Shu was puzzled. He could understand the Armament Manual. Was it similar to his legendary Armament Canon? Or was it similar to the Forging Division's Armament Manual? The Forging Division also had an Armament Manual internally that recorded all the armaments of the Forging Division. It could be considered a product introduction. As for rankings, Zhou Shu had seen quite a few in his previous life, but not many had credibility. Of course they do. The Armament Manual rankings announced by the Heavenly Mountain Villa have never been wrong, Cheng Yang said. That powerful! Zhou Shu exclaimed. Yang Hong nodded. The Heavenly Mountain Villa could be said to have the most powerful information channels on the continent. There aren't many things that they don't know. The Heavenly Mountain Villa's Armament Manual is split into the Standard Armament Manual and the Ranked Armament Manual. The Standard Armament Manual records all the standard armaments in the world. In my opinion, this Automanatity Plume Saber and the Spring-Embroidered Saber can be ranked at the top of the Standard Armament Manual. When the time comes, you won't have to worry that no one will know about them. Chapter 92, Mysterious, Legendary. The Automanatity Plume Saber can also make it onto the rankings. Zhou Shu said in surprise. This saber was just forged not too long ago. It doesn't even have any battle achievements. Superintendent Zhou, I'm afraid you underestimate the Heavenly Mountain Villa. Yang Hong smiled. Let's put it this way. As long as your saber has appeared in front of people, it will not escape the eyes of the Heavenly Mountain Villa. Nobody knows who their spies are. The people around us, even Lieutenant Cheng and me, might be spies from the Heavenly Mountain Villa. That exaggerated. Zhou Shu said. Great Xia allows their spies to exist. He remembered that when Great Xia mobilized their forces to eliminate the spies of the enemy nation Great Wei, they had caused a bloodbath. I don't know what the authorities are thinking. But according to my understanding, the Heavenly Mountain Villa doesn't belong to any country. They've never done anything more than release the armament manual rankings. So no country is willing to attack them, Yang Hong said. Secondly, no one knows how many spies the Heavenly Mountain Villa has. Targeting them will do more harm than good. Therefore, every country tacitly acknowledges their existence. Zhou Shu nodded. Yang Hong's explanation might not necessarily be the truth, but it sounded reasonable. There was no point in investigating this matter. However, he was very interested in this standard armament manual. If it was really a ranking with credibility, then if the Automanatity Plume Saber could make it onto the rankings, it would be able to make a name for itself. At that time, there would be no need to worry about not having the country protector army purchase them. The Heavenly Mountain Villa's armament manual rankings are released once every year. Zhou Shu asked. Yes. The standard armament manual is released in October of every year. The ranked armament manual is released later, usually in February of the following year. Yang Hong nodded. It's the end of September now. In a few days, it'll be October. At that time, the new standard armament manual will be announced. That's just a few days away, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. It was fine to wait a few days. A few days wouldn't make a difference. This Heavenly Mountain Villa, when they announced the armament manual, did no one think of tracking them? Zhou Shu asked curiously. The power of the Great Xia Imperial Court was not weak, and the other countries on the land were also very powerful. It was somewhat strange that these countries didn't know the origin of the Heavenly Mountain Villa. People have tried it before, Yang Hong said, but it's useless. No one has deciphered the heavenly rock used by the Heavenly Mountain Villa to announce the armament manuals. No one knows how the words appeared on the stone. There were even people guarding the heavenly rock day and night to see if anyone approached, but no one discovered anything. Heavenly rock, Zhou Shu said. The heavenly rock is a 100 feet tall boulder. Every year, when the time comes, words will automatically appear on the heavenly rock. These are the armament manuals. In other words, no one has ever seen the people from the Heavenly Mountain Villa? No one even knows if it's one person or a group of people. Zhou Shu asked. Yang Hong nodded. Interesting, Zhou Shu murmured. A mysterious organization, or perhaps a mysterious person, was actually able to announce rankings that everyone acknowledged. This was not something an ordinary force could do. However, when he thought about the existence of supernatural powers in this world, it didn't seem that strange. Who knew what strange powers existed in this world? According to what Zhou Shu knew, martial arts experts above the third rank all possessed incredible abilities. Constable Yang, where is the heavenly rock that you mentioned? How will we know when the armament manual appears on it? Zhou Shu asked. Don't worry about that. Not only Great Xia, but all the other countries will send people to pay attention to the heavenly rock. Once the armament manual is released, it will immediately be spread throughout the world. At that time, it will be hard not to know, Yang Hong said. As for the heavenly rock, it's on the shores of the endless sea at the edge of the land of command. The place Yang Hong spoke of was 10,000 miles away from Great Xia. It was probably impossible for Zhou Zhu to see it with his own eyes. It seemed like he could only wait for the armament manual to be spread around in the world before he knew if the Automanatity Plume Saber could make it onto the rankings. Speaking of which, although there were many standard weapons in this world, the Automanatity Plume Saber would definitely be able to make it onto the rankings. Not only the Automanatity Plume Saber, but also the 100 Refinements Ring Pommel Saber, Horse Slaying Saber, and the Spring Embroidered Saber. Only the Heben Saber was slightly weaker. But even if it was weaker, it was definitely not weak. Constable Yang, if the weapons I've developed are ranked at the top of the standard armament manual, would that be considered as bringing glory to the country? Will the Imperial Court reward handsomely? This, Yang Hong opened his mouth. He had never heard of such a reward. Forget it. His Majesty is too stingy. I won't count on it, Zhou Shu muttered while shaking his head. If he rewarded them with a bunch of useless books again, it would be a disappointment. Although Zhou Shu's voice was quiet, Yang Hong still heard it clearly. He secretly rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart. In this world, only the second master of the Mi family would dare to say that His Majesty is stingy. Many thanks to the two of you. If not for you two, I really wouldn't know that there are places like the Heavenly Mountain Villa and things like the armament manuals in this world. Zhou Shu raised his cup and smiled. You're too kind, Superintendent Zhou. Yang Hong and Cheng Yang raised their glasses at the same time. These things were no secret. Even if they didn't say anything, Zhou Shu would find out sooner or later. Right, how much do the two of you know about Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng? Zhou Shu casually asked. Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng. Cheng Yang spoke first. Yes. Zhou Shu nodded. Grand Craftsman Zhu is a legendary figure in Great Xia, Cheng Yang said seriously, a respectful expression on his face. If we're talking about Grand Craftsman Zhu, his background is similar to yours, Superintendent Zhou. As soon as he said this, he hurriedly explained, I'm not saying that you have a humble background. You don't have to explain. I understand. Go on. Zhou Shu shook his head. Yang Hong looked at Zhou Shu and Cheng Yang strangely. He thought that Cheng Yang didn't know Zhou Shu's true identity. On the surface, he appeared to be a forging apprentice, but his real identity was the second master of the Mi family. As for why he became a forging apprentice, he was probably rich and willful. Cheng Yang continued, in the beginning, Grand Craftsman Zhu was a blacksmith among the commoners. He was the kind of blacksmith who helped people forge iron pots, hoes, and kitchen knives. Later on, it was said that he happened to save a forging master. Then this forging master imparted his forging techniques to him. From then on, he started his legendary career. In just 5 years, he became a forging master. In another 3 years, he became a high-level forging master. In less than 10 years, he successfully forged a heaven-grade weapon and became a grand craftsman. From the moment he came into contact with true weapon forging techniques, he became a grand craftsman in less than 20 years. It is said that his speed is ranked among the top among all grand craftsmen. Furthermore, most of the grand craftsmen of the forging division have the support of their families. Grand craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng, on the other hand, is different. He truly advanced without any support. As Zhou Shu listened to Cheng Yang's description, he began to compare himself to the Zhu Chuanfeng he knew. The Zhu Chuanfeng he had come into contact with was a tyrannical and unreasonable person. He was even somewhat unscrupulous. However, this didn't seem to contradict his hard work. For a person to climb from the lowest level to the position of grand craftsman, this was definitely not something determined solely by talent. Without some means, it was impossible to accomplish. Such a person might not be a good person if he was judged based on conventional morals. However, it was undeniable that such a person was definitely not simple. Zhu Chuanfeng is probably more frightening than Cheng Yang's description. If he took out those heaven-grade weapons in his secret chamber, it would shock the world, Zhou Shu thought. He was not completely ignorant about forging. Even for grand craftsmen, the number of heaven-grade weapons they could forge in their lifetime was extremely limited. Ordinary grand craftsmen could forge 3 to 5 heaven-grade weapons in their lifetime, and this was already an achievement. To be able to forge 10 or more heaven-grade weapons, he was definitely a top-notch grand craftsman. Zhu Chuanfeng had 7 heaven-grade weapons in his secret chamber. In addition to the ones he had previously made public, it had already surpassed 10. With such strength, there was probably no one in Great Xia who could compare to him. Even in the entire continent, there were no more than a handful of people who surpassed him when it came to forging heaven-grade weapons. But why did Zhu Chuanfeng keep those heaven-grade weapons a secret? Even if he was unwilling to sell, it didn't explain why he didn't announce his forging results. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Even if Zhu Chuanfeng wanted to leave some trump cards for himself, 1 or 2 heaven-grade weapons would be enough. 7 was too many. It is as Lieutenant Cheng said, Yang Hong added. Before Grand Craftsman Zhu became a forger, he was a blacksmith in a village. After receiving just a few days of teachings from a forging master, he became a grand craftsman. Countless forging masters view him as their idol. I heard that in a few years, Grand Craftsman Zhu might become the strongest grand craftsman in Great Xia. The forging master that he saved is also extraordinary. In just a few days, he created a grand craftsman, Zhou Shu said. Yang Hong and Cheng Yang were stunned. No one had ever thought of this from this angle. It was said that Grand Craftsman Zhou was extremely talented, but very few people mentioned the forging master who made him a Grand Craftsman. Do you know who that forging master is? Is he still alive? Zhou Shu asked in a low voice. I really don't know. Yang Hong pondered for a moment and shook his head. I've heard this rumor many times, but I've never heard anyone mention the name of this forging master. Grand Craftsman Zhou has also mentioned this experience many times in public. But he has never mentioned the name of the forging master that he treats as his master, or he just wants to keep the honored one a secret. Superintendent Zhou, if you're interested in Grand Craftsman Zhou's legend, why don't you go to the Forging Division's archives and take a look? Every Grand Craftsman's details are recorded in the documents of the Forging Division, Yang Hong added. Chapter 93, Is this your new work? The Forging Division has records of Grand Craftsmen? Zhou Shu had forgotten about this. It was mainly because he didn't know many people in the Forging Division. Other than the Grand Minister Yin Huiyu and her subordinates, he didn't know any of the higher UPS of the Forging Division. The Forging Division still had archives. If Yang Hong hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Shu wouldn't have even known. But when he thought about it, it made sense. Although not every Grand Craftsman was under the jurisdiction of the Forging Division, the Forging Division definitely had detailed information about them. Grand Craftsmen were already high-ranking officials of the Imperial Court, so how could the Imperial Court not have their records? Zhou Shu thought, I really have to find a way to take a look at the Forging Division's archives. He hadn't asked about Zhu Chuanfeng on a whim. He was seriously investigating. Although Zhu Chuanfeng hadn't done anything to him since the monthly workshop examination, he knew that Zhu Chuanfeng wouldn't give up so easily. As the saying goes, one should not do anything more than 3 times. The first time, Zhu Chuanfeng had sent Xiao Zongshui and Zhen Cai, but both of them had died. The second time, Zhu Chuanfeng had incited the 4 ministers of the Forging Division to attack the 0th workshop, but they had also returned empty-handed. If he made a move for the third time, it would probably be like a strike of thunder. Grand Craftsmen were not ordinary people. Their capability was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could be said that if a Grand Craftsman was willing to go all out, they could even ask a third-rank Grandmaster to help them. A Grandmaster would be able to solve 99% of problems. Zhu Chuanfeng might have looked down on Zhou Shu previously because he was just a mere forging apprentice. But after 2 failures, he definitely wouldn't think that way anymore. When he struck again, he would definitely treat it seriously. This was why Zhou Shu was trying his best to investigate Zhu Chuanfeng. If he didn't deal with this knife hanging above his head, he would never be able to rest at ease. To be honest, if not for the fact that killing a Grand Craftsman would affect him too much, Zhou Shu would have already killed Zhu Chuanfeng. To assassinate Zhu Chuanfeng wasn't too difficult for Zhou Shu. The difficult part of this matter was how he would escape after killing Zhu Chuanfeng. Even though Zhou Shu could be considered someone whose name was already known to Emperor Yuan Feng, he was still incomparable to a Grand Craftsman. If others found out that he had killed Zhu Chuanfeng, there would only be one outcome waiting for him to pay with his life. Zhou Shu raised his wine cup and said to Yang Hong and Cheng Yang, "Thank you for today. Come, let's drink." He didn't ask any more questions about Zhu Chuanfeng. If he asked too much, it would easily arouse suspicion. Moreover, with Yang Hong's and Cheng Yang's positions, they probably wouldn't know too much. Subsequently, under Zhou Shu's deliberate guidance, the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. In the end, Yang Hong and Cheng Yang were both a little drunk. After calling for a sedan chair to send them away, Zhou Shu staggered out of the restaurant. After walking 2 streets away, a white mist steamed from his body, and he reeked of alcohol. A moment later, Zhou Shu no longer looked drunk, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. He looked in the direction of the Zhu residence, then in another direction. After a moment of hesitation, he walked in another direction. He had already investigated the Zhu residence. If he went there again, he probably wouldn't be able to find anything new. Based on what he had found inside the Zhu residence alone, Zhou Shu was unable to deduce what evidence he could use against Zhu Chuanfeng. There were too many heaven-grade weapons in the secret chamber. Even if this was made public, Zhu Chuanfeng could always explain that he was just hiding his strength. No one had a rule that every weapon forged by a Grand Craftsman had to be made known to the public. In the end, Zhu Chuanfeng's collection of heaven-grade weapons wasn't actually a problem. It was just that Zhou Shu's intuition told him that this didn't make sense, so he decided to investigate further. If not for the fact that he was at odds with Zhu Chuanfeng, Zhou Shu wouldn't even spend time investigating him. Your Highness, Superintendent Zhou is requesting an audience. In the princess's residence, Yen Huiyu was sitting in front of a window and reading a book with her hair down. The candlelight shone on her flawless side profile, giving her a tranquil beauty. Now? Yen Huiyu raised an eyebrow. What time is it? 7 in the evening, Haitang replied. It's already so late. What's so urgent? Yen Huiyu frowned. 7 o'clock in the evening was naturally not too late in Zhou Shu's previous world. But this world was similar to the ancient times on Earth. People worked when the sun rose and rested when the sun set. 7 in the evening was indeed not considered early. Superintendent Zhou didn't say. Haitang shook her head. Where is he now? Yen Huiyu asked. He's waiting in the front hall. Let's go and meet him. Yen Huiyu put down the book in her hand and stood up. Just as she lifted her foot, she paused for a moment and asked Haitang to get her a golden hairpin. She tied her hair up simply before continuing to walk. Zhou Shu was sitting in the front hall of the princess's residence, sipping some tea. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yen Huiyu walking in. It wasn't Zhou Shu's first time seeing Yen Huiyu, but every time he saw her, he would be stunned. Yen Huiyu was dressed differently today. Perhaps it was because she was in her residence, but she was dressed very casually. She was wearing a simple white dress, and her hair was casually tied up behind her head, revealing her slender neck. The night is quiet, they flourish like light, saturated with the cold moonlight, Zhou Shu couldn't help saying, lost in thought. What did you say? Yen Huiyu was already 3 feet away from Zhou Shu. A delicate fragrance entered Zhou Shu's nostrils. Nothing. Zhou Shu shook his head. He had seen the world in his previous life. What kind of beauty had he not seen? She was just a little girl. Even so, Zhou Shu couldn't help but take a few more glances at Yen Huiyu. Yen Huiyu didn't continue probing and instead asked, why are you here so late at night? Has the 0th workshop developed a new weapon? It's not that easy to develop new weapons. Zhou Shu wanted to roll his eyes. A standard weapon didn't require much skill, but this was only relative to a ranked weapon. However, from a certain point of view, it also required skill. It wasn't something that could be developed in one day. The 0th workshop just produced the Automanatity Plume Saber. Grand Minister, do you have to rush me like this? Zhou Shu said. In that case, why are you here? Yen Huiyu asked. There's a small matter that I would like to trouble you with, Zhou Shu said while cupping his hands. Speak. Yen Huiyu walked to a chair in the hall and sat down. Following her movements, a graceful silhouette flashed past. It's like this. I want to take a look at the relevant information regarding the Grand Craftsman of our forging division. Zhou Shu went straight to the point. If he only wanted to see Zhu Chuanfeng's, it might be a bit suspicious. But Zhu Chuanfeng wasn't the only Grand Craftsman in Great Xia. Information about the Grand Craftsman? What for? Yen Huiyu didn't suspect anything. Although I'm only a forging apprentice now, I have my dreams. I also dream of becoming a Grand Craftsman one day, Zhou Shu said. As the saying goes, seeing the talents makes one think twice. I want to see the experiences of all the Grand Craftsmen so that I can learn from them. This was an excuse that Zhou Shu had come up with. Although it sounded a bit fake, it also made sense. I see, Yen Huiyu said lightly. It was a good thing that Zhou Shu wanted to improve. If he could really become a Grand Craftsman, it would be a blessing for Great Xia. As for looking through the experiences of Grand Craftsmen, it was hard to say if they would be of any use. Yen Huiyu didn't doubt Zhou Shu's intentions. Although the information regarding Grand Craftsmen was considered confidential, Zhou Shu belonged to the forging division, so there was no harm in taking a look. Ever since Great Xia was established, there have been a total of 1,398 Grand Craftsmen. Each one of them has experienced enough to write a thick book. Do you want to read all their information? Yen Huiyu solemnly said. There are actually so many Grand Craftsmen in the history of Great Xia? Zhou Shu was slightly surprised. But after he thought about it, it was normal. Great Xia had existed for nearly 1,000 years. Even if there was only one Grand Craftsman every year, there would be at least 1,000 of them. 1,000 of them were scattered throughout the long river of history. This wasn't a lot. One had to know that in Zhou Shu's previous life, China had been founded several decades ago, and there were thousands of academicians in both the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Grand craftsmen were more valuable than the academicians of the two academies. There are so many. I'm sure I won't be able to finish them all in a while, Zhou Shu said. The information of more than 1,000 grand craftsmen was equivalent to more than 1,000 books. 1 year might not even be enough if he read all of them once. I'll pick a few to read first. Tell me who you want to read about. I'll get someone to bring the information over. In the forging division, Zhou Shu was the only person under her direct control. She naturally wouldn't reject such a small request. This was nothing to her. Zhou Shu pondered for a moment. He didn't know much about Great Xia's grand craftsmen. There weren't many names that he could name. Grand Minister, are there any grand craftsmen who came from ordinary backgrounds? Zhou Shu asked. Yin Huiyu glanced at Zhou Shu and understood. Zhou Shu himself was a forging apprentice and from a humble background. He wanted to find some grand craftsmen who had started out similar to him and see how they became grand craftsmen. He had put in a lot of effort. Yin Huiyu fell into deep thought. After becoming the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, Yin Huiyu had done some homework. Even if she didn't know all of the grand craftsmen in the history of Great Xia, she knew those that were still alive. There are only a few people who came from ordinary backgrounds and relied solely on their own hard work to advance to grand craftsmen. Although there aren't many, there are still a few, Yin Huiyu said. For example, Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng, Grand Craftsman Zhang Tingyuan from decades ago, and Grand Craftsman Mo Han, who was famous 100 years ago. Yin Huiyu said a few names. Other than Zhu Chuanfeng, Zhou Shu had never heard of anyone else. But as long as Zhu Chuanfeng was among them, he didn't care about anyone else. Just the few of them first. Thank you, Grand Minister. Zhou Shu cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. All right, I'll get someone to send their information to the 0th workshop. Be careful not to let anyone see it. Return it after reading it, Yin Huiyu said. Zhou Shu agreed and left. He was about to step out of the princess's residence when he suddenly heard Yin Huiyu's voice coming from behind him. The night is quiet, they flourish like light, saturated with the cold moonlight. Is this your new poem? Chapter 94, Pretending to be a cultured person. Zhou Shu staggered and almost fell. I spoke so softly, yet you still heard it. So be it if you heard me. Can't you pretend you didn't? I'm embarrassed by your question, okay? Grand Minister, you've heard wrongly. It wasn't me. I didn't say it. Zhou Shu shook his head. Is that so? Yin Huiyu's voice was calm as she casually said, Hey Tang, did I hear wrongly? No. Hey Tang said with certainty. I also heard it. When your highness entered, this was what Superintendent Zhou said. Zhou Shu. Superintendent Zhou, are you looking down on me? Yin Huiyu said coldly. Do you think that I'm just in charge of the forging division and know nothing about poetry? No, absolutely not. Of course, Zhou Shu had to deny it. I've never thought that way. Grand Minister, I'm just a blacksmith. It should be used to describe me. I don't even recognize many words. I know nothing about poetry. Is that so? Do you want to say that you heard it from the storyteller again? Yin Huiyu said. I remember that you haven't given me the poems I asked you to write last time, right? No. Hey Tang echoed. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes at her. We're comrades who spent some time together. Can't you help me out here? Grand Minister, there's no such thing as composing poetry in the responsibilities of the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu said, bracing himself. You can't just abuse your authority. So what if I abuse it? Yin Huiyu said. I'll give you two choices. One is to make it up by completing this new poem, and the other is to complete the previous two poems. Zhou Shu. Is this a choice? I have no choice. Grand Minister, what if I say I can't complete them? Are you going to remove me from my position as the superintendent of the 0th workshop? Zhou Shu asked. It's not to that extent, Yin Huiyu said. You're a talent after all. I won't go to that extent. That's good, Zhou Shu mumbled. However, I can't do what you asked me to just now either, Yin Wei replied. As the Grand Minister, my duties don't include providing information to my subordinates. Zhou Shu. Women and villains are indeed hard to deal with. Is being unreasonable really a woman's talent? What a bully! I, Zhou Shu, will definitely not give in just for this. 15 minutes later, Zhou Shu valiantly left the princess residence. In the princess's residence, Yin Wei held a piece of paper in her hand with a disdainful expression. What lousy calligraphy! Even 3-year-olds can write better than him. Yin Wei grumbled, endured the disdain, and read the words. Spring is at its prime, it is around the cold food festival, the season of pear blossoms, like crease-free white silk fabric, but pervasively fragrant, their petals gather on trees like snowflakes, the night is quiet, they flourish like light, saturated with the cold moonlight, on earth and in heaven, the world is brightened by their silver white. While Yin Wei softly recited, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Her cheeks were slightly red, and they even felt a little hot. Just like gushy immortal, they are ethereal and graceful and otherworldly and unsullied, with myriad flowers in array, who believe in the Dao. The blossoms have been aloof from other flowers, but their nobleness, elegance, and extraordinariness have not been perceived by the earthly world, only when they return to the Jade Pavilion, can their uniqueness be perceived. When Yin Wei finished reciting the last sentence, her pretty face had already turned as red as an apple. Her delicate and alluring appearance made one want to bite her. Am I that good? She thought. Who is this gushy immortal? Yin Wei was a little puzzled. She had read a lot of books since she was young, but she had really never seen the name gushy immortal before. She had never heard of this Jade Pavilion before either, but she could vaguely guess its meaning. Your Highness, Superintendent Zhou wrote this poem to you. He's really too bold. He Tang exclaimed. Shut up! Yin Wei lightly chided. You didn't see anything today, understand? He Tang rolled her eyes and whispered, got it. Go to the 0th workshop tomorrow and send the information of those grand craftsmen over. Also, ask him who this gushy immortal is. He Tang really wanted to ask, didn't you say I didn't see anything today? Why are you making me ask about gushy immortal? Of course, she didn't dare to ask. If she did, the princess would be furious. He Tang left the room. When she closed the door, she saw Yin Wei carefully folding up the piece of paper and placing it into a book. While she was doing this, her face was dazzlingly red. Zhou Shu went all the way back to the 0th workshop. He really felt like slapping himself a few times. Couldn't he just concentrate on forging? Why did he have to pretend to be a cultured person? When he stepped through the door of the 0th workshop, his heart suddenly trembled. He stopped and looked around. A moment later, he frowned and entered the door. After the doors of the 0th workshop closed, a faint sigh of relief sounded from a tree in the distance. What this person didn't know was that behind the doors of the 0th workshop, the corners of Zhou Shu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. As the red sun rose, Zhou Shu woke up early as usual. He first inspected the cultivation progress of Zhang Yibei, 6th brother Wu, and the others, then gave them some pointers on how to forge. Just as he was about to return to begin his forging, He Tang arrived. She didn't come alone. She brought a couple of handymen from the forging division with her. These handymen were carrying a couple of 2-foot square boxes. He Tang asked the handymen to place the boxes on the table, then waved them to wait outside before she said, "These are the things you wanted. Her Highness asked me to deliver them. These are all secrets of the forging division. Her Highness has specially instructed that we must not let outsiders see them. Superintendent Zhou, after you finish reading them, inform me. I will bring them back." Zhou Shu nodded. "Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong." This was a forging division workshop. It was heavily guarded, and ordinary people couldn't enter. Even if someone could sneak into the workshop through the guards outside, did they think he was a pushover? Unless an expert above the 3rd rank sneaked in, no matter who came, they would be finished. If there's nothing else, you can go now. Zhou Shu wanted to quickly look through Zhu Chuanfan's information and rudely waved his hand at He Tang. He Tang's feet seemed to have grown roots. She didn't even move, causing Zhou Shu's hand reaching for the box to stop. Anything else? Zhou Shu couldn't help asking. Her Highness asked me to ask you, who is the gushy immortal? He Tang said. Zhou Shu. He was speechless. He had never been more speechless in the past 2 days than in the past 1 year. He deserved it. Why did he pretend to be a cultured person for no reason? Here came the trouble. Her Highness said that it's fine if you don't say anything. She won't hold a grudge, He Tang continued. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes in his head. One had to listen to the opposite of what a woman said. If she said she wouldn't hold a grudge, then she definitely would. You're a princess, yet you're holding a grudge against a small fry like me. What's the point? Also, no matter what, you're the Grand Minister of the Forging Division. Can't you pay more attention to forging if you have nothing better to do? Why do you keep asking about poetry instead of doing your job? He would rather offend a gentleman than a villain. He would rather offend a villain than a woman. Zhou Shu sighed. There are immortals living on faraway Gushi Mountain, with skin like ice or snow, and gentle and shy like young girls. They do not eat the 5 grains. Instead, they take in the wind, drink dew, ride on the clouds, mist, and flying dragons, wandering beyond the 4 seas. There are immortals living on faraway Gushi Mountain, with skin like ice or snow, and gentle and shy like young girls, Yin Huiyu mumbled to herself, her pretty face getting redder and redder. She turned her head away, afraid that her maid would see her. This Zhou Shu is really detestable. Achoo! Zhou Shu sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who is scolding me? The next moment, he flipped through Zhu Chuanfen's information. Among the information Yin Huiyu had He Tang sent over, there were several books on Zhu Chuanfeng. In total, there were probably hundreds of thousands of words. This made Zhou Shu once again realize the power of the imperial court. Although this was a world of high martial arts, the imperial court was not weak at all. They had such control over grand craftsmen. This information recorded almost everything about the life of the grand craftsmen, including what weapons they had forged, what they were good at, and what their weaknesses were. Yin Huiyu really trusts me. If this information was leaked to enemies, then the enemies would be able to deal with the grand craftsmen. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Shu carefully flipped through Zhu Chuanfen's information, not missing a single word. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Although he had seen Zhu Chuanfeng several times, he never imagined that Zhu Chuanfeng was so powerful. This fellow had simply grown up with the protagonist Halo. Before he was 20 years old, he was just a blacksmith in a village. He was not even comparable to a forging apprentice. When he was 20 years old, he coincidentally saved a forging master. Then the forging master accepted him as his disciple. From then on, Zhu Chuanfeng seemed to have a cheat. Just as Yang Hong had said, he had used 5 years to become a forging master. Ordinary forging masters would need at least 7 to 8 years before they could become a forging master. If using 5 years wasn't shocking enough, he had only used 3 years to become a high-level forging master. Most people needed 10 years. Afterward, he had only used 10 years to cross the threshold that countless forging masters couldn't cross in their lifetime and became a grand craftsman. That year, he wasn't even 40 yet. He had directly broken the record of being the youngest grand craftsman. Before him, the youngest grand craftsman in Great Xia had advanced successfully at the age of 40. Not only that, according to the details, Zhu Chuanfeng had lost both his parents. He himself had no children nor wife. Even the information from the forging division said that he had no weaknesses. According to the information, not only was Zhu Chuanfeng a genius, but he was also a perfect person with almost no flaws. Chapter 95, No Flaws. A person without flaws was either a saint or a hypocrite. Was Zhu Chuanfeng a saint? Zhou Shu would rather die than believe it. At the very least, in Zhou Shu's interactions with him, Zhu Chuanfeng was not in the least bit like a saint. Was there a problem with the information on the forging division? Not necessarily. Although the forging division's information was detailed, it wasn't exhaustive. Perhaps there were things that the forging division didn't feel the need to record. After all, even in the information age of his previous life, officials couldn't achieve this, let alone this world. No matter how strong the Great Xia Imperial Court was, it was impossible for it to find out everything about Zhu Chuanfeng. This could only mean that Zhu Chuanfeng had hidden himself well. Just because he doesn't have any known weaknesses, it doesn't mean he doesn't have any, Zhou Shu thought. But so what if I know his weaknesses? It's useless. He didn't really want to understand Zhu Chuanfeng. He wanted to take Zhu Chuanfeng down so that he wouldn't always cause trouble for him. There must be something I overlooked. Zhou Shu's intuition told him that there was something wrong with Zhu Chuanfeng. Although he didn't know what the problem was, he trusted his intuition. He flipped to the first page of Zhu Chuanfeng's information and began to read it word by word. 4 hours later, Zhou Shu suddenly raised his head from the pile of paper. He quickly turned the book to the front, then quickly turned to one of the pages. After reading for a while, he quickly flipped through the pages again. After he read several pages in a row, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Ever since Zhu Chuanfeng made his debut, he has mentioned his master 9 times. But in these 9 times, he has never really mentioned his master's name. He said at first that he didn't mention his master's name because he was afraid of embarrassing his master. But after he became the youngest grand craftsman, he should definitely bring honor to his master. There's no way he would embarrass his master. Why didn't he mention his master's name then? Is there something wrong with his master? But if there's something wrong with his master, can the Great Xia Imperial Court not find out? He thought about whether the forging master whom Zhu Chuanfeng had saved was a forging master from an enemy nation, but the possibility was almost zero. If he was a forging master from an enemy nation, then the Great Xia Imperial Court would have already found out when Zhu Chuanfeng just made his debut. In that case, they wouldn't allow him to mature. The fact that the Imperial Court didn't care meant that there was no problem with the forging master whom Zhu Chuanfeng had saved. But why was it that the name of the forging master was not mentioned in the information? This didn't make sense. Unless someone deliberately concealed the name of the forging master. Could Zhu Chuanfeng do this? He could prevent himself from mentioning his master's name. But it was unlikely that he would be able to tamper with the forging division's information, especially his own. If someone was covering up Zhu Chuanfeng's master's name, then this person might be the Emperor. But why would the Emperor do that? Unless there's something wrong with this forging master. The problem returned to the original point. If there was something wrong with this forging master, why did the Great Xia Imperial Court allow his successor to grow? Wait. If there was something wrong with this forging master, it might not necessarily mean that he was a forging master from an enemy nation. If he was a forging master of Great Xia and had angered the Emperor for some reason, the Emperor might not want to see his name, but he wouldn't suspect that his successor was a spy. This would explain why the Imperial Court didn't kill Zhu Chuanfeng before he grew up. If so, it would explain why the name of the forging master whom Zhu Chuanfeng had saved wasn't recorded. So, there's no problem with that? Zhou Shu frowned. He had always felt that something was off here. What's the problem? Zhou Shu kept flipping through the information. If the forging master didn't commit a heinous crime, why would the Emperor be unwilling to see his name? The problem is, although the forging master has some status, what kind of heinous crime could he commit? Logically speaking, a forging master isn't at the level of angering an emperor. It might be possible if the person was a grand craftsman. Could the person Zhu Chuanfeng have saved be a grand craftsman? But in that case, the information should be clearly recorded. Zhou Shu analyzed the situation meticulously. Finally, he discovered a suspicious point. After his master died, Zhu Chuanfeng helped bring his master's coffin back to the capital and buried it in the western hills. Something's wrong. If my previous speculation is true, and Zhu Chuanfeng's master had offended the emperor, would he still dare to bring the coffin back to the capital? In addition, the Western Hills should be the location of the imperial mausoleum. Was Zhu Chuanfeng's master a member of the imperial family? Zhou Shu immediately pieced together a story in his mind. Within the imperial family, there was a prince with unparalleled talent. This prince not only had a high cultivation level, but he was also a forging master. When he was fighting for the throne, he was unfortunately defeated. When he escaped, he was saved by a village blacksmith and accepted him as his disciple. However, his injuries were too severe, and he died soon after accepting a disciple. After that, the disciple he had taken in before his death was exceptionally talented in forging. He had made great progress. On account of him, the current emperor secretly took care of his disciple, which resulted in his disciple becoming the youngest forging master. Everything seems logical so far? Zhou Shu shook his head with a bitter smile. This seemed to explain everything. The problem was that this wasn't the outcome he wanted. He had spent half a day to prove there was nothing he could use against Zhu Chuanfeng. No, that's not right. If his master really died fighting for the throne, then Zhu Chuanfeng must have hidden so many weapons to avenge his master. But he immediately shook his head. It might not be impossible, but the possibility was low. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it depended on the user. 7 heaven-grade weapons were indeed impressive, but Zhu Chuanfeng had to gather 7 people who could use them. Even if there were 7 experts, it was not an easy matter to assassinate Emperor Yuanfeng. Moreover, Zhu Chuanfeng didn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything to avenge someone. What a headache! Is Zhu Chuanfeng really so hypocritical that he has no flaws at all? Zhou Shu pinched between his brows. But he really couldn't analyze anything from this information. It was just as the information said. Zhu Chuanfeng had no weaknesses. Perhaps his only weakness was that his martial Dao cultivation was too low. Of course, this was only relative. Unless it was an expert above the 3rd rank, it was impossible to approach Zhu Chuanfeng. Zhu Chuanfeng's younger brother had a 4th rank martial Dao cultivation. In his residence, there were a few guards at the 4th or 5th rank. A grand craftsman didn't rely on their own martial Dao cultivation. Their foundation lay in forging and their connections through forging. Do I really have to use that method? Zhou Shu raised his head and glanced outside the window. His original intention was to use the information he obtained from the forging division to see if he could find Zhu Chuanfeng's weakness. It would be best if he could take him down. Even if he couldn't, he had to make sure he wouldn't pester him anymore. But from the looks of it now, it was impossible to do either of these with just this information. If he couldn't strike first to prevail, did it mean he could only strike later to fail? How could Zhou Shu sit and wait for death? Zhou Shu looked at the night sky. There are some risks, but not much. Once trouble comes knocking, it will be even more troublesome. Zhou Shu frowned. Since I can't avoid it, I might as well take the initiative. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and took out an automatic plume saber. He casually hung it on his waist and walked out. As the superintendent of the 0th workshop, Zhou Shu naturally had the right to freely enter and exit the workshop. Just as he left the workshop, he felt a gaze on him. As if he didn't notice, Zhou Shu continued forward. Only when he was far away did a black figure silently slide down from a tree. There was a flash of doubt in this person's eyes. But very quickly, he disappeared like smoke as he chased after him. Throughout the entire process, the guards at the entrance of the workshop didn't notice this figure at all. Actually, when Zhou Shu returned earlier, he had already sensed that someone was spying on him. At first, he thought it was an illusion. But after repeatedly entering and exiting the workshop, he finally confirmed that someone was indeed spying on him. If not for the fact that he cultivated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form, and his spiritual sense had improved significantly, he might not have been able to discover this person with his 5 senses alone. Once he found out, he quickly confirmed the other party's identity. It was Zhu Chuanfeng's younger brother. A 4th rank martial artist. He actually came personally to monitor him. Zhu Chuanfeng was serious. The more this was the case, the more Zhou Shu felt that there was something wrong with Zhu Chuanfeng. Otherwise, if he just wanted to accept a forging apprentice as his disciple, even if this forging apprentice was a workshop superintendent, there was no need to do so. Zhou Shu had encountered a 4th rank martial artist before. Not only had he encountered one, but he had also fought one. In the end, Zhou Shu won. Compared to that time, Zhou Shu's Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique hadn't leveled up. But his golden bell shield had broken through to the 7th level. Furthermore, he had also cultivated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. His overall strength was more than 30% stronger than before. If they fought again, Zhou Shu was completely confident that he could kill the assassin without getting injured. Zhu Chuanfeng's younger brother's cultivation might not be stronger than the 4th rank assassin's. Even if he was stronger, his strength was limited. If they really fought, Zhou Shu felt that his chances of victory would be higher. The night was still like water as Zhou Shu walked along the quiet road. He could faintly see the distant city walls of Chang'an, like a long dragon in the darkness. He counted his steps one step at a time. Suddenly, his ears twitched. "He's here?" he smirked. Zhu Chuanzi crept like a ghost, his feet hardly touching the ground, as he appeared not too far behind Zhou Shu. As he watched Zhou Shu's back, he was a bit puzzled. What is he going to do so late at night? Zhu Chuanzi immediately recalled his elder brother's instructions. The night was dark, and there was no one around. This was the best opportunity to strike. Without any hesitation, he appeared in front of Zhou Shu. Chapter 96, Good Acting, Bad Luck. Who are you? Are you from Great Xia? Zhou Shu took a step back and drew his saber, his arm trembling slightly. He pretended to be calm, but a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. He's indeed an apprentice who hasn't seen much of the world, Zhu Chuanzi thought. In his eyes, Zhou Shu's performance looked completely like a frightened brat pretending not to be afraid. It doesn't matter who I am. But I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, Zhu Chuanzi snorted coldly and raised his hand. A beam of light flashed, and a large tree a few feet away snapped with a crack. Then it fell to the ground with a rumble, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Shu seemed to be startled, his face filled with fear. He gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands and pointed it at Zhu Chuanzi as he shouted in a trembling voice, "What are you trying to do? I'm the superintendent of a forging division workshop. If you dare to mess around, the forging division won't let you off." In Zhu Chuanzi's eyes, Zhou Shu was just putting up a brave front. Trying to scare me with the forging division? Too naive. If you dare to shout again, do you believe that I will cut you into pieces before anyone comes? Zhu Chuanzi snorted coldly as wind blades seemed to appear around him. With a series of crackling sounds, gashes several inches deep appeared on the ground between him and Zhou Shu, as if they were cut by blades. Zhou Shu opened his mouth, but no sound came out, as if he was frightened by Zhu Chuanzi. "I'll give you all my money." "Let me go," Zhou Shu said quietly, seemingly afraid that his voice would anger the other party. "Do you think I'm doing this for money?" Zhu Chuanzi sneered. "Follow me." He extended his arm and placed his hand on Zhou Shu's shoulder. Zhou Shu's shoulders trembled slightly. Zhu Chuanfeng thought that Zhou Shu was frightened. What he didn't know was that he had nearly walked through the gates of hell. Just now, Zhou Shu had used a lot of strength to control his instinctive reaction. Otherwise, with his instinctive reaction, he would have killed Zhu Chuanzi when he came so close to him. Zhu Chuanzi grabbed Zhou Shu and quickly shuttled through the forest as fast as lightning. Although a fourth-rank martial artist couldn't fly, Zhu Chuanzi's full strength was not far from flying. With a single step, he could cover several meters. With a little leverage on trees, he could glide tens of meters away. In terms of lightness skills, Zhou Shu might not be able to compare to Zhu Chuanzi. Holding Zhou Shu, Zhu Chuanzi traveled for an hour before arriving at a mountain village on the outskirts of the capital. During this time, Zhu Chuanzi did not restrain Zhou Shu. Based on the information he had, although Zhou Shu cultivated the martial Dao, he had only just begun. Zhu Chuanzi didn't care about his cultivation at all. Bang! Zhu Chuanzi threw Zhou Shu to the ground. Zhou Shu staggered and almost fell to the ground. He steadied himself and looked around frantically. "Where are we? Who are you? What do you want?" Zhou Shu shouted. "I'm telling you. I'm not an ordinary person. If you dare hurt me, the imperial court won't let you off. Stop screaming. Here, no one will hear you no matter how loud you scream," Zhu Chuanzi said coldly. "If you listen to me, I won't hurt you. But if you dare to go against me, then today next year will be your death anniversary. Oh, I almost forgot. You don't have a descendant yet. Even if you die, no one will mourn for you." Zhu Chuanzi sneered. "Anything can be discussed." Zhou Shu seemed to be frightened. "Don't do anything rash. I'm timid. Don't scare me." "You're timid." Zhu Chuanzi was expressionless. "If you're so timid, how did you dare to refuse the solicitation of a grand craftsman to his face?" "What?" Zhou Shu appeared completely confused. His acting was at its peak. "I'm not going to waste my breath on you," Zhu Chuanzi said impatiently. "I'll give you two choices. 1. Obediently acknowledge Grandmaster Zhu as your master. 2. Become the fertilizer for the plants in the backyard." "Hi!" Zhou Shu said in surprise. "You brought me here just so I would agree to become Grand Craftsman Zhu's disciple? Why are you doing this?" Zhou Shu forced a smile. "Why didn't you just tell me directly? Grand Craftsman Zhu Chuanfeng is the idol of countless forgers. To be able to become his disciple is something many people can only wish for. Then, why did you reject Grand Craftsman Zhu?" Zhu Chuanzi frowned. That's because I feel that I'm not capable enough. If I take Grand Craftsman Zhu as my master, I will embarrass him. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly. Otherwise, why would I, a mere forging apprentice, reject Grand Craftsman Zhu? Wouldn't it be great for me if a Grand Craftsman becomes my master? Big brother, this is really like a flood crashing into the Dragon King, Temple 1. We are on the same side, Zhou Shu sincerely said. Big brother, did you receive a favor from Grand Craftsman Zhu? Is that why you can't bear to see Grand Craftsman Zhu being humiliated? I never thought that I would cause him to be humiliated by rejecting his offer due to my inferiority. It's all my fault. Zhou Shu slapped his right cheek lightly. Zhu Chuanzi had a strange expression on his face. He coughed and said, I have indeed received Grand Craftsman Zhu's favor. So when I heard that you dared to reject him, I decided to teach you a lesson. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'm sorry. Zhu Chuanzi returned the Automanatity plume saber to Zhou Shu and cupped his hands. Although the development of the situation was different from what he had expected, the result was the same. Originally, he had wanted to use some methods to make Zhou Shu agree. Now, although he had misunderstood, as long as he agreed, nothing else mattered. It's okay. Zhou Shu put the Automanatity plume saber back into the scabbard at his waist and shook his head repeatedly. Big brother, are you close to Grand Craftsman Zhu? Can I ask you something? What does Grand Craftsman Zhu see in me? I feel like I'm not worthy of being his disciple. Grand Craftsman Zhu has his reasons for taking a fancy to you. As long as you become his disciple, who would dare say that you are not worthy? Zhu Chuanzi said coldly. But I am not confident. Many forging masters are unable to become Grand Craftsman Zhu's disciple. But I, a mere forging apprentice, managed to do it. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly. Big brother, why don't you tell me why so that I can feel more at ease? Cut the crap. Zhu Chuanzi said impatiently. He was never good at dealing with people, so he wasn't willing to waste his breath on Zhou Shu. Moreover, Zhu Chuanfeng wasn't really planning on taking him in as a disciple. Was there a need to be so polite with him? Take this pill, then follow me to Grandmaster Craftsman Zhu's residence to become his disciple. Zhu Chuanzi took out a porcelain bottle from his chest and poured out a red pill. He said coldly, from now on, Grandmaster Craftsman Zhu is your master. You must obey every word he says unconditionally. Zhou Shu looked at the red pill and asked curiously, this is tonic, Zhu Chuanzi said. Tonic. Zhou Shu sized up the red pill. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze. Immediately after, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! Zhu Chuanzi only felt an incomparably fierce aura rush at him. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't help continuously retreating until he was outside the door before stopping. He looked at Zhou Shu in the room with a bewildered expression. A visible cyclone formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth appeared around Zhou Shu. This spiritual qi surged into Zhou Shu's body, and the aura erupting from Zhou Shu's body gave Zhu Chuanzi a shock. Zhou Shu forced a smile. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Earlier, his acting skills had been award-winning, and he had wanted to see if he could trick Zhu Chuanfen's younger brother into revealing some secrets. He had even wanted to pretend to become Zhu Chuanfen's disciple and see what tricks he had up his sleeve. In the end, there was nothing wrong with his acting. But the legendary Armament Canon gave him a wave of benefits, causing him to let the cat out of the bag. Speaking of which, this wasn't the first time Zhou Shu had encountered something like this. Previously, Meng Bai had recommended him to Emperor Yuan Feng and gave him a chance to comprehend in the Saber Cave. Originally, Zhou Shu had only been casually strolling around. But in the Saber Cave, he had suddenly received a wave of benefits. As a result, his saber intent had erupted, and he didn't even get the chance to hide it. It was the same this time. Originally, Zhu Chuanzi had believed him. But now that his martial Dao aura erupted, even a fool like Zhu Chuanzi knew that he was no ordinary person. Strength surged forth, and Zhou Shu felt his strength continue to rise. In front of him, a barrage of messages flashed past. You receive a reward of 2 years of cultivation because the Heben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 5 years of cultivation because the Heben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a reward of 10 years of cultivation because the Heben saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The spring-embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the 5 mountains true form technique has improved by 30%. Crack. There was a sound like chains breaking within Zhou Shu's body. The powerful aura even caused a storm vortex to erupt around him. Boom. His violent aura smashed the tables and chairs in the room into pieces. Zhu Chuanzi's eyelids twitched. What kind of strength is this? Is Zhou Shu really just a forging apprentice? Even he wouldn't be able to unleash such aura. He stared at Zhou Shu, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Zhou Shu raised his head and looked directly into his eyes. A seemingly tangible light flashed in his pupils. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, 10th level. Zhou Shu felt an endless stream of energy flowing from his body. He was helpless, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect this wave of benefits to be so powerful. It actually allowed his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique to break through to the 10th level. He looked at Zhu Chuanzi, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I wanted to put on a show with you guys, but I didn't expect this to happen. I've been exposed. Since I can't continue acting, I won't act anymore. It's better to be straightforward. Zhou Shu said, tell me, why is Zhu Chuanfeng trying so hard to make me his disciple? Chapter 97, Madness. Who are you? Are you from Great Xia? Zhu Chuanzi exclaimed in shock. The situation had completely reversed. Not long ago, Zhou Shu had been the one asking who Zhu Chuanzi was. Now, it was Zhu Chuanzi asking Zhou Shu. Me. Zhou Shu took a step forward. Forging Division, 0th Workshop, Zhou Shu. Zhu Chuanzi felt the air in front of him freeze. He couldn't breathe properly, and he couldn't help taking a step back. Impossible. You're definitely not Zhou Shu. Zhu Chuanzi yelled. Zhou Shu is a forging apprentice and has only been cultivating martial arts for a few days. How can he have such a cultivation level? Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Zhou Shu? Zhu Chuanzi's face was full of fear. His fear didn't seem to be because of Zhou Shu's strength but because he thought of something terrifying. Zhou Shu was also a bit confused. Zhu Chuanzi was a 4th-rank martial artist after all. There was no way he would be so weak as to be so frightened by him. Don't you know what I want to do? Zhou Shu faintly smiled. The Zhu brothers, you guys are in trouble. As he spoke, he used the visualization of the 5 mountains true form. His entire being seemed to become a towering mountain, bringing with it endless pressure. He only knew that Zhu Chuanzi was Zhu Chuanfen's younger brother, but he didn't know his name. Thus, he could only say the Zhu brothers. Otherwise, calling out Zhu Chuanzi's name at this time might have had a better effect. But Zhu Chuanzi clearly didn't care about this. When Zhou Shu said these words, his face paled, and his eyes were full of terror. Boom! Zhu Chuanzi's body suddenly erupted with a bloody light. Zhou Shu thought that Zhu Chuanzi was going to fight to his death. But as soon as he raised his hand, he saw Zhu Chuanzi's back. Zhu Chuanzi had transformed into a ball of blood-red light and disappeared from his sight. He disappeared so quickly that Zhou Shu couldn't stop him in time. There was a faint scent of blood in the air. It was obvious that Zhu Chuanzi had used a self-harming secret technique to unleash such terrifying speed. Is he scared silly? Zhou Shu was somewhat speechless. What a surprise! He hadn't even made a move, but Zhu Chuanzi was already so frightened. The Zhu brothers were indeed problematic. He had only said that they were in trouble, and he was already so frightened. It seemed that this wasn't a small matter. This fellow ran too fast. Otherwise, I could have interrogated him. Zhou Shu sighed helplessly. He had already broken through in his cultivation, and his Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique had already broken through to the 10th level. It shouldn't be a problem for him to subdue Zhu Chuanzi. This place seems to be Zhu Chuanfen's other lair. Will there be any clues here? With this thought in mind, Zhou Shu walked out of the room. 2 hours later, Zhou Shu looked at a book in front of him, filled with shock. What the heck? Zhou Shu's current mood was completely indescribable. Only this curse could let him vent a little. Old Zhu is really daring. Zhou Shu had searched through the entire mountain villa to find this book. While sighing with emotion, he was also full of admiration for Zhu Chuanfeng. This villa was indeed Zhu Chuanfen's other lair. Zhu Chuanzi had caused a huge commotion in his escape, so more than half of the guards in the villa had run away. The rest had been knocked unconscious by Zhou Shu before they could even see him. It was unknown whether Zhu Chuanfeng or Zhu Chuanzi had memorized this book. The events recorded on it were simply shocking. Yongguang Year 23, I killed Li Ziwan and his family in Yangzhou and obtained the Earth-grade Green Jade Saber. Yongguang Year 25, I obtained the Heaven-grade Cold Moon Saber from the Lu clan of Yuzhu. I killed 37 people. Yuan Feng Year 6, Mu Yuhang forged the Heaven-grade Wind Bronze Saber. I snatched it before anyone saw it. There were dozens of them, causing Zhou Shu's eyelids to twitch. Initially, he had some doubts about what these records meant. But after seeing one of them, he thought of the information from the Forging Division and instantly figured out many things. Cloud-splitting saber? Zhou Shu's expression was grave. Zhu Chuanfeng advanced to Grand Craftsman when he forged the Heaven-grade cloud-splitting saber. But according to the records here, the cloud-splitting saber was forged by a forging master named Zhang Shan. Among the Grand Craftsmen of the Forging Division, there doesn't seem to be anyone called Zhang Shan. It seems like it's as the records say. Zhang Shan has already been silenced. Zhu Chuanfeng took the cloud-splitting saber that Zhang Shan forged and used it to advance to Grand Craftsman. Zhang Shan has already been silenced by Zhu Chuanfeng, so it's naturally impossible for him to come out and accuse him. He relied on other people's heaven-grade weapons to become a forging grandmaster. Zhu Chuanfeng hasn't actually been exposed after so many years. Impressive. Even though they were enemies, Zhou Shu couldn't help praising him. He carefully compared the book in front of him and the information on Zhu Chuanfeng from the Forging Division based on his memory. All of the heaven-grade weapons recorded in the Forging Division that were supposedly forged by Zhu Chuanfeng were not actually forged by him. In other words, the idol of countless forgers, the record holder of the Great Xia's youngest Grand Craftsman, Zhu Chuanfeng, isn't a true Grand Craftsman? He got all those heaven-grade weapons through illegal means? Zhou Shu sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with his rich imagination, he had never thought of this possibility. No wonder Zhu Chuanzi reacted like that when he heard that the matter had been exposed. He had even injured himself and escaped. If others were to find out about this, even if the Zhu brothers had a few lives, it would not be enough. In the past few years, Zhu Chuanfeng had forged quite a few heaven-grade weapons in his name. In addition to the 7 heaven-grade weapons in his secret chamber, it meant that at least 10 genuine grand craftsmen had died at the hands of this pair of brothers. If the family and friends of these grand craftsmen knew the truth, how could they let the Zhu brothers off? How did they do it? Zhou Shu couldn't understand how the Zhu brothers had done this. If they wanted to steal other people's heaven-grade weapons, they would have to wait until someone else had just created them. Otherwise, even if they managed to obtain a heaven-grade weapon, they would not be able to claim it for themselves. However, for a forging master, forging weapons was usually their own matter. How would outsiders know? Not only did the Zhu brothers manage to accomplish such a difficult task, they had even managed to accomplish it many times. Even Zhou Shu couldn't help admiring them. Right now, he couldn't even find the right opportunity to kill a grand craftsman. Zhu Chuanfeng and his brother had killed at least 10 grand craftsmen without exposing themselves. That's not right. Zhu Chuanfeng's brother thought that something had happened, so he probably didn't escape alone. Most likely, he escaped back to the Zhu residence in the capital? Zhou Shu suddenly remembered. The two of them did such a crazy thing. It's impossible for them not to prepare a backup plan for themselves. They are probably already preparing to escape. I can't let them escape. Zhou Shu stuffed the book into his clothes. Power erupted from beneath his feet, and the green tiles beneath his feet exploded as his entire body flew out like a cannonball. Chang'an of Great Xia was a city that never slept. Usually, the city gates would never close. This also showed how confident Great Xia was. Even though the city gates were wide open, who could attack? The city gates weren't closed, which saved Zhou Shu a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have had to think of a way to climb over the city walls. As he approached the capital's gates, Zhou Shu slowed down and slowly entered the city like everyone else. After entering the city, he first went to his residence in the capital. After a simple disguise, he concealed himself and ran all the way to Zhu Chuanfeng's residence. Inside the Zhu residence, it was quiet. Other than the patrolling guards, there was no other movement. It was as if everyone had fallen asleep, and there was nothing unusual. Zhou Shu had visited the Zhu residence several times in the past, so he knew this place like the back of his hand. Without much effort, he found Zhu Chuanfen's bedroom. Too late. In Zhu Chuanfen's bedroom, he could hear someone breathing. It wasn't Zhu Chuanfeng himself, but a woman. Zhou Shu didn't hesitate. He immediately changed directions and charged toward Zhu Chuanfen's brother's courtyard, which was also the secret chamber where he had discovered the heaven-grade weapons. A moment later, Zhou Shu arrived. They moved really fast. As Zhou Shu expected, the secret chamber was already empty. Not only were the Zhu brothers gone, but the 7 heaven-grade weapons had also disappeared. However, the weapons below heaven-grade were still in the storeroom. There were not many heaven-grade weapons, and they could carry them with them. It was unrealistic to take away all the weapons in the warehouse. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. When he had entered the city, he had paid special attention to his surroundings. There was nothing unusual at the city gates, including the city itself. This meant that the Zhu brothers had left quietly. Thinking about it, Zhou Shu found it normal. They didn't know how many people knew about the matter, so they didn't dare to make too much noise. This is troublesome. If they've already left the city, it won't be easy to find them. Who knows which city gates they escaped from? Zhou Shu frowned in thought. He wasn't good at tracking people down, and if the Zhu brothers had already left the city, he wouldn't be able to continue chasing them. After all, he still had to take responsibility for the matters at the 0th workshop. Damn it! I was careless and let them escape? Zhou Shu cursed. He had been too careless. Otherwise, he would have immediately chased after Zhu Chuanzi the moment he ran away. The Zhu brothers aren't ordinary people. They've already planned their escape route in advance. It won't be easy to catch them again. It seems that I can only rely on the Imperial Court's strength. Zhu Chuanfeng has done such a crazy thing. Once this matter is made public, who knows how many people will want to kill him. When the time comes, I won't have to worry about him anymore. As long as Zhu Chuanfen's actions were made public, he would be a street rat for the rest of his life. Not only would he not be able to find trouble with Zhou Shu, but he would probably be beaten to death the moment he appeared. Zhou Shu no longer had to worry about him causing trouble for himself. As for whether or not he could personally kill him, this wasn't important. I'll send the evidence to Ma Fengjiang. Yang Hong probably can't handle such a big matter. Zhou Shu leaped onto the roof and jumped toward the Divine Constable Bureau. Chapter 98, Lock Down the City. In the Divine Constable Bureau, Ma Fengjiang held a book in his hand and sat in front of the window. He used the candle on the table to read carefully. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Without any movement, his figure had already arrived at the courtyard outside the window. Which expert is visiting? Ma Fengjiang's left hand, holding the book, was behind his back. He raised his right hand to form a sword finger. In the room, the sheathed longsword on the weapon rack trembled slightly, as if it was about to take off at any time. Before Ma Fengjiang could finish his sentence, a tall figure appeared on the roof of the house. Just as he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, he seemed to see 5 mountain peaks towering into the clouds. Of the 5 mountain peaks, 4 were illusory. The one at the very front was slightly solid, and it bore a boundless pressure that caused his breathing to become slightly hurried. The vital qi in Ma Fengjiang's body surged as his third-rank martial Dao cultivation erupted, contending against the towering force. Suddenly, the towering presence disappeared, and a sharp saber-intent soared into the sky. It was as if Ma Fengjiang saw a heaven-shaking saber cleaving out from the mountain. This saber seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. The mountain peak reaching into the clouds seemed to split apart. Ma Fengjiang couldn't help taking half a step back. He could no longer conceal his shock. "It's you!" Ma Fengjiang cried out. The figure on the roof didn't speak. He raised his hand, and a black object flew toward Ma Fengjiang. Ma Fengjiang didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to receive the blow, the black object was already 3 feet in front of him. Then its speed suddenly slowed down, and it landed gently. Ma Fengjiang quickly retracted his strength. He felt so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. He caught the object. When he looked up again, the figure on the roof was gone. Ma Fengjiang furrowed his brows and hesitated for a while. In the end, he didn't chase after him. Whether it was the towering mountain or the soaring saber intent, Ma Fengjiang didn't have the confidence to win. Furthermore, he had already recognized the saber intent. The person who came was the mysterious expert who had left saber intent in the saber cave. This mysterious expert had helped Great Xia get rid of traitors several times. From his actions, he had no enmity toward Great Xia. In this situation, Ma Fengzhang felt that it was best not to do too many things to avoid angering the other party. After all, it seemed that he had good intentions toward Great Xia. This is? Ma Fengzhang retracted his gaze and looked at the thing he had just received. It seems to be a book. Ma Fengzhang subconsciously flipped through it. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Thump! The book in Ma Fengzhang's hand fell to the ground. It was a rare ancient book. But now, Ma Fengzhang had no intention of picking it up. He held the book the mysterious expert just sent over with his left hand and quickly flipped through it with his right hand. Very soon, he finished flipping through the book. The light in his eyes kept shrinking, and the expression on his face kept changing. Ma Fengzhang was the great commander of the Divine Constable Bureau, a genuine third-rank Grand Master. What he understood was definitely not something that Zhou Shu could compare to. The moment he saw the contents of the book, Ma Fengzhang completely understood. He didn't even need anyone to explain to him to guess who had written the contents of the book. After all, heaven-grade weapons were extremely rare in Great Xia. If even Ma Fengzhang couldn't understand such an obvious matter, then he wouldn't be fit to be the Divine Constable Bureau's commander. Ma Fengzhang sucked in a breath of cold air as his expression turned extremely grave. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the content recorded in the book. Based on the strength displayed by that mysterious expert earlier, there was absolutely no need for him to make such a joke. Besides, he could tell more from the book. Many unsolved murder cases of the Divine Constable Bureau seemed to have been answered here. Who would have thought that Zhu Chuanfeng was such a person? Ma Fengzhang thought. Since Zhou Shu had spotted the cloud-splitting saber, Ma Fengzhang naturally saw it as well. The forging division is about to change? Ma Fengzhang could already sense a bloodbath ahead. Zhu Chuanfeng had done such a crazy thing, yet it hadn't been exposed even after so many years. It was impossible that he had no accomplices. Ma Fengzhang waved his hand, and the long sword on the weapon rack in the room flew up with a whoosh. Ma Fengzhang raised his hand and used the long sword to support his back. Clouds rose under his feet, and he flew toward the palace. He had hidden the book that recorded Zhu Chuanfeng's evil deeds between his chest and his clothes. Worried that an expert was colluding with Zhu Chuanfeng, Ma Fengzhang even brought his own weapon, a heaven-grade weapon. Within the imperial study of the imperial palace of Great Xia, Emperor Yuanfeng looked at Ma Fengzhang gravely. Is this true? Emperor Yuanfeng asked with a deep voice. He had no choice but to be cautious. If this matter was real, it would definitely be a heavy blow to Great Xia. Most likely. Ma Fengzhang said in a low voice. He didn't make a definite conclusion. This book was sent by the mysterious expert who left behind the saber intent in the saber cave. There seems to be no need for him to make such a joke. This isn't a joke. A rare look of anger flashed across Emperor Yuanfeng's face. Where is Zhu Chuanfeng? He asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Ma Fengzhang shook his head. After I received this book, I came immediately to you, Your Majesty. I don't know how that expert obtained this book. If Zhu Chuanfeng already knows, then even if I act immediately, I may not be able to capture him. If Zhu Chuanfeng doesn't know, then I'm afraid I'll alert the enemy. I don't care if Zhu Chuanfeng knows about this. Bring him to me immediately. Emperor Yuanfeng said angrily. If the contents of the book were true, it meant that at least 10 grand craftsmen of Great Xia had been killed. To Great Xia, this was an unbearable loss. I would like to request a decree to lock down the entire city. Ma Fengzhang asked in a low voice. Permission granted. Emperor Yuanfeng said. I would also like to request a decree to seal off the city gates for another reason, Ma Fengzhang continued. This case may have many implications. To avoid alerting the enemy, it is best to keep the matter regarding Zhu Chuanfeng a secret. All right. Emperor Yuanfeng hesitated for a moment, then said, I will send a squad from the Fiend Eradication Army to listen to your orders. I only have one request: Zhu Chuanfeng must be captured and brought to justice. We cannot let anyone involved in this case go. Emperor Yuanfeng was extremely furious. A grand craftsman was an important weapon of the nation, and any one of them was the foundation of the Great Xia imperial court. Zhu Chuanfeng had plotted against Great Xia's grand craftsman. This was destroying Great Xia's foundation. How could Emperor Yuanfeng endure this? Yes. Ma Fengzhang said with a heavy heart. He felt helpless. Why did the mysterious expert send this book to him? Couldn't he send it to the Fiend Eradication Army or the Demon Executing Army? Now that he had seen it, he couldn't get out of it. But was this matter so easy to handle? Not to mention how many people had colluded with Zhu Chuanfeng, just Zhu Chuanfeng alone was not easy to deal with. It wasn't to say that Zhu Chuanfeng's cultivation in the martial Dao was high. But rather, he had been a grand craftsman for over 20 years and had all sorts of complicated relationships. Countless martial artists had taken his weapons. Although these martial artists might not all help him, as long as a portion of them turned a blind eye to his evil deeds, it would increase the difficulty of the case. Moreover, the fact that Zhu Chuanfeng had committed such a grave crime, how could his subordinates be weak? Thinking of this, Ma Fengzhang felt a headache coming on. But could he refuse? He couldn't. He knew all too well what this meant to Emperor Yuanfeng. Previously, when a grand craftsman was assassinated, Emperor Yuanfeng had flown into a rage. But now, more than one grand craftsman had been killed? No matter how great of a price he had to pay, Emperor Yuanfeng would investigate this matter to the end. He would let the world know that the grand craftsman of Great Xia couldn't be killed. Commander Ma. Ma Fengzhang was about to leave when he suddenly heard Emperor Yuanfeng speak. Exactly what is the intention of that mysterious expert? Emperor Yuanfeng frowned. I don't know. Ma Fengzhang shook his head. He has helped us 3 times, including this time, all to help Great Xia. I saw him with my own eyes today. His cultivation is unfathomable. I don't have the confidence to win. Does this mean his cultivation is at least above the 3rd rank? Emperor Yuanfeng asked in a deep voice. Yes. Ma Fengzhang nodded. I think he has good intentions toward Great Xia. The reason why he has never shown his face might be because he has something he can't say. I understand. Emperor Yuan nodded. You may go. You are fully responsible for this case. No matter how much manpower you mobilize, I do not wish to see any accidents occur. If possible, you can ask that expert to help. I can promise not to investigate his true identity. Ma Fengzhang didn't expect Emperor Yuanfeng to say such words. Great Xia didn't lack experts. There were even some experts whose cultivations were above the 3rd rank. Although the cultivation of this mysterious expert was high, he was not indispensable to Great Xia. Although the emperor said that he wouldn't investigate his true identity, he was still suspicious and wanted to take the opportunity to find out more. But it was no wonder the emperor was curious. The imperial court was not aware that such an expert was in the capital. This was something that Emperor Yuanfeng couldn't accept. Moreover, strictly speaking, this was the Divine Constable Bureau's negligence. It was just that Emperor Yuanfeng's character was magnanimous, so he didn't pursue this matter. I'll try my best to get in touch with that expert, Ma Fengzhang said in a low voice. But I can't guarantee. It's fine. Go ahead. Emperor Yuanfeng waved his hand. Ma Fengzhang bowed and left. An hour later, the 4 gates of Chang'an closed almost simultaneously. In the Divine Constable Bureau, Divine Constables woke up from their dreams and came out armed. Outside the Zhou residence, a group of elite warriors dressed in embroidered clothes appeared silently. They spread out and surrounded the entire Zhou residence without missing any blind spots. Ma Fengzhang appeared at the entrance of the Zhou residence, pushed the door open with a palm, and then strode in. Chapter 99, Desperate. Steward Mi, why are you here? As soon as Zhou Shu woke up, someone came to inform him. He came to the front hall and spoke to Ms. Hifo, who was sitting here. It had been a while since Ms. Hifo appeared before Zhou Shu. It wasn't that he was looking down on Zhou Shu. But as the head steward of the Mi family, he knew his limits very well. He knew that if he appeared in front of Zhou Shu often, it would only cause Zhou Shu to have negative thoughts. I'm relieved that you're fine, second master. Ms. Hifo smiled. Do you like these people? If anyone is disobedient, you can teach them a lesson. They're all pretty good. Zhou Shu shook his head. He vaguely guessed something, but he pretended not to know anything and asked, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm fine? Why would I not be fine? Ms. Hifo didn't hide anything. Second Master, something big has happened in the capital. Zhu Chuanfeng, a grand craftsman of the Forging Division, colluded with an enemy nation and sold the secrets of Great Xia. Last night, the Divine Constable Bureau's Grand Commander directly raided the Zhu residence, but Zhu Chuanfeng escaped. Currently, the 4 gates of Chang'an are sealed. The Divine Constable Bureau and the Fiend Eradication Army are conducting a large-scale search. Right now, everyone in the capital is panicking. I was worried that you would be shocked, so I rushed over early in the morning. Really? I didn't hear anything at all. I slept until dawn, Zhou Shu said in surprise. Grand Craftsman Zhu colluded with the enemy? Is that true? The Divine Constable Bureau's Grand Commander Ma Fengzhong personally led the operation, and Zhu Chuanfeng even escaped. This matter can't be fake, Ms. Hifu said in a low voice. He was the head steward of the Mi family, so he naturally knew a lot of information. I really didn't expect this. Fortunately, our Ma family didn't have any dealings with Zhu Chuanfeng. Ms. Hifu gloated at the thought. The Mi family and Zhu Chuanfeng didn't have much of a relationship, but the enemies of the Mi family did have some close ties with Zhu Chuanfeng. This time, they would be implicated. The Divine Constable Bureau has made their move, and the city has been locked down. Can Grand Craftsman Zhu still escape? Zhou Shu asked. He wasn't interested in what excuse Ma Fengzhong had come up with to capture Zhu Chuanfeng. He had already expected this. Whether it was Ma Fengzhong or Emperor Yuan Feng, neither of them would easily expose the truth. The truth was too shocking. Once it was announced, no one knew what the consequences would be. Finding a reason to arrest Zhu Chuanfeng was a normal reaction. Zhou Shu was more interested in whether or not Zhu Chuanfeng had been successfully captured. When Commander Ma arrived at the Zhu residence, Zhu Chuanfeng was no longer there. As for whether he escaped from the capital or not, no one knows, Ms. Hifu said. Zhu Chuanfeng is not an ordinary person. Even with the Divine Constable Bureau making a move, it won't be easy to catch him. Second Master, Zhu Chuanfeng might be hiding somewhere in the city. Chang'an City is currently sealed off, and not even a fly can fly out. In order to prevent Zhu Chuanfeng from taking desperate measures, it's best if you stay in the residence and don't go out. I will arrange for some guards to come over. Although the possibility of Zhu Chuanfeng targeting you is not high, it's better to be safe. It wasn't that Ms. Hifu was thinking too much, but this was basically what all the residences in the capital did. They strengthened their defenses so that they wouldn't be implicated. I still need to return to the 0th workshop. Zhou Shu shook his head. Stay in the manor and be a coward? How was that possible? Would he be afraid that Zhu Chuanfeng would do something desperate? Zhu Chuanfeng might have a chance of survival if he didn't come looking for him. If he really thought that Zhou Shu was a pushover, then Zhou Shu would definitely give him a surprise. Of course, Zhou Shu felt that the possibility that Zhu Chuanfeng would come looking for him again was very low. After all, he had scared Zhu Chuanzi away. The workshop's tasks can't be delayed. Moreover, I don't have any grudges with Zhu Chuanfeng. Even if he wants to do anything, it probably has nothing to do with me, Zhou Shu said. Second Master, it's not like that. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Second Master, you have a noble status. It's really not appropriate for you to take risks, Ms. Hifu persuaded. What kind of noble status do I have? Zhou Shu couldn't help laughing. He shook his head and said, Steward me, you don't need to say anything more. Since I am the superintendent of the 0th workshop of the Forging Division, I have to do my job well. This is the most basic thing. The Divine Constable Bureau wanting to capture Zhu Chuanfeng has nothing to do with me. If I skip work because of such a small matter, how will I manage the workshop in the future? Seeing that he couldn't persuade Zhou Shu, Ms. Hifu could only take a step back and say, Since you have made up your mind, Second Master, I will arrange a few more experts to accompany you. Don't reject me, Second Master. If something really happens to you, how will I answer to Master? Although Zhou Shu felt somewhat helpless, he couldn't refuse. If he refused again, it would seem pretentious. All right, just send some random people, but don't compromise the defense of the Mi residence, Zhou Shu said. In a secret location in Beijing, Zhu Chuanzi's face was pale as he kept coughing. Opposite him, Zhu Chuanfen's expression was dark, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Last night, after Zhu Chuanzi escaped from outside the city, they had immediately moved from the Zhou residence to this secret lair. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. With Zhu Chuanfen's previous status, buying a residence in Chang'an was no problem at all. They originally planned to directly escape from this place, but they never expected the Divine Constable Bureau to act so quickly. Before they could escape, the city gates had already been sealed. Chuanzi, tell me again. What did Zhou Shu say last night? Zhu Chuanfeng icily said. Big brother, that person can't be Zhou Shu. His cultivation is far above mine. Regardless of who he is, tell me what he said first. Zhu Chuanfeng interrupted. He said, Zhu brothers, you guys are in trouble. Zhu Chuanzi recalled. Zhu Chuanfen's brows were tightly furrowed. With just these words alone, he was unable to determine whether the other party was trying to trick him or not. However, it was useless to think about all this now. Even if the words he said back then were to trick Zhu Chuanzi, it was already true now. If he had known earlier, he would have destroyed the secret manual in the villa in the suburbs. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. No, I can't die here. Zhu Chuanfeng clenched his fists. He still had 7 heaven-grade weapons and a huge amount of wealth. As long as he escaped from Chang'an, he would have many good days ahead of him. How could he allow himself to be captured? Big brother, what should we do now? The city gates are sealed, and the Divine Constable Bureau and the Fiend Eradication Army are searching every house. It won't be long before they find us, Zhu Chuanzi said in a low voice. If he was found, even a 3rd-rank martial artist wouldn't be able to escape, let alone him, a 4th-rank martial artist. There's always a way out. Zhu Chuanfeng gnashed his teeth. I, Zhu Chuanfeng, have encountered countless desperate situations in my life, but I've always been the one to break through them. This time is no exception. Let me think about it. Zhu Chuanfeng paced back and forth. For Chang'an to operate normally, it's impossible that all the city gates are sealed off. Some people will still have to enter and exit the city gates. The southern region is in the midst of a great war, and the supply of weapons won't be cut off. Some of the superintendents of the forging division live in the city, so they must return to the workshop. Chuanzi, go take a look at these places immediately and see which superintendents stayed in the city last night. We might be able to sneak out of the city with their identity. There were many people entering and exiting the city gates, but Zhu Chuanfeng was most familiar with the people from the forging division. The forging division's workshops were transporting weapons back and forth. There might be a chance. Zhu Chuanzi didn't hesitate at all. He memorized the few places that his elder brother had mentioned and then carefully left this courtyard. There were dangers everywhere in the city. Even though he was a 4th-rank martial artist, he had to be extra careful. If he was not careful, he might not be able to catch them. The constables of the Divine Constable Bureau and the Fiend Eradication Army might be searching the entire city, but their numbers were limited. This was an opportunity for Zhu Chuanzi to take action. He went to several places in a row, but he didn't find a single workshop superintendent. It was obvious that these people didn't stay in the capital last night. The last one? Zhu Chuanzi thought that if none of them were around, he could only think of other ways. However, they really didn't have much time left. Zhu Chuanzi was a little anxious. He hurriedly headed toward the last place. At this moment, he naturally didn't dare to take the main road and could only cross over the courtyards. Every time before he climbed over a wall, he would carefully observe for a while before taking action, fearing that he would encounter an expert. Just as he climbed over a high wall like before, his expression suddenly changed. Because not far from him, someone was staring at him with wide eyes. It's you. Zhu Chuanzi's pupils suddenly contracted. A few dozen feet away, who else could it be but Zhou Shu? Zhu Chuanzi didn't have time to think about why he had not sensed the presence of a cultivator behind the wall before he had climbed over it. All he could think about now was how Zhou Shu's aura had exploded last night. The other party was an expert even stronger than him. Zhu Chuanzi only had one thought: he was a goner. He might not be able to escape this time. Even if he couldn't escape, he couldn't allow himself to be captured. He would give it his all. At the very least, he would create a commotion and alert his elder brother. With this thought in mind, Zhu Chuanzi didn't hesitate at all as his aura suddenly exploded. Boom! Fierce energy surged out from Zhu Chuanzi, smashing the flowers and trees in the courtyard into smithereens and even riddling the walls with holes. Zhu Chuanzi suddenly stomped on the ground. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he charged toward Zhou Shu at an incredible speed. Zhou Shu seemed to be scared silly. He didn't react at all, allowing Zhu Chuanzi to continue to close in on him. Chapter 100, Isn't it just acting? Zhu Chuanzi was like a rabid dog released from its cage. His entire body transformed into a sharp blade light about to strike Zhou Shu. Zhu Chuanzi was confident that even a third-rank martial artist wouldn't be able to take this attack head-on easily. If a martial artist of the same rank didn't die, they would be severely injured. With this move, he unleashed 120% of his potential. He even felt that the power of his move had already surpassed the fourth rank of the martial Dao. Zhu Chuanzi even felt a sliver of hope rise in his heart. If he could break through now, not only would he have a chance of escaping from Zhou Shu, but he would also have a chance of escaping the city with his elder brother. As Zhu Chuanzi thought this, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. On the other side, Zhou Shu seemed to be scared silly, and he neither dodged nor blocked. Is he so confident? Impossible. Even a third-rank grandmaster wouldn't disregard my move. In this split second, a thought suddenly flashed through Zhu Chuanzi's mind. Could this Zhou Shu be the real one? And the one last night was fake? At this point, he suddenly thought of his elder brother's idea. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Chuanzi's hand shifted slightly to the right. With a loud boom, a deep fissure appeared on the ground beside Zhou Shu. Zhu Chuanzi was slightly out of breath, but he didn't have time to rest. With a flash, he appeared beside Zhou Shu. His hands grabbed Zhou Shu's shoulders like eagle claws. A stream of spiritual essence rushed into Zhou Shu's body. Indeed? Zhu Chuanzi let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Shu's body didn't have the slightest trace of spiritual essence. He knew it. How could a mere forging apprentice, who had only contacted the martial Dao for a few days, have higher cultivation than him? The Zhou Shu last night was indeed someone else in disguise. This person with no cultivation was the real superintendent of the 0th workshop. Who are you? Zhou Shu said with a trembling voice. He admired his own acting skills. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he decided to take a gamble. If Zhu Chuanzi wasn't a fool, he would definitely suspect the identity of the Zhou Shu he met last night. If he suspected that the one last night was fake, he wouldn't kill him. At least, he wouldn't kill him right away. Since Zhu Chuanzi was still in the city, it meant that Zhu Chuanfeng was definitely still in the city. Perhaps he would be able to capture him through Zhu Chuanzi. Zhou Shu decided to display his acting skills again. In any case, with his current cultivation in the Golden Bell Shield technique, even if he had taken Zhu Chuanzi's attack head-on, he would have at most been injured and wouldn't have died. If he managed to catch Zhu Chuanfeng, he would make a killing. Zhou Shu hadn't forgotten that Zhu Chuanfeng still had 7 heaven-grade weapons. As Zhou Shu had expected, Zhu Chuanzi really stopped. So you are Zhou Shu? Zhou Shu didn't answer but instead mumbled to himself. Whoosh! The sound of the wind echoed as a few figures rushed over from all directions. Zhu Chuanzi's figure flickered as he appeared behind Zhou Shu. He pressed his hand against Zhou Shu's back, ready to kill him at any moment. At this moment, a few figures landed in the courtyard. Who is it? A voice shouted. Without waiting for Zhu Chuanzi to speak, Zhou Shu said, Brother Zhao, it's all right. It's my friend. We just sparred a bit and caused some commotion. All of you can leave. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhu Chuanzi's body tensed up. He was just about to attack when he heard Zhou Shu's words, so he withdrew his strength. The few people who had rushed over were a bit puzzled. But after hearing Zhou Shu's words, they didn't say anything and cupped their hands. Second Master, we'll stand guard outside. If there's anything, just call us, the leader said. Zhou Shu nodded and gestured for them to leave. These people were all guards arranged by Mies Hifo. Their cultivation levels varied from the 5th to the 7th rank of the martial Dao. They could be considered experts. Only the Mi family was wealthy enough to easily send out a few ranked martial artists as guards. Mi Ziwen really treated Zhou Shu as a brother. Otherwise, the Mi family wouldn't have put in so much effort. Even if it was the Mi family, ranked martial artists weren't aplenty. Great sir, let's talk it over. How much do you want? Name a price. I won't bargain, Zhou Shu said. Look, I've already dismissed all the guards. Relax a little. Everyone has times when they're short on money. I should help out if I can. There's really no need to fight and kill. Zhu Chuanzi sighed in relief. When he heard Zhou Shu's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does he think I'm a thief? That I'm here to steal money? Are you blind? Can't you see the marks on the ground? Would such an expert need to be a thief? Zhu Chuanzi couldn't be bothered to explain. He said coldly, do you want to die or live? Of course I want to live. Zhou Shu said without hesitation. Very good. Zhu Chuanzi said coldly, if you want to live, then listen to my orders. Sir, tell me. As long as you don't make me commit treason, I'll do anything. Zhou Shu said. Commit treason? You. Zhu Chuanzi sneered sarcastically. Do you have a carriage in your residence? There's one, Zhou Shu answered. Ms. Hifu had left it for him. Get someone to bring the carriage over, Zhu Chuanzi said. Why? Zhou Shu blurted out. Cut the crap. If you want to live, don't ask so much. Zhu Chuanzi growled. Zhou Shu seemed to be frightened and quickly said, all right, I won't ask. He raised his voice and ordered the people outside to prepare the carriage. Then he turned around and whispered, Great Sir, is this okay? Can you let me go now? When the time comes, I'll let you go. Zhu Chuanzi pushed him forward. Go. Ah, Zhou Shu staggered a step and cried out in surprise, Sir, you're being unreasonable. I've already prepared a carriage for you. I didn't say I would release you now. Zhu Chuanzi sneered. Be good and listen to me. I'll let you go when we get there. Don't try to call for help. Your guards won't be able to save you. No, I won't, Zhou Shu hurriedly said. Sir, you must be careful. My body is weak, and I can't withstand any torture. Zhu Chuanzi laughed coldly. He grabbed Zhou Shu's arm with one hand and pressed the other on the back of Zhou Shu's heart. Just like that, they boarded the carriage outside. There's no need for a carriage driver. You can drive. Zhu Chuanzi growled. I don't know how, Zhou Shu said. Arg. I'll do it. Zhu Chuanzi exerted strength in his hands, causing Zhou Shu to yell loudly. He felt Zhu Chuanzi exerting his strength and hurriedly controlled his body. The Golden Bell Shield technique would reflect attacks. He was afraid that if he didn't control it, he would injure Zhu Chuanzi. He hurriedly drove the carriage forward. Zhou Shu wasn't lying. He really didn't know how to drive a carriage. But fortunately, it wasn't too difficult. With Zhu Chuanzi leading the way, he was finally able to force the carriage forward. The carriage had the insignia of the Mi family on it, and Zhou Shu was also a workshop superintendent. Along the way, although they encountered a few constables from the Divine Constable Bureau patrolling the area, they managed to pass through them safely. This surprised Zhu Chuanzi. They arrived at the Zhu brothers' secret hideout. The carriage stopped at the entrance. Zhou Shu could already hear Zhu Chuanfen's breathing through the wall. Zhu Chuanfen's breathing quickened as if he had heard something outside. Zhu Chuanzi came to the door and knocked with a special rhythm. Big brother, it's me, Zhu Chuanzi whispered. Creak. The door opened slightly, and Zhu Chuanfen's head popped out. Bang! Almost immediately, the door slammed shut again. Big brother! Chuanzi! Are you trying to get me killed? Zhu Chuanfeng said angrily. Zhu Chuanzi turned around and glanced at Zhou Shu. He understood what was going on and said with a bitter smile, Big brother, you've misunderstood. This Zhou Shu is the real one. He doesn't have any cultivation at all. The man I met last night was an impostor. Really? Zhu Chuanfeng sounded a little doubtful as the door opened a little more. After confirming that his brother wasn't being held hostage by force, he opened the door and urged Zhu Chuanzi to drive the carriage in. The carriage belongs to the Mi family. Zhu Chuanfeng was pleasantly surprised. The Mi family was extraordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to check the carriage. I almost forgot this brat is Mi Ziwen's sworn brother. Although the matter of Mi Ziwen and Zhou Shu becoming sworn siblings was not widely publicized, it was not deliberately kept secret either. People could still find out if they wanted to. Zhu Chuanfeng looked at Zhou Shu, a strange feeling in his eyes. Zhou Shu felt a bit embarrassed by his stare. He shrank back a bit and said, Grand Craftsman Zhu, although I rejected you before, there shouldn't be any deep hatred between us, right? Don't tell me you want to kill me. Kill you? Zhu Chuanfeng laughed. Killing you would be too wasteful. I wanted to take you in as my disciple, but there's no need for that now. I'll use you however I can. Say, if I use the Heben saber, 100 refinements ring pommel saber, horse-slaying saber, and spring-embroidered saber as my pledge of allegiance, what benefits will Great Wei give me? You're a grand craftsman. Even if you join Great Wei, you're still a grand craftsman. Is there a need for you to use standard weapons as a pledge of allegiance? Zhou Shu asked in confusion. He didn't sense the aura of the 7 heaven-grade weapons on Zhu Chuanfeng's body, so he was in no hurry to make a move. Zhu Chuanfeng sneered, but he didn't say anything. He turned to look at Zhu Chuanzi. We have the carriage of the Mi family. With Zhou Shu, we have a good chance of getting out of the city. Zhu Chuanfeng said in a low voice. Chuanzi, get ready. We'll leave immediately. We don't want anything to happen if we delay. Zhu Chuanzi nodded and forcefully pushed Zhou Shu. You drive the carriage. Go. After we leave the city, I'll let you go. No. Zhou Shu didn't move. Grand Craftsman Zhu just said that he'll use me as a pledge of allegiance. I'll die either way. I won't leave. He sat on the ground and stuck out his neck, looking like he would rather die than submit.